I have a few cents. I could tip with this. I don't know. I don't know what you do with change. I don't have change.
I don't know what you do with change.
How would you? I just want to say, tipping a couple of cents.
I know.
You are such an ass.
Whoa. I just want to say,
He's unleashing himself here on the last hit.
I have lived most of my adult life in Asia where you don't tip, because if you tip, it's rude and people get really mad. Like, people actually, I've had people like get visually angry at me trying to tip them. So I wouldn't tip change because
Wow.
You know what? We'll segue back to Renata. Renata,
do we want to, or do we just want to continue to do this tag? I mean, it's 2 versus 1.
Come on.
I actually don't think we're going to see Renata all that much. Just for the fact that I don't think Renata is all that strong in laning phase. I think pretty much everything does well against her, whether it's like the hard engaged champions like Nautilus, Thresh, maybe Leona. I think Renata would be fine against, but champions with those long range hooks, whether it's poke supports, which we don't get too many of, but the likes of like Karma's, I think would just heavily out trade her in lane because of how long her cooldowns are. You have no mobility, no escape tools, and you really only start seeing use once you get to like mid game or post laning phase, where I do think she's incredibly strong. So it's like a super weird dichotomy of like pretty trash in lane, pretty OP if she can get out of it. So I think there'll be
spots.
Say
cash?
No.
Just using my nomenclature.
No.
Thing.
Okay, there we go. Trash in lane, cash out of lane. So
there we go. I love it.
Maybe some teams will try it. I do think we'll see her, but I don't think we'll see her all that much.
Yeah, I think the hardest thing with Renata is that, like, the thing she is good against, she sucks against in lane, right? Like, she really doesn't want to go against super hard engaged supports because they just kill her because she can't get out of there. But that's what she works really well against in the mid game, where you're able to like, oh, this is a dive composition, fantastic. I'm going to toss out my ultimate. It's going to guarantee to hit X amount of people, and we're just going to be able to win the fight through that. So I think that's where it really comes a little bit hard. And then if you're like, oh, well, she can get an easy laning phase against the enchanter supports. Well, traditionally, those are probably compositions that have a bit more long range that aren't going to just dive in and jump in on top of you. So you don't really get the value then out of the ultimate. And you don't really get the value out of the W either because, well, if you want the attack speed, steroid, and everything else, you want that on your AD carry. But if your AD carry isn't really under threat, then you're not getting the value out of the actual like revive and stuff like that. So I think it just gets a little bit complicated. So it feels like she doesn't strongly fit a niche, which I think is what teams really need from a lot of their, well, champions in general in League of Legends. Like, if you look at the champions we have, they very strongly fit a certain niche. Like, you're either a hyper carry, or you're an early game damage, or you're a champion that does well against, like, well, you want to kite back, or you want champions coming into you, or you can kind of like poke from range. Every champion kind of has a very strong identity, and I think that's the problem that we saw with Rel as well as a support champion, was that like she kind of had some good engage, but like she was just strictly worse than other people. And like, if you want someone that wants to like counter engage while also being like good in the laning phase, I mean, why not just go towards Janna? Like, Janna's insanely strong right now. So I don't know. It just feels kind of weird. I feel like she doesn't really hit anything hard. And I think that's why she'll probably have a few niche scenarios when we see her, but probably not like crazy strong.
So yeah. I raise you something though. Hold on, your big brain analysis between the two of you, amazing stuff. I'm a play-by-play. I'm the only one here. I gotta represent a little bit. We have constant 8-minute fights at Rift Herald, constant 5v5s. I want to see the big cash money ultis. I want to see the chaos ensue in every single 5v5 fight that we get in 8 minutes. That's all I'm saying.
The thing is, like, I think if you were in regions that had less aggressive early games, like maybe LCS or LCK, which again, I'm just going off historically. I don't watch either one of those regions, but I think Renata would probably be fine.
I'm feeling such a big side of you today, Lyric. It's great.
That's not even Flame. That's just there's too many LPL games. How do you watch other the fact Dagda is covering 2 leagues? You have Hysterics now doing 3 because he's on LCO today and has been doing PCS. It's like, man, how do you do it? Like, there's just so much going on.
I haven't slept in 3 days,
Lyric. Sleep is an enigma. We don't know what that is, all right? Like,
but point is, like, I think a lot of teams will be skeptical about being able to get Renata to that 8-minute point. We did see it banned yesterday. TS were banning it against BLG, so, some teams are going to show respect to it. And again, I do think it will get picked, but I was talking to Ox yesterday about it, and the way Ox thinks it'll go, I think, is spot on, where someone's going to pick it. It is going to get absolutely slammed in lane. Teams are going to be like, my God, this champ is trash. They're not going to pick it up. And then maybe like 3-4 weeks later, maybe in summer, who knows, something like that. We get along the lines. Someone brings it out in a situation where it does make sense, where it isn't like a fine laning matchup. It gets through lane, everything's fine. Then you see how OP it is in team fights, and teams will be like, what the hell? Why were we not picking
How
this the
did
whole
we
time?
not pick
So
this up?
that's kind of the cycle of Renata I expect to see. I don't think she'll ever be a consistent staple in the LPL meta unless other things change, right? Whether it's like other champions getting nerfed or certain other champions coming in. So yeah, I'm kind of sad that we won't get to see her that much, but I'm hopeful. Who knows? Maybe they're playing her right now in LPL because LPL's going on right now. I don't have it up, but she could be being played. Who knows? If I'm not seeing it, it's not existing, or it is existing.
There is one thing in the LPL. Yeah, of course. Man, why? There's one thing in the LPL that at least that I've heard is terrifying if you're going to be picking up Renata, and it is the Tahm Kench, one of my personal favorites in the LPL, and just because the way that our supports thrive on that pick. And I want to see if that works out. Maybe I'm stupid. Maybe I'm completely wrong that this doesn't work, and maybe Tahm Kench gets completely trashed. But I still think that the early laning phase will be so important against Renata, and our Tahm Kenches are lethal, my guys.
You know, I see just it again, Abyssal Dive, but the thing I'd be most scared of is a Nautilus. Just seriously, if you get hooked as Renata, you are just done. You are just done. So
also
you have
prominent in the LPL.
From what I've seen too, I think even if she throws out her grab, I mean, Nautilus, as long as you throw out your Q at the same time, it like overrides it. And you still get the pull. So it's I think Nautilus and Thresh would be terrifying to me as Renata.
Leona as well. Because you got the same idea with the Zenith Blade, right? And you can just engage from long range. But I think the reason why like Tahm Kench is good is not because Tahm Kench specifically is good against her. It's compositions where Tahm Kench is good are good against Renata, right? Because like traditionally when you have a Tahm Kench, it's paired with something like Jinx, super long range. You probably have a ton of people who want to try and kite back. You probably have one engage tool, probably something like a Jarvan or something along those lines. So like actually getting that ultimate to hit isn't probably going to be like too big of an issue for the Tahm Kench team. And I think that's why we're probably seeing him do like relatively well against it. Is just like if I've got a team with Jinx, Corki, Jace, and I have like a Jarvan in the jungle or something like that, I'm just playing kite back. Like all I'm doing is just kind of playing for zone control, and Renata never really gets to hit the ultimate because it's quite slow moving. Like there's a lot of ability to try and dodge away from that, and even if you can't, I mean, Tahm Kench just ults the person that's like a little bit slow moving away from it. So yeah, I think that's probably why like Tahm Kench has seen relatively like decent use against it, but I don't think it's like Tahm Kench specific. I feel like it's more of a where Tahm is good, Renata sucks.
Except for that last part, thank you for clarifying what I was saying, being my interpreter. I appreciate you. The last part, I don't know why you just went off on a tangent, but Renata is a big piece to 12.4, but it is still a bigger patch than that. It is also skipping 2 entire patches from 12.2 to 12.4. So I just want to get you guys' brain power here and tell me, what do you think is the biggest change going into this patch?
I don't think it's the biggest change, but I just find this so funny, is the Twisted Fate nerfs. Because everyone's like, this champion's gone, he sucks, he's terrible. And like instantly he's still there. He's just so good. Like the reason you pick TF is not because he's like his damage dealing or anything like that. It's just the presence on the map. And the fact that he's still able to hit it, like, yes, it is a little bit more difficult for him to, get that pressure in lane, but realistically, good Twisted Fates still understand, like, it's more about back timings and, like, finding windows on the wave rather than actually, like, hey, how quickly can I clear this? So, yeah, I don't know. I think that's the funniest one for me is just, like, everyone going, TF is dead, he's never coming through, and then it's just, like, TF is still, like, top tier.
Yeah, I totally agree, right? I think, like, maybe you feel a little bit more in matchups that are neutral where you could theoretically try and win contests, but I feel like a lot of situations where TF's getting picked, I mean, he's been blind picked, maybe even first pick on blue side. So typically you are getting picked with something that already has heavy lane prio against him. So yeah, that one was kind of funny, the reaction coming through. And obviously the biggest change, right, has been the Bruiser item changes, but I still don't feel like that's affected the meta too much at all. The only real changes I feel like we've seen in terms of the meta changing with those itemization changes is one, Renekton, who is kind of already dying down in terms of how much teams like playing him, is pretty much completely gone. I doubt we're going to see Renekton anytime soon. And then you have champions who didn't require really any of those items, right? Sterix Gauge, Gore Drinker, things like this, coming out stronger. So obviously Gwen is even stronger now than she was before just because her competition getting hit. I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of Gnar because Gnar has always been a champion with decently flexible build path, right? You could go Sunder, you could go Triforce, Stridebreaker's making a comeback. And that's kind of it, right? Junglers and certain champions are going to be itemizing a bit differently, but they're still going to be the same mainstay champions that we have in the meta.
So, I know you're so excited not to talk about Stair's Cage anymore.
Well, the interesting one for me is, and it hasn't actually been touched on this patch. It was 11-17 the last time it was touched, but like the difference between the prevalence of Hullbreaker in other regions versus LPL is absolutely insane. And I actually think like, because I wanted to get your thoughts on it a little bit, because I remember we had a conversation maybe like a year ago or 2 years ago, whatever it was, and you basically saying like, from your time talking to LPL teams, oftentimes they won't bother to practice the flavor of the month thing because they know, look, it's just going to be nerfed. There's no point, and then we're going to suck. So why would we put all this time into working off a Hullbreaker when we can actually work on fixing our problems and getting better? And it feels like that's exactly what LPL teams are doing. Like, we've seen a handful of players pick up Hullbreaker, but most of them are just like, there's no point bothering to play with this style because it's only going to hurt us in the long run. And when I look across at LEC and everything, everyone seems to be building it like non-stop. It's pretty much every single game. And almost like a champion's viability in the top side is dependent on, can this champion build Hullbreaker? Like, Jace has fallen off massively because if you end up in against the Graves or a Gnar and they build Hullbreaker, you just can't do anything in the lane anymore. So I don't know. It's really interesting to see that like none of the LPL teams are really opting in towards this at all.
Yeah, and you know, I feel like it probably is a bit of what you touched on because, yeah, just to confirm, back when I was on team side, whether I was working with my own players in the LMS or talking to LPL teams or anywhere else, a lot of teams surprisingly did have that mindset. I even feel like coming in before we hit 12.4 and 12.3, I feel like teams had already started to adapt to the changes of even those patches, just being like, hey, we don't want to waste time with certain picks. I feel like that's one of the reasons why like Corky and Renekton already started seeing less games played. The other thing about Hullbreaker that's funny to me is like, right, I mean, Hullbreaker will have a use in the early game no matter what, just because typically you are going to be isolated in that 1v1 laning phase. But even when we do see Hullbreaker in the LPL, it just blows my mind at how much those top laners still just group nonstop. We had one game, I must have been yesterday because I casted yesterday, that I think it was Gnar building it against, it was either a Fiora or a Gwen, and the whole time, even though he won so hard early game, instead of like pushing that advantage, playing through sides, doing these kinds of things, he just kept giving side waves to group, and I'm like, what is this, man? Like, do you guys just not understand the item? Do you think it's trash? I don't I don't get it either.
I think part of that is like just how stupidly strong this item is regardless. I think it's like 117% gold efficiency.
Gold efficient, yeah.
When you are grouped, and 190% when you're separated. Like,
that's insane.
The fact that exists is mind-boggling to me. Like, why would you give an item 190%?
I didn't need to know those numbers, Dagda. You don't need to give numbers like that to a play-by-play. Okay, come on.
I need your minds to break with me. This is the problem. I feel like this is so stupid.
I've been broken, Dagda. I've been broken.
Well, yeah, I think it's I'm kind of glad that we haven't opted into it fully because I think like top lane at the moment is like super interesting. It feels like a lot of the safer picks that we had are now kind of getting found out, right? Like we had the Graves that was like, oh, there's nobody that can really deal with them. Now we're starting to see like the Gnar come out. We've had like Trindamirs that are doing really, really well against them. Like you think about things like the Gwen have now got Jaces that are coming out. I mean, Trindamir as well against them. Like you have so many really cool picks that are starting to see answers to these like uncounterable top laners, or at least really strong top laners we had for so long. And I'm kind of glad that it's just not like, oh, you can build Hullbreaker, cool. It's like the bouncer at the door, like checking your Hullbreaker ID. Like I'm glad that we don't have that anymore. And I'm glad that teams
it's going to be the Hullbreaker ID and the package timer ID.
Yeah.
You got to get both of those before you can get into the LPL.
I do want to say that was one of the really cool things about sticking on one patch for so long, in terms of like you talking about seeing answers come out, right? Because I feel like when you stick on one patch so long, teams aren't having to think about changes. So it's like, cool, we started to see the Akali come out against the Gwen, I think was a big one we saw. Obviously switching over to like Hecarim, Orianna before any real changes had come. I mean, heck, the changes that I think really helped Hecarim had come early in preseason, things like the Turbo Chemtank change, the Force of Nature change. So yeah, I think seeing these answers evolve has been really cool, which is why I don't want to say it sucks to go back to being on a normal patch. Being on a normal patch is super cool, but it's just like really cool getting to see a glimpse of what League would be like if it was a game where it's like, hey, what happens if you go a whole split with no changes? It's like teams have to figure out interesting answers to the meta.
Yeah, because there's not a change coming right away to help fix the bruises, I guess, that are happening. But I want to transition that question into focusing on the LPL accepting this 12.4 patch, because I feel like you said a lot of the changes coming through the TF, a lot of the changes to the itemization of the top side. But for me, it's how does this affect the teams, right? And like 2 weeks onto a different patch, a lot of recuperation needed in the time you've spent on 12.2. But for me itself, looking at the patch holistically and looking at our teams, I'm going to go with the negative side. I think this patch is very detrimental to Weibo Gaming, and I know maybe we'll hear something a little bit different. Maybe we'll talk about them a little bit later on. But the fact that we're going to probably see, at least in my eyes, the rise of V5 because of this patch even further than they already are, and Weibo Gaming kind of losing their strength toward the top side, I think it's going to be interesting.
So the way I'm going to view this patch in regards to which LPL teams does it help or hurt is I'm just going to go off three metrics, I guess. Like, one, which teams didn't like Renekton and like Gnar, and which mid laners do I believe will be able to play Ahri really well. So that's actually why I don't think Weibo will take a hit, because the Shy wasn't really a Renekton player at all. And the Shy loves playing Gnar. Seriously, even when Gnar would go to meta in 2020 and 2021, the Shy would still always be one of our top laners who'd pick it up. Angel... Angel's, always been an assassin player. Obviously, Collie's one of the first picks that jumps to mind when we think of him. And he's a player who's always loved weirder picks anyway. So Weibo might be a team who I think do all right with this patch. The other team that comes to mind is RNG, just because Xiaohu is performing so well right now. So if he gets his hands on something like an Ahri in a good matchup where we've seen he's been really great at the proactive picks in general, right? I think when we came into the LPL to start, Xiaohu was by far the best Vex player we had. So Ahri being able to get prio, make these proactive plays on the map, I think Xiaohu can do really well. And Bin as well, another player who didn't really lean towards things like the Renekton, I think does lean more towards a lot of the fighters who either the Gnar or things that can make use of the changes on things like Death Stance or Blade of the Rune King. I think that should be able to help Bin quite a bit as well. So RNG's a team I'm kind of looking at with these small changes, right? I don't think this is going to shake up the LPL for any teams. But if we have to answer this question,
top
I think
to
RNG
bottom, it's changed.
should be the most helpful.
So I think the big one for me, and you kind of touched on it there, is I feel like this is the rise of the roaming mid lane meta. Because there's just too many picks now in the mid lane that you just can't cover, right? Like Twisted Fate, Rise, Ahri, LeBlanc, these kind of things can do really well in getting control of mid and then moving two sides. And I feel like that's what we're going to see more and more now, is teams that can proactively use that mid lane pressure are going to work really well. And I agree, I think RNG for Xiaohu are going to be one of them. Teams like Weibo, I think that's where they might fail, because I think Angel doesn't actually use that a huge amount. Oftentimes you just see him kind of stick in the lane. Same when you look at teams like Top Esports. I think Knight, regardless, is still going to do fantastic. This is not a bash at Knight. I think Knight is literally the reason Top Esports are winning. But I don't think you'll be able to use that lane pressure as well as some of the other teams that we have. So I think that's something that I'd probably look at for Rookie, where I think Rookie could probably use a lot of that pressure and roam two sides as well. So I think V5 could do well there. The other metric is, I think when fighters aren't as strong, and I think if you've got a slower paced game, the decision between am I going for a Black Cleaver or a Death Stance or a Randuin's or whatever that is, means that fighters aren't going to be as strong, and I think then tanks start to rise up, and I think Karsa is going to fit in wonderfully to that meta. We've already kind of seen him bring out things like the Sejuani's, he likes his Zax, those kind of things. So I think V5 will definitely benefit quite a lot by this, especially when they've got Photic and PP God as this strong bot lane that you probably want to try and play towards. So I think that's going to be super interesting to see. But yeah, I think this is going to be more so a bit of a shake-up in mid lane style. I think there's going to be some teams that honestly, as a bit of a weird, I think teams like Ultra Prime and I think Uakai and IG, I actually think this patch is going to be a pretty big buff to those two, because they are both players that just want to opt out of lane and go to sides, and I feel like now you've just got another champion in Ahri that comes through that can do that.
I think it's interesting also, just a quick little point of that, is we have been seeing a lot of teams opting into that quite mobile play style in the mid lane, the rises, the TFs, constant bans, things along those lines. So transitioning that into 12.4 is going to be really interesting.
I mean, heck. So I finally decided to pull up LPL right now. LGD versus EDG. Jace playing Ari, Scouts playing Vex, and
there you go.
I feel like we've already started to see teams switch over to this again. Maybe it is because of teams knowing that this patch was coming.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Obviously, they were playing solo queue on it as well. So I think TS have been a big one in their past 2 series where we've seen Knight almost exclusively go for these types of early pressure mid laners, the Vex, the LeBlancs. He had a Syndra game once again the other day. So, yeah, I think that'll be really fun to see. Corki, Victor, Orianna, get him out of here. Orianna will still be here. I'm sure we're still going to see some Victor and some Corki, but nowhere near as much. That makes me happy.
On a quick side note as well,
see the smile.
I don't think we're going to see Caitlyn anymore. I mean, we kind of already saw it drop off elsewhere. The nerf to the Q means she can't get wave push, and kind of a symptom of what Lyric was talking about earlier on, teams just getting used to playing on the patch. Karma's just kind of come out as a counter. Like, it's super difficult, like especially if you're against Lux. Like, Karma continues to Q's the back wave. Lux can't get the push because she's got like higher mana cost and a longer cooldown in her E. She does less damage. And a 45 mana Q that is up every couple seconds makes it very easy for Karma to get control of that wave. So, I think teams are starting to get used to how to manage Caitlyn. And with the nerf, she just doesn't have the push. So I think Caitlyn will be gone out of the meta as well now.
Unfortunate. But hey, that frees up a ban because Caitlyn, a constant ban, at least we'll maybe see some of those changes. But talk about changes, guys. We got to talk about our top 5 here right now. It's a big clump to an extent. I know it goes further than 5. We're going to talk about the top 5, and first up on that list, I guess they're tied, so technically it doesn't, but the game differential matters. Weibo Gaming up there in that top number 1 spot. I just got to get our breakdowns for each one of these teams because we're getting towards the end of the season. Yes, there's still a lot of games to be played, but this is going to be the top contenders.
It's kind of funny for me, like, looking at Weibo, how, like, they just look like 2020 Weibo, right? Like, it's just like, hey, I'm going to play towards the shy top lane instead of the bin. We're going to make sure he's totally fine. SFM's going to get a few kills. I don't think On roams as much as Sword Art did at that point, but I still see On, like, starting to roam a little bit more than he has before. So, I mean, I'm kind of excited to see what Weibo can do, like, if we kind of get them. I don't know if they're going to be, like, World's Finals Weibo, like we had in Sunim, but I think it's exciting to see this team kind of bouncing back.
I think there's a really cool aspect to Weibo that I 100% agree with Dagda, that like definitely has like the 2020 Suning-esque play style. But one big difference is I think the Shy plays a lot more for the team than Bin did, which is hilarious to say, right? Like, I brought this up on Cast the other day, but you guys remember all those interviews that the Shy would do, and he'd be asked like, oh, why don't you play tanks, or why don't you play for the team, or why do you do this and that? And he's just like, no. I'm great on tanks. I do play for the team. And, like, we all heard this, and everyone heard it. It's like, what are you talking about, man? Like, are you living in reality? And it just turns out he was right all along. It just was for the team. It kind of sucks in that interview as well. I remember he kind of threw Puff and Southwind under the bus because he's like, I have to play the sorts of champions I do because our bot lane can't carry. And it's like, well, a little bit BM, my dude, but we're seeing now again the Shy.
It's true.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's the truth, I mean, sometimes the truth hurts a little bit, Lyric. All right,
but we've seen, right, his Scion looking really good. The other tanks he's been willing to go on have looked phenomenal. The fact that he consistently goes in the enemy jungle at level 1 and messes with the enemy jungle is phenomenal.
It's a picnic.
And
it's a picnic.
That's part of that. You know, again, throwback to 2020. That gives me hints of is like enabling SOFM and playing for SOFM, because I feel like that's always where SOFM is going to do best, is when you put resources into him, because SOFM is pretty much shown he's never going to be a jungler who heavily invests into his laners. Does gank, not all too much as compared to obviously people like Xiaopeng or Karsa or like these types of players, but yeah, for Weibo, I think they're looking really good. They have a clear like system that works for them. There are some funny games they have.
Funny is the word.
Who'd they play last? OMG.
Yeah.
Where I remember it was the game 2 where they kind of just came out. And I remember there was one specific play top lane where they kind of just individually run in one by one. It's like SOF, the enemy team's dropping Herald. SOFM's like, I'm going to jump into 3 people and Herald dies. Maybe the Shy gets there, does the same thing. On gets there, does the same thing. You're like, okay, this is a little bit...
Yikes.
A little bit yikes, a little bit limit testy, but still, I think overall Weibo have a clear identity. They play well. They have superstar players, especially the Shy. Like, part of me feels like we've been talking about the Shy too much this split, but at the same time, the Shy has seriously been a highlight reel every single series we've both played.
Yeah, I think as well
Literally.
it lends itself to like the team fighting for Weibo as well, because like you know what, Juan Feng's a monster in team fights. I think Angel has done pretty well in team fights as well. So the fact that like you've kind of got the Shy now willing to play these tanks, which I think like based on the comments that he had against Puff and Setwind, says a lot about how the Shy is like trusting in this team, like knows that like this is the role that I play. We end up winning anyway. It's like, and he's still getting a lot of attention. He's still down a little bit, but as you say, like the Gwen performances he has been absolutely insane. I think he's the best Gwen that we have in the league, personally. I think his positioning with the Hollowed Mist is absolutely insane. As you said, the tanks are looking great. And I think for Angel as well, like as you're talking about SOFM, being able to play off of those lane states, I think Angel's been doing a good job of covering SOFM. I think that was something that kind of missed in 2021 a lot, was like SOFM would go in, but Angel wouldn't be there to help him. But I think Angel's getting better at that as well. So it feels like this team has come together as a whole.
On that point specifically, it's kind of weird thinking back to past years of LPL where Angel has had like, there's been like moments of each split where there's like a few weeks where SOFM and Angel are working super well together, and then there's like weeks where you're like, do you guys even talk? Like, Angel's just sitting there farming, SOFM's like looking to go steal enemy raptors or something, and there's just no connection at all. But right now, yeah, they're completely synced up, and Angel overall, if you look at Angel's stats, they're actually really mediocre. But Angel has almost one insane like highlight teamfight play every game. Some kind of like Oriana shockwave or like a Kali backline dive or something. Or like, my God, this man just single-handedly won this teamfight for Weibo, which leads them to some kind of game-winning objective. So pretty much firing on all cylinders. Other than On still does have some off games. There was a Tahm Kench game in particular where I think he ended up like 0-7, just constantly kept Abyssal, using Abyssal Dive to go in before his team was ready to position. But overall, I still feel like this has been his best split so far. So, promising Weibo.
I think as well, just to finish off the Weibo conversation, the surprising thing for me is like, I kind of keep looking going, oh yeah, you know, well, Weibo, they're not the one, they're going to end up getting found out, you know. We're going to come up against the really top teams, they're going to get found out. I'm looking at the remaining schedule. Like, they're not much there. Like, they've got like RNG is their next one, right? But RNG definitely struggling a lot. LGD, I think they still have like top esports will still be a good test from. Rare Atom are a bit hit or miss. Then you got IG JDG. It's not exactly the easiest schedules, but it's not like the Uber guys that you kind of expect to be able to like smack them down.
Already taking them out.
Yeah, I think for like Weibo, like it's looking pretty good for them for the remainder of the split, and I think that's like I know that we're talking about the top 5 as a whole, but I think as our like top 5, right? Like 9-1, 9-1, 7-3, 7-3, 7-3. Like the fact that these teams are kind of like intermittently losing to each other, but like maybe like 1 or 2 weird games in there, I think it's really cool that like we have a super competitive top 5.
We really do, and honestly, it gets even competitive. Like the competitiveness doesn't stop just in the top 5, right? It's like 7-4, 7-4, 6-5, 6-5. Like everybody's super, super close. We still have so many games left to go. But as you were kind of saying, Weibo Gaming at 9-1 are top of the team right now because of game differential, I believe, right now. Victory 5, the other piece to the world cinematic
I love it.
masterpiece.
I love it.
Because
music to
the
my
fact that
ears.
we have the Shy and Rookie both performing at the top of the LPL, it has to be fate. Like at Worlds, if the fact that we don't get a world final between Victory 5 and Weibo Gaming, I riot. I'm out.
Look,
I don't know, man.
Look, I was going to wear my V5 jersey on this episode, but I determined
But
as I was
you've
pulling
forsaken
it out.
them.
No, it's the opposite. I was like, V5 are too important for this moment. The V5 jersey's coming out on the finals day. When V5 in the finals, V5 jersey coming out.
I honestly kind of was expecting you to like wear both. The RNG jersey was on over, and then we get to this conversation, it just comes off. You know, you got the V5 jersey underneath. But I mean, I'm on the hype train. I'm on the hype train. Like, I think V5 look absolutely insane. And personally, I think this is actually my team, despite the fact they're in second at the moment, that I think is going to finish up at the table. I think like the meta is starting to shift in their direction with like the champions that Karsa wants to play in the style that Karsa plays. I think Photic and PP God have stepped up massively. Like they're not just constantly flipping bot lane, and Photic in team fights has been absolute monster. His mechanics are crazy. His positioning's great. What happened to Rich? How did Rich come over and now he's just murdering everyone? This guy had a terrible laning
This
phase.
is how it be.
And now he's just like, yeah, let me body some fools on the way to the top. I don't know what happened with him.
Who's the shy? Who are the top laners of the LPL besides Rich? I mean, come on.
Man, it is actually insane. I do gotta say, V5 were actually one of the top teams I was like simultaneously most convinced and most unconvinced on. V5's
What does
like,
that even
V5
mean? Hold on, no, we don't get to walk past that, all right, Lear? What does that even mean?
Well, maybe if you don't interrupt me, I'll go on to explain,
No, that's my
Mazel.
job to
Maybe
interrupt
I'll
you,
explain.
okay?
Maybe I won't explain now, Mazel, because you're being so aggressive when I'm always so kind to you. But
Always,
What?
always.
If anyone doesn't know,
That's
Lyric
Cap.
abuses Mazel. They will play double up TFT. And I don't know why Mazel subjects himself to this, because I've listened to a handful of these conversations, and it's about 20 minutes
great.
of Lyric
They're great.
berating Mazel because they're on a loss streak, and it's just like,
whoa.
just
Mazel's
taking
on a
so
loss
much
streak.
crap.
Just I'm throwing it out there, but yeah.
No comment, no comment.
So 4v5, 4v5, I love their idea of how they played the game, because again, they're one of these teams who, like, when they have an advantage, they're not necessarily thinking of like the safest way of how to keep their advantage. They're thinking like, okay, we have an advantage. Since we have an advantage, how do I exploit the enemy team with this advantage? And I think they're the team most willing to like aggressively walk into the enemy jungle, take away their camps, get down like really deep wards, set up for picks, use like their side lane pressure to go and pick people off. Pretty much they're just like the penultimate pick team, in my opinion, with how aggressive they're willing to be. But the reason why, again, I've kind of been not as convinced as well, they are very sloppy. Like that aggression obviously gives a lot of opportunities for the enemy team to pick you
call
off
them the
if you overextend.
scrappiest?
They are.
The scrappiest.
The
team?
funniest thing to me is I think Rookie is like the best mid laner that we have until maybe the 22-minute mark. And then I don't know what happens after that
flip
point.
of a switch.
It's just like, it's as Lyric says, right? Like, he praised Rookie, his laning phase is insane, his team fighting earlier, the objectives, and those like both Dragon and Rift Heralds are totally amazing. He's working really well with cars to get these picks, and like, I think one of the things I like the most about Rookie is like, he's very cognizant of, you know, there might be a bigger play that could happen, but this play is enough that we get a big enough advantage off it. So like, what I want to use an example is like, I can't remember the exact same game it was, but like, he's playing Orianna. And he could have held his Orianna shockwave so that then he got like 2 or 3 people caught up. Maybe they won this massive team fight and the goalie just exploded, right? But there's maybe a 40% chance that happened. But he had an 80% chance of using the shockwave and picking one person off. And they just win the team fight and they'll be able to get a tower. And it may not be as big of a gold lead, but it's still enough for them to continue forward. And I think that's something that he's very, very good at. But then after that, I don't know. I don't know what happens. Basically, it just gets to a stage where he's like, I'm going to go to a side lane. I'm going to get caught out like 3 times. I'm like, not going to have any kind of massive impact in some of these team fights. It's just baffling to me. It is just like a switch.
There's actually, so I'm a big fan of MMA, and there's like this, it's a bit of a meme, but it's also true. There are some fighters in MMA who, like, people say to be able to hit the other guy, they'll take a punch. So, you know, they leave themselves open, they take the punch so that guy's open. That's kind of V5 to me. V5 are willing to, like, throw themselves at the enemy. Maybe they miss abilities, maybe some people die, but it's like, hey, now you're opened up to where we can outplay you, we can kill you, and we can win. That's kind of like the V5 mentality, which I love. Again, and just always looking to find the leads.
The smites are on their side somehow. Like, I don't know what it is, but Karsa just has, it's insanity. It just seems like we have some of the best junglers in the world in the LPL, and it just seems like whenever they're facing Karsa, their smite button is gone. It's just not there anymore.
I'm sorry, but I've heard throughout the community for the past 2 years that Karsa absolutely washed and it can never be good. So
if you hear it, I mean, it must be true, right? You heard it on the internet, right? Like that means it's true. Okay,
I love how sorry, just coming back to the Karsa smite point. We every year create this like Karsa King of Thieves, and then I think we all collectively as a team forget that exists as a storyline, and then Karsa just steals everything, and we're like, oh yeah, he's really good at that. And then it just gets wiped again, because like there's so much to talk about with Karsa, right? Like the very unique jungle style, and the ability to help out lanes, like his kind of champion pool.
The ability to steal your heart.
Steal your heart, steal your girl, steal your Baron. Like, it all just kind of slots into that one thing, you know, beautifully. But, I mean, he is just absolutely insane. Like, the smite timing on this guy is nuts. And it does make sense when you're playing things like Lee Sin, right? I think Lee Sin has the best opportunity to steal Barons and stuff in this at this point, because he's the one kind of champion that has the execute that helps out with your Baron steal. But, like, even off that, Kars is just a beast when it comes towards the ability to steal objectives. And I honestly can keep V5 in games where they really have no right to be.
It just, one last little point on these top two teams. It makes me so daggone happy to see so many players coming back with a vengeance this year, right? So many players that had bad years last year that have been a little bit under the radar, and we are just seeing them smash the LPL right now. It's great. Anyways, we got to keep moving on because we got 5 to talk about. We've only made it through 2. It's just an interesting conversation in its own right. But the next one, number 3, is Edward Gaming, our world champions, and having had faltered a little bit here recently.
Yeah, I have really not been convinced by them. You know, we saw in their last series, they lost against TS. They subbed out Flandre for that, brought in Xiaoshang, and, you know, I thought that was the right choice. I feel like Flandre has been having a really poor split. Not really his laning I've had an issue with. It's been like EDG's skirmishing and their team fighting has been really off, especially for their top side. I feel like Flandre and JJ have not had the season that you would expect them to have. Just, you know, missing abilities, holding abilities. There's been so many times. I think there was one in that series where JJ goes into the pit to contest a bear in the top esports, just start out of nowhere. You know, it's a bit of a flip. Doesn't pop his ultimate, dies. We've seen many times Flandre holding things like Kennen ultimates or Gragas ultimates, or just not utilizing them correctly, getting wiped. Heck, in their series against V5, they lost a 5v4. They found a pick, I believe it was on the PB God's Karma, and then V5 come in, they kind of split them up, and again, Flandre, super hesitant, has flash up, has Slicing Maelstrom, doesn't go for it, and V5 just take it. So I feel like that's my biggest problem with EDG. They're skirmishing and team fighting, but specifically around their top half of the map. I still feel like Viper and Mako overall have looked really solid, even if they have had some off moments. I also believe it was that top esports series game 1 where they were playing the Caitlyn Karma. They got hooked by Mark under turret on his Nautilus, and then they were pretty much just dunzo, right? I mean, if you're Caitlyn Karma and you die early in lane, it's gone, but I feel like that's more of an exception rather than the rule. Overall, their bot lane has still been by far the best part of the map.
Yeah, and I kind of like it. The big surprise for me is how poor, as you say, like the skirmishing team fighting looks. Because like this was what we praised EDG for. Like they looked absolutely insane when you came into team fights, and it feels like a lot of that consistency in like the setup that they had before is kind of gone. Where like I know Azale kind of talked about like having that line that was there, but we don't really see that anymore. Like it feels like people are playing off of different books, and oftentimes it is kind of plays off of, as you were saying, like Viper that set up like that top esports one where he has that Aphelios ult, the Infernal ult over the wall, like instantly bursts like 2 people.
That was insane.
It's absolutely insane. And then like 2 minutes later they lose. You're just like, how do you get into these spots where you look so damn good and then it just completely falls apart? So I really haven't been convinced by EDG. I thought after the start of the split where we saw them kind of looking really good, that they were having these creative plays off of like TP timers and stuff, I was like, oh, cool. Like EDG actually have a really good understanding of how they want to play and like even innovating a lot where other teams aren't, but it's all kind of falling apart. I really don't know what's happened to them.
Yeah, I do want to also add the caveat of like, I don't think this team, and I'm sure you don't either, right? This team's not dead in the water.
No.
Even that series against TS, right? By all accounts, they should have won. They should have won that game 3 with Viper's insane play. But, you know, happens they lost. They have an extra L on the scoreboard. But at the same time, I'm not really too worried about EDG. I'm not too worried about any of the top teams in terms of, like, any of the teams sitting at 7-4, just because playoffs is always a different beast.
Yeah. Yes, I think the big concern is more so, like, the people that they've lost against. Because, like, you look, it's like 2-0 versus Weibo, 2-0 versus IG, and 2-1 versus top esports. Now, they should have won the top esports one. But I think we do hold EDG to a different standard. Like world champions coming back. And I think there are games where, yes, they've won, but it's been a lot sloppier than we were expecting. And I think that's the issue more so. It's not like the scoreline as such. It's just like, here, look, you know, especially things that in theory you shouldn't have to work on, like the team fighting already being there. Like that is like something that you should already kind of I mean, EDG have shown that they had that down, so it just feels very weird to me that that's now missing, because that's not something that's like a patch thing, right?
You've kind of made me realize as well. Actually, maybe should be slightly concerned for the fact of, since I feel like a lot of their problems are stemming from JJ and Flandre's individual form. I mean, it'd be a lot different if like you were, let's say, struggling on like a concept of whether it's setting up dragons or playing with sides or like whatever it is, right? Or your draft's bad. But form of players, I mean, there's so many like different variables that can affect that. So yeah, EDG is kind of a question mark of how they'll bounce back. And I mean, to be fair, right? I feel like the one thing they will have going for them in terms of when we get to playoffs is that since they kept the whole roster together, at least they like know as a team how to deal with high pressure situations to where literally no other team is coming together the same. I guess Weibo maybe won't be as big of a deal since they kept 4, but right, like V5 completely new, LNG pretty much completely new, BLG, there's so many massive changes. So that could be the one benefit that EDG will have if we do get to them being in playoffs, which at 7-3, they should almost be guaranteed to make it.
Yeah, they should. Sorry, I saw your hand up for a second.
Yeah, I was gonna make the joke about like, you know, how do Weibo deal with the shy giggling as he ints like 4 kills in the finals like we saw before. But I thought it was a little bit mean, but then you called my bluff, so I kind of
hey, gotta call him out. All right, I see you. You can't escape these eyes. But as EDG have been struggling, another one of our top teams also have been struggling. LNG are on a serious slump after starting off 7-0, now having lost 3 straight series themselves. A lot of the same issues, I feel like, just that cleanliness, a lot of sloppiness on LNG's side, but I feel like they have it less together than EDG have it.
My God, their last series against V5,
they got destroyed.
Well, like
oh
specifically, that might be that's the worst performance I've ever seen Tarzan have, like ever. That was so uncharacteristically bad from him, just losing smites, getting picked off left and right so many times of him like engaging before his team was there to follow up. And the other big problem with Weibo, right, with LNG, I'm sorry, because that's a one-off case. I think that is one of the biggest reasons they lost to V5. But just in terms of like their losses overall, man, Allah has just not been having a good split by like any means. He was the other big problem in that V5 series where so many times he's like posturing to come in on the flank and he'll see, let's say like one member of V5, you know, clearing vision or something, goes in, but all of V5 are right next to him. He has vision of all of them. He sees that his team is zoned out, still goes in for the aggressive play. Again, I don't know what's going on in comms to make him feel like he can look for these plays. Gets bursted out. V5 now can go take an objective. And that's not just in the V5 series, right? I feel like Allah, almost every series has been struggling quite heavily. Struggled against the Shy. I feel like that was also one of Bin's better series when he went up against Allah, who's also been struggling this split. Like, my God, I do not know what happened to this top laner, but he has not been able to find it. Their bot lane, I think, has looked fine. I feel like Doonby has also looked all right, but I don't know. This team, all split long, has just really tried to heavily force the side lane playstyle, whether it's drafting. It's typically been 1-3-1. Sometimes they'll go for 1-4 compositions, but Doonby's been really happy picking, you know, the Rises, the Renekton's, the Gallios. So I don't know if maybe we'll see them try and opt into something easier. Maybe just go with those ARAM style team comps and try and set Light up to be your big carry, because I feel like Light has been one of your more consistent members this split.
Yeah, it was so tragic because we were covering that series and we had set up, you know, the mid jungle duo so heavily, and it's gonna be a bloodbath. It's gonna be crazy, and I'm looking back at it, and the duo of Tarzan and Doonby had 4 kills that entire series. And that is not what you can have if you want LNG to be successful. You look at all their other games, it has been that duo destroying people.
Real quick, just another side note, right? We looked at that game on draft. I remember coming in, we're like, yeah, you know, I feel like for the side of LNG, they came out ahead. They don't have any engage, but they should be able to get ahead early and just win out through forcing B5 into them. Then game 2, I love how we even got it told in the interview where they asked, like, hey, so why did Karsa pick Skarner? Skarner doesn't really look like it fits your comp at all. And whoever it was interviewed just said, Karsa looked at us and he said, trust me. My Skarner will carry you.
Yeah,
it's like, that was it. That was the extent of the logic. But it worked. But it actually worked.
It worked. It was coming in crucial, right? And, like, it forced, as I finally got done doing the math, it forced that duo of Tarzan and Doonby to be 4-19 in total through the whole series. So, like, I think looking at LNG, they've got to find the communication between those two, but also how to tie it into the rest of the team. How to make sure that Light is set up for the later game and not just left out to dry. And yes, facing a Skarner makes that a little bit more difficult, especially me remembering that last fight where Carson just flashes over the wall right in the middle of all 5 members and just pulls Light out of there and kills him. Like, you can't help that. But holistically, LNG got to pull it together.
Yeah, I think for me, like, a lot of it is just, as you say, like, the inability to play 1-3-1 has already worked out. And, like, when there's so much pressure on Tarzan and Doomby in the early stages, like, if you have one bad game, I think this whole team just completely falls apart.
Yeah.
The reason I'm looking up here, because I'm trying to remember off rip, because I don't think... Yeah, I think one of the big problems that I've seen a lot with them is, like, when they end up playing this split push an awful lot of the times, they end up, like, not looking for these early dragons a lot. And it means that you kind of end up in the situation where you have to try and fight a lot in to try and, like, stop the opposition getting these dragons. And I think that's something that I've seen a lot from LNG, is that, like, sometimes they try to go for these, like, full 1-3-1 compositions, and then they still end up having to go for team fights at dragons because they just haven't secured the early objectives. And when the early game isn't really working out so hot, I think it kind of ends up lending itself to that. And with Tarzan and Doomby aren't, like, stepping up to actually have these major impacts, like, they're good at going to the lanes, right? But if you're not getting these kind of big objective wins, I think that's what makes it really hard.
Yeah, I actually love that you hit on that, right? Because, I mean, if you're a team that's going to give it really dragons, you're going to play the sides. That means typically you want to be breaking first turret down, open up sides early, have access to move around the map, or look to punish tier 2. But that reminds me that another part where LNG really struggled is dives. We've seen many times where they've set up, like, side lane dives and just throw games. Their series against Weibo, Game 3, was literally lost from a 4-man dive bot that just completely went wrong, and you gave over a bunch of resources to Huanfeng and On. We've seen them try and set up dives top as well with Tarzan and Ala that don't go according to plan. They'll give over kills to the opposing side. And it's like, yeah, for the style they're trying to play, like, there's just small issues where that the style doesn't work for them. So typically a lot of their wins have been off, like, okay, Tarzan and Doomby anchoring down the early game. And then again, I think Light is good. So if they get to mid game where it is about team fighting, like, they can pull through.
Yeah, and I just want to, like, pull up some of the stats for you there, because, like, that's what I was just looking at, was, like, when you look at first blood percent, like, 15th in the league at 42%. So they're obviously, like, their early game isn't really getting themselves going. When you look at, like, first dragon percent, they're basically 50%. So it's just like a toss up whether they get that first dragon. And then you look at their overall dragon percent, they're 11th in the league. So, like, that's the biggest problem that I see with these guys, is that, like, when you're playing split push, it's, hey, you really need to get a good start early, or you just end up, like, having to team fight and you fall behind. So they're not getting the good start early. They're not focusing on the dragons, which means they actually then have to team fight again because Soul is going to be so strong. And then you just never really get the the running start that you need to actually start getting towers. I mean, even if you look at what's their first tower percent is actually pretty high. Like, they're third in the league, so at least they are playing for towers, but it's just means that in their later portion of the game, they're still not able to come back and actually, cross map some of the dragons for more pressure on the map.
Yeah, and it's really interesting that they came from such a high place in the season early on to where they're at now. But RNG, man, I need you. I need motivation. I see you with I'm forcing you here, Lyric. You have the jersey. You did this to yourself. Sell me, man. Top 5 team. They are number 5. What do you got?
Honestly, I feel like the problems of RNG have been greatly exaggerated. Like, they did lose the series to RA, but, man, I feel like that's an outlier. Like, sure, their other loss, right? They lost to V5. They've come into the split. Other than that, I feel like have looked decently solid. For RNG, I still feel like it's a question of... I don't just want to keep going back to form. I feel like their bot lane has really struggled in terms of flexibility, in terms of draft in their 2v2. I feel like we've seen them kind of exploited by teams willing to take things like the Zeri, things like the Rakan in the support role. They were one of the teams who did struggle quite heavily against Caitlyn Luck's bot lane. So I don't think it comes out of skill for their bot lane. We've always known that Gala has always been a bit more of a play it safe in terms of get on comfortable style champions. And like, even though Ming's not bad at lane, right? Ming's biggest strength has always been being able to get out of lane, but when their bot lane is typically falling behind, we aren't able to see that. Ben has been a little bit hit or miss, but I still feel like overall has been what you can expect from what we saw last year. And I still feel like RNG's macro and map movements is still like solid. Like there's so many teams in the LPL, right, that we watch and we're trying to guess at what was going through their mind when they made the play. But I feel like RNG is a team who 90% of the time, even if something doesn't work or looks weird, you can like understand the logic to how they got to what they did. So I feel like RNG is still one of the teams I'm looking at going into playoffs that if I was other teams, I would be the most scared of playing against. And like we hit on earlier, if there's any team that I feel like is going to get a bit of a boon from the meta shift, I do think it'll be RNG.
Yeah,
I'm not sold. I don't know about you, Dagda.
I agree with most of that. I think the only issue that I've seen is that oftentimes they'll try and fight when I really don't think their composition is ready to fight. Because you'll see things like the Corki a lot of the times, that like Jinx and Felio's bot lane, because what else are you going to play down there? Apparently they're the only two champions that exist. But I think we'll see the Corki come through an awful lot. And look, I understand the package is quite strong and the trip to fight for it, but sometimes you just can't get the placement on the package, and RNG will still commit to the fight, and then they end up falling behind. And I think that's where like some of my issues come from it, and I think that's what I saw a lot against that Rare Adam series, was like just them mishandling their composition. I think being a bit disrespectful to Rare Adam as well, where they're just kind of like, hey, look, we're going to force these fights, and we're just better than you, so we're going to beat you, but it kind of all fell apart. So I do agree. I think the Rare Adam one was a bit of an outlier, but I still think this is something that I've seen from them enough that I'm kind of like, okay, lads, like, don't try and fully force these things, because most of the time they're all right, but there's been a handful of times where I'm kind of like, you should know that this is not a time that your composition wants to fight, especially if you're going like the Corki kind of end of things that like I think Xiaohu has just played a heap of, even like Victor and Aphelios that they played against BLG, I saw it as well. There was just a couple of times where I was like, you really don't want to be taking these engagements, and we still are.
It's kind of funny because I even felt like that was RNG's problem last year, obviously to a much lesser extent. I also feel like just the meta fit them better last year, but I remember that there were so many times last year where RNG would, when they have like late game compositions and like, sure, they've been playing to their side lanes, but maybe the enemy team's on soul point or something, and they'll just try and force like really weird skirmishes on like opposite side of the map, maybe like 4 minutes before Dragon's up or something, just to find some kind of lead. So I don't feel like that is a new problem for RNG. I feel like maybe being a bit more exposed again. I mean, like you said, they exclusively play Jinx Aphelios in the bottom lane. They don't play anything else. Their support pool has been super small as well. You're almost getting Nautilus every Nautilus literally almost every game. And for Xiaohu, it's so strange how much he has been going towards the likes of the Corgis. Like, sure, I mean, it was the most broken pick on the patch. I get it, but I feel like Xiaohu just looks so much better on the Vexes, on his LeBlancs, his Rise. I feel like even though Orianna still kind of falls in that same pattern, always been an outstanding Orianna. So yeah, we'll kind of see how RNG go. I feel like I'm less skeptical of RNG than I am of, like, let's say EDG or LNG's problems that need to be fixed, though.
Yeah. And I think, like, I agree with you with the patch change, though. This is one of the teams I think is going to benefit, because with Corki out of the meta, you're going to get Xiaohu a more proactive picks. So, like, by default, Xiaohu will have more impact in the early stages. They can actually take these skirmishes. So I think this will be a team that does well on 12-4.
I hope we can clip this and when RNG only pick Corki still in the new patch. I'm gonna laugh. It's gonna be great.
Hey, we are notoriously wrong.
What?
Me and Dagda, we're like wrong.
No,
as
all of
possibly
us,
could be wrong.
honestly.
See, the problem is me and Lyric hold desperately onto each other. And we're going to bring Ox into this fold as well, where basically the three of us are going to sit there. We're going to be like, no, we are right, aren't we? Like, this is the way this plays. This is the way it's supposed to go. And we do this all the time, because when you watch the LPL, you know how something's supposed to go in your brain. You understand how that's supposed to work. And then the LPL happens, you're like, no, I am right. That is like 99.999% of the time.
I'm not egoing, I promise. I'm not egoing, I promise.
We have evidence now. All it took was one series of color casting for Hysterics to go literally insane.
He understood.
Yeah.
He understood. Just needed one glimpse into what the LPL
doesn't realize is
holds.
we've been insane for years. We're all broken. They have no idea.
You're all Bane of the LPL. You're all just molded by it. You're born in it. But that was our top 5 conversation. Got to talk about, the major teams, the major players right now. But I got to talk about the would-be major players now, because my next conversation has to be, for both you guys, a question that is directed at who is making the move going into the playoffs? Who is using these last couple weeks so well that they can cement themselves into that top 10 position? I'm going to start with mine so you guys can recollect your thoughts, because mine's not going to have any analysis behind it, because I go with my gut, baby. And I am saying it is going to be Ultra Prime. I know you were saying earlier in the patch discussion that this patch can heavily benefit them. Well, I think their play heavily benefits them, and I think that, with the schedule coming up, they'll be able to kind of push themselves into at least the 10th spot. I'm not saying any higher than that, but I will say 10. All right? That's what I got.
This is really
That's
hard.
what I got.
I'm the one thing I want to say is just in standings. I think V5 are going to come in first. The reason I think that is their schedule is insanely easy. JDG, Ultra Prime, they have BLG in there, but anyone's Legend, TT, and FPX. I mean, I don't see it. Maybe like the BLG series, they'll struggle, but even then, I think they just have a nice little ramp in. Even if they drop one, I think Weibo's schedule is a little bit tougher, and I could see them maybe dropping 2. But I think, again, the game difference starts to even up, and I think V5 take them. As to who's going to make it into playoffs, that is really hard.
Who's breaking now?
I really want IG. I just really, really want IG, but I don't think we're going to get them. Especially after they just lost to LGD. I think that's out the window. And I think even then, if you have a best of 5 against IG, I think IG gets slapped. I think if this is a team where you're able to like just prep for over a best of 5 series, I don't see them getting out of it. So I think then it comes down to like FPX or Ultra Prime. But again, I think FPX have a pretty insane schedule, like BLG, OMG, V5, IG is in there as well. Like that doesn't exactly seem the easiest of opponents. So I don't know, maybe it is an Ultra Prime angle. I mean, they've got
Ultra
TT,
Prime.
they've got Rare Atom. I don't know. I mean, honestly, I think if it just stays as is, I'm pretty happy where it's like OMG, Rare Atom, JDG at the bottom. Like, honestly, I think that could be the way that it just stays.
So, I think it will either be FPX or IG. And I've just been looking at schedules the whole time.
Trying to make sure you're right.
Well, I mean, right, when we have conversations like this, it pretty much just comes down to who's playing who. For OMG, their schedule isn't like too hard, right? Because I feel like realistically, as long as they can get up to 7 wins, they're feeling decent, which they play RA and FPX. I don't think either of those teams is easy, and I kind of expect OMG to lose to both. I think OMG have looked like one of the most kind of dead in the water teams, which is weird considering FPX are actually on more of a loss streak than OMG, but I at least feel like FPX is one strength is OMG's biggest weakness, so I think FPX should be able to best them. But I feel like, even though I said between IG or FPX, I think I'm gonna lean to IG.
Ooh.
IG play anyone's Legend. They play WE and they play FPX. I think those are the 3 winnable series. They should lose to top. They should lose to Weibo. But even with their loss to LGD, I feel like IG have been maybe our most can put up a fight against anyone. Can also lose to teams under us team this split as we've seen them evolve. So I really like the way they play. They were another team we hit on in terms of that the meta might help them out with how aggressively and willing to roam that Yukai has been. I still really like how Shun plays the game. And I think overall, I look at the other 3 teams they're in contention with, right? Because it's Ultra Prime, FPX, and OMG. And I just feel less sold on those 3 teams than I do of IG.
I was about to say, what about LGD? They have a game in hand. Maybe they could win. And then I looked at their schedule.
Yeah.
Well, they just lost 1 game to EDG as we're talking.
No.
Weibo, RNG,
No.
LNG,
All top
Esports,
teams. All top
BLG.
teams.
I was just
No.
like, all right, LGD, sorry. But
Might as well start training for the off season. I don't know.
Look, if they do it, they're winning MSI. They're going for this.
They're our champions. Just go ahead and send them the trophy right now.
I'm actually going to lean the opposite side of the fence to you. I actually think FPX could do it. I think BLG, I don't see them winning, but WE, I could see them beating OMG. And honestly, I think it is going to end up coming down to FPX versus IG. Like, that one is in our final week.
That's gonna be
that game, I feel like, is going to decide who actually gets into playoffs. And I agree. I think looking at OMG's schedule, I just don't know if they're going to stay there. I'd be kind of surprised if they pick up, I can see them picking up 1 win. I don't see them picking up more than 2.
Yeah.
And then in that case, FPX and IG could definitely try and catch them.
Yeah, it's the end of the season fights are always so interesting, especially because we have such a big league. There's usually always that huge chunk who's fighting for that last spot, the last couple spots. So I always love that conversation. Thank you guys for kind of giving me your insight. But if you pardon me for a moment, give me just a second. I'm gonna call LPL really quick. Hold on. Hello LPL. Yes. Can I get a pause to the
I'm not gonna lie, he had his
power
alarm showing on his
rankings
phone. when he did
statistics
it.
going? Okay, cool. You're gonna pause it. Okay, perfect. All right, guys. I bought you 5 minutes. Shut up! I bought you 5 minutes for you guys to change your power rankings. All right, we're gonna go with the number 1 here. I want you guys to tell me what it was before, and then if you guys want to swap sides, if you want to take off that jersey,
so
maybe.
I don't even
There
remember
has
what
to be
power
a,
ranking
there
was.
has to be a
What?
speculation to this, right? Is this regular season finish, or is this who's winning playoffs? Because I think those are
Who's
two
winning
very different
playoffs?
conversations. Okay.
If you didn't say who's winning playoffs in your original power rankings, then what kind of power rankings you making, Dak? You gotta go all the way,
just wanted
man.
to clarify. That's
I don't
all.
even remember making a power ranking. We did power rankings?
Wow.
I think we did for. Were you on Bevies with us? I think we did at that stage, but
Well, too bad, Lyric. You're gonna have to come up with something off the top of your head. Dak, what was your number 1 team coming in the
so
spring?
it was EDG. I still felt that they were in a really
Okay.
good spot. I thought that World's debuff does exist, but I thought that with the way that EDG were shaping up, I still thought their team fighting was excellent. I still thought like they would have the debuff, get themselves back together, and be all set. But I don't know if that's the case anymore. It feels a little bit.
You're jumping
unfortunate.
ship just like that?
Yeah.
The world champions no
I'm
longer?
not gonna lie. I'm ready to join my boy Lyric. I'm gonna go with V5.
Oh,
I think
no.
V5. They look absolutely insane.
Oh, no. Can we cut the tape? Cut the tape before he gets back.
We're putting it on. We're putting it on over the RG jersey. It's gonna look
Over the RG.
it's
Wow.
gonna
I hope
look
RNG
ridiculous.
sees
It's-
that.
You know what? You know what? Rob's on board, and if Rob's on board, that means we're going all in. We're going all in.
Man,
I'm with-
RNG
I'm
would
with
be
V5
disgusted.
as well. Well, you know what? RNG doesn't matter right now. What matters is this V5 jersey. Oh wait, I'm wearing a headset.
Oh no! Okay.
Don't worry.
I
guys.
wasn't gonna say anything. I was just hoping that would go
I-
terribly. for
Yeah,
you.
exactly. It's for the memes.
But look, I gotta say, I
Look
think
how
V5 look
beautiful it
nuts.
is.
I think their bot lane is probably like top 3 in the league. Top 3 in the league for me. Honestly, I think they look absolutely insane. I suppose this is where I should clarify. I don't think they look like insane in lane. I think when they get to team fights, Photic and PP God look pretty nuts. Photic in particular kind of carrying that mantle a lot. I think Karsa moving into a meta that suits him. Rookie, absolute monster, and again moving into a meta that suits him. And for some reason, Rich has 13 solo kills, has the most solo kills in the league. So, I mean, how do you argue against that kind of stats? So,
You're jumping off the EDG ship.
yeah, I think
Dagda.
V5,
All right.
I think they're going the distance. I really think that this is a
All
team
right.
that's going from strength to strength and improving as the split goes on. And, I mean, they deserve the scoreline that they have.
And now we got to listen to Lyric go on about V5. Let's hear it.
So I'm actually
Go
not. I'm
ahead.
actually not going to go into V5. I'm going to guess.
Wow.
I'm going to guess who I had first at the beginning of the split. I assume I had RNG. That's my best guess.
I think you did. I remember
think
you saying
I
that.
think
to
I had
me.
RNG if I remember correctly, just because I remember we talked about it on an earlier episode, right? Higher skill ceiling was the mindset that I came in with this RNG roster. But when I look at our teams right now, I'll be honest. I'm not convinced with any of them. I have no idea who will win. I have no hard-hitting analysis. I
Highbrow Lyric.
expect all of these teams to look very different once we hit playoffs. And since I have no smart brain words to add, we're going with the heart and we're going with the shirt. V5 will win
V5.
because look.
Wow.
Look.
Shocker.
Did you
Look,
not just say,
shocker.
I'm not going with V5?
I'm not going
I'm
with
going
V5,
RNG.
but I'm going to go
to
with
wrap
V5.
back around to go with V5. Yeah.
No, I
God,
said
this is
no. I said
despicable.
I went with V5 at the start of the split. I'm RNG at the start of the split. I'm not going with RNG
Oh,
anymore.
okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I think-
Whatever you say. Whatever
No,
you
it's
say.
literally what I said. You asked who we started the split off with. Mine was RNG, I think.
Yeah. I now that you say it, I
Okay,
think you were
so-
right, but yeah.
Yeah.
So we have 2 V5ers. All right. I understand that. So much analysis going into that, even if you think there wasn't Lyric. My number one at the very top of the split was
Ultra Prime.
BLG. No, it wasn't Ultra Prime, unfortunately. They are 16th in my list. But it was BLG. I know I gave you guys a bunch of crap, but it's V5 all day, baby. It's V5. We on the V5 train. We're going V5 all day. Oh, it's gonna be great. V5 supremacy, rookie supremacy, Karsa supremacy. That again, I'm just gonna keep saying it until like one day, like 25 years in the future, I'm gonna be right. Carson rookie will be one of the deadliest duos to ever be in the LPL together. I cannot wait to see the rest of this split with these two and into the playoffs.
I just want to make sure I am, sitting on the fence so I don't get flamed. That I have no idea who's gonna win. Again, there's no strong favorite. If V5 don't win, Weibo
Did you not
fans,
go to the fortune teller? I thought they told you.
Yeah, like why do you even have that jersey on?
Hey,
honestly, I'm through with you, Lyric. I'm done with you.
No, if anything, I'm done with you guys because it's easy to support V5 now. I supported V5. I was there. I was there since the start. I was there since day. I was a V5 fan before I was even casting the LPL. 2019, Windy and Mole. Woo-hoo-hoo.
See, this is where you're a fool, Lyric. I've big brained this. I know we suck at predictions, and whoever we say is going to win isn't going to win. So my RNG is going strong here. We have cursed them.
And especially when we all go
Weibo.
for the same one. Every time we all...
Weibo is winning.
Dude, every time we all vote for the same team, they
I'm
always
taking
lose.
off the jersey. The jersey's gone. Actually, I'm not going to take off the jersey. I love the jersey.
All right. Lyric and Dagda, it was an absolute pleasure to have you guys here for another episode of The Last Hit. As always, thank you guys for joining me. It has been a wonderful episode, and it has been a long night here on the 2nd of March. But find us in the same place, same time next week, as we'll be right back to it here at The Last Hit. So see you there.
Running in circles, waiting for the moment to come. There's no rehearsal when you want to reach the stars. I lift my head up and hit resume. Get me away from the waiting room, 'cause we were born to achieve our dreams. So just fire away, fire away. Well, do you feel it getting closer? I know each day we're growing stronger. Well, do you feel it getting closer? My eyes on the glow, the game is on. 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 I feel I'm on the edge, testing my own limits. It's taking me to the top. I'm taking action, okay, here we go. Well, do you feel it getting closer? I know each day we're growing stronger. Well, do you feel it getting closer? My eyes on the glow, the game is on.
他们说要跟着那阵风去征服每一座巅峰，然后呢？巅峰之后是什么？他们将我捧上云巅，以让我从头来过。 回来的，我一意孤行。要让我折服的，我踏入光明；让我无路可走的，使我去吧。反要让他们畏缩。他们一直说个不停，因为他们害怕洪水猛兽。那就比猛兽更凶猛，比洪水更滔天。是将到来的，终会成苦；汹涌而起的，终会证明。既然暴风将至，那就去把那些不服的、不屈的、不可磨灭的、非赢不可的，通通化成风。这里是我们，我们就是风暴。
Welcome back, everyone. We are here after our dark day, week number 7, day number 5, and I am Mazel, joined by Dagda. I'm so excited we get to kick back off the LPL, get some action under our belts, and get right back to the season at hand, Dagda.
Yeah, and I don't know what's going on, Mazel. We have some random bangers to start off, at least a very early Friday morning for me. It's a good start to the weekend here, you know?
You know, we had to get you up early, so we had to make sure the games are good. Come on, they go hand in hand.
That is fair.
Let's go ahead and bring up the standings here for the LPL. As we did have that dark day, I want to go ahead and catch us on up to what we have aspiring here in the LPL. Again, that number 10 spot is the sweet spot for the playoffs, and as we get closer and closer to that point, the fights are going to get a little bit more bloody down here.
And of course, OMG has to be the gatekeepers. That is
Absolutely,
the right
that's
calling.
just
It is
tradition.
what they always have to be. Yeah, oh my gatekeepers. V5 as well, taking that first spot, going in with 9-1. Weibo slipping, ended up losing that series to RNG, and now sitting at 9-2, which means V5 taking just that sole position of first place. But there are a lot of teams on their heels.
Got a lot of clumps there in the 10-3 spot in the rankings, but it's definitely fun as we have just a few weeks left to kind of see everybody fighting it out. Still seeing some big names there at the bottom of the table you don't want to see there, but we got to talk about today's matches because, as you said, we got a random banger up first. V5 versus JDG. See if JDG can put a halt on the V5 train here. TT taking on LNG, trying to pick up their third win of the season itself, and LNG trying to stop that 4-game losing streak they would be on if they do go down. And then we have FPX versus BLG, opposite in the standings, but still a very, very tough clash for BLG and FPX respectively.
Yeah, and I think for FPX, still trying to see if this team can prove how high they belong in the standings. Because certainly would like to see FPX in playoffs, but it isn't looking so hot for them at the moment. We'll have to see if they can take down BLG and kind of make things a little bit easier for themselves.
Yeah, you'd hope they can get the fire reborn for the Phoenix, as it has been a little bit of a rough year. Definitely looking at Clid to be able to pick things up in the jungle. But we got to talk about today's matchups. We got a bang arena. We got V5 versus JDG coming up first. And specifically talking about V5, it is literal night and day, Dagda. They went out in the offseason. They went and got a team they can be proud of. And here they are showing up for it. Top of the LPL standings in spring so far.
Yeah, I mean, V5... this team excites me. Like, the fact that this could be their highest placement ever is absolutely insane. But it's been a bit of a roller coaster time since they joined this league in 2019. But here we are with them in sole position of first place in 9-1. And look at the rest of their schedule. Like, they have kind of a tough game here against JDG. I mean, you expect them to beat Ultra Prime, anyone's legend, TT. Imagine they'd be able to beat FPX, but again, kind of another game that's a bit dubious. And I mean, their toughest opponent is BLG, but when they've only dropped a single series thus far, it makes it very hard to doubt that V5 will finish first in our league. This is looking like the best team in the LPL right now, and a team that has gone from strength to strength. Like, you look down towards their bottom lane, Photic and PP God have been absolutely magnificent, really stepping up and kind of avoiding a lot of the coin flips that we saw earlier on in the split. You have Rich, who I don't know what the hell happened. This guy came across from the LCK, was like, hey, this dude has a bit of a weak lady face, don't expect much from him. He now has the most solo kills in the LPL, you know, just casually coming in and taking that award for himself. And then you look towards Carson, Rookie. The two guys are back. Like,
Yeah.
these guys look absolutely unstoppable. And we talk about them every time V5 play. Like, they are the core to what Victory 5 want to do.
When you can control how the enemy team wants to play the game, you know you're good. And that's just what V5 do, especially that mid-jungle duo. But talking a little bit more about V5, a key piece to their scrappiness and their structure to these wins they've had is just getting a little bit of picking done. Huh, Dagda?
Yeah, they are the pick kings of the LPL, and you'll see it here, right? They are so good at using their mid-jungle to start to push in onto the enemy side of the jungle, get some vision control down, and start looking for these picks. And they are more than happy to try and blow some of these big ultimates from Rookie and stuff just to make that one pick. And even look at the champions that we see picked a lot of the time by this squad. The Lee Sins, the Jarvins, Threshes, Nautilus, all excellent at finding these picks in the enemy side of the jungle. And that's why you can see, like, their team kill participation isn't super high, because oftentimes they are finding a ton of these just one-off solo kills or isolated kills in the enemy jungle. But those isolated kills are insanely high. First in the league on that stat, because they're so good at just finding these moments to evade and find the enemy off guard.
And it's not just in the mid game, it's not in the late game, it's not in the early game, it's all the game, right? It's not even a single moment. It's just always catching enemy teams in transition, catching them when they're not thinking. It happens so often that it's just become a consistent part to V5's victory.
Yeah, and I think so much of that is how well Rookie and Karsa work together, right? Being able to get control for Rookie. Oftentimes Rookie getting the counter pick in mid, or, you know, red side third pick, and they ban away good answers into him. He gets control of the lane. He starts to be able to play in towards with Karsa, and they're just so good at finding those windows of opportunity, especially as we kind of know the playstyle for Karsa, right? He's happy to give up a couple of those roams into the enemy side, or sorry, give up his own camps so we can roam into the enemy side of the jungle, get that vision control down, and stop the opposition from able to do too much. So certainly this is something I'll be keeping my eyes out, especially against JDG here today.
Yeah, speaking of JDG themselves, you know, we're talking about the pick potential for V5. Well, the river is calling to JDG. They got to hope that the picks don't come into the river. You got to become one with the river if JDG want to come out alive.
Yeah, a huge amount of JDG's game plan revolves around controlling that river. The start of it is starting to go in towards that top side, so getting some early vision control for 369, playing towards him with the ganks, and making sure that he can be set up successfully in that scenario. Then they'll start to transition that down to the bot side river, where they start to look for that dragon. Looking at, you see that super high dragon percent for JDG. This has been part of their story since they honestly started in 2020, really kind of picking up steam with this roster. They've been making sure that they can play into that river, make sure they can get the dragon. And something that they've started to do even more consistently now is after playing towards 369 on the top side, they'll end up linking up with Missing in this bottom lane, and Kanavi in particular will start to roam into the opposite side jungle, start looking for these kind of picks and starting to look for these early skirmishes so that then they can fall back before the enemy team really gets established in that river and really gets established for dragon. We can see here a lot of their early fights end up revolving around trying to get these dragon souls or these early dragons across and using that as their win condition.
Yeah, giving up, you know, Rift Heralds and putting more focus towards the Dragon Pit, towards this early stacking, does work out in their favor, especially, you know, you see them kind of unfolding here, but it's the full committal that gets me, right? Like, we have seen recently teams in the LPL not heavily focusing on the Dragons, but JDG will continue to make this a win condition for themselves.
Yeah, and it makes it very difficult for you to try and have that same contest for it. Because you end up looking at 369 on the top side, getting really good pressure, thanks to the early game from Kanavi. It means that oftentimes 369 is drawing a lot of tension up towards that top end. Teams don't feel as comfortable as well going for these early rift shouts because they're like, well, you know, 369 has a good amount of control up here. Don't know if we're going to be able to, you know, get the solo lane push that we need to fall into river, have that numbers advantage. And then eventually you end up Kanavi moving with Missing to start looking for picks as well. So you end up in a really awkward position where it's kind of difficult for you to actually get control of either side of the map because of the pressure 369 has, because Missing is often working with Kanavi. So you have to be so careful, and especially for a team as we talk about, you know, Rookie and Karsa here for V5 trying to control that, you need to be very, very careful here that you're not losing out in that river vision control and more.
And we've put a lot of focus already on, Kanavi versus Karsa. How does this mid jungle kind of work out? But a secondary source of carry potential for both these teams is the bot lane, right? When you're looking at late game carries, when you're looking at that dragon scaling, stacking win condition, it's hope for JDG. And for Photic on V5, this guy has been lights out. You look at that series against LNG, the guy is popping off, but it's only one time, I guess, that LNG wanted to try something with light in their own way, but Photic just made the haters a little bit scared, I feel like. And Photic being, tied third in top KDA in the LPL has made a name for himself this split.
And it's really interesting, excuse me, sorry, because both these AD carries have very similar stories. You look towards Photic, who came in on top esports back in 2021 spring, got replaced by Jackie Love. We saw him paired up with Yanja. Really wasn't the most impressive of most impressive of entries into the LPL, and then end up being moved down into top esports challenger team, which is playing in the LDL. He then starts to make a name for himself in the LDL, comes back up to one of the main rosters on V5 and is looking absolutely exceptional. Very similar to the story of EDG Hope. Hope came in, looked a little bit better, I will say, on EDG, still stepping up as that late game carry for EDG back in 2020, but was once more relegated down to the LDL team. Again, started to do well in LDL, and now we see him back once more in JDG and being again that big late game carry. And that's where we look at both these guys, is in these late game fights, Hope versus Photic, those big late game carries like the Aphelioses and the Jinx. That's where we're going to see them pop up.
Speaking of the Aphelios and Jinx, 20 out of 23 games for Hope are on those two champions. No big deal. Yeah. But it gets so tense. It gets so exhilarating because when you get to these late game fights, those are who you're looking at, right? Like, there's so many moments, at least right now in the LPL, that the ADCs get the huge spotlight in those late game 5v5s. It's all about maneuvering. It's all about kiting. Who gets picked off first? And with these two coming in today, I can expect a lot in that direction if the games go late. But one thing in particular that V5 are good at is getting a lead early, forcing you to play to their style and making sure that Karsa can control the jungle. And that is what is so terrifying for Kanavi coming in.
Exactly. Making sure that you're able to, well, on Karsa's side, kind of keep tabs on Kanavi, because JDG's early game pretty much lives and dies by how Kanavi does. Kanavi's able to get these plays off towards 369, get him a solid lane matchup, then move that pressure down towards the bottom side. Like, usually you see Kanavi get like a kill or two when he's playing towards 369, and then it's about using the fact that he's got those extra resources to bully his way into the enemy jungle with missing, with Hope kind of being able to find the nice kind of timing window off of the lane state. And I think that's something that JDG, and something that Kelsey actually highlighted really well, is like how well JDG play off of their wave states inside lanes from 369 and Hope. An awful lot of that in the early stage is trying to play in towards that bot side jungle. So I'm going to be keeping my eyes peeled for that, especially when you're looking at the ability for V5 to play through Rookie and Karsa. It feels almost like you've got I mean, literally every base covered, but on opposite sides, right? You got the mid lane where V5 want to put their focus, side lanes where JDG want to put their focus. And I think it's going to be a really interesting style matchup to see who can get control where and how that can then feed itself into the rest of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be a lot of the early game pressure that matters so much. But I want to go back to something that you kind of highlighted earlier in the segment, and it is this top side, this top lane. Rich himself coming in for V5 and not being a slouch in his own right. And as you kind of mentioned earlier, smashing some of the LPL competition. Now he's going against 369, who has had some of that aggression, built into his nature, it feels like. And I feel like this top lane's going to be very volatile comparatively to a lot of other things we get right now in the meta.
I agree. And I think for Rich, it's kind of been a bit of growing pains for him to a certain extent. When he joined in initially, he had some great games, some not so hot games, but eventually kind of found his groove, and I think it was a bit of time kind of adjusting to the LPL playstyle and the aggression that we see coming across obviously from the LCK. But when you look at stats, like his CSD at 15 isn't sky high, right? He's only looking at the kind of a 2 CS lead. Look at his goal difference at 15. He's about 135. Like, it's not really anything to write home about. But it's when you look at those solo kills, that's where the big one comes in. Like the fact that he's got the most solo kills in the league. With 13 solo kills. That's what separates Rich, and he's been so good at finding these advantages, not so much in the first 50 minutes, but when we get to the later portion of the game, when he's operating through these side lanes, that's where Rich has really started to pop off.
It's going to be a very hotly contested one up there, and maybe this is where we see both these teams put a little bit of resources in the top side, since, you know, we can assure the late game kings of ADCs are going to be there as well. Can I also just say, before we get to picks and bans, Karsa is all smiles today. He is all laughter.
What is he not?
It is terrifying to me. So we'll see if we get any spicy picks. You know, the last time he was all giggly, we got the Skarna. We'll see if that happens again. But the Viego, the J spanned away by V5 on the blue side for this first game, and the Tahm Kench joining that table. JDG on the red side, as fits their color scheme, is the Lee Sin and the Zeri band.
I don't envy teams that have to go up against V5 in drafts, because like you look at the amount of champions that every single one of these players has played. Like you've got Rookie, who's played the most champions in the league, who is then followed up very quickly in second by Karsa, who's played the second most champions in the league. You look at each of the respective roles. Rich is tied third, Photic is tied second. Like they've played so many things, but we are in Gwen, locked in already by V5, and with the Jace banned away, we've seen this a lot more. But again, I think for 369, you just go back towards the Gnar. One of the things that we've seen a lot is like Gnar with Hullbreaker does very well. But I do prefer here going for your jungle matchup, going for your AD carry matchup, and making sure that then you can lock in that option third here for JDG. But something that you got to look at for V5, Karsa has been very happy to take his jungle pick in the second pick phase. So oftentimes you'll see V5 like take a top lane pick here for Rich, get him situated on something comfortable. Then they oftentimes end up actually taking their AD carry and the mid lane matchup for Rookie, which oftentimes ends up putting, as you can see for here, for JDG in a really uncomfortable spot, because it's like, hey, look, how do we want to play it out? So JDG are kind of going, hey, we'll match this here. We're going to go for our top lane pick here in the Kennen. So a pick that 369 has been playing a lot. And now we can kind of go, all right, if you try to go this funny business with Rookie taking mid laner here, we're actually going to be able to answer on this red side third pick. So nice read from JDG to kind of see where V5 oftentimes take the draft. But we're going to get Photic going towards the Aphelios. No real surprise there.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm surprised I haven't been getting more rebuttals from the analysts to getting mad about Aphelios and Jinx, but we'll see if that continues.
Look, I've accepted my
I've
fate.
accepted it. All right, cool. Nautilus is locked in for V5, so that'll set up their bottom lane, as well as the flexibility that Gwen has still in the meta right now. I want to highlight, though, JDG's last pick here. Still relying on a lot of comfort already. The first two picks, you know, most played champions for their respective players, and I want to see that continue for JDG if they're going to go up against V5.
I like this from JDG, though. It feels like they're going to be going towards some sort of team fighting composition. With the Kennen already locked in, you've now got Thresh to kind of keep that Jinx safe. Now you're going to be looking at like a strong front line that, well, not so much a strong front line. You've already got the Kennen there, but certainly things that can play in towards that team fighting style. And JDG, I'd love to see them go towards their jungle pick next and then go for mid lane bans. But we already talked about Rookie's Orianna being insanely strong, so they're just getting rid of things that can kind of pair well into this team fighting orientated style that B5 look like they're also eyeing up as well.
And so I guess that begs the question of, it's interesting to see V5 wait so long for Karsa's pick, but that's been typical, right? Waiting to see what Karsa can use to control the jungle in these kinds of matchups. Now, we did get a lot of focus in the mid lane from JDG in the second phase, as it was the Orianna and the Ahri, which has skyrocketed through priority here. And on the side of V5, they got rid of the J4 to take away some of the enableization from Kanavi, and we'll see what their last ban is gonna be, but you would expect it to be towards the solo lanes or the jungle.
I'm curious if they're eyeing up the Rise pick here. Zoe banned away as well. I think that's what JDG are angling for here, with the Orianna banned away, the Ahri as well, something that can match the roams. So again, Rise rising up in priority because he's so good in both those early roams that you're able to get, and that side lane pressure, with the team fight pressure that he brings as well. But Oregon, not really much that can kind of match that mid lane. And I also like that they've gone for the mid lane, because I kind of said, hey, look, maybe take your jungle, but Counterpick jungle for Kanavi can work out really well here because you know Karsa has been able to bring out some funky picks like the Skarner. So kind of going, hey, look, if you go for something that's a tank, I can go for a carry that's going to be free to farm up. But V5 now kind of rounding out their composition here with some super strong frontline action in both the Volibear and the Galio now to try and match the roams from Yagao. Straight up team fight on both sides here.
The first game of the LNG series with Rookie, his Galio was so scary, especially because it immediately gives an answer to Karsa's aggression if he gets caught in the jungle. I was expecting that in this draft to respond to the Rise, who will be mobile, who will be Yagao's tool to get into these side lanes and try to get something going for themselves. But this Trundle, last pick for JDG to combat the Volibear skirmishing.
And I actually love this pick from JDG because JDG right now, 3 winning lane matchups. They have push across the board, and Kanavi is free to just roam in and try and look for these early skirmishes with his team against Karsa. And this is not really where V5 are comfortable. And even when you look at like the late games team fight, the Trundle is going to provide so much peel for this Jinx and getting this team away from the back line that JDG have, because you're super short ranged on V5 side. So if you end up kind of going even or even slightly behind, it becomes very easy for this JDG team to kite back and make these team fights really uncomfortable. So honestly, I love what JDG have drafted here.
And I always find it so interesting the way that teams draft, because you tell the style that they're kind of going for. And in this one in particular, I would expect us not even to look at mid lane. It's going to be all about the side lanes, the plays of the jungle, how that all pans out, probably towards this top side of the map. But as we are kind of focusing on the bot lane, Photic and Hope, maybe we see an issue where we get those early ganks in bottom, try to get Hope ahead for JDG and withstand a lot of the pressure towards 369, even though we typically know Kanavi as wanting to focus towards that top side of the map. But we are getting ready for it. We are kicking off the super weekend here in week number 7 of the LPL. It's V5, the top team of the LPL, taking on JDG, who want to strike down the would-be Titans as we hit the rift for game number 1.
And for JDG, this is a game that they would love to be able to pick up. Now with JDG sitting in 8th place, 6 and 5, being able to strike down V5, show that they have righted the ship for themselves coming into spring. This would be a dominant performance for JDG, and I feel like they have the draft to do this. Yagao, good pressure in the mid lane. Great opportunity to play up towards 369 in this top side of the map. Set up this Kennen for success and continue to have this strong mouse in the team fights. Let Hope scale into the later portion of the game. You have a ton of safety here at Missing on this fresh. One of Missing's best champions as well. So honestly, it feels like everything is right here for JDG. And a lot of the onus is on V5 to try and dictate the pace of this early game. But when you have, losing priority pretty much across the board, it becomes very difficult to do that.
It absolutely does. I want to highlight the opposite side starts for both these jungles, as it was a leashless start for Kanavi. Full help for the bot lane for Karsa on the bottom side of the map. So we'll see what those pathings lead to. Looks like a full clear start for Karsa himself, at least full bot side clear. But it's, again, about the early aggression. Who takes hold in the jungle? Kanavi spotted out on a ward going to mid lane.
Yeah, this is really good warding from V5, because look at where both those wards are. The one that Kanavi's clearing, but also in that top lane tri-bush as well. They had a feeling that Kanavi was going to try and go for some sort of funny business, maybe even look for an invade onto the top side of Karsa off of, the double lane pressure that we already talked about for the solo lanes. But spotting that out means that now Kanavi's going to take a step back, a bit of wasted time, and Kanavi now pathing down towards his other solo camps, so he can just clear out red, blue, and Gromp, and it's kind of the easiest clear for the Trundle at this stage.
Yeah, the Trundle is still such an interesting pick to me, especially going into the Volibear, and again, not letting Karsa have the control that he always tries to strive for early on in the game, and be able to dictate the tempo of the jungle and how you can approach these objectives. Because as we said at the beginning, right, the Dragon focus is there for JDG. I expect Kanavi to be there on those timers, and if Karsa wants to answer that is the biggest remaining question.
Especially when you look at the mid and bot pressure that you can get, it becomes super easy for you to try and make that happen. Rookie overextended in the mid lane though, and Kanavi, he smells it.
He came for the other side, didn't work. Coming from this side, beautiful pillar, but he lands on the other side. Rookie's just too good.
Yeah, Rookie kind of hopping his way over that. Very close to getting caught out, but fortunately not able to make it happen. Again, though, it's about getting control for Yagao in this mid lane. But with so much attention paid by Karsa in towards the mid, Kanavi, you know, hasn't actually been farming up quite as much. You can see a bit of a gold or camp difference opening up for Karsa there, and he managed to get that topside camp as well in the scuttle, so kind of working out relatively all right for V5. Rookie absorbing a ton of that pressure early and making nothing happen for JDG.
Oh, the weave of the death sentence, and that's going to be first blood. The beautiful play backwards, and missing gets first blood for JDG. Don't think they can follow it up on PP God, but what a play from the bot lane.
And that's what we said, Missine's best champions are Thresh, but now mid.
Oh, now Rookie has to flash on the other side of the pillar as he gets caught out for the second time by Kanavi.
Yeah, you just hate when you've got the 1v2 lane, don't you? You know, Jungle's decided that this isn't actually fair. He wanted to play mid a little bit, but this here from Missing, great
What?
job. And this is one of the things. All right, so this is why it gets a little bit fun. Thresh's hitbox actually does lollipop. And the way that the hitboxes work on champions is that they're a square. The minion hitbox is a little bit smaller. So what, and a little bit kind of within the model. So oftentimes when you see these kind of weird hitbox moments, it's because you've got the lollipop effect from the Thresh hook, and you've got the champion square hitbox extends ever so slightly past. And that's why, like, especially, like, I play a lot of Thresh, I love it, but it's something that catch people out so often, is the fact that you can actually oftentimes kind of squeeze past the minions, use that lollipop effect, and the extended range on the corner of the hitbox of the champion to pick that off. So, just really nice job for Missing, and really good understanding of this champion. That's what we said, one of Missing's best champions, and honestly his best champion, in my opinion, is this Thresh. And you can see it already paying dividends for JD.
And the fact that he saved the Flay till after Photic's flash came out and just brought them back at like max range with the Flay, that was incredible. But we're keeping it moving here, and V5 are back in the bottom lane, Missing and Hope with their little bit of an advantage. Isn't going to find too much just yet. We do have a lot of bodies towards the bottom side as the Dragon has spawned. Expected JDG to be there, and Kanavi is there, but Karsa, realizing what could have been happening, was getting vision down there. Now they go mid and get Yagao's flash.
I mean, Yagao should still be alright. Rookie not having his own flash meant they couldn't really follow up on that, but Yagao able to escape away. And now, with level 6 hit, should be... Oh, Rookie, actually, that's not where you want to go.
That is not the direction you wanted. Kanavi was making his way there, but Rookie too quick on the back to his tower.
And now Rookie's got to step back. Yagao gets full prio mid. You've already got the push on bot lane as Hope and Missing have been able to do a wonderful job there. So now this is the Dragons that we're talking about for JDG. Started up already. And this is all about trying to power through this into that late game team fight. And that's JDG already getting off that well. Karsa trying to see if he can just steal away some of the camps and kind of make Kanavi a little bit uncomfortable. But I gotta say, this is a very different style from Kanavi. Traditionally, we see Kanavi end up kind of playing more of a carry-orientated style, where he's got like the Viegos and these kind of things. I mean, big Kindred player, I mean, a Silas player back in 2020. But that's not what we're seeing here. Kanavi's giving up his camps and playing almost the Karsa style against Karsa, which is super interesting to see.
This is terrifying, though. I believe Karsa's going to hit 6 off this Krub camp. Maybe it's going to be a little too... Oh, it's not enough. I thought he was so close. I was going to say the Stormbringer is going to be perfect. But the needlework, almost enough for Rich just to kill 369. Okay, Slicing Maelstrom used the stun connects. Rich in some trouble. Karsa eviscerates 369 for V5's first kill of the game.
And really nice job. But this is really weird to see, because honestly, this feels like the nameplates have been swapped, right? You end up with Karsa now playing towards the top side to help out Rich, and I mean, he does get the kill. Nice job from Rich to kind of soften up 369 before he went under that play. And now you've got at least Rich with a lot more pressure in this top side. And don't forget, this is the counter pick from 369. You usually are able to have a bit of an easier time against the Gwen, but because Kanavi has been putting so much attention in towards the mid lane, 369 has been set behind, and now Rich is getting control of this topside matchup. So for Kanavi, I think you need to start putting some more attention up towards this topside and making sure that this Gwen is going to run away and become a real nuisance in the side lane, because this matchup against the Kennen is good for the early to mid game laning phase, but when you get towards the later portion of the game, 369's pressure is going to be in the team fight. He really starts to lose out heavily in this side lane matchup.
All I'm saying is we have the possibility for a Hextech Rift, and there is a Kennen on the table. Those late game Slicing Maelstroms will not matter so much if you are super far behind, as long as you get a good flank. Getting 3v3 set up in the mid lane as V5 pull the trigger on it, get missing splash, but the Descendants connects, and now Rookie is way overextended. Rookie dies.
Nice attempt, but just more members of JDG there. Even the Realm Warp.
The taxi
to
service.
move Kanavi straight up. You know, it's like Cab is here, and we got to go straight forward. Really nice job from JDG, and honestly, this early game from JDG has been phenomenal. We talked about them having 3 winning lane matchups. They've been able to play through them super well. As you were able to get missing on their own first and mid. Yeah, Gao is putting a ton of pressure onto Rookie, so now Carson trying to help out, but Kanavi's just been picking up all these objectives off the different lanes that he has the comfort with, and V5 definitively on the back foot in this game.
And it's such an interesting position to be in for V5. Usually it's them taking advantage of the early game and keeping up the tempo itself, but as you had mentioned earlier, Kanavi playing more towards these lanes in the bottom side, towards the mid, trying to continue that early pressure that he found with the first blood, and it's been working out so far. But the thing is, I just have the utmost feeling that this is going to be a late game fight. This is going to be a 5v5 scaling matter, and it's going to be all about execution in the end, right? These early game scuffles, it can all go well. The objective focus from JDG has been there, but we see the inklings of the team fight starting to come through.
And remember what we said about those team fights. If JDG get a lead, it becomes really hard for V5 to operate in those fights. You're super short range. You've basically got to run at JDG, and that's not where you're comfortable. But V5 now moving up towards the top side. Rookie in place for that ult.
They know who they need to get ahead. Slicing Maelstrom comes in. The Stormbringer perfect, and the Wombo combo. Karsa gets his second kill.
And it's lights out for 369 as that tower goes out as well, thanks to that volley bear ultimate. Now JDG trying to answer in that mid lane. They've got Missing, who's roamed up from bot side, knowing that you're going to be perfectly safe. Here's Hope. And they've got
Predator.
that Rip Down. V5 making the play though.
Oh, the pillar, beautiful. Oh no, Rookie couldn't do anything there. Nice pillar from Kanavi. The charges will go off, and the tower loses 4 plates to JDG.
And great play from JDG. Again, Missing, phenomenal spot. Just sitting there with the Dark Passage ready in case V5 tried to answer. Gets ever safety.
God.
Might need it again though.
They got to be really careful. The Moonlight Vigil, the red and white, Missing getting oh so low. Missing gonna die. Depth charge used by PP God, and they have it. Splash from Hope gets him out of there. That was clutch, or he was gonna die.
Missing a bit unfortunate there, tries to go for the play, but not really respecting where V5 could be in the map, especially since they disappeared from that top side and rotated into mid. We're more than likely moving to bot. Just a misread on the map is that Missing falls. JDG still have hope here in that bottom lane though, with Kanavi just supporting his AD carry in case V5 go for a dive, but you're still looking at that gold. It's now equaling up here for V5 with a couple of these plays going.
And what I find so interesting is the duality of what we've seen out of the mid lane. Both members, you know, having that mobility out of the mid lane. The heroic entrance for Rookie, the Realm War for Yagao, but it's been Rookie who has been on the ball with the movements around the map, where Yagao has stayed a lot in the mid lane, had a lot of focus towards himself in the mid lane with Kanavi, but hasn't gotten to those side lanes just yet.
And some of that has been the pressure that Carson's been able to put mid. Burning that early flash makes it a little bit difficult for Yagao to play up in that lane, but the game plan from JDG is still on track. There's, yes, 369 has been set behind, but hope is huge. Like, look at the goal difference that he has over Photic right now. Then you look over at the dragons that have already been set up for JDG. We talked about this, about being their big win condition and being able to force these fights. And the thing for JDG is that even if 369 is losing, because you've still got a winning mid, you've still got the winning boss, it becomes very easy for you to set up vision control and prevent V5 from finding these flanks. And if Karsa is kind of running like front to back style of fight, it's much easier to peel him off from Hope. It makes it a lot easier for you to prevent the front line of Rich or Karsa getting into the fight and like allowing Rookie to have these big ultimates then. And then you can just play with your range advantage on the AD carry for JDG and try and win out the fights in that way. 369 honestly just plays appeal to him.
Gun and Photic actually want to go for it. They connect onto Missing. Missing is taking a ton of damage, and Photic gets the kill. Now the grabs him, locking up Hope, but Hope has rockets too. And now you got to be really careful as Rookie coming down. He's flashing. He's got the taunt. The Mega Death Rocket gets the kill. Hope trades it 1 for 1, and now Yagao trying to make it a 2 and 3 possibly if they can connect the damage. Yagao getting some AoE, but the rest of V5, or at least Karsa himself, shows up. Gal backs away.
Man, Rookie is making sure that V5 stay in this game. You called it earlier on this out. Like, it's actually nuts. The fact that he's been able to play off of his lane, like the lane party he really shouldn't have this well, is insane. TP now into the bot side where he doesn't even need the ult. He's just like, yeah, I'm gonna just walk. Or was it a TP?
No, he just ran
TP
with
back to
Predator.
mid and just walked down. Yeah, Predator the whole way down into the play. Really nice job here from Hope though to get at least one back. Photic forced to flash away. PP God isn't in position to block the
he
ult.
even dodged out of
And-
the way.
Yeah, and it's the fact that, like, Hope knew he was dead, so it was just like, right, swing it out on a wing of a prayer, see if we can get that kill. Managed to get it. Now Hope moving into the mid lane just as turret plates fall, so this mid lane tower will go away. First tower of the game going to Hope alongside Kanavi, and already Yagao taking his place in bot side, making sure that Rookie now will find it a little bit more difficult to make these plays into lanes because he's going to be situated on the bot side with less lane access for the Galio.
And this is where JDG's composition just feels unlocked, and they can roam together as a group. But this is
Here we
V5's
go.
play. This is what they want to do. Hope didn't get excited from the tower take. Rich is in there. They have connected onto Hope. The heroic entrance seals the deal, and Rich gets a kill. Stormbringer in. Kanavi is still there, but can't do anything to help Missing, and Missing goes down too. How do we get to a position like this? How does it always work out for V5?
This is why V5 are the best team in the LPL right now. They don't have the lane party that should. They're still making the plays happen. You think that they're starting to fall behind and falling out of the game, and then they make the plays happen again. Great TP coming through from Rich. And remember what we said, V5, we needed to see the flanks. That's how they set up for these team fights well. That was a perfect example of what we were talking about. 369 will get the tower on top side, but by God did V5 win out on that map play.
And you can see when it all comes together, we've seen little bits and pieces of it. The Wombo combos are actually there for this composition. We'll get the replay of that play, the TP behind starting it all off.
And look, it's just the perfect delivery here for the Galio. This is exactly what we were talking about. If anyone can get behind JDG, suddenly you get a ton of CC that can be delivered straight onto this Jinx in the back line. And she is the main source of damage. And with 369 unable to follow with no TP there, V5 outnumber them. Now V5 feeling comfortable to start looking for this Rift Herald on the top side, especially when they've got a push in top to play on mid. But third dragon is up in 45 seconds, so V5 kind of counting their the blessings here, going, right, do we want to try and force the play at the Rift Herald, or do we just wait for these ultimates to come back up in 30 seconds and look for the dragon? It feels like the dragon is the correct call here. See, especially as JDG start to prioritize more vision control up towards this top side. If V5 can get some vision control, maybe look for these flanks, especially when you look at the vision control that's already established on that bot side in the last play. You can see in the bot side jungle for JDG, a lot of blue wards are there, but Rookie's still caught.
Oh, Rookie's so caught. That's so many times that the pillar has stopped Rookie from getting away. He doesn't have heroic entrance yet. He's trying to buy time. The taunt connects, but he will just die. This is right before the dragon fight as well. But V5 are moving in. They're realm warping out from JDG to get into a better position to fight for this dragon. It's so crazy. The slicing maelstrom over the wall. He immediately pulls back, but here goes V5. Photic in the back. How are they winning this fight, Necta? They have Rich still and JDG firing off the Mega Death Rocket. Connects to Karsa, but Photic is still frontlining right now. Hope has finally joined the fight, and this changes things as JDG feeling a little bit cautious on their third dragon take as V5 are using the confidence they built up to keep the pressure on here. They are now in front of the dragon. They now have Karsa coming in with the smite available. Dragon resetting now as V5 trying to keep their health bars. And JDG, the confidence isn't there. They get pulled out of it. What a move. What a stud performance from V5.
What a mistake from 369. Like, you just have to wait. Hope is pushing mid. Wait for Hope to join you. You don't need to flash engage that. And 369 massively overextends and costs JDG the fight where you said it right. It was 4 versus 5. Rookie was dead. Look here. Hope is in mid lane. I mean, he's already been pushed and separated away from the fact that the V5 bot lane had shoved mid. You got the pick on Rookie. fantastic. Just play this slow. You don't need to pull the trigger as soon as you did. I love this from JDG. Great repositioning, but this from 369, I don't understand at all. Nobody there to follow up in the play. V5 are easily able to kite back. And look at where Hope is. Hope is still in the mid lane because he got separated by Photic and PP God. That play made no sense and cost JDG big time.
369 was looking for the highlight plays. He could see it in his dreams. The over-the-wall flash slicing Maelstrom taking the game. But it didn't happen because V5 are too quick. They're too clean and somehow find themselves at an even game here, even though it feels like we have said JDG's name so many times. Slicing Maelstrom now used by 369 in a desperation attempt to get away from Rich, but Rich has had so many solo kills and he's gonna add another one as Rich takes down 369. The Rift Herald fight is ensuing here. JDG have taken pole position. Here comes the TP Stormbringer by Karsa to separate them a little bit. Now Rich is here and Photic is on red-white. They have the entire team for V5 and they are dashing JDG out of the Rift Herald pit. Karsa gets the Herald itself, and it's JDG who realm warped to safety in the top lane, but is it really safety? They have Hope on the side. He's almost out of mana though, putting some shots into Photic himself. Karsa is here, doesn't have Stormbringer, but they want to force this fight. That sentence does not connect. Rookie going for the taunt. They are under towering for some reason, and V5 realized the error of their ways. No, they didn't because Yagao got the kill, and now Missing is stunned up but not taking any more damage. Yagao overextending himself, has to go golden. I am talking for a literal 3 minutes here, Dagda, but Photic finally gets the kill and survives. And V5 have taken JDG and made them play the game that they wanted.
Look, take a breather there, Mazel. Go look up some Benny Hill music and get ready to play, because god damn, that was a messy, sloppy fight on both sides with so many comedy of errors coming across on either side. But V5 do come out on top. I want to start looking at this in a couple of different ways, right? JDG should not start this up. You already have the TP available for the Gwen. You're outnumbered, right? As we start to move in here, though, JDG do a really good job of disengage. They actually managed to escape. You managed to get Yagao. Like, look at the position here. Oh, never mind.
No analysis, only fighting. As Rookie wanting to get away. Oh no, the dredge line didn't connect. He's slowly gonna burn down. Rookie's just not wanting to get one shot. There's the slicing Maelstrom. A lot of damage put back, but it's not enough. The Winds of War help PP God get the kill. Now JDG onto the Baron here, and I just don't get to stop because the carousel keeps on turning. The halfway down is the Baron. It's gonna be a huge turning point for JDG if they can pick this one up, but Karsa is right around the corner. Karsa has smite, and it forces JDG out of the pit and out of the bear.
Just like that, V5 able to push back
God,
JDG.
He got the scuttle cramp.
Yeah, very wary. Especially with Rook still on bot side, they might have been able to fight that, but just not feeling comfortable, not feeling like they're able to take these fights. Photic with 6 kills already. They are terrified of this Aphelios. And with that, JDG back off. Rift Tower takes mid tower, and this game went from being very well orchestrated on both sides, V5 taking a little bit of a lead, to getting pretty sloppy pretty quickly. There's been a lot of mistakes that are coming through. The top lane dive, Photic end up tanking tower, so V5 have to back away from that play. You have Missing flashing forward to get the kill on Photic, doesn't manage it. He ends up dying in that top lane play. Bot lane, we end up with PP God missing hooks and minions. Like, this game is getting crazy, Marcel. It needs to calm down.
No, it doesn't. Keep on going. 100% throttle. Let's go. First game of the day. I love it. I'm only here for one series, all right, Dag? I got to get all my energy out in some way. I got to be able to sleep tonight somehow as JDG utilizing the Hex Gates to get to their side of the map. But it's all about the setup for this Dragon. As I said earlier, JDG, they were hard focus on this drag. They even really wanted the last one, but it didn't work out for them, and now it feels like they're playing V5's game, and V5 have everything they could ever want in terms of tools, right? They're getting 2 item spikes, 2.5 items on their carries, and it means JDG just can't put up a fight for this. Oh my god,
they are.
Okay, I was gonna say, you got, don't take that one.
Oh no.
PP God catches out Kanavi though, and Kanavi's already dead to Rookie. What a tragedy, because now Yagao is out by himself. 369 on the edge. He has Slicing Maelstrom, but he can't do anything to help his team. And a second member of JDG will go down. Now, let's go ahead and make it a third, because PP God and Rich are on the flank to 369. Missing is there, but he can't take the Dark Passage. Look at all the wards. That's unfortunate. And again, JDG are dashed.
Ward diff coming in means that the top laner for JDG is now 0 and 6 for 369. V5 barreling through this mid lane to get over towards the Baron with Navi back up just now, though. Don't know if they want to try and fully commit to this. Could end up being a burger flip, but replay coming through. I don't know why JDG are here. Like, you've already lost the dragon. There is no need to contest this. I actually thought that JDG was starting to give up this because they're like, look, we are on even footing when it comes towards items with the Aphelios and the Jinx, but the Jinx stronger at 3 rather than the Aphelios, who was just stronger than the Jinx at 2. So like, hey, we'll just back it up. But JDG not in a position to commit. Even the TP coming through from 369 here. And as I say, you know, wards galore to stop 369 taking that Dark Passage, and they get another kill onto a V5 side. This for JDG, I'm starting to feel a little bit worried for them.
Yeah.
This was the game where I thought they had all the cards in their hand to make this game theirs. Early lane pressure across the board. Ability to play for dragons early, which they successfully did. Ability to play for team fights really well, which is not what they did. And now V5 looking in control, setting up vision around Baron, trying to make sure that once more they can keep going for these fights against JDG. And now, as 3 members strong, looking to constrict JDG's movement on the map.
And that's what V5 do so well. That's what Karsa does so well. And it's just crazy to me to see the adaptation in game for V5 and the focus for them here, as it was kind of a little bit fluid towards that early part of the game. But specifically, you know, it was these lanes who looked so good for JDG, but what is killing me is the miscoordination it seems that JDG are having. The fact that in that last fight that Yagao was going in on the bottom side, gets caught out, that 369 was on his own flank and got caught out. That coordination needs to pick up immediately for JDG if they have hope to take these team fights that we know are coming, right? These 5v5s are the essence of what this game is going to devolve into. It's just a question if JDG have what it takes at that moment to be able to pick up the fight.
It's so difficult for JDG to get those fights though. Remember what we said, flanks are key for V5. Well, with JDG lacking vision control in River, not able to gain access to the Baron area, it makes it a lot easier for V5 to find those flanks, get those wards, set up for TPs for Rich, for Rookie, to be able to follow up with that big ultimate. JDG, their opportunities in these games have been squandered, and now they're on the back foot. But if they can get these 3 items completed from Hope, if they are able to set up properly, maybe get Photic picked off at the start, that could be their way back into this game.
That's the hardest thing, though. You don't have any point-and-click CC, right? You have to be able to connect the Death Sentence on to Photic. You have to be able to get the, well, I guess you have the Prison, but are you going to be able to get in range of Photic with the composition they have around him, which is something we haven't seen thus far. And I think it's so crucial as we go into the next couple fights that are game-defining, right? If B5 win another fight, that's sole point for them, and they get to dictate the rest of it.
And especially when Photic is this large as well, like...
Yeah.
3 items now completed on the fellows. You try to dive him, he's going to be hitting back. And I mean, the only person that can really look towards is maybe 369 to look for a flank of his own, but it's so hard. I mean, 0-6, those Anyas and PP
So
God.
tanky. The depth charge out there. Rich already using the needlework as well. Moonlight Vigil hitting. Oh, there's the flank. I didn't even see him coming. But that is the exact turnaround we wanted. The triple kill immediately for 369. And it just takes one slicing Maelstrom to change the game.
You know, there's a few moments when you're a color caster when you just think, I am a prophet. And this is one of those moments where,
It's the Hex Rift, man.
You set it up perfectly. You know, maybe you can get 369 flanked, maybe you can do whatever, but I will say as well, big mistake from PP God, getting caught trying to get vision, and JDG working out beautifully there. Now that's the Baron for JDG, and just like that, this game turns around. Hope they're running after Karsa, but they're pretty good. But look at the Dragons, 10 seconds now. No Photic, no opportunity for V5 to try and hold on to this area of the map. And just like that, JDG get
Oh
Baron
my
and
god,
they
they're
get Dragon.
committing to it. They are actually going to commit to it, Dagda. Rich immediately running away because he realized he put a target on his back with that TP. The Dragon already going down. Carson nowhere even near to smite it away. Rich just goes in anyways. The needlework into the chokehold is huge. And Rookie coming in with the heroic interest to Everfrost. The connection on to Hope. Oh my goodness. We found ourselves in the same position again. Go ahead and throw those yakety sacks up for JDG because V5 are here to stay and they take the team fight.
It honestly feels like JDG, if they just stood and fought, would have been all right. Votic wasn't there, and you can see how much damage Hope is able to churn out even through the taunt. But now V5, they've gotten 2 Barons off the table, and they're pushing in for the base.
I can't believe they are the aggressors. That's something that I find so crazy about this game is it has literally just been confidence radiating out of V5 that has made the difference. That second dragon for them, it was confidence. Here, the Realm Warp, it's confident. No. But in all actuality, they are using their pressure so well. They are calling or not getting their bluffs called by JDG.
And this is something that Rookie was really good at when he was back on IG. Not so much 2021 IG, but 2020 IG, 2019 IG was really good at having these moments where you make that one mistake, we're going to bring it back. And we're going to go right the way back to one mistake that PP got made here. See, just trying to get vision control. Thought with the amount of pressure that was around him, he'd be all right. But this just gives the perfect flank
They walk
for
right into
369. And I like the fact that that ward existed behind you is kind of a big issue for V5 there. Like, that should have been cleared out. But here, I really do feel like JDG could have fought this. Like, if you set up Yagao frontline, Kanavi frontline, I know you don't have the ult for 369, but it just feels like, you know, Kanavi and Yagao going that bit too far to river. But here, just set up, like, Yagao in frontline, buy space for Hope. Hope, you can see, nearly kills Rookie. And with no Hollowed Mist on Rich, I believe, and also no needlework there, I believe Hope might have been able to follow through. He's also running Bloodline, so has a good amount of lifesteal in his kit already. There's with the assist and kills he's picked up, so I think maybe JDG could have fought that, but I think maybe not wanting to lose their Barons and trying to hold on to them might have just been the call.
Yeah, it does seem that way, and they were able to put up a defense towards that bottom side, at least saving the inhib tower. And now about 2.5 minutes on the timer for JDG to get the soul for themselves. Hextech Soul would do wonders for this squad. But look at this. This is going to do wonders. They are catching out Yagao, and they have the entire team of E5 here to back them up. Parsa tries to use the Stormbreaker to separate the distance. They are tanky individuals, but you got more numbers. You got bodies. Realm Warp goes only a short distance, and actually, JDG have made it out of this, and JDG are taking the mid base. They are taking the inhib as Hope and 369 are unstoppable there.
They even try to send out the rocket to stop the recalls, and JDG, they're
Oh my
playing
God.
V5 on the map.
No way. Karsa flashes over the thick part of the wall, getting out of there, but JDG almost catching them out. It's crazy, the back and forth in this game already. This is only game 1 of this best of 3.
And it looks super messy, but it is teams playing on the edge of what their composition is capable of doing. You can see there Kanavi playing with Yagao to get vision control on this top side to allow Yagao to push in. It's great to spread the love when you've got this Baron buff, and that's what JDG were doing. V5 were hoping to make that pick happen before JDG could really get in a position in mid lane, but they're just not able to lock them down. Kanavi and Yagao, as you called out, too tanky, take too long to go down, and even escaping gives Hope and 369 all the time they need to take that mid inhibitor. Now, a minute until the Dragon. V5 setting up the vision control that they need, setting up for the flank wards for Rich. You can see the pings going over to that one on bot side towards that Gromp. JDG need to clear this out before this Dragon spawns, so Rich doesn't get that angle of attack in behind him.
It is a bit terrifying. You see how important this objective is to both these teams. They are positioning way ahead of time just to make sure vision gain is down. V5 now taking priority in mid lane themselves, just keeping the bodies down towards the spot side as much as they can with that Dragon spawning in 40 seconds. The big thing is 369 pushing out this top side. Also has the TP available, also has the Hex Gates available. You've got to keep an eye out for the slicing nails from flanks.
I'm actually wondering if the call from JDG is to just give up this Dragon. It's a
They
risky
could.
one, but it might be what they're looking for. I saw a ton of pings going on to 369. 369 is good vision control. Yagao now to deal with Rich, but Yeah, Rich just going to back away. I think JDG are just going to give up this dragon. It is a very risky call because it will put B5 on soul point, will potentially lead to a soul for B5 if JDG can't contest the next one, but you could end up getting 2 inhibitors down and massively constrict B5 on the map.
Looks like the committal is going to be there from Rich to go back to base to answer 369's push, but as you had said, JDG letting this dragon fall, almost taking it with the Mega Death Rocket, but they will lose their bottom, or their top inhib rather, inhib tower, leaving the top and the mid inhibs exposed. Huge play opportunities for JDG if they can capitalize later on.
And it's a tough, but I think the right call for JDG. They didn't have vision control on the bottom side river or in their own jungle. B5 had already kind of pushed them back too far to really contest that vision. So a fear of, TP flanks from Rich being on it, just a good flank in general because he was positioned on that bot side, means that JDG are like, look, we'll potentially lose the fight and the game if this one goes wrong. So instead, they try to trade it on stop side, but it misses cost.
They found missing, and now it's a 4v5. The TP on the backside, though, that's 369. He has the slicing maelstrom, and they're in a pit.
They don't know.
It's like shooting fish in a barrel here if they can get the right setup, but they can't get caught, and that's just what happens. 369 is literally sitting there watching his team get destroyed as Rich actually comes up clutch with the big Mega Death Rocket, but it's not enough. Hope. It's just obliterating people. Winds of War has to get Rookie out of there. 369 is still sitting in the top side push. Oh my goodness.
They're waiting.
B5 going right back for it. This is the long con for JDG.
Exactly. They're trying to get 369 in position. Here he goes, Mazel. They're trying to do it.
He's connecting onto Karsa, but not onto Photic. He goes golden. Photic flashes onto Hope, and Hope goes down. Karsa is down. Photic still alive. The Baron. Who's it going to go to? It's V5, baby.
Oh my god, I was not ready for this banger to start off my day. This game is insane. V5. Photic flashing in, shutting down the whole Baron at 150 and 369 falls. V5 may have just taken the game with that play, but we'll see it here. Missing, getting caught out as he tries to get vision. The reverse PP got from earlier on. But remember what we said. Hope in these late game fights. This is his comfort zone. And you see it here. Playing so well. Realizes he can take the 1v1 against this late game Gwen. This is Hope playing with confidence. This is Hope showing why we were excited to see him coming back into the LPL for so long. And 369 trying to set up this play, holding on for so long. I thought this was it, but Photic having that key stopwatch. No chompers on Hope to keep him safe. And
oh my god!
Photic flashing straight over the wall to finish him. And again, 150 health on this Baron as 369. Just not able to get the damage. Rookie gold as well. Now we're back in. Push in mid. V5 looking to try and siege up with Baron.
Hope was not expecting that flash from Photic. And that is the difference maker here as V5 keep that pressure up. They are continuing to whittle down these side lanes. And you see a huge minion wave in the top side. Going to be catered into the tower by Rookie. They keep up the pressure in every single lane. They still have about 1 minute and 20 on the Baron buff here.
And they're just going to continue putting this pressure. As you said, 1.5 minutes until the Dragon means that P5 can get pressure and fall back towards that objective, making it really hard for JDG to contest, but they need to. The fight has to come through eventually because you're going to lose everything in your base here, JDG.
They've already lost the top inhib tower. Now they're working on the inhib itself. JDG putting up a strong defense here as well. Having the slicing maelstrom on 369 available, they can turn the team fight. But again, it's a situation where they're just letting things go out and they're not making any decisions to proactively deal with it. A big Moonlight Vigil takes about half the health bars of JDG, meaning the push in the mid lane is free. And another inhib will fall as in the mid lane it does.
And it's just about, as you say, push JDG back, deny them the ability to defend. And with the minute left until the Dragon, Photic's Moonlight Vigil is going to be up again. So just really smart timing by Photic on that one. Rookie gets the Baron reset. Brave man to make that play, but Void Staff picked up. Perfect reset timing. V5 looking for the TP in with Rookie.
TP God hitting the pillar there with the dredge line, not able to find the connection. But the beautiful thing about Rookie backing right there is he has the heroic entrance to join the fight as well, as he has TP'd in, and that is the setup for V5. It is getting the wombo combo off onto Hope, onto Yagao, and onto 369 as they're setting up Rookie on the side, Rich on the flank. They have found Rookie, but this opens up V5 to move into the choke right here as Rookie is getting tanked down here. He will die to Kanavi, and this is an excited Hope moving forward, but they still got to deal with the super minions in the mid lane. Missing almost just dies right there as well. The Realm Warp, that's a bait as Stormbringer comes through for Karsa, and V5 are trying to take the fight now. Nobody has touched Photic. Photic is AoEing everybody to death here, but Yagao locks him down. Hope on the side goes golden, missing, connecting the death sentence, but is it enough? Hope is still the main target here, and PP God goes down
to the
next.
base.
Karsa dies. Oh my God, they're gonna win the game. The TP going in. JDG are trying to get the backs off. The base is under turret, and JDG, they only have one to defend it. He does do so. It's an ace for JDG.
How did JDG do it? They managed to take the fight. The Realm Warp looks like it's going to be a disaster, but with that, 369 is able to get the monster ult up. He resets, and JDG have soul. JDG are just holding on in this game. My word, this is insane.
This will wake you up in the morning, Dagda, as it was all V5 trying to get something, trying to get the flanks, but Rookie getting focused down at first buys a lot of time. It's just the capitalization of JDG onto him.
2020 JDG are back. This is just amazing. You get this Realm Warp in, clutch Dark Passage from Hope here, managing to just get Hope into position, and then watch this hook. Photic gets caught out, but just barely by Missy's hook here again. The thresh from Missing coming up clutch takes down Photic. If PP God had taken that, if anyone had taken that, this would have been the fight for V5. There's too many low health bars, and JDG wouldn't have been able to defend the base. They wouldn't have been able to take Carson. They couldn't have stopped the soul going across. There was so many things on the line for JDG there, and Missing's hook sets up for Hope. There's late game team fights. This is why we highlighted the bot lane. This is why we highlighted these two AD carries. It comes down to how they operate, and just barely Photic gets caught out, and JDG can take the fight.
We are 40 minutes in, and this game has no chance of letting up anytime soon. The Elder Dragon in 4 minutes. We got Baron coming back on the table in 15 seconds. JDG getting a couple backs off, getting this top side pushing a little bit more, and we can expect another 5v5 around the Baron pit.
JDG, they need to find the control. They need to make sure they can stop flanks onto Hope. Good push for Yagao in that top side, making sure that they're not able to. Gwen sitting off the side lane. Rich will kill 369 if he can get onto him. That's why you're seeing Rich trying to sneak his way in onto the cannon. Ghost not up though, means he may not be able to chase him down, but that'll be up momentarily. E5 holding control of River makes it very difficult for JDG to just move in and contest. Good TP ward in the mid side River, to the River side of mid. On the top side to make sure that 369 can TP in with a potential flank. But V5 not feeling comfortable. Just seems they can bait some of these TPs out from JDG.
And remember, pick Kings RV5. One pick decides the game, Dagda. And if they can do so, if they can find it, that will be the difference maker. They're keeping Rookie down here just in case 369 wants to commit, because if they kill 369, they end the game. As the third inhib falls, to be double super minions. Taunt as Slicing Maelstrom immediately comes out. Yagao is here to save the day as Rookie backing out immediately. Rich using the needlework. The Baron fight still happening in the picture-in-picture as Kanavi and the rest of V5 are there. Realm Warp, just a bait TP now coming in from Rookie and from JDG, but V5 have already kicked off the fight. Photic is getting his first kill. He's looking at his second. Heroic interest coming in. Kanavi is bursted down. Stormbringer over the wall by Karsa. Hope able to put down some decent damage with the fish bones, but has to back away himself. He has no front line. Yagao has found Rich. Can he get the solo kill here? Rich making it out alive, but it's a Baron play by V5, and they will secure that objective.
369 had no ultimate. Oh,
If
I thought that
Karsa
had
was
stolen
there,
for a
that's
second.
stolen. If Karsa was at
sorry.
the Baron right there, that was it.
Oh, I thought that it stole it for a second, my heart. But the problem there for JDG was 369, the base defense had used the Maelstrom. Then when he TP'd into the play, he didn't have that big team fighting tool to use. So Hope trying to do the DPS, but way less threat from the cannon, whereas Rookie, you'll see, still had his own ultimate. So when he TP'd in, he's providing that big CC engage tool. Great flash forward from PP God here as well. Means that Hope is non-factor in the opening moments of this fight. Then you get the follow from Rookie that spreads out the fight once more. And there's just too many tools here for V5. 369 and TP, but not able to do anything. You can't threaten without the ultimate as the cannon. You're basically a poke tool, which isn't going to do anything when V5 have already started the fight.
The armories are fully online. We're missing a couple half items here or there, but it's all about execution. It's all about mechanics, and PP God needs to get out of here, or it will be an unmanned fight for the Elder Dragon. PP God trying to get out, but this is the Realm Warp from JDG. You go on the other side, PP God is dead, and now it's a 4v5.
The base!
V5
Look at the
has
base!
to get away, but yes! The base is still under focus, and Rich is into the base. The back from Yagao will complete, but they will lose their inhibs yet again as TP now utilized to make sure they can get back in time. Rookie of the top side, Yagao's only focus is to try to save this base at this point.
It's 2v1 though. They haven't reset. Now with JDG getting 369 back, and maybe the cutoff they can do is 35 seconds of the Dragon. Yagao flashes forward.
They're catching out Rich here, but Rookie is trying to save his top laner. JDG making their way here. Kanavi with the pillar. Connects there. Rookie. Everfrost does not. Death Sentence connects onto him. Now Rich is taking a 4v2, but the heroic entrance separates it, and it will be Rookie dying for Rich's life.
Rookie gives his life so Rich may live. But now 4 versus 5. Elder Dragon in 10 seconds. The base successfully defended for JDG. They can push out this bot wave. Someone has to stay with us. But you can still look for this fight. Hex Gate is going to be crucial in helping them get to the dragon. That's the benefit of having this map right now as just a tester. As it goes, the ultimate goes wide from Hope. Seeing if V5 had started it, but now JDG in position with 25 seconds onto Rookie. No way for him to get into this fight with both ult and TP down. Karsa has to hope for the miracle steal.
They're not in position for this. The Elder Dragon already halfway. King of Thieves has to make it happen here. Rich on the side. Elder Dragon can define it. He doesn't get it. The King of Thieves is denied. And now the Elder Dragon wings are there for JDG.
And they will be able to get back to the base. They're going to be able to defend this game 45 minutes in. I mean, Marcel, you had that stat at the start of the day. One of the longest games, the longest game is there for V5, and we might be about to break it. I don't want this game to end. This is nuts.
Tell the other, can we just keep this game going for the rest of the day for LPL? I think it's fine. We'll talk to the people and make sure. But JDG are not giving up without a tooth and nail fight.
No, this is so well orchestrated. Yagao flashing forward here. This is what just is such a massive thorn in V5 side. Rookie knows that, look, I'm dead anyway. Missing his hook there, he's going down. So just ults onto Rich to buy space for the Gwen to get out. I mean, good call from Rookie, but unfortunate that V5 were in that position to go to start with. They were trying to make the fancy plays to break open the base, knowing how low that Nexus turret is, get the pressure on JDG so they have to stay in their base, but they're not able to do so. Now again, Elder Dragon for JDG, pushing in this mid lane. They cannot be touched for the next little while. A minute left on this. JDG have 2 waves that they can play with in that time. Can V5 clear those waves?
And you can see V5 is looking for the base races. They are looking for the side lane. Rich
Stop
needs
the
to back away here. The TP being committed. Now this could be V5 moving it, but it's still the Elder buff for JDG. And you can see every single attempt. V5 are trying to get the backdoor flanks, the backdoor TPs, just trying to get out of this game.
But that's the thing. They've now got another TP from JDG. Though one wave down. This is the last wave that V5 can make the play with. And that's why V5 are now here. JDG en masse. This is our fight for the game, Mizel.
Hope is doing serious damage. JDG moving. They have about 20 seconds on the Elder Dragon, and they need to make it count. Striking when the iron is hot is so important, and JDG already get the Stormbreaker out of Karsa. They're looking at the last tower. They're looking at the Nexus now, and JDG know what they came for. They came for a 47.5-minute banger.
Holy JDG! In what was such a back and forth game. So much all over the map, whether it's a case of trying to take the fights, taking the early game, finding those dragons, and eventually JDG are able to take the win. That was incredible. What a game!
I like JDG taking down the top team in the LPL in a late game, full mechanic display from both sides. This is the dream. When we get to see full 5v5 fights that are live or die by every second, every minute decision, and the fact that JDG, the once big brains of the LPL, come out on top with the macro decisions, no matter if V5 tried over and over and over and over and over again to get the back doors, it didn't matter.
This was incredible. I mean, let's kind of start from the get-go again, because we saw that JDG had these 3 winning lanes that they should have been able to play through. Mistakes started to come through though, where they weren't actually able to, make the plays work. We saw 369 with some funky cannon ults like the flashboard at that 3rd dragon, where that could have been the easier road through for JDG, and that gave the control back to V5. That you can see in that go draft, a massive win in the V5 book, and that was where it looked like V5 were going to be able to take it over. But again, you just got that really good flank ward with 369 kind of redeeming himself, where he's able to find the pick onto Foe to get control back from JDG, and eventually we get to the stage where V5 know that they aren't really in a position to fight. They don't have the opportunity to get the flanks off. JDG are able to use their range. There's too much PL2s on JDG's side, so V5 are trying to play around the fact that Rich wins the 1v1 against 369, can maybe get Rookie to help him out, but they're just not able to do it. JDG eventually find those fights. They do such a good job of defending their base. Like, there are so many positions that V5 tried to push them into really hard decisions to make. Really tough decisions that if you make one misstep, that game is done. But JDG answered correctly every single step of the way and were able to find that win.
It's honestly incredible. That was just game number 1 of a full best of 3 that we have between these 2 teams. But it is the complete and opposite difference in V5 in this that we have not seen, right? The late game mistakes happening, some of the decision making not necessarily there, the picks not being fully frontal in the late game parts, and not being able to execute on the advantage that they had. That's something we can't say for V5 a lot of the time. And JDG, even though they were getting dragged into the V5 playstyle for a majority of that game, know where their eggs lied, and it was in the late game team fighting. It was all the hope in hope, and it was an incredible first game for JDG. We'll see if V5 can bring us back, bring us to 3 games, as we're going to send it to a little break, and we'll be right back.
TP's in early here to make sure that he's with the team. This is a team fight Fiora. Not usually ideal. It's a great bubble comes out from Scout. Actually cleansing super late on that one. Oh no! Viper is here. Kiss the ring, Top Esports. And now the rest of the follow-up Mako with a double play. It's too beautiful. Xiaosheng chasing them down. 1 by 1. Gets himself a double as Top Esports are just destroyed. Wendy's immune though, and Scout underneath the tower right now gets away on the dark passage. Oh, when she goes down, Wayward finished that one with the turret shot.
If you find momentum on this pick, you will just murder camps. And honestly, he's so focused on denying John. And this is something that we saw when Hecarim was really in the meta before, is that you can invade it. No flash, it is very vulnerable to things like this.
And, you know, shotgun historically does counter the horse, but it's going going to be a blast cone, and he's jumped into the rest of the team. Konami spies the blue buff. Shun has been found out. Missing soloing the blue buff, and Shun just flies into his own demise.
Munchables believes in Mojo, and B5 this game, look at this. Pure Mojo as Jin Jiao gets knocked up, Dredgeline, he flies through the sky, but with the movements, he's Photic in the range. Another auto attack needed, now turning for Eric, but Shadow shows up. No one else from B5 is going to be 2v3, but it might not matter. Eric getting auto attack to death, and Photic now launched on by Shadow. 3 talent strike with Wind becomes lightning, and Audacious charge to turn it around. They jump on Photic, but he gets the support. Eaten up by PP God. This 2v2, PP God and Photic. I see a triple P, and I absolutely love it.
Top esports approach, they can look to turn. They have to be really cautious though. They lost the last 50-50 in the previous game. They lose this one, it's doomed.
Nice shockwave is going to be where I'm looking. Wave with jumping in. Needleworks back up and available. Tien off the back. Don't burger flip it here. Cleared on the side. Sonic Wave hits in. Smite coming down. It's stolen. FPX 1 for 1 in the series with the Barons. They may take down 2 with them, but Baron goes over.
This is a really desperate situation for LNG. Can they take the Elder? It's smited away by Karsa, and now the Executes are going to be coming through. Flap those wings, baby, because the Elder Dragon is coming alive. LNG still in the fight, though. They can't take down PP God. They can't take down Photic, and it's all over. Photic is flashing forward. The Elder Dragon sweeps. The roar of death takes hold, and LNG lose game number 1. A pentakill for Photic.
I know time is gonna come when there'll be a witch hunt. We're gonna have to stand and fight, stay close and stay tight. One day this will all change. The world will be my stage.
mercy on my wicked soul. Nobody told me what makes right from wrong. Came from the shadow with an eagle eye, leaving all my thoughts and my fears behind. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from.
京东这个队伍啊，主要就是有我老队友九哥在嘛，就感觉他们还是围绕上半区在打，然后卡纳比也是一直都在上半区，然后比较帮他嘛，就感觉对上京东的话，我们上野对抗应该是比较关键的。想对九哥说小心点，我可能会多照顾你一下。
Arsa telling 369 he's gonna be taking care of him there, the top lane, but it was 369 who came out on top with JDG, the first game of this best of 3 series. Gotta give a huge shout out to Missing, who picks up our first MVP of the day, and rightfully so, as Fresh was on fire.
Yeah, Missing was an absolute monster in this game. This is by far and away Missing's best champion. Like overall in his career, 57% win rate and 75% kill participation. Going to be upping a little bit here with the 77% kill participation. The guy was unbelievable. Early game, setting up a ton of these hooks, actually setting up for the duo kills that we saw in that bot lane coming through for Hope and Missing. Then in team fights, the dark passages were on point. It was just beautiful to see from Hope, and even there, from Missing, and even there you can see like really good understanding of how to play the champion. Yeah. Like you can follow with the hook, the flash, as long as you like hold it that little bit longer, because the connection lasts longer than the CC. So just being able to follow up, pretty good understanding. And again, like these hooks in team fights, the lanterns in team fights, everything going so damn well.
Connection after connection with the hooks, and leading a lot of the engage that JDG needed as, you know, one of the main pieces of the engage. But it's that holistic team fight that came out from JDG that looked so darn good. And I love it because we were talking in the break, like everything we talked about seemed to come to fruition at some point in the game, and we had 47.5 minutes for it to be so. But in the end, it was the focus on the bottom laners. It was Vodic versus Hope, and who survives, who puts out the most damage. So I wonder if we get a little bit more of that going into game number 2 as JDG back on the red side, not gonna be changing it up this time. We'll see if Karsa can take care of 369 at all in his former teammate. So we'll see as V5 on the blue side, Viego, Jace, and Tahm Kench banned away. It is the Lee Sin, Zeri, and not the Caitlyn, because we don't have to ban that champion anymore here in the LPL. It's the Hecarim joining the ban table yet again. And we're getting a salty run back, at least so far. It will be the Gwen first pickup for V5.
Yeah, I mean, Rich looks super comfortable on this champion, and 369, despite the fact he had some big ultimates in the laning phase, in the teamfight phase, his laning phase, looking very uncomfortable with Karsa putting surprisingly a lot of pressure up there. You know, as he said, kind of visiting his old teammate a lot and making sure that 369 was uncomfortable. So we'll have to see if 369 has that same target on his back. This game, JDG run it back though. I love this. Jinx and Thresh, we saw how crucial it was every single fight all throughout the laning phase. We want to just make sure that they're going to be comfortable once more in this bot side.
And as an ADC player, like, I was so happy at the beginning of the split with all the focus on ADs.
You said it to us.
You know, I just no, I'm fine with Jinx versus Aphelios. I'm fine with the tag team. I'm fine. It's literally the salty run back for V5, at least at this point, for the first 3 picks that they've gotten for themselves. But we'll see if they adjust into the second phase, as apparently we're just going to stick to save. JDG feeling very confident in their composition they had for game number 1. I mean, it worked out for them. They took away the dub, but it was a tried process getting to that point, it feels like. As we go into the second phase, though, we do want to change up those priorities, but not changing up the bans, as we're sticking the same along the board. Orianna for JDG, J4 for V5.
And it was the Ari for JDG in that last one with the first pick Rise, and I wouldn't be surprised to see that once more. So maybe V5 decide to mix it up here instead, getting rid of the Rise, which honestly I think might be their best bet here.
They got rid of the Zoe last time.
Yeah, I think the Rise is the bigger ban. You could see how much they struggled with trying to like... Well, honestly, they didn't. I was going to say Rookie actually did a phenomenal job in the Galio in finding roaming windows, but it did mean there was a lot of pressure that had to be put mid, and there we go. They're going to ban away that Rise and give a bit of an easier time for Rookie in that mid lane. Yagao, we'll have to see what he decides to go towards. Victor has been a big one for him in that mid lane if they would like to go towards that. And yeah, I think just taking your jungler here and keeping your counter pick for mid is the best bet for Yagao.
And they take the volley bear away from Karsa, but we got to see the interactions last time around where we got a lot of the Trundle plays coming through for Kanavi himself and finding a lot of the pillars to make life difficult for V5. V5 themselves hovering that Skarner that Karsa picked up last time around, but that's more of a niche pick, and especially not in a composition like this. I feel like it'd be very difficult. They do go with the utility pick of the Xin Zhao and that Crescent Guard.
Over in the LeBlanc here as well, would give an incredibly strong mid jungle. The only issue that I have a lot of the times with going towards the LeBlanc is you've got the Gwen in the top lane, double AP laners, gives that little bit of an easier time to itemize against, but with no real tank on JDG's side, won't matter too much. So LeBlanc and Xin Zhao are going to see if they can tear up the rift in this second game of the day. We'll have to see what Yagao decides to answer with. I think the Victor or maybe something like the Galio would be really good, just in the ability to try and control fights a little bit, make it hard for the Sivelios to really have a nice time just with the zone control that a Victor or something along these lines could offer. And it looks like JDG agreed. They're kind of setting up for the big circle comps with both the Kennen, the OT from the Volley Bear, and also the Gravity Field from Victor being able to, and even the Box Hell to just control so many areas and where you can move in these fights.
See, what I love though is that we just have the battle of Venn diagrams on both sides. You have the Mist and the Crescent Guard. You've got the Slicing Maelstrom with the Gravity Field. Yeah, it's going to be perfect. It's going to be wonderful. Seeing these two compositions go together. But I want to get the breakdown here before we go into the game, because we are getting a slightly different flavor of V5 this time around, where it feels like that early lead they got last time can be utilized even harder and stronger.
Yeah, for V5, I actually think a lot of this will be trying to play through side lanes. Their team fight is good, but I definitely feel like, you know, getting Gwen ahead, definitely getting Rookie ahead in this LeBlanc is going to be the focus. Playing through this mid jungle in the early stages and then trying to operate in a 1-3-1 is going to make things a bit easier for you to set up, and gives a lot more control then for you if you can get that lead in towards finding picks and flanks, which is kind of what V5 are mostly going to be looking to do with this Xin Zhao, LeBlanc, Nautilus combo. Whereas when we look across at JDG, it's more of the same what we got in the last game. Big team fights, AoE CC, opting in to like have these late game carries with Yagao and Hope, and in particular a ton of backline clear. Like just get the hell off of the Jinx, get the hell off of the Victor. So much peel for this squad.
Well, we will see as it all comes down to this second game for V5. If they can bring us to 3 games, the dream of this series. As we started off the day with a 47.5-minute banger, we'll see if Game 2 can live up to the name. V5 versus JDG, Game 2 starting now.
Right in the bush. Not often we see a lot of pressure up on this top side, but Yagao just going to spot it out. I think V5 knows something's up. When there's 2 solo laners here, you know there's going to be more. Nobody wanting to kind of like break the treaty just yet.
So we do get that little bit of spiciness in the top lane. V5 coming in here a little bit later, but something I want to highlight and something I want to focus and see if we see different going into the second game. It feels like teams kind of switch sides last time around, especially in their early game focus, right? Karsa focusing up towards Rich, not a normal seat for V5 where he usually puts all of his eggs into the Rookie basket. And in game number 1 for Kanavi, it wasn't 369 the focus. As we saw Karsa saying, they love to focus its top side. It was Yagao who got the majority of Kanavi's attention in the mid lane. Now, if that continues, we'll see the game potentially play out the same way, but I would expect now that Karsa and Rookie are on this tag team duo of the LeBlanc and the Xin Zhao, we'll see a bit of a different play style.
I agree. It feels like V5 are going back to what made them so strong, which is playing through the strong mid jungle here. And for Kanavi, it was really interesting, as you say, to see him giving up farm, not something we traditionally see Kanavi do, to help out Yagao, especially like burn that early flash from the Galio to stop any sort of like pressure coming in from Rookie and Karsa towards that mid lane, towards the Rise. This time on the Victor though, Yagao is going to be perfectly happy to just try and farm this up. The big issue for Yagao is that he knows he's going to be under pressure. Whenever you see LeBlanc into this Victor matchup, Victor can actually do relatively well where he's able to use that Q, that shield, also opting usually in towards the domination tree to get the double Omnivamp runes, so then you can actually really go toe-to-toe against Rookie. Although this time he's actually opting in for the Biscuits instead of the Inspiration tree. This means that, as you can see, Rookie going to have a bit of a bigger advantage when it comes towards the initial trades. And Yagao going to be looking to use the TP and also the summon area to just try and trade a little bit from range. But Rookie at the moment doing a great job of closing that gap and getting these nice trades early.
And we did see same side start for both these junglers in this game, where that wasn't the same as we said for game number 1. So maybe in that difference of focus, we see both these guys going up towards the top side. As Kanavi already heading that way, as Rich's lane state, not in the best of terms, will be spotted out on a ward as he tries to make this gank though, and Rich backs away.
Kanavi just going to clear out that ward. It's one of the benefits of this Volley Bear. Insanely fast clear with the AoE passive, with the Storm Splitter as well, being able to provide that AoE shield, and it's super healthy as well because you've got life steal off of the second proc of the W and also the shield that comes through. So moving up towards the top side, but Rich will successfully get this pressure off, get that wave crash, especially with Rookie having control of the mid. You've now got to kind of see control as JDG onto your top side, which is why we're seeing Kanavi move back down towards the bot lane, where Hope and Missing are the ones in control.
Get the double thumbs up from V5. The synchronicity on the bot side between Kodak and PP God still alive there. We do have pings coming down towards this bottom side as Kanavi down this way to make his face shown. Will not be spotted out on the ward just yet, but going into the enemy jungle as Karsa himself, speak of the devil, coming out to his jungle of his own. So if we do get that early skirmishing we wanted, Rookie getting a ward down does spot out Kanavi.
I actually think that Kanavi going for the invade here isn't the best though, because there's one of the big advantages you can get in this Jinx versus Aphelios matchup is crashing fourth wave, resetting, getting a cull, and coming back just as this cannon minion right here on your screen connects. So it means it's really hard for Photic to push in. You don't actually get that because Hope had to stick around.
They actually get the engage. Death Sentence comes down. PP God trying to get out with the Dread line. Is this going to be first blood as Karsa comes in and Kanavi is duped? Kanavi is taken down, and first blood to V5. Flash forward from Photic. The Gravitum is connecting, but he can't find the damage to connect afterwards. Wind becomes lightning, and it's JDG making it out with just a little bit of wear.
And this is why I wanted to highlight that this is a really bad move from JDG. So not only do you get the definitive win that we just said of Hope resetting on fourth wave crash, getting Cull, and getting to start to accelerate herself, this Jinx, into the game, you also missed out on your reset timing for Kanavi. Karsa had already reset, had gotten the Ruby Crystal, had gotten that longsword, and was coming back onto the map. Kanavi hadn't, so he was weaker. And then, so in that fight, in a 3v3, you actually have a major advantage for V5, and Kanavi just thinking maybe he could get the kill before Karsa showed up, but Karsa doing a really good job of getting into position, and now, as well on that top side, 369 struggling again in this Gwen matchup. But see here, right, like Karsa reading this play beautifully. He's not going for Raptors, he's not trying to accelerate himself. This is the Karsa playstyle. Use the advantage that he picked up off the faster tempo reset to turn this play around in bot side. Make sure that JDG are safe, or sorry, that V5 are safe, and that JDG are punished for the mistakes that they make.
And the mistake punishing is something that V5 can capitalize on, right? As Lyric says, one of the scrappiest teams in the LPL are V5. They will fight you for everything you have. We saw the turnaround. The communication is definitely on point in that bottom side. It's actually Chaos Storm used by Yagao in the mid lane. I get some wave pushing, get this wave out of this precarious predicament that it's in.
And now again, we're gonna have to see what Navi can try and do on this top side.
And that's a bit of trouble for Rich, as the needlework actually healing a decent amount. Kanavi not quick enough on the trigger pull to get there in time. Now Karsa making his face showed, as it just feels like Karsa's shadowing Kanavi this whole time. Oh my god, the wind becomes lightning. Okay, it's not going to connect. 369 still watching his character. Okay, he's not caught shopping today.
was able to back away from that one. But this is one of the things that you see when you don't take the Predator on the Volley Bear. It can actually be a little bit tough to get into these engagements and like follow up on a lot of the fights, especially if you are worried about Karsa showing up and trying to trade back or counter gank. The press the attack does really well in like the 1v1 and the duels, which if Kanavi runs into Karsa in his jungle, phenomenal. But we're just not seeing that come to fruition just yet. Karsa's been controlling this jungle matchup thanks to that play in the bot side, and now Kanavi's on the back foot, and it becomes a lot more difficult to get these ganks off, lacking that Predator.
Karsa does find Kanavi doing the scuttle, as it will be secured. Bottom lane for V5 had priority, so they were moving first, but Kanavi gets in and out quickly enough to where it does not matter. Still do have a bit of a difference in this one. It is JDG not being able to put as much priority on the Dragon, or at least not freely giving over the Dragon is V5 this time around, as they have kept Karsa down towards this bot side of the map.
One of the things that I just wanted to highlight there, though, because we've seen a few times when Rookie's on his LeBlanc. Rookie's LeBlanc traditionally has been insane. Like, absolutely nuts. The guy is his skill shots look like they're just actually fun. Recently on the LeBlanc, though, Rookie has missed some crucial chains and has kind of made it a little bit like difficult for Karsa to set himself up to find these fights and kind of follow up on this mid lane play. So certainly want to see if Rookie's going to be a little bit better this time around. Missed one already, but I don't think it's too much to write home about, as V5 now moving across towards this Dragon. Yagao out of mana, Rookie coming fresh off of base, JDG have to see control.
I was hoping we were going to get this series iteration of the Rift Herald fights that we see every 8 minutes in every other series of the LPL, but this time it was going to be about dragons. But JDG say, nah, we don't need that first dragon. We know how much we like it, but it's okay. And V5 will secure that first neutral objective. But now I would expect all those eyes to go towards the top side of the map, as Rift Herald has been on the board for about 40 seconds. And we'll see who can claim that objectives themselves first to get that snowball going in one of these lanes, right? You're looking at V5. If they can get Rookie these plates in the mid lane, if they can get Photic these plates in the mid lane, rich themselves. And JDG need to try to get Yagao or Hope ahead here.
And I mean, for Yagao, again, I think he's totally fine to just farm up. You can see, without much jungle pressure, he's totally all right to just go tit for tat, scale into the late game, and he's going to be fine. No CS difference at all in that. I personally would like to see Kanavi trying to play towards 369 here, especially with Rift Herald up, getting pressure on that top side, maybe getting a pick onto Rich could lend itself towards you getting that Rift Herald, but you can see with Rookie having full control in mid, Karsa also just having more gold, better back timings, means it's very difficult for JDG to try and match the mid jungle. And now Karsa is starting up this Rift Herald. Reset coming through almost at the exact same time for the AD carries, but PP God got that quicker reset and is now in position for this fight.
Yes, everybody coming up this way will finally get our 5v5, but Kanavi face checks the bush and dies immediately. Crescent Guard utilized now by Karsa as the rest of JDG show up, but the Rift Herald just goes to V5, second neutral objective in a row.
And JDG just no communication. Should have been talking, hey, PP God has reset, PP God has first move, but they just don't do it, and that's why Kanavi wasn't really expecting PP God to just be sitting in the brush. So V5, numbers advantage, get the pick, get the play on towards the Rift Herald. Missing now, trying to establish vision control on this bot side as V5 start to teeter on back down with the success.
That was a little bit of a scary situation for Photic there, but given the thumbs up, realizing missing is there to try and kill him in the transition back down will not be so. But the Pick Kings come back alive here for V5. As again, huge way for them to find these leads that they love to get early on, and Karsa's already on his mythic item completion.
Yeah, Karsa's huge. Kanavi, though, trying to see if he can get some of that gold answered. Can't turn off the towers, but again, look at Karsa already moving down to this bot side. He doesn't care about where his camps are. He's just making sure that JDG can't get these leads, and now in a great spot once more to shut down the potential play from Kanavi.
And they could be looking to make a play of their own, right? They're setting up down here so long, and Kanavi clearing out his bottom side of the jungle will be around to answer just in case. The Rift Herald is on the board for Karsa, but it's PP God and Karsa who now go in for the aggressive invade, as Rookie had gotten priority in the mid lane as well.
And you can see what the game plan is from Rookie with his build path. not going towards that lost chapter, instead going straight for the blasting wand. He's all in burst, wants to see if he can have an impact in these skirmishes, but JDG want to take a fight in this mid. 369 is here.
He uses the Stormbringer to get away. The Death Sentence actually connects as well as the Flay. Mega Death Rocket connects onto Karsa himself. Karsa in some trouble here and will die himself. First kill to JDG. And on top of V5's overzealousness, JDG come alive.
And V5 couldn't follow up. They could see 369 was there, so they had to just back away. Rookie wasn't able to support him, and Karsa going that bit too far forward, not realizing that 369 was gone. Now, TP from 369 back up, or sorry, actually from the Gale back up towards this top side, as the rest of JDG looking to establish control over this river. 369 keeping his TP available in case they want to try and look for this dragon in a minute.
Ygal. This is not your normal area, Ygal. You gotta be careful because these jungle areas are very scary. And Rich finds the kill on to Ygal.
I mean, pick for V5 to get one at the Rift Tower, now another one on this top side. Really nice job to get Ygal. There was actually a nice setup here for JDG to look towards the dragon, but that's kind of out the window now. Kanavi, great ultimate there to make sure that he could deny the CC. And then again, Rookie can't follow up. He knows 369's there, but bottom left corner.
Carson just went in on that. What? Okay. Well, he connected the whip becomes lightning, and he just had to audaciously charge forward. Because that's just what we do. The tower did get charged, but it doesn't die. And Karsa dies for his second time in a row.
It looks like Karsa caught with his pants down. Thought that JDG were going to look at Dragon, right? That's what we've been saying. JDG are the Dragon team in the LPL, but not able to do so. Not able to kind of find that safety because JDG had actually denied the Dragon, gone towards top side, and were looking to protect the Rift Tower play. So really nice job here where Karsa just doesn't realize he's about to get caught.
A bit unfortunate there, as you see in the picture-in-picture, just everything coming together at the right time for JDG, and unfortunate for Karsa going down there. But still got the Rift Tower, still got the charge on the top side, so a little bit more pressure up that way. Something here, though, as we transition to this next dragon, will be the second dragon for V5 in a row.
At least that's a little victory. I mean, realistically, with V5 getting that tower top, getting dragon, and only giving over a kill, it kind of gives more over towards V5.
Yeah.
So even though JDG did, like, in theory, get the pick, kind of gives me a little bit more confidence for V5 in this game with the way things are going. There you can kind of open up Rich on these side lanes. Rich again beats 369 in the 1v1 once he gets towards an item and a half, and having that ghost available to chase down 369. So for this Kennen, your comfort is fights, but V5 are, again, as we said, going to be able to opt into these 1-3-1s, keep pressure on side lanes, deny JDG a lot of access to these fights, and make it tough for them to continue.
And just coming off that last game, right, like my eyes automatically go to Photic and Hope, but it's been so much about other pieces of the puzzle in this game so far. It's only 15 minutes in. Not a lot to say in that regard, but it still has been an obvious focus, kind of away from the kills going into the bot lane, all the blood down there towards the bot side. It's been a little bit more calculated, at least when they're approaching these fights. And P5 has completely changed the way they've approached this early game, right? They have been the ones prioritizing these dragons, making sure they know how JDG want to play, and they find counters to that as P5 Rookie try to find the kill Ygal under tower.
Close for Ygal, does get taken very, very low, and Rookie now starting to get control over this mid lane. 2 assists to his name, full Ludens completed. This guy hurts, and even the Dark Seal as well, so if he manages to get a couple of these kills, Snowball can certainly start. We'll have to see now the classic V5 play. Get the play on mid, now get vision control established on top side. This is exactly how V5 find those picks that get them their mid-game snowball. And we'll have to see if JDG are going to fall prey. Jesus.
Hope already used the Mega Death Rocket, he used the Gale Force, he used everything trying to get Photic. Now Photic uses his ulti back, and we'll see if PP God can connect. You have it, the picture-in-picture. Kanavi is just caught dead by Rookie, who adds a couple more stacks to the Dark Seal, and V5 coming out on top all over the map.
And we said this is the V5 Classic. Just get the vision, look for picks, and we said, JDG, you got to be aware of this, and Kanavi wasn't. He's now picked off again. 369 under tower against Rich. Rich now backing away as soon as Ygal shows up, but this is what V5 do best. Get those picks, get the control of side lanes, and again deny JDG good times in these team fights.
So rough when the V5 that we all know and love comes to bear and you're getting controlled on the map so heavily. Rookie is constantly out of his lane looking for the side lane plays, looking for the picks, as we have said, have been so crucial. And in this game, it's no different. We are seeing consistent picks from V5, and it is a lot more of that early game focus. Speaking of, this thing just has to go golden because he was about to die. Now you're getting a full 5v5 fight on the bot side. 369 with the slicing maelstrom. Mega Death Rocket on the back gets Hope the kill, but now it's got to be careful because Rich is in the house. Kanavi coming down with the damage, with the Stormbreaker, with the V5. Tance is dashed. Rich is trying to make something happen on Kanavi. He finds a double kill, but Yagao chasing him down. Yagao is overextended. Karsa going in now, but the death sentence connect from missing. They can't connect the damage, and Karsa is still alive.
Yagao!
Oh my God, it's a chaotic fight. Kanavi finishing it off. It is insanity, and JDG find their way back into it.
It's a bloodbath in that bottom lane as Kanavi, the sole recipient left standing, as Rich had to run for the hills. And just like that, yes, you get plays for JDG, but V5 answer back just as hard. And now in a position to get a good amount of damage on this mid lane turret. It's actually V5 who end up slightly ahead coming out of that play. But my God, JDG, they wanted to fight back in that plane. As we go into the replays, he said, call it out, Mazel, like the TP from 369, that flank ward, so crucial.
That's all that matters.
To setting up so much. But we may not actually get a replay because like 30 seconds now until the dragon.
Yeah.
And everything has been burned on both sides. Like, look at the amount of flashes that are down on B5. Like, Karsa, Rookie, Photic, Cleanse for Photic. We're looking across at JDG. You're only just about getting all of your ultimates back up, but, you know, summoner spells galore. Literally every single summoner spell for JDG burnt in that last fight.
Just gotta be really careful, though. B5 are looking to pounce on them, but they do have positioning in river here. As we said, JDG's comfort zone is this river, setting up around these objectives, but the priority in mid means a second chart will go off. The Rift Herald getting so much value there, and Hope almost just gets taken out by Rookie. As an extent, though, Kanavi has now engaged onto Rich, but this is a chokehold. This is a huge fight for V5 if they can take it. The Chaos Storm back, though. The AoE ultimates are available for JDG. They have Slicing Maelstrom still, and V5 decide that they can't take that team fight. They don't want to, and they give up the dragon at least just yet. Tarsa is still around here, but yeah, V5 back away, and will be JDG claiming their first neutral objective.
Kanavi actually playing Get Down, Mr. President, accidentally in that fight. PP God went for the flash hook, but Kanavi had already started the ultimate, so ends up tanking the hook that would have solidified Yagao's death, and Kanavi just about managing to deny, the CC for V5 means that V5 can't actually take that fight. So JDG, I mean, a miracle essentially coming in there to keep them in this game, get them another dragon and deny V5 that fight. I don't know if we'll get a replay of it because it wasn't the kill going across, but that was super clutch from Kanavi.
You're still seeing the iteration of JDG who wins team fights, who gets a big flank for 369 and damages everybody with Hope who's scaling. You can see that a potential in this game. But V5 are trying to cross those T's, dot those I's, make sure that they do not lose in the same fashion they did last game. They want to make sure these neutral objectives are theirs. They are in place for these fights. They're keeping priority around, and their decision-making isn't sporadic, as we kind of saw later into that last game.
But one of the guys that we highlighted was Rich in this top lane at the start of the day. Kind of saying, hey, look, this guy, the solo kill king in the LPL right now. Oh, never mind.
You don't get to talk because missing dies to the pick kings of V5.
Yeah, nice pick there, but this is what I wanted to point out. Rich is so fed on the side lane that you need people to deal with him, but was trying to wait on Rookie to get into position. Fortunately, Rich couldn't catch him. Should get this bot lane turret, though, off that reset. You can see that with Rookie being in the jungle, 369 can't really get to the point where he's happy to contest it. V5 now sieging up on both bot and in this mid lane. JDG defend the mid, but they lose bot. Rookie now TPing topside to keep this side lane pressure up, making sure they can push JDG back and continue to get this deep vision. and look for more of these picks.
And this gold lead is slowly but steadily increasing, right? We were at 3,000, we were at 4,000. Now we're circling around that 6,000 gold mark for V5. And it's been, oh my gosh, but they're gonna get stopped on his back. Nicely done from Hope, little BM there. But it has been a very steady trek to the top right now for V5 in this game. And it's a similar situation that we saw last game where they were getting those early leads. They were taking the advantage early on. But we went to 47.5 minutes last time around, and JDG were finding those team fights mid-game. This is where JDG need to turn that back on. They need to find a resurgence of that power they had for themselves in game number 1.
And they tried to do it actually with that rocket from Hope. Looked a little bit funky, but stopped the reset from Votic. Meant that Rookie had to transition down from top to cover the mid wave. And it meant that JDG were trying to see if they could make the dive, but now Kanavi, Nerdy getting caught there.
Oh, they have found Rich, though, slicing Maelstrom to kick off the fight, though. Rich healing up so heavily from the needlework, and Hope having used the Gale Force away. Rich goes down, and now Hope is excited. You get the TP committal, though, from Yagao as V5 take the mid lane.
But this is the kind of the overall play that came from that Hope from Rocket. Rookie has to move down to mid, so JDG are able to get side control. They have to do a mid push, which means they're able to collapse on Rich. And that's why Hope has been using these rockets, and we see a lot of Jinxes using these rockets as this tool to stop the tempo from V5. By those couple of extra seconds, that can be the difference maker. Now, you still got the tier 2 going down for Rich. Rich is still in a really good spot. V5 should be able to kind of continue on, but this is where, because JDG had the push in mid, stopped Votic from being able to contest the wave and mid, and gave Yagao the opportunity to move up top because they knew Rookie had to now move mid to hold the mid push. This is why JDG were able to move down to that bottom side. So this is the tiny things that JDG like to do that give them that side lane control, that give them that wave control, so they can get themselves back in the game.
All right, the setup is so crucial for this next fight. This is sole point for V5. JDG can give it up if they'd like to, and it looks like V5 are going to be moving in here first. But still, sole point to V5 is another terrifying prospect. Kanavi, he got playing a little bit of an aggressive game himself, but it's still setting up sole point for V5 gives them complete control that they've already pretty much had in this game for the rest of it. They can set up for the Dragon, they can try to pull the Baron, they can force JDG into their styles here. And we saw a little bit of that last game, especially around that early and mid game. But JDG weathered that storm. See if they can do it again this time.
They'll find Kanavi. Just going to be able to get a little bit of poking back away, though. V5 now.
They are
full
waiting.
Position here. Hope!
Flash depth charge onto Hope there. TP's now coming in. Slicing Maelstrom available for 369. Stormbringer utilized. They've already found one, though. Votic, main damage dealer. Crescent Guard coming out. Look at Rookie on the back. Gets stunned up, though. Meg Death Rocket going a little bit wide. It is a dicey fight, but it's one that JDG come out on top with.
Great flash from Yaga to keep himself safe. 369 still has flash, still has his ult, and still is still gonna Karsa.
Karsa forced the flash over the wall. Now Rich in some trouble. Rich played back. Rich is taking up a storm here, and Rich is taking a 1v5. Here comes Rookie on the back, though, with some damage himself. It is still V5 contesting the Dragon, as JDG's health bars are nowhere near where they need to be, and they're still committing to this Dragon. Rookie on the back can pick off left and right. The Dragon resets now. JDG's focus is not on Rookie and Rich, who are on the backside of the fight. They are committing to this Dragon, and they are committing to the fight. The slicing Maelstrom utilizing. Karsa is burned down to the ground. Second Ocean Dragon secured by JDG, and now Rookie, he's trying so desperately to make something happen, and he gets blown up. Double kill for Hope. Make it a triple for JDG, and just like last game, we're seeing them come back.
When JDG needs someone to step up in these fights, it is Hope who says me. Now, with Rich there, though, will fall. There's also 369 gone. It's all gone disastrously for JDG. Rich, able to find the picks. Votic is here. Baron is available. And Karsa's up in 4. Do V5 just go towards the Baron? You're missing both top and AD carry for a significant portion of time, but see here, EP God tries to get onto Hope. You get the Gale Force and just buys enough space to keep them away. Yagao flashing forward to kill Votic brilliantly there. Means that they're able to get it now. V5, they're on the Baron.
Photic died because of the Moonlight Vigil cast. So interesting, but 4,000 health, now 6,000 on the Baron. It's resetting, but V5 are in it. Kanavi, can he steal it away from the King of Thieves? Rookie on the backside here. Moonlight Vigil goes a little bit wide. V5 feeling dicey as the Mega Death Rocket doesn't hit Rich. Here comes Kanavi into the pit though. Rookie buying time. The Baron still hovered as there we go. Kanavi's in the pit. He has the death sentence. He steals the Baron. Can he get away? He's out of there.
You can be the King of Thieves, but King Kanavi still reigns supreme. Moving in, gets the Baron, and now JDG, low health bars on V5. They're the ones with the push. They're the ones with control. And V5, they were the top team in the LPL, but JDG on the reset, coming back into form, are looking to rout V5 where they stand.
Is this how the Titans fall in a 2-0 loss to JDG? The fact that Kanavi buys so much time here and that V5 don't commit to the Baron. Parsa's sitting in the pit and they just don't pull the trigger on it.
It's so hard to. They know that Kanavi can come over the wall with the ultimate. And Rookie's doing his best to try and poke out Kanavi, but Kanavi positioned right behind Missy means that they can't. They don't have the range to try and fight over the wall. Karsa's getting knocked down by Yagao every time that laser's up. And now Rich, overextended, Kanavi is hunting.
Luckily, PP God putting that ward down will spot them out on their transition down, but this is the main focus. It's the objectives, it's the towers that JDG have been so far behind on.
Tower number 1 in this bot side falling. JDG looking to continue this.
They're just
Rookie
committing.
Answering on the top side. That's the thing. Like, you have, if you can trade even with the Baron, you're pretty all right here as V5. And for Rookie, he's doing a great job of doing just that. JDG now need to reset to deal with this side lane on the top side for Rookie. So at least for now, V5 trading even. Dragon in a minute and a half though. If JDG can continue to stack up these Ocean Dragons, it becomes really difficult for V5 to try and operate, especially for Rookie, because a lot of what Rookie's trying to do is like soften people up at the start of these fights. You know, poke his head in, get a bit of damage off, hop back out, make it uncomfortable for JDG. But when you've got the regen there, it kind of denies a lot of what Rookie's trying to do at the start of these fights.
And I will say, you know, momentum is king, especially in the LPL. And you can literally, physically feel the momentum shifts in these games so far today, because JDG just find a way to drag it out, find a way to pick it out, and find a way to get themselves still in this game, even though we've seen V5, the best team in the league, constantly find early advantage, constantly dictate the pressure and tempo of the early game. Doesn't matter when you're going against the big brain geniuses that are JDG. They still have a game to clean out, though.
And for JDG, this is such a statement game. When you've been struggling so much throughout the split, now to find your footing, find the identity, find the playstyle that you want to work around, and having Hope and Missing really coming together in this bottom lane. The team fighting is on point. The playstyle is there. And they're going up against Victory 5. The team right now sitting 9-1 in the standings, uncontested in first place. And JDG might be about to take them down.
Will they make the gods bleed here? JDG moving in from the middle lane into the river here as Karsa setting up behind the Dragon Pit. V5 definitely feel like this is a do or die moment. That momentum I was talking about, it is about these fights, about these objectives. And if you give JDG a third drag in a row, well, things are looking a little bit dicey. Karsa on the side, can he steal it? Connection onto Photic, the dragon already taken by JDG, and that's 3 in a row.
That was blind by Missing. That was a blind hook by Missing that connected with the most crucial target on V5. Missing's Thresh is on a different bloody level. Now JDG have full control of this mid lane because V5 had kind of opted into the bot side of that dragon fight, and it means that you're getting this mid tower now for free. You've only got the resets now coming out from V5. Rookie's pushed in that bot wave, but you guys there to collect.
Stormbringer in. They tried to catch Hope. They literally used everything on Hope. They don't catch him, but they do catch Kanavi. And now Rookie on the back. This is the slicing maelstrom that can change it, but JDG, they find one in return, and now Hope still untouched. Needs to be a little bit careful though, because Rookie, he flashes slices away. A triple kill for Fodic on the other side, and JDG are running for the hills here. They were so close, but now the gold lead back open to 4,000 for V5.
JDG thought they'd be able to do it. They thought that they had the advantage, but... Oh, a lot of damage onto Rookie. But the TP from Rookie meant that JDG had the uneven fight for a large portion of that. Yagao came in a little bit late, and now V5 were able to take that dive and turn it back around. JDG biting off more than they could chew in that engagement, but all said and done, 3 dragons for JDG. It's going to make things a little bit easier. Here you can see, right, Rookie gets the reset and instantly starts the TP in. It's way before Yagao's able to get here, so this dive for JDG with Navi going a bit too far suddenly isn't able to play it as they were expecting because Rookie has that brilliant flank. It's putting a ton of pressure onto Hope. I see here Hope is just paused. Do I try and lay forward? Do I try and get the damage down? Because you're going to have Rookie who's able to put or take a massive chunk of his health bar, whereas Photic is very much able to fight this slow, steady, front to back style of fight and just work his way through the JDG health.
And that's one of the biggest things for me in this. When you're looking at these 5v5 fights, it's like you have a perfect setup for straight up knocking heads against each other 5-on-5, but then for V5 they have the extra little input of Rookie with the flanks, with the picks onto Hope. That is the difference maker. I feel like that we didn't have in game number 1 was that immediate access to the back line.
JDG though, back in control of the map. At least pushing in mid, having priority. Rookie has done a good job of sneaking his way in behind here.
They have a flank
V5
again.
go.
They do. That's already needlework used by Rich, but a beautiful gravity field from Gal separates them to not let V5 continue. As Rookie's still playing the side, as you were saying, trying to keep this top lane pushing, but trying not to get caught by all the members of JDG. Yeah, they know something's up over here.
Yeah, they're fishing. They knew that they hadn't spotted Rookie. And that's why they all backed away. It's like, we need to find where this LeBlanc is. And now, V5 on the back foot. JDG push.
They know they have
Rookie.
the 5v5.
They're starting up the Baron. I mean, this is a bit risky.
Oh my god, Rookie takes a couple rockets back, a death rocket from Hope. That's all you need. You take out the pick king. That's all you need. JDG with 369 on the side has slicing Maelstrom, and V5 realize this Baron is there.
JDG get the play onto Rookie. They get the Baron, and a minute and a half until Soul is up. With Baron, JDG can control the waves. They can get the vision they need, and they can look towards that massive Soul alongside all the standing gold, alongside all the turrets that are available for them to now pick up. V5 once more, trying to see if they can play the map. Rich hovering off the side lane. He knows in the 1v1 against either 369 or Yagao he will win, but he's not getting the opportunity to go for that. V5 being behind means it's very difficult for V5 to get that side lane pressure that they want.
Exactly, and I got to do a check-in really quick, Dagdiver. We have about a minute until this dragon spawns, till Soul for JDG if they want to fight it. Everybody's going to be down there, but we've got to look at items. We have 4 completed items for both ADCs. Key difference here, Hope has a stopwatch in his inventory. That can be a game changer when it comes down to picks that Rookie is looking for. On the other side, you have 3 items completed for a majority of carries for V5, 4 for Photic. It is about positioning. It is about team fighting here yet again for the 2nd game in a row.
And don't forget, ooh,
They go
Hope
with
goes
Photic.
forward.
He's in trouble. You can't do that, Photic. As now Rich is going in. They're trying to find Hope, but Hope makes it out. Now he's firing on the back line. Needlework is going to go wide. Karsa goes down. JDG have done it again. How does this keep happening? They're taking the mid tower now, and Hope is one to get Rookie as well. This is insanity, and this is JDG picking apart V5.
8th place, be damned. Top of the table, be damned. JDG have found the win in 2-0 fashion against V5.
The way they've done it, the brains coming out of JDG every step of the way. V5 tried their darndest, but they come up short, and Titans do bleed. JDG with a 2-0 sweep.
And in an incredible fashion as well. And so much of this was dictated by fantastic team fight by JDG and by fantastic performances from Missing and Hope. Missing's Thresh, absolutely phenomenal. 2 games in a row here, finding picks, the heat-seeking hooks on towards Photic almost every single time. And Hope, the confidence that this guy showed in team fights was absolutely insane. Gale forcing forward into a Gwen, into a LeBlanc to pick off Photic at that last fight was brilliant from Hope. And this is why we were so excited to see him come back into the LPL. This guy is a team fighting machine.
It's actually crazy. That bow, honestly, they should have taken 2 or 3. The fact that they came in tonight and destroyed V5 in the way that V5 usually wins, the way that V5 was controlling the first 30 minutes, it seemed, of both games. It doesn't matter when you come into clean mechanical team fights that you drafted for early on. And it was V5 not capitalizing on their win conditions and losing out, which is insanity to me after we've seen them literally dismantle every top team so far in the LPL. And JDG is the one that undoes them. JDG is the one that blocks their path and gives them another loss on the season.
And a lot of this came down to the early game. Rookie and Karsa not able to find that big effect through the mid jungle that we talked about. Yagao getting time to scale. Kanavi doing a good job of playing away from Karsa and kind of enforcing Karsa to play around the spot side, because Kanavi was consistently showing up, consistently finding moments to make those plays around Hope and missing. And it meant that you never really got the ball rolling massively for V5. You can see that they definitely had the gold lead, but unfortunately for them, like, they just couldn't find a way to use that lead in team fights. JDG, I mean, finding really cool ways to bring this goal back into their side.
It's both gold graphs, right? Like, this is on paper such an insane thing to look at, right? But the thing is both of these games were so hotly contested, right? 36 on the dot for the second game, but 47.5 for the first one. It was V5 finding fights. The aggression was always there. We were getting fights at 5 minutes for the Dragons. We were getting timers on objectives perfect. The map rotations from both teams were always there. Just felt like a carousel constantly turning with action every which way. And it played to JDG's favor in the later parts of the game. They knew that they had a more stable composition, especially in the second game where you have Rookie on the LeBlanc, a little bit more of a double-edged sword. And you saw he was never able to get into the turtle shell that was JDG, especially in the late game.
And you know what's crazy? Was that rocket that we saw from Hope to the mid lane, it really was the turning point. It looks like such a little thing.
Yeah.
But you get that tempo advantage where they get the pick on Rich. They then get that advantage where they get the tower. They get the control on Dragon. They start to get dragons. They then get the swing in the tempo. And that was all that they needed to really start ramping this game back in their favor. Finding the kills, finding the picks, and getting so much control back. JDG, like, really playing so well around, as you say, the wave states, the tempo advantage that they had, the ability to just get out on the map that bit quicker and find that little bit faster, get to that objective that little bit sooner. And that was what made the difference here so often.
And I still think that it leans a lot into the momentum that I was talking about, right? We were seeing the confidence from V5, especially in the early parts of both games, where they were literally calling the bluff of JDG and forcing objectives when they were outmanned, outmatched in some of those fights, 4v5, but they were able to take it. And it just felt like in both games, you felt that confidence slipping from their grasp and JDG picking it up. And it seemed like a done deal at some point in the games because of that momentum transfer and because JDG looked like they were crossing all the T's, dotting all the I's in the team fights. But as we had said at the beginning, like you had focus, it was a holistic JDG win. It wasn't one single part. Yes, you could talk about missing MVP of the first game. You could talk about everybody in particular. But they needed the whole squad to take down the #1 team in the LPL, and they did just that. And this gives me such high hope for the rest of the schedule for JDG because we're coming to the end of the LPL, and to have performances like this, the circle, I'm not going to say the other word, the circle keeps on turning, all right, in the LPL. Everybody beats everybody, apparently.
I mean, look, for me, the MVP in this game is Hope.
Yeah.
I think the position in team fights, the ability to consistently find really good moments, not to use the Gale Force just defensively for repositioning, but also offensively. Like, we look at Baron, that big pick off with the Gale Force rocket that ended up shutting down Rookie alongside Missing that managed to get the pick. You look at the very last team fight. the Gale Force 4 to pick off Photic, into the LeBlanc and the Gwen. That is, if I've ever seen playing on a knife's edge, that is playing on a knife's edge. And he still manages to get out, knowing that he's got the support of missing. This guy was phenomenal in this game. And what a performance from JDG to take down V5. And like, we said it coming into today, like, this game had no right being the first game of the day. This series was always going to deliver, and I'm so glad that JDG popped off. And again, making our final few weeks so much more interesting. You're now looking V5 once more tied 9-2 against Weibo Gaming. EDG 8-3, RNG 8-3, LNG, Billy Top Esports, and now JDG sitting on 7 wins as well. This is so many of our teams all sitting within 1 or 2 wins of each other.
Well, I do get the word we are ready for our interview. So Carson not being able to take care of 369 today. Let's hear from the man himself, as Christina is going to be talking to 369 from JDG.
Hello everyone, welcome to post-game interview in Shanghai studio. This is Christina. Now we're joined by 369, the top laner from JDG. Congratulations on your win. Did you make special preparation into Victory 5 because you were at the first place of the standings? 让我们欢迎 JDG 的上单选手369来到赛后采访。首先想要问到的是，在今天比赛之前应对积分榜单第1名的威武战队，你们有没有做哪些特殊的准备呢？
我们打 V5的话，因为他们现在是榜单第1嘛，打他们压力比较大，然后我们会看了他们很多比赛去研究，然后想办法赢下他们，因为我们现在想进去季后赛，必须得赢他们。
Actually, before the Victory 5 was the first place of the standings, we really did a lot of not homework. We really watched a lot of their games to study their habit, because if we want to make playoffs, this game is really crucial for us. We must take this win. So next question is about game 1. The game 1 is so back and forth. Nobody can predict the result of the game until that's the second. So I'm curious about your late game strategies. So how did you guys to manage with between the defending your base and to attack? 第二个问题想要问到的是今天的第一局比赛。第一局比赛确实非常有来有回，你们鏖战了40多分钟。想问一下，在大后期的时候，你们是如何平衡守家和进攻这2个方向的呢？然后能运营的非常好，结束了比赛。
就大后期的话，因为我们很容易被偷家嘛，对面也能看出来，对面就比较想要去偷我们的家。然后我们的话就是想要把边线处理好以后，再把中线推出去跟对面拼一波，因为我们当时拿了远古龙嘛。
Actually, our enemy opponents, they were trying to destroy our inhibitor by the Hextech gate, and we just decided to push in the mid lane waves to. If we got the Elder Drake, so we just to push in the waves, manage the waves firstly, then we just to maybe take a team fight with them to end the game. So my third question is about the game 2. Your enemy top laner Gilwen destroyed the 2 turrets on the top laner before the 16 minutes. And how did you guys to manage into the mid game? And maybe especially there are 2 excellent team fights around the Baron pit. One of these is your jungler steal the Drake, and the last team fight your support missing his skills is excellent to kill your enemy's opponent, kill the rookie. 接下来想问一下，在第2局的时候，可能这样上单格温在16分钟的时候就已经推完了上路的2座外塔了。然后你们中期的应对思路是什么样的？特别是在中期的时候，中后期有2波非常完美的大龙团，一波是卡纳维偷龙，一波抢龙，另一波是 Missing 的垂直的 E 技能，在那个最后一波团战的时候非常精准的摆到了 Rookie， 击杀掉 Rookie 之后，你们也是顺利拿下大龙一波的比赛。可以跟我们分享一下中后期的决策，特别是围绕大龙团那2波出的决策吗？
就是格温16分钟拆了很多塔嘛，他身上钱比较多，但是我们看到他装备出的是魔抗装，然后还是防装嘛，属于是。然后我就跟 AD 说，我说他没有护甲，你就打他别急。打他很快的，然后我们就想办法拖一下，拖到后期打团我们感觉还是比较好打的。
Our enemy opponent Guwen farmed so well and she got a big golden lead, but we noticed that she purchased the defending items like managed resistance, so I talked to our AD carry to him is that don't be worried about that, Guwen is easy to attack because she purchased a lot of resistance defending items in the late game. We just to protect our AD carry to make a hard engagement. In that case, we can end the game. My final question is about your team's goal next, because maybe you'll get a better closing to the playoff. 最后一个问题想要问到的是，京东今天赢下这一场比赛之后呢，离季后赛也是更进一步了。你们下一步的目标和计划是什么呢？
就赢下这一场比赛的话，我们就比较开心嘛。然后我们的目标就是希望就是打好每一场比赛，然后向大家就展示好我们的努力，我们的就是结果。
I feel pretty happy to get this win today, and we just want to play every single game well to show a better performance on this stage. 让我们再次感谢369选手来到赛后采访，也再次恭喜 JDG 拿下今天比赛的胜利。Thank you so much for joining me. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Christina, and always lovely to hear from 369. Goodness gracious, I can't get over how insane this first series was, and how amazing JDG all of a sudden looked coming into today or after today. Also, we do hear that we have our MVP, and it's none other than Yagao.
Yeah, Yagao on the victor, being able to bring it through. This guy, we saw him pick off Photic in these fights. We saw him have some big performances, and you see it there. 34% of the team's damage. This guy was churning out so much DPS. It was just too hot to handle for V5.
It was. I was a little lackluster when I saw that the victor picked up, but we saw the comfort coming out from JDG along this series, and it worked out so beautifully. Even if the early games didn't look all that good, and V5 stuck to their traditions of having the early game control, it did not matter in the slightest.
And I mean, the Victor, the gravity field doing a ton in these fights, as you can see, like able to lock up multiple different people. Him as well, being able to kind of dissuade Photic and Rookie from being able to enter these fights was just wonderful as well. I think V5, definitely the two carries on the team stepping up massively, and Yagao, just every fight you can see playing frontline, playing right on the edge of what he's capable of pulling off here.
Oh, yeah, man.
It was so nasty.
It feels so unfortunate for Photic there, because he's just like, if I could take down Hope, if I could just get this one pick, it's the difference maker. Ends up being the difference maker, but for JDG to win the game. And all in all, right, I already mentioned it, I don't want to harp on it too long, but this team JDG showing up in full force, all 5 players having good performances today against V5 top team, and doing so in the late game. Right, that is not something that we see a lot of the time, is that late game domination. We see the early game domination, the strangleholds that can come out, but the fact that you can turn 6,000 to 8,000 gold differentials post 30 minutes into a dub is incredible in its own right. So hats off to JDG taking down V5 in our first series of the night. But Dagda, that's it for us too. As our first series is over, we will be cresting over into our second series, which will be casted by Ashin and Ox. So make sure you stay tuned in, as that series is going to be a fun one itself. TT versus LNG, so don't go anywhere.
And then Ultra Prime here, you can see what they're thinking. Hey, we still have a lot of follow-up damage. Sure, our Leona does need to back off, but again,
Elk is flying! Elk is flying in this replay!
Oh, wait. Oh, wait, Elk is flying.
It's Harry Potter! Oh my god! Oh my god! Alright, forget the replay. Elk is a wizard. Like that.
You're a wizard.
I don't know how.
Got the Shy on your roster. Guess they can move towards this bottom lane. The inhib is open. There's a minion.
Decisive.
Man, my team is very good. My team is very good. Very good.
Decisive.
My team is very good. Very good.
Decisive.
Man.
Stepping forward with another point. Dropped onto the board. They're 1-0.
And now they can just look to take that wave in mid. The TP's already coming through the Shy. The masked man standing. Can he get Doggo?
How is Doggo on this side of the tower?
Oh my
What
god!
happened for Doggo to be there?
He's so far from home. He doesn't even have a color. Nobody
He's
knows.
got Battlestar, but still gets the kill. And now the chase down is on. Invincible has to block for his team as the curtain call sends V5 away. The team. I mean, let's be honest. If you want to team with Mojo, this is your team. They know what's up.
Oh, the ulti comes in. Cole's now going to be the target, but that's just the support. Southwind has been left behind. Wait, did Cole think the Jinx was on the enemy team, I wonder?
And WE find a consolation prize at the end.
V5 need to stop this. Dragon is in 20 seconds. V5 are trying to stop them from resetting.
And wow! Super Mega Death Rocket with an absolute big one. Strive on the chase, the needlework. It's just a little tip. Tarzan, the what? Strive is a madman. That target selection lyric, that was insane.
That wave out, and it feels like they're trying to get pressure on that bottom side while they can. 2.5 minutes until that Baron comes up, so they don't need to worry about getting caught on the wrong side of the map. 6-9. He's found us.
It was at this moment he knew. He f***ed up.
He must have gone past that control. Once again, there goes for the slice of Maelstrom anyway, but Viper flashes away, and 3-6-9. You know, it was a good attempt. I like the gumption there. You're down on death row at this point. You might as well try and make something happen, but it just cannot come to fruition.
Try and use their map pressure, use their mobility, look for picks, and see if they can kind of catch out Ultra Prime. Oh, they're going again.
Oh, they're doing it again! They just have no chill. EDG, these guys have families. Come on.
Very curious about that. So no TP available for ZDZ. Let's have a look at the inside. Oh, no! Or sorry, in the base, I should say, is actually just Spin saying, look, I don't care about the 1v1. So where are we going, observers? We're looking at one, the other. RNG, take the next. No, he didn't the inhibitor. No, wait, did he? Wait, no, the inhibitor respawn. We haven't finished. Go back to the game. Go back to the game. Go back to the game. Observers, please. Go back. Thank you.
Okay, they're gonna end it. They're gonna end it. They got it.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
All right. I have one word. Fiesta. that was some. Hey, RNG do close it out. They do manage to. They manage to. I mean, the rest of the team would join them.
绿毛这个选手他是属于很稳健的，而且他开团是特别的果断的。我觉得，我想从对线应该能打凶一点，给他制造一点困难。LNG 下路 Light 跟绿毛的话，两个对线风格其实是非常的稳健的，可能对他们的应对的话，我觉得是可能尽量的打凶一点吧，给他们制造一些假象。
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are moving from Shanghai partly to Suzhou, where LNG will be playing in their home arena. And you might have guessed it, I am not the amazingly smooth voice of Mazel. I am, in fact, Ushi, and I am joined today by the fantastic Ox. We are bringing you the second 2 series of the day. And after a 2-0, we got to start, thinking about different expectations coming into these new series. Ox, how are you doing?
I'm pretty good, and honestly, if the next series are half as good as our previous one, then we have some bangers on our hands, because, man, that was wild. And V5 going down. Pretty big surprise, honestly.
Yeah, big surprise there, as we can kind of see now how that shakes up the standings. We'll wait, obviously, to the end of the week, see where everyone starts fitting themselves out. But we got ourselves 2 series to cover, Ox. And we got to start off with TT versus LNG. And for us, it's got to be about... how do I put this? It's kind of about the ups and downs, shall we say, the stock market, if you will, the stonks, if you wanted to put it a particular way, of both of these teams. Because TT, they're on a 1-win streak. LNG, sorry, we have no idea what these graphics look like. I am loving this Tarzan graphic.
Yeah, man, honestly. TT being on the 1-win streak, right? This is a rare scenario for TT to be finding favor, right? And then Tarzan, unfortunately, kind of is left to hold the entire world up. That is LNG currently on a 3-loss streak, which considering they went 7-0 at the start of the season, pretty unfortunate position to be in. So, if you're like me, you can buy high on TT, sell low on LNG. That's the way we handle the stock market.
Yeah, stock market coming into this one here. TT on the rise, LNG on the fall. As we look at some of the plays, and it's kind of down to how LNG played the map. Tarzan, if he's having a good game, it doesn't matter about anyone else. If he's having a good game and everyone else is playing badly, still LNG should be able to find out the win. But it's the opposite as well. If he's not on form, if he's not finding those opportunities for his team, it looks very bad for the side of LNG.
Yeah, this is an example against the series up facing RNG, where Tarzan was just completely taking over the map, right? And the team were there to follow him up. He was facilitating them. Things went really well. And then we had this series against V5. And I'm going to say it, this is the worst series I've seen from Tarzan, I think, ever. It was really uncharacteristically bad. And trust me, Tarzan, I think everyone is aware what a phenomenal player is, which is why this was such a surprise to me. He really did not have a good series against V5. And the team kind of just fell apart behind him.
Yeah, and I think the big moment we kind of say is that, yes, you have got some very, very good individual players. Ala on the top side, Doonby, of course, we could talk about all day and all night in the mid lane, but it does feel like without having Tarzan as that glue, without having Tarzan as the thing that keep it all together, this team just doesn't stick together. And like you said, it's just small little things getting caught out, being isolated away. And I think that's the big way we can put it, is that Tarzan not being able to be with his team, being isolated and focused out, was a massive issue for LNG in their last series.
Yeah, and it does feel like he was leading the charge and getting really punished for it in that series. But yeah, it just felt like such a stark difference what we've typically come to expect. And they really do struggle when he's not sort of firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, he really does. And on the other side of this coin, now we got to talk about TT. Is it copium or hopium? Do they actually have a shot? Because we saw a lot of good things for this team in their last series.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with TT is, yes, I've said about the 1-on-1 win streak, a little bit of a meme, the fact that they are in that position now. But against FPX, I'm going to be honest, I think they had some positives, right? And I think it's been kind of tricky to say that throughout the season, but I think we're starting to see, Yukal look a bit better in the mid lane, start to see things sync together. I still think the bot lane is the strongest aspect of TT right now. And we have a bunch of clips just to sort of run you through what went down in the series and the good and bad within it. And I think critically, when they're able to play around bot, particularly, if Chieftain's able to facilitate Puff and Southwind, they can perform pretty solidly. And again, as much as FPX is struggling a little bit, LWX and Hang are very formidable players.
Yeah, they are very much the individual talent in the LPL, despite being, you know, very much at the bottom of the standings, the bottom half of the standings, TT can still take down games. They still can find opportunities to come in here. I will say it is still very heavily lean towards LNG being able to take this the series, just pound for pound. They are considered better players and a better team, but this is the LPL. You can't have an off game against anybody. You can't have an off day against any single team because you will drop a series, and we're seeing that more and more prevalent is that there is no undefeated team. There are teams being able to, you know, look dominant against one, and then, you know, the next game, that team that just got smashed absolutely smashes a team that was technically higher in the standings. So for TT, this is a great moment for them to, one, keep their season alive, even though it is on very much on life support. The family are you know, sending the last rites and looking at the plug like, oh man, this is very expensive to keep going. But it is an opportunity here, and for LNG, you're on a 3-game loss streak. You need to break that momentum. If you start dropping down a couple more, then you're no longer in that kind of top 5 echelon of the LPL, and those playoffs buys can be absolutely critical.
Yeah, and this is just continuing the series that we saw from them against FPX. The game 2, when we saw TT get punished in the bot lane, was where they really struggled, and then it's kind of like the flip back in game 3, and it really feels like this bot lane is such an instrumental aspect of TT, right? In these 3 series of clips, the games where bot lane got focused, where bot lane could flourish, was where TT was really able to step up, and you can see Puft often able to deliver when it comes to those team fights, and often this first Herald fight is a really instrumental one. I think TT, if they get a lead, they can certainly run away with it, right? I think something to be said for them. Problem is, not super consistent at finding the lead. Up against LNG, we've seen for the most part, you know, earlier in the season, they were pretty solid at being able to accrue a lead on the back of Bromby and Tarzan in particular. Big question marks, but it really feels like if we see another flub from LNG, right, I actually think TT can take games off them. And the thing is, you can obviously make the argument, you know, we talk about LNG being on a 3-loss streak. Their most recent 3 losses were RNG, V5, and Weibo, so you have to cut them a little bit of slack for that. But at the same time, you know, it definitely can hit you mentally a fair bit being in that position.
Absolutely, and for LNG, this needs to be definitive. This needs to be a punch bag. Sadly for TT, if they're not able to, they might be the punching bag here. They might just be the guys that have to accept that they are going to be the kind of minor league team that goes up against a major league team and goes, sorry, buddy, time to build the morale of our team and our players. Because if it's not, even if you win, but if it's a close series, even if a close 2-0, that can really start to affect you, like you mentioned. And the big thing I think for LNG and the idea of this team being a championship contender does rest upon those games that you talked about that they lost. They lost against RNG. They lost against Weibo, V5. These are teams that we have in the conversation of being in the final. If you're already losing against them now, it does kind of weigh on you a little bit more. Can you actually do that when it comes to playoffs?
I think it also makes the head-to-head incredibly difficult because obviously you only play every other team once. And since they've lost to, you know, currently 3 of the top 4 teams, it does mean even if LNG does climb higher in the standings, they're going to have a tricky time really securing, you know, number 1 or even number 2 or number 3 spot in this situation. So absolutely want to be securing as many wins as possible to at least keep that hope alive.
Yeah, it's keeping the hope alive, which is the big thing there. And for LNG, and oh, look at that, yeah! Get the momentum going, get yourself pumped up. TT, they don't have a lot to lose, to be perfectly honest. Even if, again, they lose, but it's a competitive series, they gain so much.
They would lose their 1 win streak, right? LNG don't have a win streak yet. TT coming in, this is the longest win streak they've had in a long time.
I don't know how like legit that is. I think they had 1 win streak.
They did have they had an equal win streak earlier in the split.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, they are 2-9. They're not exact. They had one, like, I think week 5 or week 4, maybe?
And they were devastated when they lost that win streak. So honestly, you know,
it was morale breaking for their playoff hopes.
It really, you know, that was a chance to research. That was a chance to fly up standings.
I'm pretty sure during that series, I like had the narrative of like, TT, please win, so we don't have another V5. I'm 99% sure that's how I worked for it. But again, a lot for LNG to think about. I want to see them come out definitively. I want to see them coming out punching and give Tarzan, like you said, something that can make plays, something that can have a little bit more agency, and just support him. Give him the time of day to work with his team, because we know how good this jungler is. I would argue that Tarzan is easily the best jungler in the league at the moment.
Yeah, and again, that last series, that uncharacteristic poor performance against V5 was such a rarity. not just within this split, but just in general for Tarzan. So hoping we'll see him bounce back. I think, you know, we've seen obviously a meta shift. Neither of these teams have played yet on 12-4 in the LPL. So it'll be interesting to see how draft priorities have shifted coming into this. I do think mid jungle, we say this all the time when it's LNG, vitally important. But, you know, talking about the fact that Tarzan is such a big piece of this team that he carries sort of them over the finish line in a lot of scenarios. We need to see mid priority being achieved, something that can roam with him, that can play for him, and then Tarzan on a pick that can lean towards those side lanes. Rise Volibear was a great example of something that they utilized very effectively, but there are various picks you can take that'll do that job. It simply comes down to the fact of making sure you have that priority advantage to play around with.
And that's the big thing, the advantage you're able to get. We know how much Doomby loves to roam around. We know how much he likes to link up. It's all smiles and, you know, jovial moments right now before we go into picks and bans. But I kind of want to see a little bit more from Doomby. This was the guy, the MVP from 2021 summer. This man came into this year very much looking like he was coming onto a brand new team. Said in several interviews, he's not looking just to make it to the playoffs. He's not looking just to make it to finals. He's looking to make a championship win. He wants another trophy underneath his belt. And for this guy, it does feel like he has got the potential, but we just haven't seen it so far this split. I feel like there's a little bit more in the tank for Doomby.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, a lot of people are talking about this mid-jungle strength. I do think it's been more about Tarzan so far. Doomby hasn't looked bad by any means. Has looked solid, but I think as well, coming from summer last year, he looked exceptional. He looked like head and shoulders above most mids in the league, and only really Knight was up there with him in terms of performance. So I feel like anything will feel like a bit of a step down compared to that. It's very hard sort of expectations to live up to. I still think he's been solid, but we're always expecting more. Our standards are always sky high for players like Doomby and Tarzan as well.
Yeah, I think that's the way we always have to put it as well. We have to phrase it like, yes, we are being quite critical of very, very good players, but because we expect more. Same way when you look at Faker and Faker's having an off game, it might still be an okay game, but to compare it, like, you know, when the bar is up here and you're down here with your performance, it is noticeable, and that's how we have to try and, you know, gauge these particular players. We don't hold you, Cal, to the same, you know, unbelievably high standards as we jump into picks and bans. TT.
That's why you have to do what the Shy does and run it down every few games so people don't have expectations.
Yeah. Just like Quell's like, uh-oh, people are getting hyped about me. Better run it down. Make sure people know that I can. It's like that thing. It's just like, just want you to know, I control if we win or lose this series. No one else. As he goes into the series. But we're going into our own series. TT on the blue, LNG on the red. We are going to see the Caitlyn, the Aphelios, and the Volibear ban. Looks like LNG are going to be forced here into a Jinx ban, and they are going to take it. So now a couple of different AD carries are going to be seeing down that bot side.
Yeah, this is a really rare situation, and I'm kind of confused to see the Gwen first pick because I'm certain that LNG are happy to take Jason to that as a favorable matchup. It's interesting that we do see the AD carry ban trade-off. As you said, the Aphelios kind of forces a Jinx, and it means that there's a lot of things left open and available. Rise, critically for Doomby, right, is a standout pick and has been pretty much 100% priority so far. Hecarim is the highest priority jungle since we've moved on to 12-4. A lot of things that LNG can pick up in this situation be happy with. And honestly, I don't think you need to take an AD carry in the first rotation, right? You can, but at the end of the day, once Jinx, Aphelios, Zeri, Kate are out the window, it does mean that all these other AD carries are a bit on a lower priority. So they are actually going to prioritize it here, but to make sure they get something solid. I'm not sure I fully agree with that, but TD now, they have the Gwen in pocket. They know that they can sort of look to prioritize their own AD carry to match into this. A jungler wouldn't go to a miss, but also they could look to pick up things like the Rise that has been left open. It is super high priority.
Yeah, very, very high priority. Still yet to be picked up here. The Gwen as well being picked up by the side of TT. And we can see now Chieftain going towards that Lisa and recognizing that, look, with the Hecarim picked up, they need to go for something quickly. And honestly, I feel like you kind of need to go for the Rise or an AD carry here. Yeah, TT saying, look, I'm sorry, Puff. You're going down the priority now a little bit more, as the Xayah and Rakan are going to be locked in here for LNG. So top side locked for TT, bot side locked for LNG. Both teams recognizing, look, we need to cover where we feel like we can get the most advantage.
Yeah, and I'm honestly not too sure about this priority coming out from LNG with the Xayah Rakan, because now the Jace hasn't been picked up. TT can ban that away. He can start banning away picks that are bad matchups with Gwen. That's perfectly fine. And for LNG, they could, in theory, ban AD carries, but you've even seen they banned Leona because there's so many AD carries that once you're past that initial top tier, there's such a varied pool, not even opting to throw too many into it. We are going to see that Galio banned away. I really want the Jace to come out as the next ban for them.
LNG could look towards the Nautilus potentially if they want to thin that support pool more. Could go in a different direction and look for potentially things, you know, like the Jhin, maybe even the Ezreals, those more fringe AD carries that we sometimes see. Even the center Tahm is actually something that we could see TT come out with.
Could see them go for it, as then they're going to start banning away those picks that can counter into the Rakan. The Nautilus might be on the cards here. No, they're going to go for the Karma, so they're recognizing that they might just go for a perma-push lane with the Karma and the Ezreal. Don't want to give that over to the side of TT. And we talked about that early game momentum, and there is still a little bit of early game here for TT, but it's going to hit, you know, kind of very heavily rely on what they're able to pick up in this bot side for them. And especially when you're against something like a Xayah Rakan, the safety and just the pure kind of kill potential you have with those two in the bot's lane can be very devastating if you don't keep it in check.
100%, and you have to be cautious about that. It also makes it kind of hard to aggress after level 6 with the tools they have. Is the Orianna ban something that can obviously contest that priority against the Ryze early, and really strong team fight and synergy with the Hecarim and the Rakan? LNG, they can opt just to pick a mid here, but top is also viable. Not going towards the Jace, actually grabbing the Akali. But again, this is another good matchup to the Gwen. This is why I find things kind of weird, right? A first pick Gwen, you normally expect to get answered in the early picks, right? Because if you don't, then the counters can be banned away in the second rotation. TT don't even opt to ban away the counters, so very confident in this pick themselves. Now, TT toying with what they want to pick up AD carry. They are actually going to go for the Vayne in this situation. And go in for the Lulu as well. So super strong late scaling bot lane. And honestly, this is a hard matchup for Xayah Rakan, right? How are you ever going to hit your W on Vayne when she always has a Q to dodge it? How are you ever going to hit the feathers when she's always able to reposition and move away from them? And then on top of that, the Lulu, very hard for the Rakan to sort of have pressure up against. Now, LNG, you definitely want something that can contest the prior mid. That is vitally important. If you're just getting pushed in, you're going to have a rough time. It looks like we might be leaning on this Victor here, so you get the comp coming out. And honestly, I think TT got away with murder here, right? I do think that LNG's composition has, you know, strong dive threats, but you have this hyper scaling bot lane that has a good lane matchup. You have the Ryze mid lane, which obviously can look for that priority. Great setup with the Lee Sin with that root. It is a rough matchup top. That is what I'm going to say, right? We've seen the Akali find solo kills on the Gwen even when vastly behind. However, Kali is playing into, you know, a Lulu, into a Vayne. These are hard champions for her to deal with in team fights. And on top of that, she doesn't win the lane early against the Gwen. So I think New can kind of handle it. So, you know, LNG obviously favors coming into this, but I feel like TT have come on a draft in a pretty healthy position.
Yeah, honestly, this is a big, big moment for them. If they can get this bot lane rolling, if you can get that Vayne stacking up with those first item and a half, you can just put yourself in a position where who really jumps on top of this Vayne? No one really gets onto the back line here apart from the Hecarim, unless you can get, like, you know, the Akali there. It is very much a lot of ifs, buts, and maybes. So you're going to have to be very, very clinical here from LNG to be able to get it out there. And like you said, with the Lulu, with the Polymorph, the Wild Growth, the shielding, so many ways to keep this Vayne and everyone else, to be perfectly honest, alive. Very, very good draft coming in here for TT. Gives them all the opportunity in the world to be able to do it for it, but that's all it is, really. It's opportunity. Now it's down to how you execute on this composition. And for LNG, it looks very bog standard. The Xayah Rakan will still have a lot of agency, especially when you're trying to combo on the Rakan with the Hecarim. So they have still got themselves a couple of ways to get into this. So curious to see how this game unfolds. And like we said, the magnifying glass is going to be on Tarzan and what he does this early game.
Yeah, and it's that mid-jungle. We did bring that up as being a big point for LNG, but now, for the side of TT, you have the Ryze, the Lee Sin, right? You're picking the Ryze for that early priority, the fact that you can roam to side lanes. You're picking Lee Sin for that early pressure. I want to see them get that advantage in the mid-jungle and spread it to the side lanes, right? You have hyper-scaling bot lane, hyper-scaling top lane. If you snowball either of them, TT are in with a good shot.
Jump in now to Summoner's Rift for game one of this best of three. A little fun fact, last time we saw Puff on this Vayne was in 2019 spring, nearly 3 years ago. It was on the 31st of March 2019. It was against OMG back when he was on Vici Gaming. So it has been a hot minute since we've seen Puff play this particular champion, and I feel like it is one of those champions that can just be picked as long as you know what the situation is. As long as you understand where it's going and what it's coming into, it can do very, very well. You just can't blind pick it.
I like how you explained it in that way. I would say it's one of these things that you can pick if Aphelios, Jinx, Zeri and Caitlyn all banned away. It's literally that situation.
Mine sounds like I'm talking a little bit more positively about it.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's so interesting how when you start to ban away those, how different things start to feel and how many other AD carries come into the pool. And it really is, right? We see Aphelios Jinx trade off so much, and it's kind of an interesting scenario where, you know, typically things like the Gwen, like the Ryze, like the Hecarim that we potentially see banned in the first rotation are left open specifically because TT opted into this gambit of banning away Aphelios and almost forcing that Jinx ban from LNG. Now, Puff and Southwind have the pressure of the bot lane, and this is where, you know, this lane is difficult for the Zyra card. Now, if they do catch out, Puff making a mistake, Southwind stepping up too far, if you layer the Grand Entrance with the Feather Call, then certainly there is kill pressure. But if played correctly, they shouldn't really be able to find those opportunities onto Puff and Southwind unless they sort of have a gank coming in for the extra setup.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we're at the side of, you know, LNG go. I do want to take a little moment here as we kind of have a bit of respite. We will see both junglers clearing up towards that top side. It is a full clear for the Hecarim of Tarzan. It will be maybe a, you know, 5/6 clears for Chieftain. Actually, no, he's going for a half clear and immediately going in on top of this red buff. He knows that he has got the early skirmishing power and has a smite advantage. So Chieftain, I like this from him. This is exactly what we wanted to see. Keep the Hecarim of Tarzan down, as we can see it engage on bot side, but Lumao's going to be very careful. He might have to flash. No, the heal's just enough to keep him alive. And all of a sudden, LNG, what's going on, buddies? What's going on, buddies? What's happening? First blood of TT, what happened?
Man, just a great play coming out. Chieftain finds Tarzan on the Krugs. We see New come over with the Ignite, and they managed to kill the Hecarim. This is honestly stellar to see. We've seen quite a lot of Hecarim since we came back for 12.4, and the consistent things when teams have done well is that they look to pressure, they look to invade and challenge him. The Ghost, obviously not that useful a tool when you're getting invaded, much rather have the flash, and you saw there, right? Tarzan caught out, no real way to escape, and a great punish from TT. Definitely the momentum they want to start with. And now Tarzan, he's on the bot side looking for the scuttle. Chieftain passed straight over and will be able to double scuttle him here.
I love this double scuttle, got the red buff steal. This is not what you expect in a Lee Sin Hecarim matchup. The Hecarim is so much faster on that clear, and this is a great start here for TT. So we'll see exactly how they're able to transition. And like I said, it's only one kill, but this is where, again, this is where you start to have a couple of question marks. Is Tarzan, he can't defend this pink ward. Sorry, buddy, you just can't do it. So he's already going to have to start backing himself away. Lumao there to help him clear out that little bit of vision, but LNG, this is not what you want to be starting off with. It's not impossible for them to come back, but definitely not a good way to get into this game.
But it's a solid start, and the draft is really set up for this, right? They have Prior and bot lane. I love to see Chieftain clearing out that control ward. It basically just means there's a bit more freedom for TT to apply the pressure, making sure that there's not like a pocket of vision denied away. Mid lane, expected. The Ryze did have that priority early, especially before Victor gets the laser upgrade. But then top as well, right? I talked about this matchup being Akali favored. It is often picked up into the Gwen. But the reason is, after level 6, you have kill pressure, right? But you can see before level 6, Gwen is the one who has priority. Gwen is the one who can often win trades. And bear in mind, Ola's doing a good job in this matchup. He does have the Ignite. He's looking.
Oh, he's looking for it. He did get the 5-point strike down. He's got one more. Doesn't even need it. Got the auto attack there. That's just pretty much a bit of an understatement there from the side of TT to recognize the damage that could come down. Ola get himself a solo kill on the top side means that that matchup's going to start getting a little bit sour very quickly.
Yeah, I will say, right, that's a mistake. You shouldn't be dying to the Akali pre-6 as the Gwen, despite what I'm saying about the matchup. The Ignite advantage for Ola was definitely a factor there, but also just a bit disrespectful from the Gwen. And now, when Ola gets that level 6 available, that's where things get really difficult for the Gwen. You got to remember, a lot of Gwen's damage is those auto attacks and those extended trades. When Akali pops a Shroud, very hard to land them.
Have a look at the replay here, and it is just kind of new, not getting hit by one. Kind of just gets hit by everything, to be perfectly honest. And then the Ignite comes in. Yeah, there's not really much else to talk about here. It's just new, not respecting the damage. Realistically, should have backed himself away. We are going to see the level 6 here for Ola. Means that he has got himself the perfect execution, and already New has to back himself away. There's going to be an Ignite advantage for New, and he should have the needlework very, very soon. So we're just seeing kind of off-timers for both these top laners as they try to get an advantage.
Yeah, you know, honestly, Ola Beans the ult there and doesn't really get much, right? He chunks down New a little bit, but doesn't really have much kill pressure. So pretty positive for the Gwen. You know, I was concerned about hitting this level 6 being hit for the Akali, but now you have the ult advantage, you have the Ignite advantage, should be able to mitigate that. And level 6 hit for you, Cal. This is what we're talking about with the Ryze. You have the priority, you have the ability to move. trying to apply some pressure on the map. For now, it looks like it's just a reconnaissance mission. Clear out a ward, get the scuttle crab for some vision, but it sets up future moves, right? You do the groundwork now, sets up potential later, and actually, then might be looking down towards bot for the time being, but I don't think you'll really find anything just there to cover his lane.
Yeah, we can see the Grand Entrance just used to kind of harass and back away as Ala might be in a little bit of trouble here as they do see the miss going in. There's going to be the 5-point strike going in the Shuriken flip as well. This is close, and it's another solo bolo. Both these top laners going tit for tat.
And that's the thing, that's the difference, right? Having ult and ignite advantage for New is enough to find favor. That matchup Kali significantly subdued without it, and we're seeing, you know, New made that mistake overstaying when he was level 5. Ale makes a mistake in return, and honestly, I feel like if everyone have LNG, Ale's been probably my biggest disappointment so far this split, because he has had some games where he's really popped off in the later stages, but his laning has been hit or miss, and especially a replay of how that one panned out. And I think it's just, you know, again, disrespect in return. New dashes forward, Ale doesn't end up disengaging instantly, ends up going back in, and bear in mind, New has the ultimate, right? Misses that one because obviously he doesn't have vision. The Shroud times out, gets the full ult, the ignite, and the Q comes in. And what I will say is, bear in mind, New nearly lost that with ignite and ult advantage. So would have been scary if those were available for Ale, but obviously does manage to find it now. We see Puff playing quite aggressive here.
So is Lumao. Lumao loses about half his health bar. You got to be careful of those silver bullet procs. I will say the big thing in that top side is going to be the ignite. The ignite does give you an extra little bit of advantage. We can see flashes being burned by both mid laners in the picture. But the ignite does give you vision. So if you're in the shroud and you're ignited, it will still be able to kind of point you out. As you can see a flash forward as they go in. They're going to try to get him underneath the tower, but a knock up. Cheated is dead. LNG's bot lane not to be caught out. They get a perfect combination. They stop that gank dead in its tracks.
Just honestly a little bit overkill, overforced in that situation, right? If they come in with the Rise, with the 4-man dive play, fair enough, I respect it. But just going for that, you don't really have the setup from a Lulu. Got a bit over ambitious, and honestly, you were kind of fine with your bot lane just scaling. You didn't need to look for that. This now gives the window on the top side for LNG to start up that Herald, and I don't think there'll be any contest from TT. So kind of an unforced error there, but LNG will absolutely capitalize.
Yeah, absolutely do well on that. And yes, you do lose the flash and heal off of Light. It's a little bit unfortunate there, but still has the feathers. As we can see, Stoutwind just sitting in the brush here with Puff, seeing how long they want to wait this one out, as we do have the Condemn up against the wall. But you got a quickness here onto Lumao, so he should be totally fine. They'll just get about half his health bar out. He'll back himself away. But while that all happened in bot side with the Lee Sin going down, it meant that the Tarzan could get himself on top of the Rift Heralds. As we can have a look now, as Chieftain, he gets on top of a ward. They knew exactly what was going on, so they were well prepared for this fight.
Yeah, and it's honestly just a great knockup by Lumao. I think this is a situation where they saw LNG's bot lane being pretty sick, so it's a punish opportunity. But yeah, Lumao really on point at interrupting the Lee Sin, and as a result, aren't able to capitalize now. Dragon will be picked up as a trade for TT. We won't really see too much else picked up from the bot side of the map, and LNG with the Herald in pocket will be able to set things up in their favor on the back of that one. But for the time being, I think TT, right, they haven't really had that sort of Rise play come out successfully from the mid-jungle, but bot lane's going pretty well, other than that little mistake from Chieftain, and top lane, New, holding his own significantly in the matchup. So I think overall positives coming out from this squad.
Let's reset ourselves. It was been a bit of chaotic early game. As we come up to past the 10-minute mark, we are going to start seeing more moves around like this. Lumao getting an absolute boatload of vision now in this red side jungle. You won't be able to sneeze without somebody from LNG knowing what's going on. But I do want to try and talk a little bit. I'm going to have to stop myself as Ale and Nu going toe-to-toe again. The Shroud is down, as we are going to see the needlework going in. Doesn't quite land it, but Ale has to use a perfect execution defensively. And Nu's doing very well on this top side.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, we always talk about the Gwen matchups. I feel like if Gwen gets momentum, any matchup is kind of really rough. But now they're looking for you, Cal.
Yeah, they're going to try and get him on top. They're not going to be able to get the roll more bout. Enough CC to keep him locked up. He picks up that kill, and LNG now starting to turn the gears.
Yeah, found some momentum, and they're going to go for the Heralds down mid. We often see, if you're going to try and go for a whole tower, you go for the side lanes. If you're just going to get 2 plates, get some damage, mid often the preferred one. Obviously means that you have that tier 1 at lower HP, a target that you can pick up later that has a lot of impact on the control of the map. So solid play from LNG coming out so far. And you know, other than these little pockets, these little moments where we've seen momentum, this game hasn't been the fastest paced one, right? And I'm still looking for TT to try and capitalize on that Rise. And now Realm Warp has just been used, right? a fairly hefty cooldown on that ability. Kind of means that we're without it for a period of time. We do see Chieftain plenty looking for Doinby in the mid lane, though.
No flash here on the Victors. We can now see Yukal walking up. He'll get the kick back. They'll land the Rune Prison, and that's going to be Yukal picking himself up a nice kill there. Very well responded to here by TT, and this is a much more tit-for-tat game, much closer game than we probably were expecting coming into this one.
Yeah, and, you know, I think draft goes a long way to sort of setting up TT for success, and that's the thing is that TT, you know, they are at the bottom of the standings for a reason. They've definitely had a lot of rough games, but when they get some momentum, when they get the ball rolling, unsurprisingly, when they start to look best. So kind of optimistic for them at this point. And I think their lanes have sort of been panning out pretty well. Now, you have Dragon coming up in about 2.5 minutes. We have Herald coming up in 2:35. I do want to see TT setting up those objectives because it was kind of a little bit messy before when they went for that bot lane dive. Obviously went down, and then we saw LNG able to pick the Herald for free. I think if you give second Herald over to LNG, they're going to be able to get that mid-tier 1. Does mean the map opens up a fair bit. I think that's a cause for concern. But now Tarzan, he's looking for a bit of an aggressive invade, and I feel like TT can look to collapse on this one. So LNG probably just going to opt out.
Yeah, LNG looking to have revenge for that red buff that was stolen from them right at the start of the game, and shall not happen. They need to get some resets in, as we can see now. Blade the Ruin King, first item for Puff, so working towards what I imagine is going to be full-on hit. I'm curious to see if he goes Immortal Shield Bow second, or if he maybe delays it a little bit more to maybe get his Phantom Dancer or his Gwynzus. We'll be seeing where he wants to go with that one, but again and again, we are starting to see little bits of moments, and LNG will be able to kind of stabilize it. We are starting to see summoners come back up, all flashes available to them, so it's not going to be the worst thing in the world, but it is going to come down to those big fights around, like you said, second Herald in a minute 40, minute 20 until that second Dragon. There's going to be a couple of opportunities here for LNG to maybe use that team fight composition. As I say, they're going to jump straight on top of the Rakan, and he is taken down. No way for him to react. He gets the flash kick on his face, and he is dead.
Yeah, love the play from Southwind. The flash polymorph, no outplay potential, right? Point and click CC, Rakan can't do anything, and Rakan at the end of the day is extremely squishy. If you can lock him down, is easy to take down. His great strength is his mobility. Now, they are going to get some plates to deny a bit of a wave here, but they have to be careful. They are on a ward. Southwind is to get out.
Just a little bit tentative there, but a lot of the, you know, yes, they don't get the recalls there, but it delays LNG getting back to the lane. We saw Puff pushing in, getting a lot of solo time onto that plate, so is still a little bit behind in gold, about 500 or so, but realistically, this Vayne is starting to become a big issue, and this new build we're seeing for the Xayahs, it is the lethality build that you tend to go with. It's not that hyper carry scaling, so yes, we'll do great against squishies, but I don't really know who else apart from the Vayne that you're going to be really 100-0ing as this Xayah.
Yeah, it does mean you can play with a bit longer range. That is something I'm going to say for TT's composition. They're not super long range. And, you know, if they were up against the Corki Jinx, that could be cause for concern. But LNG doesn't exactly have exceptional range tools either. I do just think that a lot of things on the side of LNG, like going up close to a Victor, the Xayah with the feathers, Rakan quickness, Hecarim engage, it's all very scary, right? So I do feel like even if TT end up ahead, which currently are by a moderate amount, you know, 800 gold, even if they end up coming into the later game ahead, I still don't think it's just like a surefire thing because they are going to have to play it effectively, play it well. I am thinking Southwind has been playing pretty solidly so far, though, and, you know, we saw this matchup before, Hung playing the Lulu into Rakan, where he was consistently interrupting the W's from the Rakan with his ultimate, right? In team fights, you'd see enemy Rakan pop quickness, charge forward, interrupted, not able to land that CC, so definitely a lot of skill expression available. And, you know, it goes without saying that a Vayne obviously is like peak skill expression in League of Legends, so excited to see what TT can pull off in those team fights. For now, though, they're in a pretty decent position still with that gold lead, but they are leaning up towards that topside Herald. I did say I wanted to see them put priority on this. I wanted to see them try and contest this one. And you actually see that lane assignment. They're sending Yukal down bot to try and defend that bot lane tier 1. I don't think you're in a great position to do so, but he will be able to catch the wave afterwards. And again, you know, yes, they still lose the tower, but by taking the Herald, it means they don't lose their mid tower. So they kind of choose where they lose that on the map by prioritizing the Herald on the top side.
And like you said, it is going to be TT just trying to, as you say, stop the momentum from LNG. I think they've done a very good job of that so far. It is a pretty much identically even game apart from those two dragons. It is a little bit of a gold lead here for LNG as we come up to the 16-minute mark. And now they've got a rift of their own here on TT, so they're going to try and maybe put this on top side and gain that tower. So like you said, yes, they lose bot lane, but they trade it back immediately on top. So nothing lost out of the gains. So right now it is going to be all about how LNG react. And I've been trying to do a couple of check-ins for a while now as we start to see first items being picked up by everybody on the side of both teams. And it is going to be about LNG and how they move around the map. They have got very, very good teamfight potential with this Rakan and Hecarim, but we just have to wait and see how it actually comes together.
They do end up losing the mid tier 1 after everything, right? Despite securing the Herald. It was low on HP, to be fair, but I feel like the reset timing's a little bit scuffed for TT that allowed that Southwind back in base. And even then, Yukao, we talked about him catching that bot wave. He didn't actually need to be there and then. It was kind of just shadowing, waiting for someone to show up, so he knew he could push up safely. And off the back of that, mid tier 1 down, definitely a disadvantage. And also, gold now dead even for the two teams. We do have that 2 dragon lead. Hectech Dragon, definitely valuable. We'll see if TT are able to set up for that one in the future. But for now, as you said, items starting to come in, right? This Rise, not quite at the tank Rise point yet when you're only sitting on 1 item, but a lot of spikes available. The Chem tanks, the Hecarim, pretty solid. Lady of the King of the Vein, not really going to be at that super big power point yet. But Eclipse for the Xayah, pretty solid. And him, Manamune, may be coming up fairly soon. Don't think he'll quite be ready for the Dragon. Might have the item, but there's still quite a bit away on the stacks. But that would be a massive spike, right? Obviously, when you're playing like the 1000 champion, you spike far sooner than, you know, Puff will on this on-hit Vayne.
Eventually, TT will get back the tower in mid lane they lost. Of course, a lot more advantage gained, you would say, from the mid lane tier 1 than the bot lane tier 1, but it does keep the gold in very much a even state. We are going to have that dragon spawning in 2 minutes, and now both teams kind of just wandering around the map, seeing if they can find somebody out. And this is very, very composed, I would say, from TT. Something that we haven't really seen for the most of the season is that they're not scrapping it out. They're not looking for these weird engages. They are just accepting the trades. And that's how most of the, you know, very top tier League of Legends is played. It's not about getting all of the advantage at all the times. It's about trading your advantages and putting yourself at minimum on an equal trade rather than at a massive loss.
And I think you can kind of see that in the fact they don't feel hugely pressured. And I wouldn't if I had Vayne, Lulu, Gwen on my team, right? I'd feel pretty comfortable to sort of lead this one later. But we kind of start to talk about how the team fight's potentially going to fan out in this next one. I do feel like in sort of a split-up team fight, TT, you're going to find more favor, right? You want space for the Vayne. The Gwen obviously works really well. I mean, honestly, to be fair, I've seen Gwen just 1v5 before, but the less targets they're like directly focusing it down, the better she'll handle it. LNG have some great team fighting tools, right? They have that snappy engage. So really, I'm looking at Tarzan on Lumao. Those are the engage tools for this LNG composition. If they're going to find favor in this fight, it really is going to be on the back of them being the initiators. And we can kind of take stock. I was talking about this mana stacks for Light. He will have that mana immune, but it's not going to be fully stacked for the fight. On the other side, Yukao should be able to actually finish off stacking his Thimblewinter. Going to have a lot of HP, and the tank Rise is pretty difficult to deal with this point in the game. Still doing a lot of damage, but look at the health bar available. Very, very bulky.
Very bulky indeed. Important to note, you will not have the Immortal Shield Bow here for Puff, so he is going to be slightly behind on survivability. The double lifesteal going to be coming in pretty nicely here. It does mean that we do see Ala and Tarzan both opting into the Grievous Wounds items of the Oblivion Orb and the Bramble Vest. Great to see now. Honestly, I don't think TT need to contest this. I feel like, yeah, they're just going to back this one away, gain pressure in that mid lane, look to try and maybe take that turret, or maybe just gain some kind of, you know, a vision control around this Baron, because the one thing that we didn't really get to touch on, with a Gwen, a Vayne, and a Rise, you take this Baron so damn quickly. Giving yourself even half a minute on this objective could mean LNG lose it all completely.
Yeah, LNG have to be really cautious about setups like that. And you can see 4 control wards sort of up through that jungle towards the Baron on the side of GT, so definitely making sure that the vision is secure. But I like the decision to forego the dragon, right? Because at the end of the day, you have 2 dragons in pocket. LNG getting 1 isn't really that significant. Mostly it just slows down a potential soul from TT, and you don't end up flipping a fight, which, if you lost, could lead to the enemy team getting a Baron. Again, you're confident in your scaling elements, so you just opt to step away, look to go later, wait until the Vayne is strong, because as you said, no shield bow, no real defensive tools available. Just had that Blade of the Rune King, so I respect the decision. I think TT are playing this one out patient even now. They are fishing for something, but will be spotted on the ward.
All right, talk to me now. Talk to me about how you want to see TT play the rest of this game. We said they're fine with their scaling. They're fine with kind of setting it up, but scaling's all well and good, but what do you do with it? Where do you want to see them use these very powerful late game tools now that things like the Gwen has finished up her Nashor's too?
honestly, I think they're pretty comfortable just farming up sides in this manner and leaning towards these objectives, seeing if they find a scenario where they can come out ahead, right? So Gwen is holding her own up against the Akali, up in items, so very comfortable. Yukal is obviously a lot better in the side lane than the Victor is. Just the fact that you feel much more comfortable in the 1v1, and you have the Realm more potentially lean in and join your team. I think there's no immediate pressure for TT1 to step up his pace, but I think one thing to be said is what will make a massive difference is being on the objective first, right? We saw before they didn't approach the dragon because the snap engage tools from LNG are so intimidating, right? If you face check a Hecarim and Rattan, that is dangerous. But on the other side, if you're the ones who are already there in position and LNG has to come into you, that is where a Vayne can flourish, right? That is where a Gwen can flourish, heading backwards, putting all that damage out into the enemy team and looking for an opportunity to pop off. Now, Yukal should be fine in this situation, and that's the thing. You're a tank rise, you're pretty comfortable, but TT are fishing around mid. This may be their attempt to lean on that mid lane tier 1. They have 5 members strong. They know Ola's in the bot lane. I think you need to be a little bit cautious, because again, those engage tools, always an ever-present threat.
Yeah, you can see on the minimap there towards the blue buff and the red buff of TT, there are 2 little wards there, and even 3 just dotted around. Little TP flank wards that could maybe make a huge difference here as we see Puff just going in and doing the Vayne thing of saying, look, I need farm. That's the end of it. I'm just going to go ahead and take as much jungle as I possibly can. Should be going back to finish up his Immortal Shield bow now. And apart from the early start of this game where TT came out the blocks, I should say, swinging, it has been a very, very tempered, you know, second half of the mid to early game. It has been very much about trading sides of the map. It's been about getting farms. And like you said, yes, you are happy as TT to get these farms and get these, advantages up. We're already looking at a Rise with a massive health bar and starting to build up those resistances. Already got that Glacial Shroud. So moving up towards maybe having himself an opportunity here to get himself a Frozen Heart before the next team fight. But with 1 minute and 45 up until the next Dragon, we are going to start waiting and seeing where these 2 teams want to go. I will feel like right now, LNG, they're going to be the ones looking for a fight, and actually it's going to be the top laners as Nu goes into perfect execution. The 5-point strike comes in. Ala gets himself over the wall with the shuriken flip, which does actually get the blast cone. He gets himself out.
Manages to get away a lot burned by the side of TT, and I'm not able to capitalize now. Engage coming in.
They have the wild growth, which keeps everyone safe. Tarzan needs to be very careful. He's got a lot of HP, but not a huge amount of armor. Pretty much sitting on just that Bramble Vest, so he will be shredded by the Silver Bullet procs, or Silver Bolt procs, I should say. And TT, they lose themselves out in a 1v1 as we can have a look at the picture-in-picture. I do believe we actually saw, yeah, there was a little bit of a kick there, and also they got the flash out of Southwind. So a couple of summoners burned here from both teams as LNG now start to ramp up the pace, and you can see that matchup between the Gwen and the Akali start to lean a little bit more towards the Akali.
Yeah, and it's so difficult. The Gwen can't auto-attack the Akali in a Shroud. You're also kind of blind firing with your ultimate while she's in there. You can't just sit on your ultimate, otherwise you lose the 1v1 anyway. But you obviously hard to connect it when you can't see where the Akali is, and that's really where, at this point of the game, Alice starting to find the momentum, gets a solo kill, gets out. I still don't think it's a massive concern because we're not exactly going to see Alice suddenly diving Nu in this situation, but like Nu opted into this, right? Nu opted into this fight. I believe Ole was one of the sweepers who didn't see him, but you definitely could have played this safer and avoided a scenario like this, and then last go and save him. But do move on. Dragon in 15 seconds. TT are the ones in the area already, which is favorable for them, right? They want the enemy team to be pushing into them, but still, got to watch out for those engage tools and watch Puff on this Vayne. What he can do if he can carry.
Arlo needs to be very careful of where he is. He's been spotted and they know exactly what he's trying to do, so he's just going to shuriken flip himself all the way back towards his team. We'll see Southwind using some Hex Gate technology. He's hexing as the Dragon has been started. Mid lane was pushed in by Doomby, and this looks like it's going to just be pushed back, and they're going to try and burn this one out before anyone can really get in position, and is secured by TT. Chieftain gets a lot of his health bar taken out. The Wild Grove comes in to try and dissuade any kind of engagement. There goes the engagement, the quickness as they get up 2 people. They're going to try and use the roam up to get Yukal out as Nu is on his backside. Nu is 1v3 and forcing everybody away right now. He's still going to be the solo laners of TT to try and save this fight, but they cannot do it. LNG get themselves the kill on the backside. It is only the jungler and ADC alive here for TT. LNG might look for Baron.
Yeah, TT get absolutely crushed there. Puff isn't able to find this space to kite back, right? LNG dive forwards with their engage tools, and critically, if you actually watch, Nu didn't do anything until right at the end. Was on a flank, and LNG just dove forwards and were able to find the favorable team fight. Now, looking towards that Baron. Chieftain is still up and available, but this is a very hard deal to pull off with 4 members alive and looking for you. Haven't spotted him though. If you can get over the wall,
I mean, they don't know exactly where he is. They have no vision on him, so he now knows, with Puff just kind of playing the sentry here, is making sure they know what's going on. This would be a totally blind steal at the moment. He's going to go in. There's a lot of low health bars here. Tarzan also very, very low. They're going to go in. It's going to be a 50-50, and Tarzan secures it. So it is LNG with it, but can they get out with these Baron buffs alive? Lumao going to lose his life. Azal is now trying to get himself over the wall, but the polymorph keeps him there for just a couple of seconds. Another blast cone keeps him alive. The rift is on his side as LNG get the Baron and only lose 1.
yeah, definitely a flip, by the way. I'm just going to say, TT, they got Chieftain into the pit. Did get the smite down, but loses the 50-50. LNG wants to secure the Baron, though, so definite advantage for them. Now 3,000 gold up. They're looking for Doinby, though.
Dead. Yep, he's dead. There's going to be a solo kill there for Nu as he gets himself a kill, and that's going to be a lot of what you want to get him. As we can see now, the onslaught of shadows coming in as Ala TP'd off on the backside. They're going to try and jump onto Puff, and Yukal, the Condemn, off on the backside, puts Yukal with Ale underneath the turret. He's very tanky on this rise. He just will not go down. Tarzan trying to go for it. Shuriken flip all the way back to Narnia as he finally goes down. You wanted to see Ale step up, and he has. That being said, though, we are going to see Chieftain coming in on the Hex Gate. Will not land the Sonic Wave, and this has become a very scrappy affair all of a sudden, Ox.
And how unfun is Akali, can I just say, by the way? You saw Puff trying to condemn, and then Akali's just invisible. It's so annoying, and that's why you really need the Lulu there, right? You have the knock-up from the Wild Growth. You have the Polymorph as well to be able to land. But we're going to see the replays. The TP comes in. Puff and Yukal just overextended. No real reason to be here in this situation. And it's a great ult from Tarzan there to buffer the CC from the Everfrost. But you see Puff trying to land the Condemn, but Oleg goes invisible. Not able to do so. And then the chase down, the rise. Close, honestly, to turning things around. But just not quite able to find it. And good timing from Oleg to kill him straight out of the Zhonya's.
Yeah, if he doesn't land that 5-point strike right as he comes out of the Zhonya's, they probably both die, to be perfectly honest. As Yukal would have been maybe to get the spell Flux out and get himself some nice bounce damage, but it wasn't to be, and now we come back into the game. It is going to be about a 4,500 gold lead now all of a sudden for LNG. They've used that Baron power play to great advantage. They've cracked open a couple of kills. Ala now with 3 items, 4, 1, and 2 on this Akali. He has been absolutely pivotal, and it has been on the knife's edge. He almost traded his life about 3 times now so far this game, but it's those little minor little things that can be the huge difference in these teams.
Absolutely, and I feel like one thing is being said for the engage tools available to LNG, right? The fact that they can just pick fights, go in, and they are the ones with the real agency. TT is kind of reliant on the enemy team, and you've seen them struggle to navigate these fights, particularly Puff on this vein hasn't really found favor yet, and still, you know, he's got the Rage Knife working towards the Rage Blade, he's working towards the Wit's End as well. He is still going to get stronger. LNG not really giving him the time of day, using that Baron to push down that tier 2 on the bot side, looking to apply more pressure. Dragon is in a minute, so even though they don't necessarily get more in this scenario, the deep push, the vision established does go a long way, but it looks like resets coming through now. One of the restock on wards, buy items, and I want to draw your attention to the AD carry items, right? I know that lethality items are cheaper, but 4 items per light in pocket, including a Serpent's Fang, which has excellent value here against, you know, the shield bow, shields from the Lulu, the Fimbulwinter, all sorts of things. But this Xayah is extremely strong right now.
Yeah, I will say, TT, I wouldn't be surprised if they just let this one go. You don't have to fight this. You can just let it go. Don't really need to kind of, you know, throw this entire game over what would just be a second Drake here for LNG, so...
It's so... right? I feel like teams always, you know, like the previous Dragon, they're like, yeah, we should for sure give it up. But when it gets to Soul, sometimes teams get so tunnel vision on it. They are actually going to do what you said and back away. And I respect the decision. Again, second Dragon for LNG, not that big of a deal. You know, the attack speed, ability, haste is nice, but at the end of the day, live to fight another day. You haven't hit critical mass yet. We do now have the Ginsus on the vein. And I kind of want to talk about this Wit's End as well. When you look over the side of LNG, yes, Light is doing a lot of AD damage. But it sounds weird to say, if Puff is playing the team fights correctly, he probably shouldn't be really getting hit by Light all too much, right? It's really Tarzan, Ale diving him. And the thing is, you know, Tarzan obviously does a fair bit of physical damage to Hecarim, but with the chem tank, right, there's also a decent amount of magical. And Ale obviously is that magical assassin threat, so a decent amount of value from the Wit's End. You can see as well, Nu and Chieftain both got those Merc Treads, Yukal on top of that, Morph Mortius for the Lee Sin. So definitely itemizing to try and mitigate that pressure. But for the time being, it's 4,500 gold lead for LNG. They are definitely in a pretty strong position right now. And Ale in particular on this Akali, level 17. Toynbee also on this Victor, level 17. If you look at the items, they are in a very powerful position right now. So my eyes are on these solo laners of LNG. If they can shut down Puff, things become very difficult for TT.
Yeah, absolutely. With Baron spawning in a minute's time, you can see LNG just basically overloading that top side of the map. The level difference, the item difference, it is significant, especially when you got yourself 2 items ahead. The massive CS difference in that mid lane as Doomby gets himself almost a 10 CS a minute. Now LNG just using that priority to put themselves up towards this top side. They still do have a TP on New, and almost all, actually all summoners apart from Doomby's TP are available for both sides. As we can see now, both teams trying to weigh up what way they want to go for. And this is just textbook League of Legends here from LNG. You've got priority over the new neutral objective, which will be spawning in 20 seconds. You know there's a tier 2 still to take, so you're just going to be able to push up with Allah, get yourself a free bit of gold. And while that's happening, you can't really react to it as TT. You kind of just have to accept your fate.
Oh, Engage coming in.
They're going to go in for the onslaught of Shadow misses, but Cheetah is all on his lonesome. He is going to get kicked back, so both junglers losing their ultimate. And then the TP is going to come in with the Realm Warp. Not quite going to be used straight away as the quickness comes in to try and stop Cheetah. Doomby's been caught though, and he flashes away. And this is going to be Puff going absolutely off. Gets himself a double kill. Wants a little bit more, but doesn't want to bite off more than he can chew. He's still hunting though as they go over with Ala. Perfect execution. Puff is still ticking, and Ala gets himself on the kill. It's a double kill for the top laner as LNG turn that fight completely on its head. They are going to be able to pick up Chieftain off the back of it as well as Yukal just watches on and recognizing that his top laner or his jungler is going to die. There's going to be the kill there. Basically a triple kill for the Akali, and that looks so good for TT, but they just went a little bit too far.
They overstepped, right? Puff is finally like, I'm at the late game. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to fight. Oversteps in that situation. Ends up going too far and getting punished. And now ends up going down. You can see kind of critical error. So LNG actually overstepped massively here, right? They look for the engagement, Yukal don't find it. Tarzan's ult now unavailable. They heavily commit to Chieftain, who's just running away. And because of that, a lot of these tools are being committed. You even see here Lumao focusing his CC onto Lee Sin. This means Puff is finally free to just hit without being challenged. Spears out Johnny kills Lumao as well. Things are fine here, but he tries to force roll, tries to overstep. Doesn't respect the Akali, and now with the Shroud up and available, can't even use anything on Ale to just try and disengage and get shut down. And then in the end, just a really solid play for TT that just gets marred by the fact that they overstep, right? Went too far. And we do actually see, you know, I mentioned the Wit's End, but he actually had a full Negatron Cloak in inventory, so Puff hasn't gone for the Wit's End. Obviously, that builds out of the...
Force of Nature, I believe.
Yeah, Force of Nature. So this is a very tanky Vayne, very resistant to the magic damage. Oh, goodbye.
Good catch, yeah, and Puff gets the kill. They even get the Realm Warp out to cover the mid lane, so... When a minute till Dragon spawns, that kind of delays this Baron power play here from LNG. I like this from TT because this is how you come back into this game. This is how you come back into this series of just saying, look, if we catch you out and delay your engage, you can't take a fight.
100%. And that's the thing is that Lumao in these situations, this is a hard game for the Rakan to play because Lulu is just such a pain, right? You get polymorphed, there's no recourse. I can actually see Lumao going for a QSS being a solid option because you really get shut down by the ability. Now, they look like...
Oh, they might have found him as well. They're going to get kicked into the wall. He will flash away and use his ultimate as well. As we can see Tarzan charging in. They think they have him, but you cannot take him on your own, Chieftain. You just don't have the damage. Despite him going Gore Drinker straight into the mob Mortius, he just cannot take down the AD carry of LNG. But key summoners blown. LNG will, however, get themselves onto Soul Point because they are the ones with the jungler and TT are not.
You know, I'm just going to say it right. They could have just taken Light's ult, maybe even a flash as well, and that would have been enough. But they overcommit, jungler down. And we've been talking all game about, you know, GT, really smart decision. Just give up the dragon. It's fine. Yeah, that doesn't work when you're now 3 apiece, right? So that's the last dragon they can afford to give up. 3 in pocket for LNG. A lot of attack speed, a lot of ability haste. Definitely valuable on their picks. This final dragon, the soul, would make such a huge difference. So LNG still with Baron in pocket. GT will have Cheetah respawning shortly, and they are looking for Lumao again.
They might find him, but this time he has got himself a sweeper, so he knows that Yukal is just sitting over the wall and will not be caught out again as we wait to see now where the scene go. I will say you haven't got a Rabadon's death cap for new as well, so there is some significant damage, but 30 seconds still left on this Baron push. They should be able to get himself a tier 2. Important though for TT, they haven't lost themselves an inhibitor turret yet. That's kind of a big moment here for them to try and just keep themselves in this game.
It's going to be tricky to defend here. You could see TT look for a potential engage, right? No flash for life, but still has that ultimate available.
They're going to try and look for it. There's the onslaught of shadows down on the pulse, but they've got themselves some CC, and Tarzan's just melted. It's a trade, though, of jungler for jungler as they both went into the backside. Now, Ala trying to see if he can do something. He needs to get onto Vayne or onto this Lulu. They exhaust him as Nu goes gold, and he gets himself out of the shroud. Lumao goes in with the grand entrance, and they get down the Gwen. Doonby, though, in a lot of trouble. Will have to get himself away after this Zhonya's, but he hasn't got a flash, and he hasn't got a way to go. And now they get the Realm Warp right back in, but another great grand entrance. The Southwind gets himself some Hexgate, and now Puff at a 1v3. This is the skill expression that you were talking about, Ala, though, in the shroud. It's becoming very, very difficult. Can Puff keep himself alive? Puff gets one. Can he get another? No, he cannot. That was so very, very close, but in the end, LNG overpower the Vayne.
Yeah, and now it's 15 seconds on Chieftain. I don't think they're going to be able to end. They might try, though, honestly.
Thinking
you want
about
to see the Lee Sin in 7. He does have ultimate. Southwind has to stop. I think LNG have to back away here. They won't be able to end the game now. They're going to Hexgate out. Disengage in the back of that one, but man, what a fight. You're seeing it, the power of the Vayne, right? This Bruiser build, even got the Warden's Mail as well. Hard to take down, but I honestly feel bad for Puff in that situation. So many times in that fight, he wanted to be dual damage, and we're just going to track that here. So first off, watch Puff gets a great disengage onto Tarzan, right? Ult comes in, cleanse, backs away. Tarzan, your life is forfeit for this situation. And then watch the continuation, okay? He's like, I want to go up here, find a nice little flank. Get the W coming out for the victor. Okay, I guess I can't go that way. I'll just walk around. Okay, now, looking for Arla in this situation, finds a position to maneuver, starts to move around, starts connecting, and then Doinby steps up. And then we get the stopwatch coming out, okay? So Puff, you know, biding his time, just getting some autos in, starts to push up once again, starts to go aggressive, dodges away from the queue, looks for Arla, again, a stopwatch, and it feels like Puff is just getting shut down constantly from just being able to auto. Finally finds the moment where he can step up, dodges the shuriken flick, but just not quite enough. The shroud is so annoying, right? 2 shrouds in that fight, and as an auto attack based champion, right? That's the thing with Vayne, is that you only have your autos and you condemn where you need to see your target. Shroud is an incredibly frustrating skill to go up against,
especially just late in the game when it's level 18, full stack of the, you know, kind of items as well. It's up probably once every 10 or 12 seconds. It's very short cooldown. So in a long extended fight, which the Vayne would love, it's just not going to hit the same way. Randuin's Omen being picked up here now. We are hitting critical mass for everyone across the board. We are starting to see big items, full items on the Xayah, which I must say for Light, having a fantastic game alongside Ala. 8-0 and 5 has been looking really solid on the Light on this Xayah. So very good game from him. But for TT, it's all about this Vayne. It's all about the Vayne staying alive and getting those auto attacks. If Ala does not stay alive, I actually think TT just take over a fight. Ala is the only win condition to stop this Vayne.
Yeah, he's really the frustration point, and they do have tools to try and shut the Vayne down, but Cleanse is coming up soon for Puff. They still have the Lulu, they have all that peel. And at this point, right, Vayne gun Bruiser makes complete sense because it means you're not going to get bursted down. It's similar to what we see from Kog'Maw. You have enough damage in your kit. Critically, just means you are able to move forward, play aggressive. Now they look at the
Southwind. Southwind gets caught out. Well, they got to get Chieftain now off the back of it, as we can see the Hecarim go straight in. But look at that true damage coming out. You have to be so careful. Perfect Execution was used as well, but you've lost your Lulu. That's a huge loss here for TT. That's a very pivotal carry to keep your carries alive.
Yeah, and you really can't be face checking as a Lulu, right? Even Rakan, even Lumao has had great difficulty face checking this game, and he is a lot better at doing it than a Lulu is. Instant burst down, Baron taken, and now, if you look at the spawn timers, Southwind spawns 2 seconds after the dragon, right? Not great scenario to be contesting that, because you either fight it 4v5 without a Lulu, or you just sack this Hextech Soul. Neither are a great scenario, and this is just off the back of that one pick, and it kind of has to talk about, you know, the snap engage potential off LNG, right? They have the tools where they can instantly start. They are going to give up the dragon. It's rough, right? You've just given the enemy team Baron and Hextech Soul. 4 Hextech dragons as well. Not fun to play against, but you see, you know, they have the vision of Lumao. They know he's there. They know that the Harley is there as well. And still, you step up, right? There is no excuse for that at all. That is just flat out a critical error at a pivotal time in the game.
Yeah, an unforced error as well. Like, these are the, it's a bit of a tennis term, but it's when, no one's actually putting you in a position where you had to make a move. You had to move towards this dragon. You saw where the Xayah was. You knew they weren't taking the dragon. You just saw the support. It's just unfortunate there for the side of TT, which means they not only lose the Baron, they lose the Hextech Soul, like you mentioned, but also the amount of ability haste and attack speed you are gaining from this 4-stack Soul is absurd, in my opinion. You can see Paul getting hit by 1 stack of the lightning is just getting themselves a little bit peppered down. And again, this is a tank Vayne. This is a Vayne that has got tank items available, both in the MR and the armor departments. And this game is starting to run away. TT looks so good for a little bit there. You need to try and find a win. You have to fight now or never.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they're going to lose the mid inhibitor. LNG might try and push further. I feel like they could just play it slow and go towards bot if they want to play it safe. I'll try to walk the wave in at least, but I don't think you can just end through the Nexus towers.
Also, very quickly there, we did see Yukal swap out his Everfrost for a Rift Maker. He's actually swapped his mythic item straight away because he's saying, look, the Everfrost does nothing. Everyone can just buffer my CC. It does not matter if I catch them out. Basically, all he needs to do is be able to survive in these fights and do as much damage as possible. He's recognizing that. I don't know if it's the correct play. As we can see now, Puff getting caught out. He's got the cleanse to get the wild thrown on top of him, but everyone's just dogpiling now on top of this Vayne, who just cannot survive. LNG wiped the floor with TT. All the buffs in the world mean that TT cannot hold the gate, and LNG take themselves a 1-0 advantage in this best of 3.
And we saw moments, right? We saw moments where TT, the comp made sense, the Vayne started to pop off, but the execution was massively lacking. And I think that's been a consistent theme for TT. LNG, better team in this game. Definitely with some fumbling moments, but for the most part, consistent. And you've got to credit Light as well on that Xayah. Really formidable performance. With that, they will take the 1-0 in the series.
Yep, big win there, LNG. You can see smiles on the faces. I think they're also pretty aware that it wasn't probably as convincing as they wanted it to be. A little bit closer. The Vayne and the Rise stacking towards that late game definitely helped out TT. But for LNG, a win is a win. I don't know if it's a convincing win, though. There was a lot of scrappiness. I do think a lot of people stepped up when they needed to. I think that Light and that bot side and Ala in the top definitely doing their part. But again, what we wanted to see from LNG this series was domination, and TT gave them a good fight.
Yeah, and I think, the scaling elements definitely flourished, right? The laning phase from the siding was good. I'm going to say, though, that mid-jungle kind of didn't have the impact I wanted, especially in the early stages. You have the Rise, you have the ability to realm up the side lanes. I wanted to see 4-man dives. I wanted to see get the Vayne or the Gwen significantly ahead. And it felt like TT maybe coasted a bit too much on that one. And as much as, right, you had scaling elements, one of the things, if you get that Vayne ahead early, she becomes an absolute monster. And I think because they didn't find those avenues to snowball, things became more difficult. We got to the late game team fights, and you saw if Puff is slightly out of position, or if honestly you just throw everything and the kitchen sink at him, it's enough to take him down.
Yeah, absolutely. And you got a quickness and onslaught of shadows, and that's only the CC parts of things. You got to make sure you're not on top of the Chaos Storm. It's so many things, in front of the feathers that can just really make your life hell. And yes, I do like the Vayne. I actually think that the draft from the side of TT was very, very solid. I loved a lot of the elements they tried to put together, but it didn't really come together in terms of the execution, like you mentioned. And this is, the sad reality of a team that is 2-9. This is a team. This is why we would say this team is about, down the bottom of the standings at 2-9. They haven't shown us so far this split that they can execute on the maybe arguably slightly harder to, compose themselves teams,
I would definitely agree with that. I think that's the thing is it's like a harder to execute comp, because if you look at the composition for LNG, it's just, you see someone kill someone, send a horse, send the Birdman, have them fly at the enemy target, and it's
just
it's
keep
kind of
throwing
go time.
animals at them. Just
Literally at that point, right? Carly isn't really an animal, but you throw that too. And I think the ease of execution with a better coordinated team just seems night and day in that regard. So as much as I like the draft from TT, we kind of hit on that a lot in that game. It just felt like they weren't able to kind of hit that level you needed to. So maybe game 2, they sort of go back to a bit more for standard. We have the engage tools, make it a bit simpler, and then you can focus on the fundamentals of the game.
Yeah, I completely agree. And for LNG, though, it is still a win. We can still congratulate them on them. They're now half the way there to making themselves a 2-0 in this particular series and getting them back up towards, like we mentioned earlier, the upper echelon of the LPL hierarchy. And again, it was a close game. I think TT definitely came in swinging right up until about the 22-23 mark, and that's when it starts to run a bit away there from the side of TT, sadly for them. But a lot of positives for them. I will say the big highlight for me had to be Light and Allah. I think Allah played on the edge of the knife, which is exactly how you need to play the Akali in these team fights, or even just in solo 1v1s a lot of the time. And Light just kept himself safe. I will have to triple check, but I'm pretty sure he went deathless in that entire game.
He did. And honestly, I feel like the Akali was such a pain point, right? I just remember that fight where the 2 shrouds came through and you can't auto-attack the Akali. And as much as Lulu was a great answer into the pick, right? Lulu very solid answering it, being able to polymorph. A lot of times, Ale would get polymorphed and then be in the shroud and just like not get targeted. So ended up being a whole mess. But either way, we will be going towards like game 2 after a short break. So make sure to keep tuned in.
In 2021, RNG lost to EDG in the most important match.
Oh, it's gonna miss. He's gonna ward hop away to stay alive with a flash to find the knockup. JJ is perfect and he finds the kill. That's an easy smite. The flash is followed with the dunk, and Gala is gonna get sniped by Viper. EDG, it took them 6 attempts, but this time they will knock down RNG.
Now, RNG wants revenge.
Allah!
Down.
Why are you there, my friend? Why are you pushing it when he's still a Gwen and he's still healing up? That healing was ridiculous. They still haven't taken him down finally to get him, and here comes the package across everybody. Burn, baby, burn! RNG find themselves a fight. Triple kill for Big.
Xiaohu played well in the top lane in 2021, and we worried whether he would be unfamiliar in his return to mid. But now it seems our worries were superfluous. As the leader, he deserves to be trusted.
再次回到中的话，其实这条线我也比较熟悉嘛，然后这个那个对线方面我也是没什么担忧的吧，然后也是新带入了一些上单的一些就是学习到的经验跟打法吧。
Although he burns on the interim, but England's legend of reset to Xiaohu!
Xiaohu!
Vex, Xiaohu! Say his name, say the champion!
Xiaohu is still one of the top mid laners, but this time he's going to face the finals MVP of World Scout, who is still a top mid laner in the LPL in his own right and is always willing to exert his pressure.
最近我们这里的状态可以说是不稳定吧，但是也在慢慢提升中。然后后面的话，我们保持好状态的话，应该会没问题。
Flare as well. He goes gold with the shockwave from down on the back end. That's the real hero play. The teacher is still the teacher.
Under the leadership of Xiaohu, RNG is still outstanding in this spring split, and Ben has well passed the adaptation period and has played to his strengths.
Absolutely huge. I mean, now Ben might actually try and dive the Akali.
He gets him, I think. Yeah, one more snip and he got him. He's dead. The Knight is still ticking, but not enough because you've got the needlework for the healing. He's able to push out this wave as well. Way not quite able to make it on bot side, but Ben makes up for it in top.
EDG still retain dominance as world champions, especially JJ. He may even be stronger now than he was at Worlds.
And he's still him going down fast over the wall. Pill, but he gets it.
He does.
JJ gets it. World champion quality jungler.
我觉得这次遇上 RNG 的话，胜负关键还是我感觉在小虎身上吧。对，我们要去研究一下小虎这边的打法。
兵哥啊，小虎啊，他们应该都挺想拿 MVP 的，所以说看他们两个表演就行。
EDG and RNG are both strong legacy teams of the LPL, as well as MSI champion and world champion respectively. Over the years, they have been friends, they have been opponents, however, there can always only be one winner. They all must fight for their own honor. EDG versus RNG.
Staring out at an April snow and your taxi in the street. I imagine time has slowed. In sympathy of packing up my heart to walk away. Still it's all I want to say. 'Cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love. Learn to love. Holding on to a photograph from the day we made our vows, and I bet we would have laughed to see us now. You're packing up my heart to walk away. Still it's all I want to say. 'Cause I learned to love for you, for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love. Learn to love. 'Cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love. Learn to
The moment I throw my backpack in the trunk of your rusty car, not knowing where we going, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. Oh, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through soft clouds, the sun, the moon, and you. We follow our hearts, we see in the signs, led by the stars, not knowing where we're going. Yeah, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far, it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through soft clouds, the sun, the moon, and you. Emotional landscapes right here, making memories with you, sun.
我觉得破剑者这个装备就是适合那些单带厉害的英雄。春季赛的前半段我打的挺烂的， 然后我希望后半段能找回之前的自信跟状态。
Well, nice little insight there onto what you build Hullbreaker for. Side lanes, and also that he wasn't playing to the best of his ability. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are in the thick of it of our second series of the day, and we got to talk about our MVP from game one. It was Allah on the Akali. We mentioned it so many times in that game. The man was just such a nuisance, and I think nuisance is putting it very mildly.
It's just limited counterplay, right? Vayne is auto attacks only. Even you condemn, you have to be able to see the target. You don't have any skill shots to throw out into the shroud, and it just felt like any time Ola was diving onto Puff, it was just an absolute nightmare. And yes, there's some mistakes in the lane phase, like dying 1v1 to new post level 6, obviously not ideal, but for the most part, confident in the 1v1 matchup in the late stage of the game and crushed it in team fights.
Yeah, really, really was just in the right place at the right time, putting up the right abilities in the right people's faces, and that's how this guy needs to play. This is how this this team needs to play around. And we talked about coming into Spring Split that this was a team of pretty decent, players across all the, all the positions. You're looking at them, and the only real question mark we had was Light. You mentioned it though during this this game that Allah hasn't had the greatest of splits so far. This one though made up for a little bit more of that time he lost.
Yeah, and the only person I can say really is up there in terms of MVPs this game was the Blast Cone, twice saving Harman from those situations. Sorry, Light, but yeah, that's my second MVP. But it felt like in these team fights, right, just diving forwards, and it was constantly TT running backwards, not able to deal with the Akali. I feel like it was really the icing on the cake that was the composition for LNG that just made it so hard for TT to play things out.
Yeah, I think that's just the best way you can put it. And again, just on the edge of a knife, you can see him a couple of times going in with the shuriken flips, recognizing...
Calculated.
I was going to say, I was recognizing hopefully that he could survive one more tower hit. He was very, very low at that last little second there, but we'll always give the players the benefits of the doubt when it comes to those kind of plays. So now we come into the second game, and like we mentioned earlier, I liked what TT did. I just didn't like how they executed. So maybe if they can bring in a little bit more of an ease of execution in terms of their composition this time around, they might find a little bit more success.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, if you have a composition where you have things like Hecarim, Leona, you just charge forwards, you would just attack the enemy team, those are the easiest compositions to play. They really are so simple. You just pick an objective to fight for. You're like, okay, let's go. Let's charge. Done, right? I think there was more nuance to TT's composition that kind of left me a little bit wanting when it came to how the execution panned out. I think the concept of the draft was good. I think how it matched up into LNG's composition was also good, but did feel like they just weren't quite able to pull it off. So I think you want to go down in the series, right? You didn't have an awful game one, but just simplify things, break it down, make it easier, and then hopefully in this game too, they have more of a chance and just go to those team fights where you are the one who has those engage tools to get things rolling.
Yeah, and again, I think you mentioned as well, the mid-jungle combination of Chieftain and Yukal just wasn't really as proactive as maybe we wanted to see it, and I think Tarzan and Doomby had pretty quiet games as well. So, that's not always going to happen. And already we're seeing some changes in the draft. This time TT saying, look, all right, we'll opt in to the AD carries. We don't care about it this time around. And they get their choice of Aphelios or Jinx. I would imagine it will be the Jinx for Puff, and letting Light go onto that Aphelios because Jinx just has a much easier time in the first start of the laning phase.
Honestly, though, I wouldn't be amiss to picking something like the Hecarim up here. Does look like we're going to go in the Jinx direction, but when you have Aphelios, Jinx, if you're fine with both, in terms of the trade-off, I really like the Hecarim pick. I feel like LNG probably can just go for the Hecarim themselves in this rotation. Are toying with the idea of the Thresh here and will pick it up. So ban away the Tahm Kench, picking away the Thresh means those safety tools for the Jinx have kind of been limited, but they will lock in that Hecarim. Really powerful pick on this patch, really strong gauge tools. Now, the TT in this situation could look to go towards the Gwen once again if you're feeling confident on it, but I expect probably will want to secure a support in this rotation for themselves.
Possibly a jungler as well.
Yeah, I think you could go in the direction of, we saw Gwen Xin Zhao being this really strong duo, that's kind of picked together quite frequently. Obviously, Xin Zhao does feel a bit weaker on the current patch compared to 12.2, just because the Bruiser itemization changes, and for that reason, they won't go for the Xin Zhao and the Gwen. They will pick the Gwen. They go for the Lee Sin, and this is kind of one of the issues with not picking your Aphelios in those first two. LNG are forced to take that Aphelios on that third pick, right? If you leave it open, it will get banned away, and the reason that's a bit of a concern is now TT, you have those two bans. We talked about it in the draft before. ban away the good picks for Ollie into this Gwen. Ban away the Akali, ban away the Jace. It's that simple. For LNG though, look towards the support. Nautilus, definitely something I could see TT wanting to pick up. But a lot of flexibility there. I feel like Leona could be also something you want to do, because they need engage on the side of TT, right? They already have, they have the Lee Sin, who obviously is, you know, works in a pinch, but not exactly reliable engage.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say, just very much off the cuff before we came into the third picks on either side, it was green bands and picks for LNG and blue bands and picks for TT. Just very aesthetically pleasing to me. That's all I really wanted to say. But we come back in now to the... What? I like when things line up like that. It looks and feels nice. It's like when we're in pick and ban, they just happen to pick like their top, their mid, jungle, their mid, and all in the same order. It's just nice. It's just, you know, there's no messing about. There's no craziness to be involved. But coming back into the bans, we can see there the Silas being banned away, as well as the Nautilus by LNG, recognizing they need to get rid of, like you mentioned, some of that engage, as well as taking away some of the big mid lane picks that UCal could maybe go towards.
The Silas is a good matchup into Ahri, so it kind of suggests that maybe LNG are leaning towards an Ahri for themselves. TT continue with the line of thought of banning away the difficult picks for the Gwen, but I really could see LNG going for the Ahri pick here and being quite strong. Looks like they might leave it till later and pick up the Kennen for the time being. Is something that goes up against the Gwen reasonably well. Not exactly going to be as much pressure as like Akali post 6 or days before then, but a strong team fighter that holds up fine. For TT, still feel like engaging the support role goes a long way. I feel like you're not really going to find it elsewhere in your composition, so it would make a lot of sense. And honestly, Silas banned away. I think Ahri could be a decent pickup for the side of TT in this situation, right? Syncs really well with the Lee Sin, and the mobility definitely a great tool to play around with when you're up against the likes of a Hecarim and a Kennen. So we'll see what they opt for in this situation. There are definitely a lot of options in the mid lane. Things like the Vex come to mind as well. But we'll see. And I'm not a big fan of this personally. They are toying with the idea of the Corki.
No, I'm glad to see them move away. Not that much better in terms of my own personal enjoyment. Zoe is still ridiculous at certain situations of the game, especially with those poke, but they do end up leaning in towards that. And now we'll see where LNG want to go with their final pick. I would love an Orianna here for the side of LNG. I think it would work fantastically with what they've already drafted in. Put the ball on top of the Kennen and a Hecarim. You get that very good ball delivery system, and that's exactly what they're going to go for.
Yeah, I think it's okay. I probably would prefer the Ahri in this situation. I'm going to be honest. I feel like Orianna does contest wave reasonably well. Scales exceptionally in the team fights, don't get me wrong. Like the team fight from LNG, once again, looks pretty easy to pull off and quite spectacular. But this Lee Sin Zoe, really, the onus is once again on TT. You have this setup. If you land a Sleepy Trouble bubble, Sonic Wave follows up. It's an easy kill. On top of that, you should be able to control the area around mid. If Doinby has to roam and face checks that, he's going to get punished. On top of that, you have Tarzan on this Hecarim. Again, we could see those invades coming out to challenge him. So once more, strong scaling elements of the side lane for TT with a mid jungle that should come out ahead. But I think if it gets to team fights and they're even, LNG have the easier to operate straight up team fight. And I do favor them in that regard. So UCal, Chieftain, the two latest additions to this TT roster, it is really in your hands on this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're wondering how the Ken and Gwen matchup goes, we've seen it earlier today with 369. He was 0-6 on the Kennen and still was able to be absolutely monstrous in team fights. That slicing Maelstrom is just so unbelievably powerful in those situations, and with very little defense effectively for TT, you're basically relying on a Lee Sin Dragon's Rage kick or maybe a headbutt from the Alistar to try and stop this Kennen from engaging. There's not a lot of safety here for this backline, so you need to be so careful of those flank wards coming in from LNG. And for TT, like you mentioned, it's again a hard to execute draft. It is got its wins, it's got its opportunities, but whether or not it all comes together, that's going to be decided in this game. LNG looking to get themselves in 2-0 and up to 8-4 in the standings. So TT looking to try and keep your playoff hopes alive. I will say for TT, if they lose this and OMG win later on this weekend, they would be mathematically out of playoffs. There was no real way they could catch up in front of everybody there, and they've already lost all of the head-to-heads in terms of the people they could catch.
Yeah, definitely puts them in that spot where it's now or never. Obviously, when you're 2-9, you're not really thinking too much about playoffs. You're just thinking about winning as many series as you can, take it one at a time. But you're absolutely right. Now, TT gonna go a little bit aggressive and look for some vision here, just to keep an eyes on where Tarzan will be showing up. I believe he has a sweeper to clear this one out, and typically we see Hecarim can often start on those like non-buff camps, right? You can start on the Wolves, you can start on the Raptors, just because that AoE clear you have from your Q. It's a bit of flexibility, but will be spotted out in the situation. And so I do think that at least TT have the engage the Alistar provides. I think that definitely goes a long way. I think the complete lack of engage they had before did make things a little bit more difficult. And as you said, the headbutt from the Alistar, the kick from the Lee Sin can go a long way into dealing with the Kennen.
We talk about the ease of execution. Obviously, we know the team fight is good, but in terms of the early levels, are we expecting any kind of shenanigans from LNG, or is it just kind of wait until level 6 and then maybe look for something to make you move on?
So typically we see the Hecarim waiting towards level 6, right? Just because the ult gives so much power. If you do have an overextended lane, sure, there's opportunities. But again, Alistar not exactly the easy gank, you can just knock the Hecarim away. I think it's on Chieftain. 3-6. I'm looking at what this Lee Sin can do. We saw him invade aggressively last time onto Tarzan. And you see that Tarzan, he's done his Raptors, he's done his red. He's not going for a full clear. He's trying to pick up his buffs quickly and sort of cover himself against those potential invades. Remember, if you were watching last game, he got invaded on his red on the top side and it was stolen away by Chieftain. They then followed through and actually ended up killing him. So I think Tarzan's doing a good job to mitigate the chance of that happening again.
Come back in. He said they've adapted to that early game strategy that TT adapted in game 1. Tarzan now taking a little bit of a quicker route through his jungle to make sure he does not get caught out in the same fashion. Has found himself on the bot side. Both junglers will be on the bot side of the map for a potential level 3 gank in the bot lane, but don't think there's going to be much else going for it. As we can see, Ala just trying to be as much of a nuisance as he possibly can. The little Pikachu has got plot armor. Never gonna not be OP as hell. Level 9, level 100 is now we see Tarzan fighting Chieftain, but Chieftain, there's nothing for you to take here.
Yeah, and that's the power of this jungle pass, right? Is that you don't leave an opportunity to invade. So it wasn't quite as a convincing invade as we saw before from Chieftain, but his strategy hasn't worked again. He is now looking to contest. He's taking that bot side scuttle. He wants to lean over and deny here. And this is that difference in the mid matchup, right? Going to be low on mana, forced away. Does mean that there's a pressure advantage to TT, but Tarzan makes a swift move, secures that scuttle, and can now head towards his Raptors. So despite Chieftain's best efforts, he won't be able to steal away anything from Tarzan this time round. So positive play for LNG to mitigate that pressure. Now we see Yukal. He's fishing. He lands a Sleepy Trouble Bubble here. It could be devastating.
It could very much be. We see the flash headbutt engage. They land the Trouble Bubble as well. Can they just try and keep him alive? Luma with the Glacial Augment, though, does stop any kind of big re-engage. That sentence goes off to the side. As we can see now, Yukal just taking a little bit more harassment than maybe he intended.
Yeah, so critical thing there is Puff, well, wasn't there, right? He was back in base, so I think maybe with the Jinx being there on top of that might have been enough to make a difference. Could have potentially allowed the traps to go down to proc the Sleepy Trouble Bubble to lock the Thresh in place. Either way, it's flash for flash, so for the most part, you feel like LNG will be kind of okay with that, but something to mention is that Southwind does have Hex Splash. I feel like when you have Hex Splash on these engaged champions, you kind of are really happy to trade flashes just because you're essentially getting access to that Hex Splash you wouldn't have had otherwise. So you're not even really losing out that much in this scenario. You don't have that extra element of snap engage. You don't have that extra element of safety if you get caught out, but definitely gives you a lot of tools to play around with.
Yep, really, really does. We can see Doom be taking a very unfavorable trade against Yukal in this mid lane. The Trouble Bubble doing so much just to try and push him back, like you mentioned earlier, and it'd be a little bit difficult here for Doomby to get out of this lane. This has been kind of a consistent theme here for LNG so far this split. It has been very much, we talked about Doomby at the start of the split, saying, look, it's all about him getting out, affecting those lanes, doing as much as he possibly can. The top laners go head to head there. The Scissors coming out stronger than the Pikachu, but it is very much a theme we're seeing, that Doomby not having the same level of impact that we've seen him have in previous seasons. And it is hurting LNG just a little bit in these early games.
I think a problem is they haven't really... Oh, this could be trouble.
I mean, he might actually end up dying here. Yes, he will. First blood goes in. Yukal tanks up the turret like an absolute bro. TT very, very well set up in that mid lane.
And that's clear, right? The Sleepy Trouble Bubble into the Sonic Wave. Not much you can do once it's connected in that scenario. This is what we want to see. I gotta say, right, Doinby, in fairness, they didn't really give him too many favors in this draft, right? Getting pressured quite heavily here and hard to contest the mid prio. But this is the start of positives for TT. Mid jungle going well, applying that pressure. They get the kill. Now they're looking towards this objective in with the dragon, right? And on top of that, Doinby bit his clash. So this Orianna is going to be really scared of pushing up, playing aggressive, moving through the river. You see Yukal fishing for a sleepy trouble there, but won't find anything. Now on the other side, Tarzan instantly, never one to sleep on a chance to punish his opponent, will steal away the Gromp after having his own stolen. Don't think he'll be there long enough for the blue buff to spawn, but still trying to find these positives. And I think this is kind of like a game of cat and mouse right now for Tarzan, avoiding a pressure, getting as much as he can. But yeah, I mean, level 6 hit, Sleepy Trouble Bubble, and the time is perfect. Look at the patience, just to sync them together so Doinby doesn't have the chance to really flash any damage.
Yeah, and syncing them together and also just making sure that when he goes in on that Sonic Wave, he does get the execute damage. So good combination here from Chieftain and Yukal, and it's why we actually saw these guys being brought into the roster. Like we said, they were later additions to the TT team, and that meant that they weren't exactly, you know, there was a lot of question marks of why they were bringing them in, but there's the synergy right there being set up here for TT, and they find themselves in a little bit of advantage. They get the early dragon, they also get themselves the first blood, and again, good start for TT, similar to what we saw in game 1. Now it's all about how they transition it, how they're able to work it out for themselves, and Chieftain, he's only got eyes on one thing, and that's that red buff, which Tarzan would really love to be able to keep for himself because he's almost level 6. I think this should be able to give it to him. He's able to secure it, as we can see them now going for a bit of a smite fight, but never mind. There's Tarzan having to run away, canter off as much as he possibly can. Shockwave is flashed away, and Chieftain with the kick gets on top of Doinby. That was so clean.
Beautiful there, completely shuts Tarzan out of his jungle. As you said, denies level 6. Oh, there's a rocket coming in. Doesn't quite connect with Doinby, just saw it on the minimap there, so not able to find the return kill, but red buff stolen. Now looking towards his blue. LNG's bot lane is there to respond though. Chieftain might be in trouble.
Chieftain in a lot of trouble. No flash, no way of getting out of here, you would feel. He's waiting for his buddy to come and kind of help him out here. He's going to get himself over the wall, but he needs to get closer. Yukal! That was not the play, my dude. You just needed to play. You just needed to play tag. You just needed to get him out.
Left him out to dry. And honestly, I'm going to say, right, you look at the top right of your screen, you'll see the Herald is alive. Personally, I think that should have been the game plan, right? You force Tarzan away. He doesn't get the level 6. We often talk about supports not having the level 6 for the Herald fight. Usually your jungler does, right? But look at this burst damage that comes through. Follow-up comes in. The flash kicks Doinby through him. Doesn't quite have the follow-up because that Q from Yukal misses. But then after that, I feel like you could have moved towards the Herald, got control of that area, commits so heavily on this bot side, and is punished as a result.
Yeah, really overstaying and gets punished very, very hard. Now Tarzan, with that onslaught of shadows, is going to walk in towards this top bot lane. Has got himself some vision. Chieftain is around in the area. They have an inkling, though, that something's going on. They think that Lumao is sitting off into a brush as they finally get themselves the hook down on the south wind. But where are you going to go here? The onslaught of shadows has to be used, but he cannot get it in time. Puff gets a donation over to the AE carry fund as the traps went down to stop any kind of escape.
Yeah, really nice play. Obviously tries to ult out, but then ends up getting caught by those traps, and it was a good bait setup. Southwind made a bit of a mistake face checking last game, but on the Alistair, you really have permission to do so.
Yeah, we always see a good hook there from Lumao. It does mean that Southwind does pop out the Unbreakable Will, so he will not have that for any fight in the near future. Is in a relatively decent cooldown, so should have it in a minute and a half or so. But let's have a look at the replay here. And again, this is just spending so much time, and TT are just prepared for it.
Yeah, and critically, Light, you can see him on the corner of the screen, not in any position to help capitalize on this. They knock him away, he ults forward, ends up trying to hit the lantern, but on the traps, they will interrupt your dashes, right? So new chains, they made a jinx within the last year or so where you cannot dash over traps anymore, and so wasn't able to grab the lantern, get pulled out. We will now see TT moving towards that Herald, right? They have the support in position. I don't think they really need to do too much to get this. Tarzan not really interested, and he is 0-2-0 right now, and we talked a bit about this at the start of the segment, start of the series. LNG are kind of relying on Tarzan to really set the ball rolling. And we saw in the series against V5, when he falls behind, they look lost.
And that's the big thing we talked about at the start of this series, is that Tarzan is the glue that keeps this team together. And for TT, they found themselves an avenue, found an opportunity here where they're able to find consistent early game advantages. In the game 1, they got it, and in game 2, they're getting it now as well. They will have a little bit of mitigated pressure here as Light just farming himself up a storm, does have the Gale Force available to him, so is just doing very nicely in this bot side, has about a 400 gold lead, pretty much exclusively just on farm and just experience himself, so doing very nicely on that side. But Chieftain in the area now, looks like he wants to try and maybe look to make something work here. Breakable Will not quite there just yet, and the Onslaught of Shadows just coming back for Tarzan.
They could look for something here. Maybe he's going Lumao. Will give away that he's there. Does have the Herald in pocket, so potential to try and set something up. And Dragon is up and available, which seems like TT are keen on getting. Oh, all in.
All in indeed. We're going to see the Slicing Maelstrom used. Needlework's going to be doing some work. Ale has to flash away. That's a key engage tool now, no longer there for the Kennen. That flash Slicing Maelstrom is so pivotal, and it will not be available for any kind of dragon fight that we might see.
I expect TT are a lot more confident to go for this in the back of that. Do you see Chieftain get away? And honestly, TT, they don't mind this being a slow dragon, right? They can just fire poke off on the Zoe. You find a Sleepy Trouble bubble. They don't mind taking their time with this one. And as a result, you can see LNG, they really don't want to play games here, because if the Sleepy Trouble bubble does land, good chance you end up just getting popped. And you don't have things, as you said, like Slicing Maelstrom. You can't just TP the Kennen in, find that aggression. So as a result, LNG are going to back away. TT will just be able to secure this one.
Yep, that's going to be the second Dragon of the game going on with TT. We'll see what Dragon Soul will be the map, as it does change a lot of things. You know, we saw the Hex Soul last time around. It is going to be the Cloud Soul this one, so not the greatest of RNG for TT, but it does mean that you are a lot faster around those, you know, kind of corridors of the jungle, and that could be very pivotal for making rotations a lot later on this map goes, especially when you're looking for flanks on something like the Hecarim or the Kennen.
And honestly, even just a flat movement speed goes a long way, but on things like the Gwen, that movement speed is really valuable. Big tool that you can use to potentially find favor in fights, especially you popping the Ghost, you pop your ultimate, you're zooming around, hard to match. Would obviously be huge if LNG can get a Hecarim and Kennen in particular, finding a lot of favor now. TT used the Herald bot lane. It's not going to have as much value getting those plates bot compared to mid, as I kind of talked about before. Mid tier 1 is a great one to be able to take down early, but you do give the gold to Puff, which is definitely what TT want to be doing in this game, and it's kind of needed because right now Light is up in gold despite the fact you handed those plates over and picking up another plate himself.
Yeah, he's just had free reign realistically in this bot side. It's just been very solid from Light, and I'm gonna put a little bit of a spotlight onto him and say that this guy has stepped up for LNG, has had such an incredible season so far. I think he has the second highest KDA coming into this series, just behind Scout on EDG. And that's all players, by the way. That's not just 80 carries, that is of all players. So really having himself a good standout start to the season, and it's exactly what LNG needed. Like we said, we knew that their mid jungle was going to be good, but the rest of the map needed to kind of step itself up, but it has done, specifically with Light as well.
And I think it's important, right, particularly in a game like this where you're going up against the Jinx, one of those big carries that have been so dominant in the meta. There's lots of opportunities for Aphelios really to make the game about themselves. I think that's the difference, right? I think Jinx is like you find a good position in a team fight, you look for resets, you hammer down the constant damage, but we've seen Aphelios in the LPL really step up when it comes to Gale forcing in, getting the big ultimates, doing huge amounts of burst damage. Really just a treat to see, and kind of expecting some of that coming out from Light late in this game. Time being though, you know, 14 minutes, there's not a significant advantage for TT. I was hoping to see once again this mid jungle look to snowball. They've definitely done fine, right? Not denying that. Lee Sin, Zoe definitely in an okay position, but we still haven't seen too much pressure being applied on those side lanes. Yukal's kind of stayed mid, and now we're seeing the opposite, right? Going to be moving down towards bot. Tarzan's there. This is bot tier 1 going down. Oh, do you see a play?
Yeah, they're going to go in. Slicing Maelstrom, though, will stun them up underneath the tower as they do finally get the needlework to get the kill. So that's going to be the kill traded off, as well as the tower. So you are gaining a little bit here, but LNG not to be deterred. They've got full pressure in this bot side. They make it a tier 2. They've got the chakrams, the red and white. They're going to be able to shred this.
Yeah, I think Zoe being there might be, that might be enough to stop them.
mean, they need to be so careful, but I don't think they can be as careful enough. They will eventually get light out of there, but that was very, very close. Heal had to be burned. We are going to see the paddle star coming out. Lumao gets hit up by the trouble bubble, and now he goes into stasis, but he's going to come straight back out, right on top of the traps, and smacked in the face there by a star from the Zoe.
Yeah, good roam from UCAL at the end there to try and mitigate that play, get the kill on return, but still, when my mid jungle is winning, I expect to be getting first tower, right? And I feel like TT, once again, a little bit lacking in using that pressure they have and leaning to the side lanes. But like it took a long time for them to go for that tower top, a long time for them to take out Ala, and as a result, LNG able to get the first one. But still, TT do trade in terms of towers. They are up in terms of gold. They did get that kill, and now looking for a bit more.
Oh, I love this. I love that they're trying to go for it, but LNG wise to the trick, saying, look, we're going to chuck in the ball. We don't lose anything for doing it. We're going to be able to gain that very pivotal information. I did love the idea, though, from TT, using the Hex Flash to get the Alistar and the Lee Sin over the wall. It almost came to fruition, but we'll wait and see now. With a minute till Dragon spawning, you've got a couple of summoners down on TT. No flash engage available from Chieftain or from Southwind. So with first items being finished up, we will see the Gale Force being used as well by Puff. So he will not have that defensive tool here for this Dragon fight if the side of TT want to go for it.
And on the other side, Light won't have his ultimate available. I do feel like it's a similar situation to game one where TT don't need to contest this Dragon. But what I will say is that I think they should. They're up in gold, right? 2,000 gold up. And it would secure them a lot of value. You see here, the Lantern from Thresh is so valuable in this situation. Pelios would certainly be dead if that ability wasn't available. But the problem is, you're getting chased down by a Zoe through the jungle. Lumao tries to flay away UCAL to stop any further engage coming through, but trades his own life now. I think we're going to fly back in the live game. Dragon now the setup. Gotta see what Puff can do on this Jinx, but also Arlet, Flash, Slicing Maelstrom available. The Shockwave from Doinby, all big tools. If they can pull them off effectively, will win them a fight.
Yeah, you got the Hextech Rocket Belt as well for Ala if he wants to try and go for it. This would be a bit of a flip here for TT. I don't think they want to go for Ala, though. They're recognizing the flank that could come in over the side. You can see Chieftain, he's going to go in on top of it now and try and maybe take it. No, he does not get the steal, so they are going to try and maybe make this fight work as Doomby already down to about a third of his HP. Side of LNG will get the Dragon. They'll get out. They do not suffer any casualties.
They will lose that mid-tier 1 as a result. TT able to zone them away. A close one in the Smite fight, but Tarzan holds true in this game. Once again, is able to secure it. Lose the mid-tier 1. I think LNG though can kind of be happy with that one. He managed to deny the soul stacking. They are still behind, and now TT looking towards that Herald. I think maybe should just be able to get this red buff and get out. Tarzan doesn't have the Smite yet, but actually could look for something.
I mean, Puff's got to be so careful here. I was going to say, if they don't know where the Thresh is, the one death sentence is just that. And now, the Rift Herald is very much in question here. You still have the Slicing Maelstrom for the side of the cannon, and you can see Tarzan now running forward. No Onslaught of Shadows to speak of, but Tarzan goes a little bit too far forward, tries to smite and keep himself alive. He shall not get it. They will get the smite down from Chieftain as he tries to keep himself going. Now Puff with Southwind trying to make something work. The TD coming in off the backside of this. They will not get it, though, as Light's got himself a double kill. He's still pushing forward, and Doomby comes in with the assist. It's a double on top of a singles. That's 3 kills there for the side of LNG. New just a little bit too late to the party, and LNG will get themselves a couple of kills to bounce right back into this fight.
And what was TT doing? Honestly, why were UCAL and you not anywhere near? This felt so lazy from them, right? They're like, oh, we got mid tower, let's go for Herald. LNG probably, you know, turn their monitors off or something. They're not going to contest. Obviously, they're going to contest if you take so long, right? We have this play coming out. They're over here. And this whole time, right, we just don't see any... Like, UCAL and New are both on the bot side of the map. Not doing anything, right? You see the sleeping bubble trouble will come out, which actually stops the teleport from Arlish. That's kind of clutch, I won't lie. This extended fight, like, think how different this could have been if we saw, you know... Even New there a little bit sooner, but takes so long to end up joining the fight. Just very, very messy because Puff nearly has a pop-up moment. And critically, he doesn't pick up the Herald on the back end.
Well, Luna's dead. So there you go.
That's
the Herald
something.
does not get picked up, but they do get themselves the support on the back end of it. As we come back into live, and it's still about 2,000 gold lead. Baron has just spawned. But yeah, honestly, it just felt like there was a couple of opportunities there for Chieftain to pick up the Herald, maybe even for Southwind. And as I say that, Chieftain, what are you doing? This is so scrappy, so unnecessary from TT that it just feels like you're starting off great. Well done, you, but you can't be throwing these things away when you have such a great advantage for yourself.
Yeah, and we get a picture to see how, you know, Sleepy Trouble will just kill Lumao. Not much you can do. But again, TT feels a little bit sloppy. They're 2,000 gold ahead. They are now dealing with Light 3-0-1 in this Aphelios, and you have the tools, the Slicing Maelstrom and the Shockwave. It's not going to be easy sailing from here. For the time being, though, you'll see New having some fun in the side lane on that Gwen, able to pick up the tower. And I think a big thing is Dragon in 2 minutes, right? We have to set up that objective. PT, if they can find a pick beforehand, definitely an avenue for them to capitalize and get towards that soul. Remember, Baron now available means if you lose a fight hard enough, you potentially just forfeit that as well. A lot of pings coming out top lane. I think Light just should be able to pick this up, though. He has Lumao on the wings with the Lantern.
It should be the tower, though. Pretty much going down, unless LNG just feel like they cannot commit to it, and it's just that. You've got some decent wave clear here with the Zoe. Light needs to be very careful, but the Dark Passage is there. He should be able to get himself all the way back into safety with TT moving up towards his Baron. They are prioritizing the vision around it. Minute 15 until the next dragon spawns, and TT would only be getting themselves on the soul point rather than the soul itself. So LNG are quite happy just to wait this one out. They are just, you know, as he's mentioned, scaling in with this 3-0-1 Aphelios. Light has been so good in the last game. In this game, he has been, again, a shining light, for lack of a better term, for this team. And it hasn't really been going their way in the early games. I've been very impressed with him so far this split.
Yeah, and definitely an avenue to carry in this one as well. When you think about the ideal scenario for an Aphelios, especially when you're playing with the Infernum, is if you have like AoE CC from your team, you can just fire ult on top and do like 1 million damage. We've seen a couple so far this split, basically just one-shot teams. I remember specifically Viper in their series against Top Esports got like a massive one that just obliterated 2 people. But, you know, looking towards this next fight, it is 20 seconds until that dragon. No flash for Puff, no flash quite yet for UCal, but on this other side, no flash is going to be a Light. Those big pivotal tools from LNG can definitely capitalize, but right now TT control the area, and it's so hard to approach against the Zoe because of that Sleepy Trouble bubble. So they want to keep looking for these potential pick opportunities before they move on to the dragon.
I mean, you got to be careful though as TT. They're trying to be clever about it. They're trying to be interesting about how they, you know, approach this setup. But again, like you said, the trouble bubbles, and also just straight up, you just don't know what the Zoe's going to be able to pick up with that W. You don't know what's going to be available in the back pocket, so you need to be so careful of that. You can see one paddle star doing about 1/3 of the HP of Tarzan. He's supposed to be your tank, but LNG say, look, if you want to take the dragon, that's fine. We can look to go towards this Baron, and they clear out all the vision here. Did they start it, though? That's the big question.
I don't think they can. I think it takes too much damage off, and against Zoe, it's so risky. I think it's just them, you know, applying the pressure. And you can see TT call them on the bluff. They're just going to have Chieftain solo the dragon out in this situation. Now, LNG is trying to force in. The dragon should be down in just a second.
Trying to look for it. I will say with UCal as well, I love the build path he's gone towards. The Banshee's Veil alongside the stopwatch means that he has so much safety to just jump in, jump out, knows he's not going to be caught out by a death sentence or something on his first return. So he's got a lot of potential playmaking here available to him. And now LNG, find yourself against the soul point. TT got themselves this dragon, so they are 4 minutes, or 5 minutes I should say, away from themselves getting a Cloud Dragon, a Cloud Dragon Soul. We are just waiting again. We are still just kind of scaling up into this game. And for LNG, yes, you have a great ease of, you know, execution, but if TT don't give you the opportunity here to, you know, find that big team fight, you don't really have a great way of making fights happen.
Yeah, I mean, they just need to kind of find a flank with the cannon, find a charge in with the Hecarim. Like, I feel like they have the tools, but the problem is it's all about the vision and control of the area. It's all about not having to face check this Zoe. It makes such a massive difference. And you actually saw in the setup for that fight, LNG wanted a fight, right? You actually saw Dorian be reset, picked up a stopwatch, and TP back in. That is a huge signal to me that they are like fully on board to take this fight, right? The fact that they invest the teleport and the reset just to make sure they have every tool available to them. But the window didn't open up, and I think this is going to kind of be a consistent thing. If LNG can't find access to the objective early, it gets a bit trickier, because Tarzan, he's the one who can charge in and tank a bit, but you saw the damage that was able to be put down by the likes of UCal, right? Even Tarzan, who is the tankiest member, still gets beaten up a fair bit if you start face checking.
And LNG, though, will have pressure in this mid lane, so they're going to use that right now. Pick themselves up the mid tier 1. It's going to be the final of the outer turrets as both teams get themselves onto 3 towers apiece. Gold very even as well, only about 700 or so in favor of TT. Yes, they got the dragons, but like you said, the Cloud Soul not the most impactful. Should have a decent way of denying a lot from LNG rather than giving a lot to TT, so still good in that regard. Advantages are still advantages, stats are still stats, as LNG's Allah. He is on such a flank right now, and they have no idea where he is. They actually have no clue, and now Nu's going to walk straight into him and find him. He's going to try and maybe make this one work, but he can't go in. He's going to get caught up between a rock and a bow as the Alistair tries to keep himself alive, does pop himself his own ultimate as the Super Mega Jet Rocket comes out to try and pepper down these health bars. You can see the idea there from Allah using his flash, but not able to find the right moment.
Yeah, not able to find the opportunity, and TT, they sensed it, do a quick job of collapsing down on the cannon. A little bit scattered from TT, right? You saw Alistair and Gwen, the only ones really in range to do damage. It kind of took the ult from Puff to dissuade LNG. They do a good job of not allowing that flank to come through. And I think, yeah, he was just spotted on the vision by that tower, so... Or the minions, I believe. But either way, the fact he was spotted made such a difference there.
It really did. Tarzan gets down to about just above half his health bar, and that's with an Orianna shield on top of his head. So the extra resistances, the extra shielding, so much available to him. As Lumao doesn't fare much better. In fact, he is looking a lot worse. Now we can see Light going in onto Nu. He is not afraid of the Gwen, and Light is stepping up in this game.
Man, he just walks at him, and okay, fair play, he's got red, white, no ult available to Nu, but even so, this is just a little bit illegal, right? And I think that's the big thing is Nu recognizes instantly he's not winning this fight, tries to dash away, doesn't even try to turn around and just gets shredded. This Valios is so strong, and now they're looking towards that Baron. TT trying to approach. Nu does have TP, but he's not up for 20 seconds.
I was going to say 20 seconds. They just need to delay this, but you got such great poke coming in here from the Zoe. You need to be so careful. Tarzan to about half HP. Baron, 3,000 HP. They do land the Sonic Wave as they go in. They're going to try and flip it. It's secured by UCal. Gets himself the steal, and everyone backs themselves away. LNG tried to flip it, and TT rigged the game.
And they did the same thing last game, right? They flipped the Baron. Chieftain got in the pit. He didn't land the smite. And I'm just going to say, he didn't land the smite this time either. But UCal is able to secure it. They're able to lock down the objective. And LNG, they got a great pick. They end up paying for the mistake that they actually made last game as well and got away with, right? Going for these Baron flips feels very FPX-esque in how they've managed to pull it off. But just... We'll get a replay of how this one went down, and I think critically, it wasn't even actually... Yeah, so Smite comes in from UCal, right? So he actually switches Summoner with Spellbook. 903 HP. And I'm pretty sure Tarzan smites at 903, and then UCal smites straight after. But it was very close regardless, and UCal ends up securing it.
I don't know if that was necessary. Yeah, I don't know if that was necessary really coming into that. You did have the Banshee's Veil. Maybe he forgot he ended up having it. So with 10 seconds until that Dragon spawns, that would be Soul here for TT, and that's not really something you want to be giving over. LNG would love to be able to try and stop this. The Gravitum gun alongside the Calibrum, not exactly the best at team fighting, but they're going to have to go for it anyway. Here we go. Dragon has been started. Tarzan is ramping up on this pony. He's cantering up, gaining some speed. Look how fast he is. As now we go in. There's the Moonlight Vigil. It's going to be Soul secured by TT. They'll even get the Hecarim as now the Gwen comes in. Shockwave when he lands onto one. Lumao flashes away, but they're on the wrong side of the map. Here comes Allah as he tries to make something work for his team, but he now realizes he's in a wrong place at the wrong time. And Light trying to be a bro. Light trying to say, make sure he can keep his team alive, but there's only so much you can do. And TT wiped the floor with LNG.
They crushed the fight, and the critical thing is LNG do not find the engage, right? Ole, what did he do that fight? I have no idea because I didn't see him. He didn't show up. He was absent. Tarzan just flies in for the dragon, but he's the primary engage, right? Your main engage tool is this Hecarim, and if he has to run in to try and contest the dragon, it gets instantly deleted pretty much. You're not going to have a good time. Now, with Baron in pocket, they're going to be able to get this inhibitor. They might be trying for a bit more. It's 20 seconds on the carries for LNG, and TT want to try and end.
Yeah, that's the big thing you just mentioned. The carries are not here. The wave clear is not available. As Nu goes in underneath the turret, they will see the flash from the W of the Zoe being used. As Allah has to go back to the base and gets himself healed up. Tarzan trying to just distract the minions. The Nexus turrets are going down. TT are bringing us to a game 3, and LNG are not winning this one yet.
And it just felt like, despite having the execution tools, it didn't quite pan out. They weren't able to find their way into the team fight. And it was really the resets coming in for this Jinx found so much momentum. But I gotta say, credit to Chieftain and Yukal, right? This Lee Sin Zoe combo ended up paying off pretty heavily. Strong in the early laning phase, but delivering later on as well.
Catch from the TT mid laner, as I think it was the mid laner. Quite a good look there as TT equal up this series. And honestly, I'm glad to see it because like I still maintain there was a lot of good in both the early games of game 1 and game 2 from TT. They clearly know their win conditions. They clearly know how to play around them in the first few minutes of the game. And I'm glad to see them just slowly execute it, take a little bit more time for themselves and just be a bit more proactive, which we saw in those mid-game fights.
Yeah, and I'm going to say it, right? We saw LNG flip a Baron again.
Yeah,
they managed to get the game 1. They didn't manage game 2. I feel like they kind of just rely on the fact that Tarzan is pretty good at smiting and hope for the best on the back of it. But the fact that there was the extra smite available to Yukal made a pretty big difference there. And it shouldn't come down to that. It shouldn't come down to, oh, we lost the game because we lost the smite. The fact you're letting it get to that point is just absolutely a mistake. You get a huge pick on the enemy top laner, and then you end up losing out in the extended play. And then that final fight, no flash roll for Arla. He doesn't come in on the flank. He just waits way too long. And then by that time, it's like Hecarim has to try and contest the dragon, right? So he gets bursted. Your engage is falling apart. You don't have something like a Leona or an Alistair as like that secondary engage on your team. It was literally all the Hecarim. And it was just, it felt like despite the fact we said they had a lot of tools, right? And it felt like the comp even could function easier in team fights. Really managed to spanner it up in those fights.
Yeah, and I think Allah is a great example of Game 1 was everywhere and everything. He was the whole reason that LNG were able to kind of build themselves up. And then in the second game, invisible, muted, didn't really go anywhere. I believe he ended 0-2 and 0 or somewhere around that mark, maybe even 0-1 and 0. It just wasn't a good game. The top laners did no damage. Look at Nu and Allah. Look at the damage between the two of them. This had nothing to do with them. This was all about Yukal. This was all about him getting set up in those fights. And the pick from Yukal was just too damn strong. And yes, LNG nearly came back onto it. Light tried his absolute damnedest, but at the end of it all, I think the best way I could put it is you have a team fight composition and you had 10 assists combined. That's what you had. That says it all.
And honestly, I feel like for LNG, we talk a ton about Tarzan. He really needs a hand from his team, right? I want them to actually draft mid-jungle, not just jungle, right? It keeps feeling like we have these scenarios where game 1, they didn't have priority. Game 2, they don't have priority. And you're playing Hecarim. It's like you're just going to get invaded on, challenged, put behind. We saw once again Tarzan fell behind early. And this time, it was so impactful because you were that frontliner. Being behind, just squish you, easy to burst out. I really need to see LNG put more emphasis on giving Doinby agency to help his jungler.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to do that. We are going to set it though to a quick break. And when we return, we will have the conclusion of this best of 3 between TT and LNG.
TP's in early here to make sure that he's with the team. This is a team fight Fiora. Not usually ideal. There's a great bubble comes out from the scout. Actually cleansing super late on that one. Viper is here. Kiss the ring, top esports. And now the rest of the follow-up Mako with a double play. It's too beautiful. Xiaosheng chasing them down one by one. Gets himself a double as top esports are just destroyed. Gwen is immune though, and Scout underneath the tower right now gets away on the dark passage. Oh, actually goes down. Wayward finishing that one with the turret shot.
You find momentum on this pick, you will just murder camps. And honestly, he's so focused on denying John. And this is something that we saw when Hecarim was really in the meta before, is that you can invade it. No flash means he's very vulnerable to things like this.
And, you know, shotgun historically does counter the horse, but it's going to be a blast cone, and he's jumped into the rest of the team. Konami sliced the blue buff. Shun has been found out. Missing soloing the blue buff, and Shun just flies into his own demise.
Lunchables believes in Mojo, and V5 this game, look at this. Pure Mojo as Jin Jiao gets knocked up. Dredgeline, he flies through the sky, but with the movement speed, Photic in the range. Another auto attack needed. Now turning for Eric, but Shadow shows up. No one else from V5 is going to be a 2v3, but it might not matter. Eric getting auto attack possessed, and Photic now launched on by Shadow. 3 Talon Strike with Wind becomes Lightning, and Audacious Charge to turn it around. They jump on Photic, but he gets the support. Eaten up by PP God. This 2v2. PP God and Photic. I see a triple P, and I absolutely love it.
Top esports approach, they can look to turn. They have to be really cautious though. They lost the last 50-50 in the previous game. They lose this one, it's doomed.
Nice shockwave is going to be where I'm looking. Weibo jumping in. Needleworks back up and available. Tien off the back. Don't burger flip it here. Cleared on the side. Sonic Wave hits in. Spine coming down. It's stolen. FPX 1 for 1 in the series with the Barons. They may take down 2 with them, but Baron goes over.
This is a really desperate situation for LNG. Can they take the Elder? It's smited away by Karsa, and now the executes are going to be coming through. Flap those wings, baby, because the Elder Dragon is coming alive. LNG still in the fight, though. They can't take down PP God. They can't take down Photic, and it's all over. Photic is flashing forward. The Elder Dragon sweeps. The roar of death takes hold, and LNG lose game number 1. A pentakill for Photic.
Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when the one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. But I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside, then I just need to let go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Okay, I'm gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when the one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal.
Baby, go for yourself. This is still not the end. And pull it through now. Every pain that you feel comes to an end so soon. The time has come now. No, it's not the time to quit. Put yourself together, whoa. And the sun's right now. Don't care about the tears, all your problems. I'll be there for you in the middle of the night. And I don't care about all of these hard times. I keep pace with you, 'cause the rest is shining bright. Let's walk for a while with a face full of smile until sadness disappears. Oh, when weakness overcomes you, face it.
연습 단계에서 호흡은 좋다고 생각합니다. 근데 계획 때문에 이상해져서. 근데 그걸 핑계를 댈 수는 없고 저희가 진 건 진 거고 다음 경기 때 이기도록 하겠습니다. 별 생각은 딱히 저의 친한 친구라고 생각하기 때문에 별 생각은 딱히 없고 하고 싶은 말은 내가 당장 내일 뒤져도 형은 이길게.
Try your best to beat him, and he did just that. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming into our third game of this best-of-3 series as TT bounced back to bring it all to a 1-1 scoreline. And that man on your screen, Yukal, was absolutely pivotal to the victory, and he was the MVP for Game 2.
Yeah, and LNG being a team that we've praised so consistently for being so strong in the mid-jungle, got mid-jungle gapped this game, let's be real.
Yeah,
and Yukal on this Zoe, so much pressure, set up a bunch of kills, but even like, you know, we're going to see the highlights and we'll see some of those kills, but it's probably not going to show all the moments in between where he would just poke people out, chunk them, and just cause such a headache to the side of LNG. And this is one of those examples where we saw the synergy between the Lee Sin and the Zoe, tank the tower as well to make sure Chieftain gets out, had that pressure, but just continually being a thorn on LNG's side.
And this is the scary thing now, is that, like, we're no longer looking at LNG as a, okay, look, they went up against 3 very, very powerful teams in RNG, V5, and Weibo, and they lost those. They're now against TT, 16th in the league. And this is anything but convincing. This is a very, very worrying setup here. And this is just TT playing this so much smarter. Like you said, the 900 smite comes in. You have a second smite in the back pocket to be able to kind of go bump
903, literally 903, and then
there's nothing you can do.
It went, I actually feel bad for Tarzan because, you know, he could have expected some like incremental damage to tick, and then it would have gone 900, or gone under, got the smite, but like went to 3 HP for the smite. Pretty funny. But as you said, right, LNG 7 win streak to start the split off. We saw this in last summer as well. And then they had a rough schedule, okay? RNG, V5, Weibo, you can let them off for losing to these teams. I would have personally hoped that we'd seen a bit more from them. They would have been able to challenge at least one of them. But regardless, those are teams you can not fault them for losing to. TT, however, if they lose this series, this is no longer, okay, they had some hard matchups. This team is in free fall.
That's the big question, or the big issue now that we have coming into this one now, is that is LNG in a free fall? They need to win this. This isn't just a, you came in, you played against TT, you got the dub, you went home. This is now all of a sudden a lot of pressure on you. This is a lot of expectation for this team, and TT back on the blue are going to be banning the exact same things, but this time around, the Renekton has been left open and the Zoe has been banned. That was the most evil cackle I've ever heard from you.
I just find it, I love it when you pop off in a game and then the next game, like they fierce rotation ban, like Zoe's not a big ban, right? Yeah, it's just a respect ban, and they're going to take the Jinx again. Renekton obviously available, not sure they necessarily need to lean on that, but they are going to take that Aphelios very early, and I like this more because I think if you leave the Aphelios until that 3rd pick, it means you're pigeonholed into it. If TT picks something on their side you want to respond to, you can't, because if you let the Aphelios go, it will get banned. So that's going to be picked up. Looks like they're tired of the horse, tired of getting invaded. Tarzan toying with the idea of picking up the Lee Sin, and you know what? I'm going to say this, Tarzan, rather solid on the Lee Sin, I think is a very lukewarm take.
How controversial for you to say. How unbelievably tepid. But yeah, I see the Lee Sin getting locked in. It looks like neither side wants to go towards the Heck Room. Yeah, they're gonna go Xin Zhao Thresh, so they want to try and get that safety in the bot side. And again, I gotta say that the bot lane has been pretty good for the side of LNG, so getting that extra safety for Puff on this Jinx isn't a bad idea. But now we start to go into the next setups where the Gwens, the Orianas, the the big kind of mid and top lane picks can be left open.
Yeah, and all this makes sense here, right? This is very much an even draft where both teams pick the bot lanes and junglers, so you look in the other areas. I feel like LNG kind of happy with this because they get first choice coming out the draft, out of the ban phase to prioritize something, and then they also get counter picks. So I think things fairly fine for them. And for LNG, you can look at banning away. If you want to prioritize something like the Gwen yourself, you could ban away the counters to it. They are actually just going to flat out ban the Gwen. Not really too concerned about that. They could look towards the Renata, which we saw them ban in the early rotation. For TT, there could be some picks that you're concerned about Ole getting his hands on. Gwen is really like the big one that I'm like, and that's already banned away. You could look towards the mid lane, right? Doinby's been playing things like the Oriana and the Victor. You could look to target some of those mages, but really, I feel like if you have the Lee Sin, I want to see LNG commit to a very strong mid jungle duo. I want things like the Vex, right? I want things to have that great setup for him.
Yeah, it is going to be a lot of focus now onto those big carries, the Gwen, the Camille, the Jace, the Silas. I would love to see a Jace ban here for TT. Gives them an opportunity to kind of maybe go for something else, unless they're happy to pick something into it, but would be a very standard set of bans here should that one come out. And no, they're actually going to go with the Vex. Actually, I kind of like this one here because, again, it's taking away agency from Doomby, who, as of game 1 and 2, has been incredibly quiet in that mid lane.
Yeah, we keep seeing the Silas ban, and it makes me think an Ahri's going to come through because it's a good matchup, but really, they actually just want to ban it so they can take the Twisted Fate. Obviously, you don't want to see the Silas stealing away your Destiny to match, so kind of back to the age-old Doinby roaming special, one of those sort of picks, and it does mean that he can sync up well with Tarzan when the opponent clicks CC. TT might be just looking at a safe top lane blind in the Gragas. Could see Ole answer this with a Gnar, which is a pretty good matchup, so might be a little bit cause for concern there. And then Cal, I want something that can contest that mid, right? You have a variety of picks. Ahri is kind of going to miss, but honestly, Veigar's not going to have the most early pressure, but in terms of team fighting, this becomes very difficult for LNG. See what they end up opting towards. Still other options open and available, but ultimately, early pressure wouldn't go amiss. Could they do it? Oh, yeah, and they're going to lock the Ahri. We've been talking about it for basically all 3 drafts so far. Great setup, right? Great skirmishing power. A lot of pick potential. Not quite as much as a Zoe, but it's there. And now for Ole, I feel like Gnar would be like the kind of safe pick to go for in this situation, but he's not wanting safe. He is wanting the Fiora. He's wanting to dominate that side lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is going to become one of those very prominent picks now. When you blind pick a tank into that top lane on the side of the blue, you end up getting that Fiora blind pick. We've seen it into Sion a couple of times. Now we're seeing it into the Gragas. Yes, you do have the option as new to go for that full AP, but I don't think that's the right option here. I still think full tank Gragas, or at least pseudo tank Gragas, is still the better way to go for it. But with Ala now on a patented Fiora pick, something that he is known for, it's going to be a lot of pressure in that top lane with the Lee Sin, the Twisted Fate, all at level 6 being able to pile up that top side.
Yeah, and I'm just going to say, right, in terms of how the team comp's going to function, TT are far and away way more comfortable in team fights, right? There is going to be a period where TF gets 2 items where it's a bit manageable, right? If anyone steps up, you stun card them, you kite them back. But for the most part, I favor TT heavily, and especially as it goes late in the game. You have the reset potential of the Ahri and the Jinx. You have great front line. You have this backline carry. You have pretty solid range advantage with the Jinx. She's going to be comfortable. LNG's composition is a bit more difficult, right? I kept talking about the tools they had in the earlier compositions that were easy to play around. They are very reliant on the mid jungle getting ahead. This is like so instrumental that Tarzan and Doinby have a good game. And then if they get light ahead, great. If they get all ahead, that's a great side lane win con in later stages. The team fighting is never going to be on par unless they are, significantly ahead, or again, playing around that sort of 2-item spike for TF is a window. But ultimately, I feel like LNG, they need to have a strong performance in the early game. Otherwise, I'm going to be a bit concerned.
I think we're all literally a bit concerned as we come into this one. Like we said, if LNG want to try and stop the bleeding, stop hemorrhaging these games and these series, that needs to start now. You're against the 16th place team in the league. You need to find a win, otherwise you will go to 7-4. And like you mentioned, this is exactly the same thing happened in summer 2021. They went on a 7-0 win streak, then they went on a 5-game loss streak, and were only able to bring themselves back up to a pretty decent standing right at the end of the season, but it put them all the way down the ladder in terms of the playoffs, and having those extra series is just exhausting. The higher you are, the more playoff buys you get, and that's what you're hunting for here as LNG. You started off so brightly, you have such a great team. You could argue all they've done is improve on the positions they've had in last year. They need to win. There is no ifs, buts, or maybes about that. This needs to be a win coming out here against TT.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be a little bit interesting if they were to lose the series against TT at this point. And I have to credit TT have definitely put up opposition, right? This isn't just LNG playing awfully. It does feel like TT have definitely been stepping up recently. Obviously, coming off the back of their win against FPX was pretty major. Now, they didn't start off Ole trying to be annoying here, top lane, but you will just kind of check him. And there is definitely windows in the early game where, like, if Gragas body slams into a riposte, it could be painful. But for the most part, I think Nu's going to be pretty comfortable early. Tarzan starting on the bot side, so unlike the other games where it felt like both junglers were kind of mirrored and it gave windows for Chieftain to kind of invade Tarzan or Hecarim, this is going to be them ending up on opposite sides of the map, so potential opportunity to make things happen. Although I think in the first clear I don't really see too many windows, except possibly mid is a gank setup able, just because both mid laners have that point and click CC. Well, TF has that point and click CC. Ari obviously has to connect the charm.
Yeah, well, it feels like sometimes with some of these pro players that it is a point-and-click CC, and now Nu, having already used the body slam, is going to be going a little bit aggressive as Ale gets himself to level 2, gets himself pushed up, and you can see just with the grasp of the Undying, Rune being picked up here. I like it kind of set up there. Hook goes wide in bot side, but it does mean that the Gragas should be able to keep a relatively decent amount of HP as we go later on in the game. As we see both junglers actually starting on opposite sides of the jungler, both starting on their own respective blues. So curious to see now if we see that early pressure that we talked about from TT, if they're able to kind of finally get, you know, the talons in and start putting, you know, LNG under pressure again for the third time.
I think really I'm looking at LNG to be the ones to be the instigators in this early game and set things rolling. We do see Yukal having the priority in mid lane, and something to note, right, we're on 12.4. We did see nerfs come through to TF, right? He lost some base damage on his Q. That definitely doesn't help with clearing waves. And on top of that, his E used to give 20 attack speed level 1 with which is significant, and now only gives 10%. So, you know, Ari is good at contesting waves against most champs. Definitely got a bit easier up against that TF. And we actually see, instead of moving down towards the boss side of the map, Chieftain wants to contest this top side scuttle, right? He could have just gone boss scuttle, taken it. They even had priority in the bot lane, but instead his bot lane goes for a reset. Puff picks up a cull off the back of that cheetah recall, and Chieftain is able to take that top side scuttle and pose a little bit of threat towards Ale, who was a bit overextended at the time.
Yeah, and I actually love the little roam we saw from Southwind saying, look, if something does break out, we will be 3v2. We will have the advantage in that skirmish. And especially in the early levels, that is just so powerful when you just don't have the extra, you know, bit of damage and utilities. We now see Tarzan walking up, gonna land the Q, say hello. Use actually a charm up there a little bit, so nothing else too untoward to be talking about. He's going to back himself away. And this is the combination I wanted to see. This is what I want to see from the side of LNG. You got Doonby and Tarzan roaming as a union, and it's a big old stack wave. They may need the teleport to come out here from Nu just to defend this.
Yeah, so they get a ward down. They don't opt to go any further. They end up just backing away. So good moves from Chieftain critically, who was there to cover and actually got spotted. So they didn't want to opt into a play where they knew Ari could be coming down shortly after. And on top of that, the enemy jungler would be there. If that wave had been sort of lost to Puff, it would have been really significant. So heads up play from TT to defend that. It's obviously going to become a bit harder to defend from when Doinby does get that level 6 and can just Destiny down there, but for the time being, mitigating that pressure.
Liking this though from Nu, you can recognize to see how hard it is to just get this damage to stick from the Fiora, and it does become a little bit of a skill matchup. If you can time the parlay just as the belly slam or the body slam is coming in, you can obviously get the stun back. So back to the old, was it 2016 meta with Darius Fiora in that top side, where it becomes more of a skill matchup, and as soon as you screw it up, you've lost the game. But I don't think it's going to be as egregious as it was back then.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of fine. Like, even if all MS is up, like, eventually you get to the point where you can sustain up. Right now, it's kind of just chilling. It's just one of those things where, like, if you make a mistake post 6, there's windows, but pre 6, it's, you know, You can win trades. You can potentially set up someone getting chunked for a dive. But not too much more now. They have been spotted on a ward. Maybe should be getting out of here.
He should be, but he's been hooked. Beautiful hook there from Southwind. First blood goes over to TT, and again, we're seeing the combination putting pressure on this mid lane.
Yeah, great to see. You deny the flash from that Twisted Fate, so has to be a lot more careful when he's walking away from mid to go for these roams. And on top of that, you manage to get the kill, relieve some pressure in the mid jungle. Definitely set things up well as Doinby is approaching that level 6 point. So really positive play. Credit to Southwind for a beautiful prediction.
Yeah, really nicely done. We can see the pro view here. They just roam up, and this is just a great setup from the side of TT. They recognize, look, there's the flash, and he predicts where he's going to be going for it. And honestly, there's nowhere else for really for Doinby to go. If he goes too far to the left of the turret, he's going to get charmed anyway. So he recognizes that the only place he can go is to the right of the turret. So puts his hook there. Very, very nicely set up. And they don't lose anything either. There's no pressure in bot lane. There's no way that they can punish Puff for being by himself. They will get themselves a dragon, but for LNG, that's not really the start you wanted from mid lane. And again, Doinby's just not having himself a good series.
Yeah, especially as he saw them coming, right? We saw there was a ward in the brush next to red, so kind of telegraphed, still ends up falling for it. Maybe was a bit overconfident. Now, Lumao looking here, but Chieftain's there. They can go for this play.
They can 100% go for this one as the Audacious Stars comes in. They're going to try and catch out Lumao as they do get him down. And Yukal is here as well to stop Tarzan from turning it over. That's just great proactive play from TT. And LNG, yes, you got the dragon, but you can't be getting lazy like that.
You know, I'm going to bring it back to what I was saying at the start of the game. I wanted LNG's mid-jungle to be popping off, right? And it really feels like TT are the ones who've had agency. Credit to Southwind, kind of bridging the gap and being that difference maker. You have a Twisted Fate with your Destiny, and you are getting beaten on the roams towards bot. This is not what you're looking for in the composition. And I kind of go back to what we sort of set up in the draft phase. TT's team fight is excellent. LNG really are relying on having, you know, either light ahead or all ahead in the side lane. They don't really work too well if they go into team fights in the behind. It is a constellation prize that they got that dragon though. It means that Soul is delayed a bit, which is definitely nice, but still LNG not having the best start to this game.
No, really not starting it off as brightly as they would. And you can see there Doinby thought about going top lane, but then really didn't think that it was going to work that great. So already having that level 6, the first Destiny Gate is one of the biggest ones we always look towards to see the kind of tone of how this pick will work. And you can see Doinby just a little lost. Not having his flash means it's a little bit riskier, knowing that he's not going to have the same kind of level of impact. It just changes the dynamic of how you want to take this. And with the Ahri now at 6, you have got that Spirit Rush. You are going to have to be so careful of how you take these fights, because if you do try and Destiny Gate while she's around, she can land the charm, get right on top of you, and you're just dead.
Well, I think as well, if you start looking to move, you see that, you know, initially there's a lot of vision around mid from TT. LNG have kind of clawed some back. You can see 2 control wards in those side brushes. Looking for a window here.
They're going to go for him. The charm will not land. They will get the Dark Passage out. And that's the pressure you've got from this Ahri. You have got opportunities there to try and make things work. But again, nothing lost from that play from LNG. They will just get themselves out. Doinby was protected by Tarzan, who was in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, and, you know, that's the thing is that situation wasn't really set up to go successfully, but if you start walking into the river and you end up face checking Ahri, that's where things can get scary. Either way, Doinby is able to survive with the back to play. And now this is a little bit of a power advantage for LNG because Yukal doesn't have the ultimate. He's not going to be that great in skirmishes. It means you can definitely play around the Destiny Gate and use that as a tool. And Tarzan will capitalize on that. He will start up the Herald. He's on vision, but he knows that TT aren't going to be able to go for a play. The response will be to take some play spot. But for the most part, this is kind of going to end up being favorable for LNG.
I like the idea there from Puff, obviously trying to see if he can maybe get the AoE. It actually hit the Nautilus in mid lane, so it didn't actually make to the end of its target. But you are losing the Rift Herald for 2 solo turret plates for Puff, possibly even a 3rd if he really wants to go for it. But the rest of LNG now roaming down would be very difficult. And now LNG have to find out where they want to put this. And I will say, oh, the charm lands. That's a lot of damage onto Tarzan, but Yukal not quite feeling confident enough to go over the wall. Doesn't have a Spirit Rush. It doesn't feel like he would be doesn't feel like he would be strong enough without that particular cooldown available to him. So coming back in, Southwind gonna come in and the challenger dodge.
He's either going left or he's going right, and so Southwind predicted left and he didn't go left. So looks a little bit funny. Don't be able to dodge away on that one, but yeah. So 2 plates picked up for Puff. You can see he has a a decent advantage in the bot lane matchup, especially as you got that kill earlier. Is now on LNG what they can do with that Herald, what they can achieve with it. I'm just gonna say, right, with 10.5 minutes into the game, going to be as level 8, we haven't seen a Destiny ult. Right?
It's a
and we kind of just wait. And the thing with ults like the TS ultimate, there is definitely an argument for saying it applies constant pressure. Sure, don't get me wrong. But ideally, it's such a powerful tool. You want to use it and then spend time with it, like coming off cooldown, right? So you can get another one. Like at this point, Doinby could have used it twice. And obviously, you can't just use it willy-nilly. You have to kind of find a good scenario. But even so, they are not getting the value of this mid jungle. That's something we really hit on. We wanted to see them find favor. Right now, Doinby down 15 CS, 0-1-0, Tarzan 0-0-0. Not really what we were looking for in this situation.
And this is we can bring it back to a much more overarching narrative that a lot of people, myself included, had Tarzan and Doinby as probably the best mid jungle in the league. You know, 2 players that, regardless of the rest of the map, they would be doing well. And it was kind of more how much they could carry versus, as we can see, Ala. Nice riposte to try and stop the little damage there coming out. As News now in a little bit of trouble. Yukal going to be able to use his ultimate, try and pull out the gap. As a flash forward with the gold card, they get in underneath the tower, but Ala will trade his life. It is a 1-for-1 trade. They did use the Destiny Gate, and they have themselves the Rift Herald. I think they just got to try and drop it top because they're going to run out of time with it very, very soon. They're not going to find a better opportunity than this.
Yeah, problem is, like, ultimately you get 2 plates. Well, you get 3 plates, actually, because they got that first initial one. But it's top tower, right? We talk about if you're just getting plates. Oh, engage coming in.
They're going to find Lumao. There's traps to stop him from walking away. So you end up getting a 2-for-1 trade at the overall set of the game. TT will also pick themselves up a dragon. You can see there that the Ari of Yukal trying to just clear out with this wave. They should be able to pick up another plate, but like you said, not ideal situation. They're kind of losing a little bit more around the map as well. TT are definitely putting them on the pressure.
Yeah, like if you're going in the side lane, it's fine. If you take a full tower off the Herald, great. But remember, they lost 2 plates off that initial Herald take. They traded 1-for-1 top just there. They lost a member on the bot side. They only actually traded, even with the Herald, they got 1 more plate than TT. And they're down a kill and a dragon. So absolutely not worth. If you're just going to get a couple of plates, it might as well be mid, right? Is my argument in this situation. Now, what I will say is Tarzan is staying around to try and confirm this as being like a positive goal play by getting that first tower. And Ale will be the recipient of all that gold. So overall, ends up being even in gold. Doesn't end up going too badly. But I still think LNG definitely could have capitalized a bit more on the back of that Herald. Right now, we're coming into that sort of mid-game point. We have the Everfrost available for the TF for that CC layering. And we're just going to replay, yeah, just recalling on a ward. And Southwind very confident with this play with the follow-up coming in with the Lantern.
I love what this bot lane of TT are doing as well. And specifically, Southwind has just been really confident at knowing when he can go for things. And this very hard reactive style has been very, very solid. I will say, as we went out of that replay, LNG did get the top lane turret. So it is still a turret trade in favor of them. But that bot lane's not got a lot left in it. And you can see already, we are starting to see some more. Oh, what? He tried to use the explosive cast to try and get it. And they'll get knocked back as well. New. That was not what you needed, buddy. He's going to be in a lot of trouble. He's trying to run away. He doesn't have flash, and he has no life left in him. Ale takes himself the solo kill, and yeah, New, I'd be scratching my head too.
Bit of a pain point right now. Ale is with 1 item in pocket with the extra gold he got. He actually can just solo kill the Gragas if the Gragas makes a mistake. And critically, once the Fiora is up in your face, you can't body slam away, right? Because you just bash into it. That's what ended up happening there. But a big mistake to commit that ult in that situation. New struggling in this matchup, and this can and might well be the win con for LNG.
Here we go, though. They're going to try and catch out the Fiora. There it is. They're going to land down the charm, but Ala could take this fight. You got to remember that there's the Super Mega Jet Rocket over the side. Yukal wants to try and fight this one, as you are going to get the riposte. Does he have a charm left in him? Oh, Yukal! And now he's going to be caught out. He has no flash. He has nowhere to go, and he gets taken out. Oh, Ox, it's all falling apart for TT.
Yeah, really, really just unfortunate there. And I think the critical thing is you could have waited a little bit longer for Chieftain to get in range before going for that charm. Just didn't have the damage to 100-0. The Fiora, bear in mind, just to find Sundra fairly bulky. And Ari, not the highest damage champion. Just rough, right? I feel like TT had this game in a comfortable spot. They're now over 1,000 gold behind. They've slipped a fair bit. And this Fiora is going to be a problem. A 50 CS lead in the top lane. This matchup is not going to be fun.
Yeah, and they got the counter pick for Ala as well, so Ala's just feeling pretty damn good about this one. Now he's behind enemy lines as they look to try and maybe make this one work. They've got themselves a good opportunity now to find Chieftain, but don't forget, he is still an Xin Zhao. They're going to commit a hell of a lot of ultimates to try and kill him off, and eventually Light will take him down with the Gale Force. That should mean total control of this bot side jungle and maybe even a tier 1 in mid.
Yeah, I think they can look for the mid tower here. I think it's hard to defend. Ari has no ultimate available. You have number advantage, so it seems like a very aggressive play to go for, but they're actually, honestly, they're not even able to capitalize on it. Yukal moves over, Puff has a wave clear, so all in all, a lot burnt, 1 kill. I think TT are fine with that.
Yeah, I thought that we'd be able to get a little bit more with this. You can see a 2-level difference now between these top laners, and Ala just taking a hell of a lot more favorable trades. Nu is supposed to be the tank. He's got Bramble Vest. He's got a couple of half items, really. He's kind of building towards a Thornmail, kind of building towards the Frostfire Gauntlet, kind of towards the finished up the Thimblewinter, but not really a lot in the bank there for Nu, and going to be finding himself very, very difficult to try and make do with this Fiora, who's gone the Tiamat as well. As we have a look at the replay here, and this just cheated. He wants the scuttle. I understand that. It's a nice little thing, but you're 3 levels behind this Fiora, and you just don't have vision.
Yeah, I will say, though, red card comes out from Doinby, doesn't quite connect to the CC.
4
a little
ults.
bit rough.
4 ultimates.
Yeah, a lot committed. And in fairness, they do get the kill. It just got them control, but you can see they obviously have to reset later in that passage of play. And now TT are the ones who have made the map. They have control of the Dragon area. They are down 2,000 gold, right? Still scary, despite the fact they have solid team fight. Still a bit of a tentative spot, but looking to potentially secure this next Dragon.
Could be the big moment here. It is an Infernal Drake, and that just is so good for the side of LNG if they're able to secure a Lumao, though. Without his ultimate, he's not going to be able to keep himself alive. He will go into a stasis, but only to come back out, and Puff gets himself a kill. Nice pick off here for the side of TT, and now maybe they can start to push down. You do not have teleport on Doomby, and he has no Destiny Gate either, so it's almost certainly going to be a trade of Dragon for that bot lane in tier 1.
Yep, I think TT make a nice call. They find another pick, and honestly, Lumao, pretty rough this series, this game so far rather, has just been getting caught out on this Nautilus 3 times now, picked off, and usually it's Southwind who's the one setting it up, so not a play from him. They'll secure the Dragon. Yes, they do lose that bot tier 1. Yes, they're probably going to use Herald here, but still positive play. TT get what they want out of that one.
Get what they want. They're now on the 2nd Dragon, so even if the stacking goes in favor of LNG, it should still give them a little bit of extra time. As we have a quick check-in at where everybody is. You now have 2 items for Ala. He's got himself the Ravenous, the Ravenous Hydra and the Divine Sunderer. You got Gore Drinker, Everfrost, and importantly, the Rapid Fire Cannon for Doomby alongside that Gale Force for the Aphelios and bot side. But on the other side of that, that's a 3-0 Jinx. That is a 2-item Jinx coming into this mid game, which makes it so much harder for the side of LNG to take these fights, and the poke is very real.
What I will say, though, is at this point, Doinby and the 2 items with the TF, it's actually a pretty threatening combo, right? The fact that you have the long-range stun card and the Everfrost, I think LNG can use that and play around this spike for the Twisted Fate to try and have some agency. But it comes to late in the game, right? When Jinx gets 3-4 items in team fights, completely different story. But for now, I feel like they can kind of manage things reasonably well. If you're going to try and pressure up mid and look for some damage on the tower, we'll just use that lantern to get out of the situation. But yeah, ultimately, 2,000 gold V for LNG. I think they did need to have this advantage coming into this period of the game, but it's still, you're dealing with the Fed Jinx on the enemy side. And I think, yes, we said Arlo was a win condition, right? One of them, the side lane threat, but a lot of your gold is on him. A lot of the gold advantage for your team is going to be between top laners. So if you're not having Arlo during the fight, or just the fact that he's not that good in team fights compared to like other picks that you'd find in the top lane, like, a Gwen, for example, does mean that LNG, despite the gold lead, might still be a bit tentative. Now, they are looking for Southwind.
Yeah, they're going to try and get him. They will get the stasis out of Southwind. Not quite sure that's what you want to be doing there. You had the gold card locked, and that was going to bring you down anyways. Lumao in a lot of trouble. Allah's going to have to flash away as well. Nu is here with the flash body slam, but he doesn't even need the flash. He just needs a body slam, so it's still a trade of support. While that's been happening, though, Light's been getting some decent free damage onto this mid lane turret, so it is still a trade up for LNG.
Yeah, they finally engaged. They managed to get a pick, and they capitalized on the mid tower as a result. Obviously, that Twisted Fate with the rapid fire cannon, hard to get away from, but ultimately a trade back comes through thanks to Nu moving up. And honestly, I think any situation where he's not just having a 1v1 Fiora and he gets to join the team fight is a blessing for Nu. It's just like a little reprieve.
Oh, thank God, I need to engage. I don't have to go into this 1v1. But yeah, this just Southwind, he flashes away. They tried to get the CC down. Good traps there from Puff just to try and really stop it out. But I feel like once the gold card lands, he's almost actually probably better taking the gold card because he would actually be in stasis, stationary for a lot less time, basically.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where he felt like the stasis would give his team time to respond, which, you know, I guess it did. But it does mean that stopwatch has been and have that tool available now. They will just defend their red in this situation. And LNG, they can quite comfortably continue to play this out as a 1-3-1, right? They do look for those windows where they can collapse and find picks. But at the end of the day, TF comfortable in the side lane and Fiora definitely having a good time just pushing a bot. Now, Lumao, man, you're 0-4, right? Stop playing with fire here.
He could have been 0-5. That charm lands. It's another hook. It's another death. And that's all the pressure that Allah's able to kind of mitigate now in this bot side gone straight away. As we can see, Nu just trying his very best to be a nuisance and pick up as much farm as he can. But I would honestly say that this 3,000 gold lead is probably very much concentrated onto this Fiora. There's not really a huge amount that you can do about it. Yeah, it's going to get even worse. They could honestly take an inhibitor tower here. And yeah, Chieftain has to respond. He has to be around.
Doesn't actually need to charge the tier 2. So maybe not the best use of the Herald. I'm going to try and look for a charge onto this next tower. Is he going to try and stop it?
Oh, that was useless. Sorry, Shelly.
Oh, yeah. So pretty pointless. They still get a ton of gold onto all of those, so he's like mega ahead. And at this point, he can kind of just ignore the Gragas. Like, the Gragas does not do enough damage to really pose any threat. So you just ignore him and hit the tower instead. And I feel like as a result, LNG are kind of approaching the point where they hit critical mass. And TT, if you don't have a way of forcing fights or making things happen, you're going to be in trouble. Now, Dragon in 50 seconds likely going to lead to a scenario where they are going to end up in a fight. But I still think their team fighting hasn't hit the point where I'm really confident in them, okay? Doinby is on that 2-item spike still with the rapid fire. And the Everfrost, Yukal hasn't finished his second item yet. I think hopefully we'll be recalling to pick up a Shadow Flame off the back of this. But ultimately, I think LNG still function fairly well in these scenarios. And now looking for a pick.
Gonna go on the Southwind. There's the gold card, but Doonbeat's just kind of putting him up on himself. There's gonna be the exhaust going down. They get the charm down on Doonbeat, and they will take out Southwind. So no Thresh available to keep the Jinx alive as Yukal just ulting away. Allah is there, pops down the grand challenge on the Chieftain, but isn't able to follow up anything more. So yes, you get the support of TT. Can you get anything else? These death timers aren't exceptionally long, so should be able to maybe get himself on the map. They should maybe get the dragon, though, so it is still a kill for a dragon. That's LNG favorite, and I like it they're trying to focus on him, but these Destinies do feel a little bit more opportunistic.
Yeah, but it feels like the timing is right, though. You know, they're going for these picks just as dragon spawns. Particularly, although Southwind will respawn, there's no vision in the dragon area, right? And they kind of need the support there to be established in this vision, so we'll see LNG be able to capitalize on that Drake. And you know, that is one of the big concerns for me, is as the game goes on, if Soul was picked up by TT now, that would be scary, right? If they were able to capitalize on a quick Soul, or if they were continuing to force LNG to take these fights. But LNG have actually managed this very well by binding these picks before the Dragon, so they don't have to opt in into a potentially risky full-on 5v5. Although honestly, at this point, 4,500 gold ahead, still sort of leaning on that mid-game spike for TF. I don't think TT even come out ahead in terms of the team fights, right? I really think the Jinx needs to be a lot stronger, because Fiora, when she's not the best team fight in the game, she's ahead as anything right now.
She's 2 levels ahead of pretty much everybody. And if you look at Chieftain and Southwind, she's 4 and 6 respectfully. So Southwind will die to whatever Fiora does. He cannot walk up on that just from pure stats alone, let alone any kind of items. But as we wait onto this game, we should be seeing the Infinity Edge being finished up by Puff very, very soon. You have got 2 items now onto the Aphelios. This is Zanya's Hourglass going to be finished up by Doomsday very, very shortly as well. This is where the game gets a little bit tentative here as LNG just start to open up the map. You can see that slowly but surely TT are very rightly so afraid to push forward to get themselves any kind of real vision control around even their own jungle, because they know that if they go too far forward with the Destiny Gate available, they will die.
And just as a reminder, right, LNG started the split 7-0, right? Huge expectations for this roster with Doinby and Tarzan. Currently on a 3-loss streak, and we gave them, you know, a lot of room for that because, again, the teams they faced against were pretty significant. But TT are the bottom-end teams, and this has been a struggle so far. And now TT starting with the Baron. They want a fight. They don't want this Fiora split.
Look at that TP ward right in the back. Look at the TP ward right in the back. They're going to use the Destiny Gate here to try and just get vision on it. As we can see now, the Observer's saying, look, 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 look. They may try and go for a flank, but no, they're going to go in top of it. It's going to be a full flip, and it's taken by TT, and now the fight can really ensue. They're going to get the kill onto Tarzan as it's the top laner in the jungler traded off. Lumao now by himself. Yukal gets himself out, and TT get out with daylight robbery.
Yep, it's a flip, but it works, right? At the end of the day, they knew if they left this Fiora unchecked to the side lane, things would be problematic. So they go, you know what? We're just going to commit to the Baron, and it worked, right? It was definitely a close one. New did a decent job of trying to keep Tarzan away, knocked him away the cast, but he was able to get back in range thanks to Sonic Wave. But ultimately, TT got what they wanted. Very concise, quick decision, and it pays off.
Yeah, and I think this is the moment where we can say like a flip is the right decision, because like you said, that Fiora was going unchecked and they forced LNG to a position where they just weren't there to try and capitalize. Great explosive cast to stop Tarzan from getting in too early. This goes down to about 182 HP. Great trigger discipline there from Chieftain to know that he wasn't going to have to put Smite it too early. Doesn't go down to that steal on the side of Tarzan, and you trade 1 for 1, you get the Baron. That's just an easy win there, as we can just see Ala. He's going to find Chieftain. That's a 4-level difference between the top laner and the jungle. Chieftain flashes away. Gotta be so careful. You cannot walk alone in this jungle.
Yeah, dude, that stance as well for Fiora. She is just unreal strong right now. Luma will be in the flash, and TT with the Baron. They want to try and make things happen. They want to try and get this mid-tier 1. They are just going to push up as 5 and kind of leave this Fiora a little bit unchecked. Now, you see Yukao pinging. I don't think... Okay, he's no mana. Him being no mana might make a difference.
Yeah, it might do it. They're going to try and see if they can bait out the parry, but you can see one auto attack there from Ala. And then Yukal is taking so much damage. Chieftain trying to go in. He 1v2s this one. No problem whatsoever. He's a Fiora, and he is doing so much in this game. Chieftain gonna get the Dark Passage out, but the rest of LNG are now piling in. There's the Destiny Gate coming in right on top of the bush. He gets on top of Chieftain. He goes down. Now Lumao gonna be falling down in this fight as they can get some resets. Puff trying to get the resets off on this Jinx. He gets himself a little bit excited. Tarzan gets himself behind the KD carry as a double kill, but no, he gets shut down as Light finally joins in with Ala as well. Doinb goes into stasis to stop the splash belly flop, and that's going to be enough for LNG to get rid of all of these Baron buffs.
Yeah, they managed to crush it, and critically, I was thinking maybe TT are like, he's low mana, we can possibly kill him. It doesn't even matter. He's enough mana for a couple of Qs, and that's all it needs to win that 1v2. Crushes Yukao's Ari, and with that, maybe just the dreams of TT in a series. They're going to take this inhibitor for now. Don't think they'll push any more, but it is now a 7,000 gold lead for LNG, and this Fiora has gone from a problem to a menace to just unstoppable.
It is becoming a massive issue, a thorn in the side of TT, and there was so much positive from TT in this series. Their early games were great. Yes, the Baron was a flip there in this game, but it was a necessary flip. And now, as we look at the replay, this is just, they think they have him, but look at the damage. This is what 2 auto attacks go onto Yukao? 1, and then it's just like 2, and he's already down below half. 2 auto attacks, he's nearly dead.
And the red buff just kills him, right? And I think the thing is, they saw the low mana. They're like, he can't riposte, right? And you actually see after 3 Qs, he's out of mana completely. But it doesn't matter. He's the auto-attack champion. He just hits you with the rapier, and that's enough.
Tarzan, he's looking for something, but they've already found an engage. Lumao is dead. It's now a 5v4. TT, you have an opportunity here. They know that there's someone behind the pit because a pink ward just went down. Dragon has been started. They're going to try and burn this one down. Stoutwind going to try and keep him away. They get the dragons. That's the sole point here for TT, but now they're going to try and take the fight. Yukal just jumping in and out. The Jinx, though, is dead. That's your consistent damage. No longer available in the Fiora and the Aphelios. Triple kill there for the Light of LNG as he pushes forward, maybe even looking for a quadra kill. He won't be able to get the Penta, but they'll still keep pushing. They'll still keep hunting as Yukal finally gets himself away. He's going to try and get himself over the wall. He's trying to see if he can bait out Ala over the wall, but it's not going to happen. And with super minions now streaming into the top side, it looks like LNG have survived this scare, and they will take this series.
Definitely not the most convincing series from a top team against one at the bottom, but LNG managed to close it out and break their 3-loss streak. Will put themselves at 8-3. Pretty solid performance from Ala. I've been critical of him throughout the split, but managed to deliver on the Fiora when it really mattered.
Big win there for LNG. They stopped the free fall. They finally get themselves their first win in 4 series, albeit against TT, but you take those and...
Hey, a win is a win. Is a win is a win.
But then we got to do... Then the real fun begins, because the next series that we do for LNG, we got to talk about it critically, because like you mentioned, that was anything but clean. And I don't want to take away too much from TT. I think they came in with a solid game plan. I thought they played very well in pretty much all games. I think they had some decent setups, and you can see a little bit of disappointment there on the guys. You know, this basically confirms that they're not going to be able to make playoffs. It's not 100% just yet, but one more win for OMG this weekend would pretty much secure that away from them. But
the way I'd explain it is, it's like, let's say, you know, LNG and TT have different levels and they want to meet somewhere in the middle, but TT took one step up the staircase and LNG fell, you know, several steps down. It really felt like TT absolutely stepped up to challenge, but LNG, this is not the best performance from them. Don't want to be too critical because in the end they did get the win, and we see like the individual talent is there when it comes out, when they're able to perform. Arla, who we've been pretty heavily critical of, was able to deliver there, right? We saw also Light, I think, has been very consistent even in their losses. Ultimately, though, it's not the LNG we saw in the first 7 games of the split. And again, you know, those were easier teams, but TT should have been an easier opponent. But they managed to get themselves up to that 8-win point, and hopefully this is them, you know, shaking off those 3 losses they managed to get and just bouncing back for the rest of the split.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for LNG, it is an important win nonetheless. Like we said, it stops the free fall. They're now up into 8-3, which then puts them alongside the likes of RNG, EDG, who actually, funny enough, play each other this weekend. So that's going to be a guaranteed at least ahead one of them and puts them back up into the top 4 by the end of week 7. So there are still positives to this. I think we have different expectations. There's different expectations for LNG than there is for TT. And I think the big thing that when we're being so critical of a team like this is that we want to see the best out of them because we know what they can do. We have seen the ceiling and beyond. So this isn't indicative to what we know these players can do. And for me, it just feels like LNG are maybe just floundering a little bit in terms of their like sitting there not really quite sure what to do. And I feel like right now Doonby is just really been muted. He hasn't really had the same level of impact that we saw in previous seasons. So if they can get that sorted out for themselves, they could be a much bigger threat. But for the moment, I'm still tentative to see how they do.
Yeah, I feel like Tarzan as well. I didn't have the best series today. We kind of came in and being like, Tarzan is such a massive factor in LNG's success, and he's been struggling. It kind of came upon like Light and Arla to do so much in this series to really facilitate. And, you know, as much as it worked against TT, I really would love to see a return to form. We have so often looked at this team and been like, mid-jungle, 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 mid-jungle. It's so strong. We were arguing best mid-jungle in the league. And just the past few series, it hasn't been delivering. And again, like, Tarzan wasn't bad this game by any means, but it's not the same level. It's not the same expectations we had him in. The previous 2 games on the Hecarim, he looked very subdued. And you could definitely argue matchup was a factor, right? Chieftain really applied pressure. Doonby didn't have mid priority in any of the games this series, but still, right? I was looking at this mid jungle to be a big point of contention where TT had to step up to match. It felt like they definitely did step up, but they didn't have to step up too much.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the way we kind of look at the series. And again, you know, the LNG, a team that we expect to be towards the higher end of this. They do take the 2-1 here. It's very well played by them. But the next few games are kind of difficult. They go up against Top Esports, are on a bit of a rise. JDG, who are coming off of a win today over V5. These are 2 very hot teams to try and come up against. So LNG, you're not out of the woods just yet. You could still drop a couple of series, and that puts you all the way back down into the 6th, 7th, and maybe even 8th place of this league. And honestly, right now, I feel like this is the most competitive our top 10 has been in a very long time in the LPL.
Yeah, it really feels so weird when you have like RNG losing to RA, which was like, what? And then beating Weibo. We had V5 losing to JDG. It just feels like very hard to place the level of teams because it feels inconsistent. It feels like teams will show up one week and just be like on form, and the next week be like, what are you doing? And it's hard to really...
What happened? What's going on?
It's hard to really place, especially when it feels like everyone can kind of beat everyone at this point. It's obviously expected to change as we sort of lean towards playoffs. But the thing is, right, as much as teams like LNG are in a pretty comfortable spot to be making playoffs, by no means guaranteed, but they're in a decent spot for it. It doesn't matter if you make it to playoffs and then just flop out, right? We saw LNG have a rough midpoint of the split in summer last year, and then they made a miracle run in playoffs, right? Obviously, huge from them. But, you know, whether you make it just into playoffs or deep into playoffs, it's about coming in at top form and being able to do things like making a miracle run. You'd rather be seated low and make a miracle run than be seated high and just get knocked out instantly, like we saw happen to Rare Adam last split, which was pretty unfortunate.
RNG. Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. I think momentum is a very important thing. If you can get those couple of games and series going for you at the start, it can lead to much bigger and better teams for your team. I will say we will keep a tab on LNG. We are running out of series. We are down to our last 16 days, not including today. We are last 16 days of LPL action, which sounds like a lot when you think about it. We have almost an entire LPL, LEC or LCS split condensed into 2.5 weeks, a little bit under it. So there's still only a couple of games left for these teams to play, and big wins and big losses and even game difference could be a huge factor. So a 2-1 today could come back to bite LNG. But again, I think we're being a little bit negative. They still came out with the win. We just expected a little bit more from them. I'm very, very excited to see how they do against Top Esports and JDG next week in their next few series. And for TT, it's out of your hands, buddies. I think everyone was kind of looking at this team going, look, you're looking towards summer and, you know, not really kind of thinking about how spring is going to be going for you. But we have got our MVP for game 2, and I believe it was Ala again coming in on top of the Fiora with the big plays. Honestly, this 100% kill participation, it's so rare for a split push champion like Fiora.
So rare for a top laner in general, but kind of showed this game was really all around the Fiora. Just completely dominating, did a ton of damage, winning the 1v1, and was joining fights, and because was so ahead, was able to have that impact. Kind of reminiscent of what we expected of Ollie. He hasn't had the best series. He hasn't had too many games where he's been super impactful like this, and this one, just completely dominant.
Yeah, I think there was a couple of question mark pings going on to New after some of these plays, you know, using your explosive cast to get the blue buff, which you didn't even get in the end. Feels a bit unfortunate. This one was so close. You can see what Yukal wants to do, but he just has enough time and to get that cooldown of the dash up, and just all goes awry for the side of LNG, or sorry, for the TT. And for LNG, they needed this. They needed this kind of performance, and this is how we, I suppose, gauge a really good team or even a great team. It's not just about having one good carry. It's about having multiple lanes, because you look at RNG in their spring 2021 winning championship run. It wasn't just Xiaohu, even though he was having a great time. It was also Gala. It was also being able to rely on a secondary carry that when your expected carries don't actually pop off, you have got that backup.
Yeah, and I think often kind of what we see from teams is you'll get these mids who are looking to have that early pressure, right? Things like the TF, like the Ari, like the Vex, the Rise, and then they'll use that to roam the presence of the side lanes. The side lanes is where you can really have these scaling options, right? Whether it's like Jinx in the bot lane, whether it's things like Gwen, or, you know, I mean, in this case, Fiora in the top lane. Having a strong mid jungle to lean to that can make such a big difference. So, you know, all his lane has been a little bit hit or miss, but when he does get that gold given, I think that's when he does have strong performances and can take over a game.
Yeah, he really, really can. Well, congratulations to LNG as they get the 2-1 victory. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we'll have our final game of the day. It is FPX versus BLG for a fight in the middle of the table.
Everybody fighting！
已经有人嗨了吗？米娜桑干嘛？
明海有点赶，感觉明海有点赶。我干什么？我是最不敢的，兄弟们。
真的吗？
平常心平常。我那个分析做的还不细，兄弟们。
大
家准备好了吗？
太细了，
太细了。大家准备好了吗？
太细了。真的，说你是 OMG 教练，我都觉得是真的。
确实，
你太了解他们了，
太细了，太细了。
感觉分析完都知道他们接下来要怎么调整了。
哦，分析完了，直接就有思路是吧？
他这个意思就是，他意思就是我们这把必赢，我们必赢。
他们可能想打的，你这边放一把啊，你放一把，我在这。
雷克赛，慢点。
哦，好像哎，把雷克赛杀了吧，我一下，他一下，走就行，没事。泰坦没闪。雷克赛，保一下，他们要硬杀，哎，哦，可以，
这一定没闪现
，OK，很赚，
可以慢一点的，其实。
不是，我们想去放眼的，
哦 ，OK，
然后打起来了，没事。中路开，维克托没闪，
可以逼个小队
，OK，
再看，啊，这样就死了，雷中了，
有点不行，赵姐，慢点，捡个灯，
我帮你，我顶，没事。
雷克赛，慢点，
我死了，可以打，输出了，
慢一点，
你没闪了，
，OK，
慢点，
还行，我也登了，简灯，可以打开。
别个多
到了，慢点吧，
先走吧。
这操作我看着有点
没听回来。
稳点，着急，太着急，看你操作。回了，
我开吧。
对，盲僧别乱冲。
没事。有点失望，赵丽姐。
看一下这波。
OK，
准备好看。
可以。
先看泰坦呗。
慢点。
不，
没事，我死不了。哎，你死了。
慢点。
我们冲吧。我们先绕龙，慢点，我们先绕龙。
那你们打吧，来个菜不在。
我们先杀鳄鱼。
维克多。
别这么大钱。
我这羊。
你为什么能秒 AD 啊？
我直接单切 AD，哇，上去了拿下了吧？
对，你这羊不对劲啊，黄翔。
我好久没玩
去一波，没事，这羊可以的，我只能说，直接预判别人闪，只是这盲僧太可惜了，这把真的。
我老预判闪了，没有，那波踢回来了，被打断了。
就是踢太慢了呀，怎么能踢那么慢啊，赵丽姐？
我大招把他撞飞了，他没踢。
你的盲僧没那么慢吧？我刚看了一下，
老了，被夹住了，
太离谱了呀！
你们加油，还有最后一把，
加油，兄弟们，赢下这把过好年。
看后面有鱼，鳄鱼，看鳄鱼，
上鱼没闪，跳走了，上鱼，nice，
黑追吗？我追过去了，
可以追，自己看，
冲，兄弟们，死了，我死了，可以打，没闪，
你没闪，
追，能杀吗？别急，慢慢操作，打
断了，
这个。我来了，
他没闪，好乱，
把这个杀了吧，
不行就打先锋吧，
把他杀了，
或者我们推上，
他能杀，别急，他能杀，别操作他，nice，兄
弟们，这波操作拉满了，虽然真不是纯牛，但我这波操作真的拉满了，
兄弟们稳住就赢了，
真稳就赢了，
绷住，
这位置看我靠，你们拉掉，推打，
推打，
杀人。来手！
过个好年！
听我讲，我觉得这波我们可以压到他们下高地，然后让金克你站中，怎么样？
可以，来，可以，
来呗！
我中间也快进了，
金克是可以，没事。
哎，攻打，很急！哎，我来看。
哎，挖掘机！
我打机会，挖掘机，来！哎，你没闪，别急，我打机会。
A 塔一下，等会 A 塔，
来杀！
过年了，大哥大嫂，过年好。
杰斯吧，很真实。
感觉每个角都挺喜欢的，就一定要说一个嘛，杰斯吧，就完成了男人都想完成的梦想。
范德尔吧，因为感觉他人很好。
金克斯的那个养父，就是他挺帅的。
I think Jinx the most because I like to play her a lot when I play AD carry.
看过一点点吧，喜欢那个金克斯可爱吧？
应该比较喜欢金克斯吧，因为感觉他们跟我蛮像的，就是在打人的时候很凶，然后会发疯。
我比较喜欢抱抱吧，因为看起来很疯狂。
抱抱吧，金克斯好像是，我也没具体看，但我觉得应该挺好的。
抱抱吧，因为他是主角。抱抱吧，因为他长大了。
我个人比较喜欢，我觉得是魏吧。我觉得魏那种性格的，就在就是感觉在双城之战里面比较凸显的比较明显吧。
바이나 캡틴 좀 정의로운 걸 좋아하는 것 같아. 比较喜欢维克托吧。
我更喜欢一点维克托吧，因为我觉得维克托很纯粹，他就是为了自己的梦想，我觉得在努力着。我觉得他那个挺好的，而且他也挺励志的嘛。都说他其实是从下城区来的，然后一步步的走到了至少在上城区的那种科研室里面，而且他也是一直很努力的为着自己的 梦想吧，就是自己所想要的一直去努力做着。对。
说实话，我喜欢希尔克，因为我感觉他就很像一个，就算他前面有点小坏，但我觉得他后面就是感觉很 man。
喜欢希尔克吧，感觉描述的比较有血有肉吧，我感觉。
希尔克他也是比较有自己，就是坚持自己的内心，然后发现坚持到最后，然后发现他和就是人遭遇了一种事情之后，他给我的影响是最深的，就是人遭遇了一些，就是遇到了可能相同的事情，大家可能最后都会被磨平，能讲变得一样，所以我可能我觉得感触挺大的。
没看过。
没看过。
我没看过。
我没看过，肯定也没有。
没有，听的最多的就是鲍尔，还有维克多那个。
我没怎么看过，那些角色什么我还是知道的，就是那个议员，我最喜欢玩的英雄。对，那段时间打排位选角色，也不知道为什么大家都在刷，后来就慢慢了解了。
剧中的角色都挺好的，都是英雄联盟世界观的，希望后面再多出几集。这还是个从很小的地方刚开始讲起。搞点简单的，人在塔在。
飞机的台词，王牌飞行员申请出来。
I'll choose for Z. The unseen blade is the deadliest because my name is Shadow. You know, attacks from the shadow.
XDDDDD。交通的那个，你买单我就来。
你说的对，颗粒好像。
因为打的是韩服，所以记不住。
我将不是说什么念来着？
我于杀戮之中身上一如黎明中的花。
我没有很喜欢的英雄台词。
勇士我爱，举目后外。
背班的时候，德莱文会说德莱文走了，就瑞兹的我们走了。因为刚玩英雄联盟的时候，就那种450的英雄玩的比较多吧，就听这种台词听的比较多一点。
我觉得豹女讲的话还挺酷的，就是她有一个有个原因是什么？懦夫的味道，就那一句还挺酷。
就选维克托嘛，加入光荣的进化。
没有吧？就是感觉没有太注意这个吧。
모르겠다. 나 다 대사 다 추는데 한국에서 한국서 먼저 할 때는 대사 따라하면서 게임해가지고.
结束了，为了更美好的明天而战。
I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, close my eyes, sense your vibe, being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spraying between us, colorful clouds of dust. Coincidence might be divine. Wanna sing a melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with you. Skin to skin, wondering landscapes we're discovering. Whole new world so new and welcoming. Am I dreaming? Are we here? Just imagine how it feels. Stop believing that it could be real. Wanna sing a melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight,
下一场对阵 BLG 战队嘛，我觉得他们队伍在这个赛季表现很好嘛，他们队伍不管是个人实力还是团战都比较出色的。下一场对阵 BLG 下路组合嘛，因为他们下路我也比较了解嘛，对上他们的话，就把自己的队线打好一点。
Try to do his best as LWX comes into this next series for FPX versus BLG. I am still Oshin. I am still joined by the audacious Ox, and we are going to be bringing you our third and final series of the day. It is FPX versus BLG. We want to try and talk a little bit holistically about how FPX want to play the game and how they seem to be missing a core piece of information about how to win in a game of League of Legends.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen this recurring issue where FPX get to a certain point in the game. I would say usually after 20 minutes, where a certain objective becomes available, and they seem to really struggle on actually how to manage that set objective. And this is not like a 1-time, 2-time, 3-time thing. We've definitely seen teams flip Baron. This has been constant.
This has been a multiple example setup as such, and we have an illustration to how we feel like FPX can kind of work on it. You know, how to win LPL games, don't flip a Baron, question mark. It's not really what they kind of want to be going for, and it just seems to be a constant from this team that they go for these Baron flips, usually, as you said, around the 22, 23-minute mark, very early on in the game, where the Baron's damage is actually significant. The magic resistance debuff is very poignant, and you just don't understand why they're going for these flips.
Yeah, and it just feels like the setup is poor, right? They don't have a deep vision. No one actually, and this is really weird because I have a lot of praise for Hung usually, but like normally it's just a support's job to like go outside the pit and stop the enemy jungler from getting in, right? And it's, man, it is really a bit of a weird one when they just kind of let the jungler approach, get right in the pit, and then steal the Baron away. And it's happened way too often. I believe we have some clips where you can see them, let's say, try and manage these situations. And you know, we wouldn't be harping on so much if it wasn't actually a really relevant issue that consistently keeps happening.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the way you can look at it. It's consistently happening. Now, look, it does sometimes work out. That is the point of a flip as such, and it can end up being, you know, a positive for you. But in the game of League of Legends, you should never be landing yourself onto a position where you either 50-50 yes or no. We win the game, or, you know, are continuing going in a positive sense, or we put ourselves massively behind. And that's a big issue now for FPX coming into these later series, because they started off pretty brightly. They beat RNG, you know, who are up the top of the standings. They were looking semi-decent. The combination of Hung and LWX was looking pretty damn good. And then it just started to fall apart. We started to see a lot of different issues just creep into their gameplay, and like you said, it's all good until they start to go towards those Barons, and they just seem to have a thing in their head. They see it, they think they can go for it, and it just, you know, again, at 23 minutes where there's just, you're not going to take it that quickly, you're not going to be able to take it down that fast, you are just giving your opponents an opportunity to come back into the game.
100%. And especially, you know, as I feel like FPX have been, you know, we can see from the scoreline, I think expectations were a fair bit higher for them, especially when we've seen some individual really strong performances from like Shallow Who, Hung, LWX has been good. Like, I feel like there's been so many positives we can draw from individual players in this roster. And then despite all of that, it still ends up being a situation where they are losing the game. That it really comes down to the decision making around controlling the map, these macro plays. So a lot has been left to be desired.
Yeah, it really has. And speaking of those individual players, we got to talk about a little bit of a roster swap that's happened between FPXs, specifically in the mid lane. Gory is out, Care is in, and they are starting to try and change things up. And honestly, I don't have a problem with this. I do feel like Gory has been struggling, to say the least, especially against some of the bigger LPL mids.
Yeah, I think, you know, he was still in this sort of situation when he was on Nongshim in the LCK, where his laning was weak, but Adelaine, who is stellar. But we've had a situation where his laning has been really subpar in the LPL, and he's been getting gapped quite a lot. I remember first series of the split, Shahu solo killing him as Victor into a Corki matchup at level 2, which just never really happened.
Yep.
And it feels like, you know, especially since FPX have been a bit poor at like setting things up outside of the laning phase, I feel like him being weak in mid lane, definitely a problem, especially as the meta has kind of developed to this point where like you have people heavily contesting mid priority to spread that advantage outwards. So, you know, I think it's a fair sort of change. Care hasn't seen any play for the start of this year, has just actually hit 18. But previously last year was playing for the FPX second team, FPX Blaze, and so has some experience there. Did play with Beishuan on that roster as well, but hopefully going to see a bit of a change up and be able to contribute more to this roster, because I think FPX clearly have side lanes who there's a lot of value to play towards. It's just the mid lane was that sort of black hole of pressure.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And we'll see what Care can do for FPX coming into this first game. They could be swapping them back out. We don't know. These are very fluid situations, especially in a best of 3, but we wish him all the best on his LPL debut. And now we got to look at the other side of this matchup, BLG coming in. And usually we say, you know, greater than the sum of its parts. This team kind of feels like they're lesser than the sum of their parts. I look at this roster, I look at this team, and I think these are banger players, all individually top 5 last year in every single respective role, if not a little higher. And it just doesn't seem to be coming together as cohesively as I thought it would be.
Yeah, I mean, this was something I remember Lyric talked about at the start of the season, being like, I don't see this team functioning well as a unit, because on the previous roster, every single player had kind of been in a situation where they had been that resource intensive carry, right? I get funneled the resources, I take over the game, I pop off. And I feel like the problem is we had this situation where this team is really struggling to balance that dynamic. Everyone's playing greedy as if they need to be the primary carry. And then as a result, they're very slow, very sluggish, don't move well around the map, or at least not in time. And as a result, they just feel very slow paced. And it gives teams plenty of time to find advantages and capitalize.
Yeah, really does. We'll have a look at our head-to-head as well. We are just about to jump into picks and bans, but I want to highlight these two players because we very rarely get to highlight supports in these matchups. It's going to be Crisp versus Hung. Crisp going in up against his former teammate. I will say the logo should be the other way around. I got very confused. I was like, Crisp isn't on FPX anymore, but it is very much Crisp going up against his old lineup, and this is a team and a setup where, you know, it can expect action in the start of the series. You can see that, you know, kind of like the K+A at 15, very, very high, especially for supports.
Yeah, and I think one thing I'd say is that Hung has been really standout, quite exceptional. Being willing to bring out enchanters like the Lulu and has delivered on them as well. Crisp has kind of been that standard, you know, LPL supports, Leon and Nautilus are the go-tos, but be interested to see what we get coming out in this series, especially with Tahm Kench being quite a bit higher priority. But, you know, it really comes down to how things will pan out in draft. I think we've seen a lot of sort of shifts gradually in 12.4. I'd say the big thing I'm looking at here is, for me, for FPX, finding a good matchup for Care, so they can obviously provide that pressure, provide that priority, but also have a comfortable start in this new stage.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see as we jump onto the stage. We can see now BLG coming out, setting themselves up. And again, BLG, we're a super team that aren't so super. They're just, you know, let's say very slow, very, very individualistic, I think is a good way to put it, because they just seem to be kind of on all different pages, and there is going to be an awful lot of pressure on this team because, like we mentioned, there's huge expectations for this roster to be able to perform, and if they can get a win against FPX today, that would put them on at least the right track. It would put them all back up into 8 wins. They would join the likes of Weibo Gaming and RNG, and of course LNG, who've just joined them today, so it keeps them on toe with the rest of the top lane, or the top half of the LPL.
Yeah, and I think BLG had that rough period halfway through the split where people sort of dropped in expectations, right? Uzi came in, they lost the series anyway. A little bit rough. They do also have a rough week next week where their 2 matches are going to be against V5 and EDG. So, you know, as much as this team is still, you know, in that top 6 point, they are still very much in a formidable spot in the league, and expectations are high. You know, we've gone heavy on how they haven't been performing quite up to that, and that's definitely true. They are going to have some harder matches in front of them, and I think losing to FPX would be a rough way to go into that next week.
Absolutely, but for FPX on the other side of that coin, you're looking at 4 and 7. You're just outside of playoffs. This win would put you up to 5 and 7, as that was an odd face to be looking at there from the top laner. But as I say, you know, this is an opportunity here for you to kind of get yourself back up on the top of the standings. You would still be in 11th outside of 10th because your game score against OMG wouldn't be the greatest. You're still on -3, but it is an opportunity here for FPX to at least put themselves in the conversation for playoffs, because like we mentioned, they're on 11 games. This will be their 12th. This is 4 series left after this game, and it doesn't, you know, it doesn't really bode well if you're going in with a 4-8 scoreline. You got BLG, you got a couple of easy ones then after that, WE, OMG, very winnable series, and then you play against IG and V5. So you got to be starting to pick up these wins now, because you are, again, I mentioned this a million times and I'll mention a million times more, you are running out of time.
For sure, especially this late in the split. Like we keep talking on about it. You know, we're coming up towards the end of this week. We have week 8, we have week 9, and then we are done. And whatever position you're in there, that's kind of it. And you know, I feel like, especially given that FPX had such a strong summer split last year into such a rough world championship, right? And then now
Ruff
in this
is putting
position
it
where,
lightly.
yeah, Ruff is putting it pretty lightly. They lose a lot of the core elements of the roster. Obviously, Doinby leaving was a massive factor. And now on this lineup, struggling and potentially in a position where they may not even make playoffs. So, you know, they've made changes, they've made adjustments. They added 2 new players to the roster in mid and support, but obviously only fielding care right now. And gotta see if this can make that difference. And I feel like, you know, talked about it before about the mid priority coming into draft. I really need to see them look for things that are going to enable them to have that agency, because they can lean towards the side lanes. If you snowball Shallow, if you snowball LWX, I am convinced that they are capable of carrying games, right? But you need to get the ball rolling, and especially you're against BLG, right? If there's any team where you can sort of use that early momentum to get things going in your favor, BLG are the sort of team where you can do so.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the best way you can put it, is that a slow, steady-ish team like BLG are a team that you can catch off guard, are a team you can overload with maybe something, a slightly more creative draft, a slightly more creative jungle pathing, something to throw a spanner in the works. And we are jumping straight into picks and bans. The Renata, forgot she existed there for a second there, will be banned away by FPX. They don't want to have to deal with that in the bot side. And BLG gonna go with the Gwen, the Lee Sin. And I like the Gwen ban here. I think Shallow, who has been a fantastic top laner, has had a bit of an unfortunate run of form in the last few series there for FPX, but before then he looked very, very solid for them in the top side.
Yeah, and I think the Renata ban is, I kind of heard this being talked about a bit, is that Crisp's been spamming it in solo queue, so definitely seems like he'll be someone who's very comfortable in the pick. Now, interesting enough, we get the Jinx ban. Aphelios Caitlyn's still available, so if FPX want the Aphelios, they could prioritize it now, and that would mean kind of it's the lower tier of AD carries. Caitlyn did get a nerf coming onto this patch. Just some of the wave clear on a Q, some of the AD per level. And also it feels like teams have kind of fallen off for a bit. For the time being though, we look at a very quick lock-in of that Leona for Crisp. And a follow-up with that Viego. Something we haven't seen too much high priority on, right? It's definitely a decent pick on the patch, but it hasn't really popped up too heavily in a lot of the series we've had. Now, FPX, a support pick wouldn't go amiss here. Could go for things like the Thresh, the Braum, the Tahm Kench, all decent options to mitigate the pressure, or could just go for that Nautilus. I know Hung would be fine going that into Leona, but also I think a jungle pick would make a lot of sense. Often we see Hecarim heavily prioritized at this point, but it looks like they might just go for that Xin Zhao.
Yep, get the Xin Zhao locked in and loaded, get themselves set up and ready to go, and they can look to try and maybe make a bit more of a pick composition. They do lock in the Ahri as well, so that's going to be care on the Ahri in the mid lane. We talked about it a lot earlier. It's a big, powerful pick that can have a lot of agency if played correctly.
Yeah, and critically, a lot of priority. This is what I was harping on. I want you to give a pick that's going to be able to challenge the laning phase, find prio, apply pressure, and then you can use that to spread outwards. So FX has secured a strong mid jungle. I'm happy to see that coming out. And what we do get with BLG is they've gone for the Ziggs. So they're happy to give up the 80 carries because they want to go for a mage in the bot lane. Ziggs Leona, really strong combo, a lot of burst damage onto a target. On top of that, Aphelios can definitely get outranged by the pick. They will ban away that Thresh. Obviously decent at mitigating the engage and keeping the Aphelios safe. For FPX, I feel like you can just look towards mid laners, right? Things like the Vex might potentially cause problems. Can look to target those out. Could also, if you have concerns about any particular top laners, now could be the time.
Yeah, and this Ziggs pick has only been picked once so far. The split by Doggo. It was in their one victory win against Weibo Gaming. It was a very, very large one. And actually picked it into the Aphelios as well that time as well. So decently set up there for Doggo to kind of make that one work for himself. And yeah, it's actually a fun little fact. In his entire career, he is 4-0 on the Ziggs pick, so yet to lose with it. So good omens here for BLG, and like similar to what we were talking about in terms of how they feel like their win conditions go. It is a later game scaling kind of carry that you can pick, and when the game goes longer, it becomes very difficult to just break that chokehold of constant CSing that the Ziggs will have over you.
Yes, we see FPX focusing their bans onto potential picks that could cause issues in the laning phase. Now, LeBlanc is another one of those high-pressure mid laners we've seen. We did see this matchup earlier this week where it was Scout on the Ahri into the LeBlanc, and he was pretty dominant, but it's definitely a skill matchup, right? A lot of outplay potential from both sides. I think LeBlanc definitely has a lot of setup pre-6, but it looks like they may not go in that direction. Actually going for the Azir. I mean, we said BLG was slow, but you know, they really want to take the scenic route on this one.
I mean, they're taking a page out of the LCK book of plays right now. This is Azir. I will say it is Fofo's most played champion of all time in his career. He is a 53 games play with 32 wins and 21 losses. It is a pretty common thing that he knows exactly how to play for. I will say that the last time we saw it was in the 2021 summer finals, I believe, or summer regional finals, and didn't quite have a great game on it. Ended up losing that particular game against LNG over it. So it isn't exactly been the most run of form, but it still does a lot. Has great engage, great safety, and as you mentioned, the later this game goes on, has fantastic damage. But I'm looking at what FPX has drawn. They want this game to be done by the mid game. They want this to be done before 30 minutes because they have so much agency to make things work in the mid game. And Riven locked in here for Breathe. What is with me and getting Rivens in the top lane?
But I mean, I feel like it's a cool matchup, right? He was toying with the Irelia or the Riven, both things that can quickly gap close onto the Gnar and then look to burst them out. If you stack up a wave, it's a very easy dive for Weiwei. And critically, as much as the Azir is a scaling pick, does pretty well at contesting early priority, right? Has a lot of safety, definitely takes a bit of time to get going, but I feel like BLG's sort of mid to bot are very much a brick wall, right? How are you ever going to approach towers against the Azir Ziggs really allows you just to sort of ramp up. Now, I will say, I feel like BLG's composition is a bit wacky, right? I'm just gonna lay it out there. Not something we traditionally expect to see on this current patch in the LPL or a lot of regions. I feel like what the side of FPX have is a lot more bog standard, right? It's kind of just typical. You have a strong mid jungle, scan on bot lane. Gnar is typically a safe blind, and they have decent, decent team fighting tools, decent engage. They have the Aphelios to really carry them through. BLG, how we'll interact will be, a bit different. I do like the fact that the Leona Ziggs into the Rakan Aphelios, once you get that first recall, you get some mana in your pockets, you can just push and have permanent priority. There's not too much you can do to pressure you, and I think if they play towards that top lane, if they get Breathe ahead, a lot of agency there, Azir will scale well. I think there's elements of BLG's composition that makes sense. It just is a bit out of sorts for the current meta, and the cohesion seems a little bit... it doesn't seem like all there, but I guess we'll see how it plays out. Ultimately, this mid jungle, I definitely think that FPX have strong tools to get that rolling, so I'm looking towards that.
Puzzle pieces can fit together if you force them hard enough. That's how I feel with this BLG composition. It feels like they've got a dab of everything. A little bit of engage, a little bit of late game, a little bit of skirmishing power. It's kind of a palette, kind of trier of things. It's a setup for a lot of different things that they can maybe try and work around. But we are going to jump onto the rift for game one. FPX coming in to try and get themselves back into the conversation of playoffs, and BLG trying to put themselves in the conversation of top 4, top 5, trying to make sure that they are championship contenders, as both these teams now coming into their 12th series of their campaigns. And feels like only yesterday we started the 2022 split. Feels like we're quickly coming towards playoffs, and I don't know what to do with myself. We got 2 weeks and a weekend left. That's all we got, Alex.
Yeah, it's kind of wild how quickly it's gone. It's really getting to the later stages, and that's when these wins are so instrumental, particularly FPX making a last-minute addition, changed your roster. And in fairness, it's one of those things where obviously they know what Care is offering for the team, right? They've obviously had him on their academy roster, but it's still a late change that they kind of want to have his impact with as soon as possible.
All right, jump onto the game. We'll wait to see. There shouldn't be much action in this bot side unless, of course, Hong can get... I say that, it is Hong. Let me take that back. There will be action in this bot side if Hong can get himself that level 2. Generally speaking, he should be able to go for it. Never mind, level 1 he's going to go for it, and it's just a little bit of harassment, but this is actually a bit of an interesting one now as LWX actually... The bomb, I think the bomb just went over his head. That was very odd interaction there from that one, so not quite getting it.
It's kind of... because so you know, big history check. There was the days, ages and ages and ages and years and years and years ago, where Ziggs was super popular mid, and they actually nerfed like
How
the
dare
radius of his bomb, like the collision size, and it's actually quite small. It's kind of easy to miss if you end up just not connecting. Like the hitbox is surprisingly small compared to the animation itself. We did see Breathe being that ignite basically start of the game, right? Just establishing dominance in the lane.
That's how you gotta do it, man. It's like, you use Ignite for kills, I use it for harassment. We are not the same as we come into this top side. Yeah, like, again, I don't mind the Riven as such. I will say the Gnar does have a lot of safety, but the big thing with Mini Gnar versus Mega Gnar is the Mini Gnar has almost no armor in the when in that form. So, especially in the early levels, there is a lot of kill potential, for specifically for something like a Riven that can just get you the triple knock-up, or sorry, the double CC, and then, you know, kind of like this kind of setup where you're able to get the double bits of CC down, and you can put down some significant harassment. So we'll see if they're able to make it work for the side of BLG, and I like the side that the Breathe is being as aggressive as he is, because like you said, it can have an opportunity, but without an Ignite, unlikely to see an early kill going up that top side.
Yeah, and I'm glad that we saw Weiwei path towards the top side. I think it kind of goes without saying is that you need to be playing for your Riven in this game, otherwise you will be having a bad time. Now, seems some good trading coming out mid from Care. Again, you know, the Azir does well at contesting priority in the early levels, but once sort of we get that point where Care can start setting for charms, setting for kills, setting for picks, that's where there's a lot of agency for the Ahri. And critically, because of all the mobility into the Azir, right, a lot of picks can't follow the Azir when he dashes away, whereas Ahri really has that potential to chase after him.
We will just kind of wait and see how it goes, as we see now Shallow gonna... Oh, the little ward that could. It will stop back there, and those little small things can be significant. We will see Clid now roaming down towards this bot side. He will spot out Crisp, so they will know that the Ziggs is by himself, and immediately we are going to see an engage there from Hong, but he needs to be very careful. One more bouncing bomb could have been the end of him, and he'll have to get himself a reset now as well.
Yeah, nice little timing from Doggo to interrupt the dash, right, with your satchel. He'd be very quick on those, but definitely a way you can outplay the Rakan in that situation, so doing pretty solidly. And I'm not too surprised to have a fairly slow early game. I am looking to see what the junglers can do off the next reset, though. I really want to see BLG look to try and capitalize on this Riven in the top lane and make something happen. If you can crash a wave when this Gnar is low health, that is prime time for making things happen, right? I don't think there's really much to be said for leaning towards the bot lane for the side of BLG. Mid lane, obviously, there's very little you can do there. So it's Riven a bust, in my opinion, for BLG. But we could just see Weiwei opt to farm up again on this Viego. Obviously, Viego gets a pretty big power spike at level 6. I think particularly with the item changes as well. Blazer and King, far stronger now. Got an extra 2% percentage HP damage just added to it for 100 gold extra cost. Death Dance, a really solid item at keeping you alive longer to get the resets. And also, when you get those resets, you also heal even more. So, you know, if the Viego can get to the point where it's strong, definitely a lot of value.
Absolutely. Lots of value there if they're able to get on top of it, or later on into the game, as we can see Breathe getting a jump onto Xiaolahu. We're going to have a little bit of time. Like I said, it's going to be a very slow early game. This is BLG's bread and butter, and I'm going to pose a really off-the-wall random question as I say that, because I knew it's Caster Curse. I knew if I said something that was off-topic, they'd have some kind of engagement. I knew as soon as I came back to it, they'd run away. God damn it! It's the duality of the Caster Curse. But anyway, coming back to what I wanted to ask you. We got FPX, OMG, Rare Atom, and I would say Ultra Prime and IG as well. Only basically 2 of those teams can make it in the playoffs. I want to say, would you give FPX a big chance to make it, or do you feel like it is going to rely a little bit on, not luck, but definitely the run of other people's forms for them to kind of make it into that top 10?
Yeah, I don't think they're in with that good of a chance, honestly. I think IG have looked kind of good recently. I think Rare Atom on a 5-win streak, by the way.
Yes.
I don't know. I really think if we had FPX continuing as they were, I don't really see them as making playoffs. But they've made changes, right? I'm not saying that just changing a player in your roster suddenly means that does everything, but clearly they're actively trying to fix their issues within the roster. And hopefully this series is that test, right? If we see them step up, if we see it make a big sizable difference, that could be enough. But, you know, you asked that question about those teams. I don't think they're the top contenders out of that pool.
Yeah, I kind of tend to agree there as well. I feel like out of the 5, Rare Atom, OMG, FPX, Ultra Prime, and Invictus Gaming, I would put probably Rare Atom and Invictus in there. Feels like those two guys, and also if you did not see the news, Mole, the ex-mid laner, shall be coming in as AD carry for IG in the last few series, which I am personally very excited about to see, as we get to talk about a completely different team outside of this game, because neither team's doing anything, Ox, and I'll be honest with you, that's why I tend to not enjoy BLG games. It gets a little boring.
It can be slow, but you know, I'm still trying to wait for the opportunity where they look to play around top side. And really, it's the ults, I think, when they come online, that's a big spike. Obviously, we do have the ult available for Breathe. Level 6 has just been hit by Clade. Level 6 will be coming soon for Weiwei. Massive spike for the Viego. That extra execute damage on top of the fact that the skirmish is just so much stronger. But you also kind of see, you know, on the other side, Care now has that ult available for more pick potential. Has even gone for the Ionians for that early cooldown reduction. Well, ability haste, I guess it is now. Level 6 hit by LWX as well. And at this point, this is when I could see Chris being a bit more free to leave lane. You can actually see Herald up on the map, 8 minutes. He is pathing up towards the top side. Doggo is very self-sufficient. If you look at his items, his Lost Chapter, right? He basically can just clear waves from a distance and has the mana pool to back it up for an extended period of time. So I feel like BLG could path towards the Herald and look to contest on the back of this. FPX definitely making the moves themselves. And actually, based on Crisp's pathing, looks like BLG aren't that interested.
I got a bit of time. Crisp can make his way up here now, as I do see that the representative of bot lane support, Hung, is now up on the top side. So they may still look for it, but looks like it's going to be a trade of sides from both these teams. Dragon for the side of BLG, Herald for FPX. So money and power now for FPX versus power later for BLG. And we just kind of wait and see. And you know what, Ox? I want to talk to you a little bit, because nothing else is going to happen in the next two. I do want to talk to you. Nice split screen. We get to get this beautiful little bit
Dude,
of
if Hung steals this,
I swear to God, nice one. But you're coming in. It's your debut full-time split. You were a guest last year, and I wanted to know, get your experience. How are you finding it? How are you looking to try and go and make this work? Because we can see now. Yep, never mind. They're going to back away. But how are you finding the LPL, my dude?
It's fun. It's, you know, it's hard to predict. I will say that much. That's the thing. It's like there's so many teams. I love there's so many teams. It's action packed for the most part. It's a lot of fun to cast.
Bad
and to
time
watch.
to mention that.
Yeah, truly. But what I just find so crazy is the fact that we've had we'll have RNG lose to RA and then beat Weibo, right? And we'll have V5 losing the top esports. It just doesn't make sense. Like you look over the LCK, it's like T1 wins, boom, there, solved it, done, right? with the LPL,
I figured it out. The mathematic equation: if game equals W, then W equals T1.
There we go. You know, and whereas it feels like it's been so back and forth, and we had teams with a lot of varying consistency, which makes me, you know, it still keeps me on edge, and I'm wondering how things will go towards when we hit MSI, right? Who will be a representative, how they'll perform, will they manage to hit a level of consistency that they can maintain, or will it be like they turn up and then do an FPX from Worlds last year?
Honestly, it is such a flip as well when we come to the LPL. It's like LPL come in and it's just like, I just remember when we were in play-ins and talking about LNG in play-ins of 2021, and Emily Rand was saying oh, you guys excited for LNG? And we're like, maybe. We've seen them flip stuff pretty consistently. They could be awesome, but they also could be So I think that's the fun thing about LPL, though. It's sometimes, today, it's sometimes V5 and JDG is a banger game. Why? Because JDG decided to show up. It's just the level of talent we have in the LPL is actually immense. And yeah, we'll see. I'm hoping we'll be the reigning, MSI champions going into Worlds 2022. We are currently the reigning champions.
The LPL to win MSI? Wow,
I'm hoping.
Color me shocked, Sheen.
I want to be tentative. I don't want to be seen as biased, I just want to see, because what if we don't? Well, never mind. We're gonna win. I don't care. What's gonna happen is that everyone. I'm gonna lead the script before you go on. I'm gonna lead the script. All right. Everyone's going to come in. Every analyst from every region is going to come in. T1 are the greatest team ever. It's going to be a very obvious 3-0 for them in the finals. Whoever we send, be it V5, Weibo, RNG, EDG, LNG, doesn't matter, are going to come in. They're going to win the first game. It's going to go to 3-2, and we're going to win MSI again. I've leaked the script. Sorry, guys. Oh, well, no. No engagement.
There's a moment we thought we might have action there, but ultimately we don't. I mean, for me, I just hope both teams have fun. That's where I'm gonna.
that is not the census of League of Legends players. if anything, it's just like, you know what? I don't even want my team to win. I'm annoyed.
Oh man, don't even start now. Kind of just checking where things have been going slowly, but we do see that despite the fact Breathe picked this as a counter pick, Weibo hasn't shown his face top. We haven't seen any real action towards that side of the map, and on top of that, we're now seeing the Herald get thrown down. So this should be first tower for the Gnar, who has a 20 CS lead, right? Doggo is going to be able to answer back very quickly on this tower, I think. No, actually, I don't think they get it low enough right now to, even though obviously it's the Ziggs, right? You hit that threshold, instantly gone. FPX might be looking for that second charge and maybe a bit more.
Yeah, they're getting a lot more from this than the side of BLG. BLG will get a lot of free time there, as we can see now Breathe just going forward aggressively to try and get some damage down to dissuade a second push onto this tier 2. And it is only about a 300 gold lead here for FPX, and again, nothing happens.
Dude,
it's almost like we're in a BLG game.
I feel like this is one of those things where people will tune in and be like, dude, Riven got picked in the LPL, let's go watch, this is sick, see the Riven? And then, like, 30 minutes in, it's like...
Yeah, honestly, the Resident Sleeper.
Come on, man. I want to see, but the thing is, I want to see Breathe pop up in this pick, and he is now going against the Hullbreaker. It's a little bit rough, right? I think altogether. In the side lane, I think Gnar now becomes pretty bulky, even when he's a mini with those extra resistances. So it's really looking towards the team fight when you can join in, when you can find the angle, when you find the opportunity to make things happen. And really, there will be some explosive team fighting. There's a lot of tools, a lot of agency, a lot of engage, snap, pick potential things like the RE Charm, like Leona, Crisp on that. And we'll see if the teams opt to set up for Dragon, because it is coming up in 20 seconds. FPX are a bit leaning towards the top side, not throwing too much attention towards it. And if BLG can secure this, definitely puts them in a comfortable spot to lean towards stacking up Dragons to Soul. Remember, you have an Azir on your side, you have a Ziggs, you're very good at stalling out, and the Azir exceptional in the late stages.
Well, this should be the Dragon going over the side of BLG, gets them up onto 2. As we see, the trade on the top side of the map is going to be the side of FPX getting pressure up on this top side. I will say the spawn of the Herald is about 50 seconds away, so they aren't going to be able to trade it back immediately, as we see now the Mega Inferno Bomb coming out onto the top side, but that should not dissuade this push from Xiaolao Hu, finishing off what Shelly had started, and they will get themselves another turret. So again, trade of sides, it's money and gold now for power later, as BLG just are happy to scale. And I mean, I know we mentioned that, you know, BLG like to take it slow, but I expected FPX to be a little bit, you know, more enticing, more LPL-X and or esque even. And I think the big thing I'm going to see here is that if FPX do end up flipping at the Baron, do they even try and go for it? Because right now, BLG and FPX are just happy to trade. You know, that would be the only exciting thing. Like
BLG, like, it's fine. You can get as many early leads as you want. We know that when it comes to Baron, you just fundamentally cannot fathom taking it down without flipping it. So, yeah. You know, but I like the fact that FPX, I think, for their competition...
Is it a flip when BLG just, like, opt for a trade, you know? Is that a flip, then? It's just, you know, the duality of it.
I feel like BLG probably aren't going to flip when it's a Baron, like, trade when it's a Baron. They'll probably just contest, right? But, you know, I digress. I think here, big thing for me is second Herald, okay? You're against the Azir. Taking that mid tower, Azir Ziggs as well. If you don't get this second Herald, you're really going to struggle to take down that tier 1 mid. So, I think that FPX should 100% be pushing in here to contest this one. If they don't get it, it's a pretty big hit.
It is a pretty big one, as we might see a fight coming in now. We might be blessed for blood by the Blood God, as we can see now Care and Clid trying to just combo up. The Rift Herald goes over to the side of BLG. There is the Crescent Guard as Hung trying to jump in with the quickness. He will finally get a charm, but they're all a little bit split as Crisp gets caught out and taken down. First blood at just under 16 minutes is now Care. Gets himself a stun onto Breathe, but Breathe is unafraid. Breathe is pushing forward as Clid is almost down. He falls to the side of Fofo, and after so long, we finally get a fight, but it's only a 1-for-1. Importantly, though, BLG got themselves a Rift Herald.
Yeah, take the Herald, and now I think FPX, I don't even think he can get over mid and take that tower in response. Should just be Doggo and Fofo moving over to defend. So massive miss out from FPX, unable to secure the Herald, unable to really find favor in the fight, and it just became quite a scrappy one, right? Very split in sort of the priorities. BLG were ready to disengage just on the back of the fact that they'd already secured the objective, but we'll see. FPX wanted a bit more, right? Clid already chunked out in this situation, doesn't commit. I feel like he could have dived towards the Herald and tried to smite it, but instead heavily commits forward. Hung goes for Breathe, but look, half the team head towards the Leona trapped in the pit, right? And they just leave the Riven to back away. And then we get the situation where BLG can start to layer some poke over to the 3 left in the pit. They start going in and targeting them. They get the reset. Shallow has to flash out. It just feels very scattered from FPX, in all honesty. It felt like their approach to the team fight was a bit messy.
Yeah, very disjointed. Felt like there was 2 different calls being called there. 2 people going on to the Riven, as I said, the rest of them going on to the flashless Leona, who couldn't really go anywhere anyway, so they're trapped in the pit regardless of how you look for it. So don't really appreciate Xiaolahu going full in with the Mega Gnar onto one person who was effectively already dead to rights. But look, it is what it is, and we're looking at a little bit of a football score at 1-all on the kills. And first items being picked up across the board.
It's fine.
Ooh, that's a good question. What would penalties be for League of Legends?
It would be, you know, the Mundo dodgeball in the pit.
Yes,
the pit.
that would be awesome.
Dude, I love
That'd be
that.
so cool.
So fun. Or 1v1 and Howl in Abyss, how that works, you know.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
I wonder if we'll ever get to that point where they just turn around and say, if a game gets to like 40 minutes, it then goes to like 1v1s. And you have to like strategically put in your 1v1s. So do you want your mids against mids, or do you want the guaranteed like mid against support or something like that? That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, I doubt it'll happen, but you know, it's like...
I don't know, it never would, but I like to hypothesize. Just be an interesting kind of setup. But speaking of setups, 50 seconds till the dragon spawns. FPX got themselves in the river first, but BLG with the Rift Herald should be able to coast them out and garner control for themselves in this mid lane.
Yeah, so for FPX, try and deal with the Herald. They're kind of losing a bit of control off the Herald areas. But look, Hung's going now.
They are going straight in. Fofo goes straight into stasis. So you can see now Chris going in with the Zenith Blade. They're going to have the Moonlight Vigil onto 2, but they've traded back the supports, and now he's going to get on this backside. He's getting CC'd up way, not quite able to get on top of him, so he will have to back himself away. Xiaolao, who almost goes down. They almost get the resets there for the Viego, but it's just not quite enough. And now, I will say the health bars are still very much in favor of BLG. They want to try and go for this dragon, but it's a bit risky.
Yeah, they can just play it slow, in all honesty, right? They don't need to rush. Respawns will start coming in from both sides. Downside is Breed doesn't have teleport available, but they know they have this health advantage. They feel pretty confident. BLG looking towards that dragon. There's still the Streamer Shuffle available for Fofo, right? And Pristify is still a very powerful tool, and they have the Ziggs starting to poke down. They get this third dragon super threatening. Infernal Soul with the Ziggs is nuts.
Here we go. We're going to start up this dragon. It is FPX very much in the vicinity. They haven't got any bar for the Mega Gnar, though, for Xiaolao, as we can maybe see them go for this. It's taking a very long time. So long, so much that Breathe is actually getting himself back into this fight. This will be another 5v5, and Care's going to have to go back and TP back in. He's lost too much HP. And FPX, I don't know if you can do this. The poke's just too damn good. They can't get in front of this Azir or Ziggs. As now we can go back in with another fight. TP on the backside of this as Care finally joins his team, but it's all too little too late, and it's the whole point for BLG.
Yeah, they can't find a route in, and critically as a result, BLG now on 3 dragons, right? So threatening if this team is able to pick it up. Like, we already talked about a lot of scaling elements, right? The Azir in the late game is a big problem, and that extra burst damage on the poke gonna be a big issue to contend with. Now, Tahm, what he does here is he pops his ult early, so he doesn't have the lockout where he can't engage. Goes this big engage on the Azir, but stopwatch does slow it down substantially for Fofo. A lot of turnaround damage. We'll see both supports traded off. And then Breed goes a little bit too aggressive, trying to get the resets in this situation for his jungler. Not able to find it. This Riven, I'm going to be honest, we saw as a counter pick coming in. Pretty underwhelming so far, if I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, it's been pretty underwhelming. It is about 2,500 gold lead for FPX, but 3 dragons to BLG. As we can see Xiaolao trying to get some more of those outer turrets. The rest of BLG just starting to come off of resets, and this is the issue we talked about, you know?
It's kind of funny that they're using Fofo to hold the Gnar. That's how rough the Riven matchup has kind of got. Because, I mean, if you look at the items, this is a 2-item Gnar with a Hullbreaker to just a Gore Drink on this Riven.
Yeah, Strybreaker as well for Xiaolao means if he does get the hop on top of you, it becomes very difficult to actually get away. They've got a lot of good changes to the Strybreaker. Very, very powerful now as we kind of come into patch 12.4. Becomes more of an option aside from that Gore Drinker, which just gives you a little bit more of survivability. But now with this pressure in mid, I will say if BLG can get a fight, you do have a Azir and a Ziggs. You will shred turrets. As we can see in that bot side, picture in picture. Tier 1 of the bot lane will eventually be taken. Clit is playing bouncer and bodyguard to the Xiaolahu split push and should be able to get himself out no problems whatsoever. And again, the big thing that we always talked about for the side of BLG is that as long as they have the Ziggs, they should be able to just perma push waves in mid or any other lane they decide. As we can see now, there's going to be the solar flares. They're trying to overload LWX. He flashes away and they get themselves the tier 1 in mid. BLG finding an odd number skirmish and capitalizing perfectly.
Yeah, and T1 mid makes a big difference, especially as I just see BLG's T1 mid as being so incredibly hard to crack. Like, you need a team fight win or you need Baron, because they kind of just set Doggo up in the mid lane and that's enough, right? You can't really do the same thing they did to LWX there, where you just group up and go mid, as he has plenty of opportunity just to clear the wave. And this game's really starting to stall out. 3 for 2, 22.5 minutes in the game. This kind of feels like it's what BLG wanted to happen. We have 2 minutes 20 on that next dragon. If that one gets picked up by BLG, I feel like that's such a massive spike in power. It's going to be very difficult to overcome. And, you know, I think FPX, we saw them go for that heavy engage on a Fofo in the last fight. I think a pick at the start of the fight would favor them substantially, right? They have the tools to look for that. If they can find it, it would definitely give them the momentum to carry through on that dragon fight. They have Care on the Ahri with the potential for the charm. They have Hung with the quickness, potential to cast someone out. They just need to set it up correctly.
Yeah, I think the big thing, though, as you mentioned, the last fight, Fofo had got the broken stopwatch, or had a stopwatch that he broke, and now he's got himself a fully fledged Zhonya's. So it's, and we can see a stopwatch being picked up for Doggo as well. So those pick potentials are becoming harder and harder. As now going to see Xiaolahu jumped on by Chris, but it's a bit of a scrappy one here, as Weiwei also takes a little bit of harassment. There is a push here for FPX into the mid lane. It's only a minute and a half into this dragon spawns. Neither team has a real need to fight over this area for the moment.
Yeah, but establishing that early vision can definitely make a big difference. Especially, you know, I don't think this is going to happen here, but sometimes you get wards down, you reset and let your support restock on wards, and then, you know, you have extras for contesting when they get cleared. But now, though, it looks like FPX doing their best to hold on to this area, and it's going to come down to BLG trying to force their way, and that's where it gets scary, because they're not the best team at forcing their way in on an area they don't control, right? A lot better at kiting backwards with things like the Ziggs or the Azir or controlling space. We do see a reset coming in from Hung. So, right, he placed down the wards, as I was kind of saying. He's now going to reset, get some more. But we actually have more resets coming in from the rest of FPX. So this timing is a little bit rough. This gives a window for BLG to push in and contest the area. And that is exactly what they want.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can see them now. I will say, though, BLG not 100% sure where those resets have come in, so they have to be very, very tentative and careful, cautious of how they run in and try and make things work. And just because of that, not having that vision meant they weren't able to establish that vision control that you mentioned. They will now realize the resets have come in and start to try and get some of this vision down, but it's a little bit late in the play, and already Xiaolahu TPing down to the bot side, so he's got himself a flank opportunity and will be working up towards that Mega. Clade is separated from his team as he goes straight in onto Breed. They're going to try and get them with the quickness as the Mega Inferno Bomb comes out as well. Solar Flare is used, and with a lot of ultimates now burnt here from both sides. You are still waiting to see how you can make this one work for your team as FPX now start up the Dragon. BLG, though, Breed on the flank, looking to try and get around this Dragon pit and find himself a carry.
Yeah, FPX are in a really bad spot with a lot of key ultimates down. Breeze fishing for an opportunity, but it may just come down to a flip on the dragon.
Here we go. We're going to flip it. They're going to go in. There's going to be Xiaolahu going on the back side, but they found the Aphelios and they found Clid. There's 2 quick kills to start this one off for BLG. They will shred through the rest of their team as well as Hung and Xiaolahu now left all on their lonesome. Doggo baits in the big old Gnar that turns into Mini, and he's only a baby. He needs to run away and find his mama because he is all by himself. Big move there for BLG to get themselves some kills. They didn't get the soul, but they'll get themselves the Baron.
Yep, deny the soul, but it's one dragon. What do you really care when FPX pick up one dragon? You crush the team fight and you're able to turn on the Baron. This is the problem, right? Because FPX was so down in dragons, they had to fight even when it was very clear it wasn't going to be favorable. Ahri, no ult available. Hung, no ult available. So many tools being down. And as a result, they lose the fight, and now the Baron as well.
There's no really way you can contest this right now. Xiaolahu did not have TP. Yes, you could have technically gone in as Hung, but it would have been a one-way suicide mission that probably wouldn't have garnered anything there. So big win there for BLG. As I have a look at the replay, because like you said, you have to fight this as FPX. You have to secure the dragon.
But it's just like no ult from the Xin Zhao, no ult from Care on the Ahri. They have so many tools unavailable. They do their best, given everything, right? Trying to get Xiaolahu to jump in. So they just get obliterated, Breathe in a great angle on this flank. And yes, critically, Clid did secure the dragon. It could have been worse. That's the horrific thing. Is like this whole scenario could have been worse than how it was that they got the Infernal Soul. So there's still like a limited amount of hope alive. But I really feel like, you know, we talked a lot about this mid jungle for FPX. Haven't really come to fruition, right? They weren't really able to find momentum at Snowball. It's looking now, but I don't think you're really going to find anything here.
Oh, the solar flare comes out as well, slows him down, but BLG not willing to commit to that engage. They did lose the Hullbreaker from Weibo, so he used that to get himself out of the precarious situation, and now kind of come back into the game and see where everyone's kind of set up right now. Carry is just sitting off to the side. Very difficult for the Ahri to wave clear against these Baroned up minions. He's very, very mitigated in terms of his wave clear. Very much relying on LWX, who might be in a bit of trouble if Crisp can get behind him. He'll just back himself up all the way, and the Shurima's Legacy going down into the mid lane. They are pretty much fully set up. As I say that, they're going to go straight down on top of Fofo, who has to go into stasis. Hung now back out as he gets LWX flashing away from the Emperor's Divide. It's a bit of a risky play there from FPX, but they do slow down BLG's siege.
They have to kind of go for these desperate plays, though. But the problem is, Jay and Weibo, and also the Zhonya's core Fofo means even with that charm coming out from Care, they aren't able to find anything. And now, actually get a TP in from Fofo here to finish off this tier 2. This is the problem, right? This composition for BLG is so hard to aggress into when you're behind. Really struggling to find any headway. And FPX, they needed that mid-jungle momentum. They haven't found it, and now it's like they're going for these desperate plays, but they're so limited, right? Azir, not the easiest target to punish when he has Zhonya's, and he has that big tower he just builds himself. So they really were limited in how much they could chase down, and now gold lead has gone in favor of BLG. Remember, it was FPX favored for the early stages of the game, but we're a minute 45 away from that next dragon, and I feel like things have just gotten worse since the previous dragon, right? I think goes without saying quite distinctly, BLG are in a better position, and FPX lost that last fight pretty horrifically.
Yeah, they really did. I think the only real chance you have as FPX right now is to get a massive quickness on top of a Gnar into a wall or something like that, get a charm onto the Ziggs or Fofo, and even then there's still so much damage and carry potential onto the Riven and the Viego as well that you can't really count out that would just be, you know, lights out for the side of BLG. It's an opportunity, and that's all it is. So, well, I will say you do have 3 items onto the Aphelios. They did pick up a rapid fire cannon, so we'll be able to have a little bit of extra range alongside the Collector and the Gale Force. Means he has got a pretty defensive build. Not a huge amount of damage that you would expect from that 3 item Aphelios. Very much lacking in the, you know, Lord Dominic's regards. Or see the Solar Flare coming out. It's going to force the Ahri ult out of Care, but you know, not as much damage as you expect from a sorry, not the Ariel, the Gale Force coming out from LWX, but yeah, not enough damage as you would expect from a 3 item Aphelios.
Yeah, and there's still windows, right? I think a big thing to be said is FPX's AoE. If everyone from BLG clumps together and they manage to get a big combo of ultimates, that's the window, right? But they do struggle to push in, and right now they're trying to contest that mid priority and struggling. BLG are the ones who have control of the area. They will back away to respect the Mega Gnar, but not too much. And again, you're trying to force through that little choke point. Look at the satchel just got thrown down. Not the satchel, sorry, the minefield. Now, FPX, they wouldn't even walk through it. They go all the way around.
They have a couple of Shirelias as well. They need to go in for a Shella, who did very well to not lose his Mega Bar right there, so it is going to delay it a little bit more. He will have to pop it up right now, but Breathe again on a flank behind the Dragon Pit. Not enough wards here from FPX to be able to cover every single angle, every single point of entry, and they're just going to start up the Dragon. Now they know that Breathe is there. Here we go. They're going to jump straight in. Chris goes in onto the back line, flashes out. Shella, who now left on top of his lonesome, but they have a separated fight as one person finally goes down, but Fofo divides the fight with the Emperor's move. And that's going to be enough for the side of BLG to take this fight. Nowhere for you to go, Shallohu. And Care is the last one left standing. He will get himself a charm to keep himself alive, but it's all for naught. The Infernal Soul will go over to BLG. And what has been a very slow burn of a game is comfort zone for BLG.
Yeah, they just forced FPX to move all the way around, poke them down. FPX got desperate. They knew they had to capitalize on the Mega Gnar, and then the engage comes in. Honestly, I'm going to say it, this seemed maybe a little bit ambitious from Crisp, right? They go for this engage while Mega Gnar's still up, right? They could have just waited out the timer until he gets exhausted, allow Shallohu to create a lot of space. They do turn around and kill the owner, but then they end up clumped up. And this, you know, Fofo goes in for the shuffle. A split second earlier, you could have got a 5-man, but regardless, he gets the pivotal carries, takes them out, and then it's just BLG chasing down these kills.
Yeah, it does feel like it's just BLG in their comfort zone. You know, the late game, we said it, this game needed to be finished in 30 minutes or less, basically, for FPX. Otherwise, the scaling aspect of BLG's composition is just too much. And now Clid, he knows he has to take a fight here, and now he needs to try and find an odd number skirmish, and he's going to try and go for it straight away. As you can see, they get Chris, but they've already lost their own support, so this is not going to be a favorable trade here for you, FPX. BLG are too far ahead, they're too big, they have too much of an advantage, and there's just nowhere else for you to go. They are all going to be on full retreat, but is it going to be enough to save their jungler? My answer is no, and that's going to mean the Baron coming up here for BLG. They honestly might just start looking, trying to end the game right now, because, oh, as I say that, Doggo flashing away, does not get hit by the Q as well by LWX's Aphelios. Now the Baron can be taken by BLG.
Yeah, this is a fast Baron. Azir, Viego, very pacey, should be able to pick this one up. And I mean, the thing is, FPX, they're trying to go for a pick. They're not a bad plan in and of itself, but Chris, not the greatest target to pick. The rest of the team instantly manages to funnel in to respond, and even if they weren't in already favor in terms of gold scaling, the extra power of the Infernal Soul very prevalent in that fight. Now, gotta replay, gotta look through how it went, and it's just, you know, they see Clay's caught out, they're like, let's commit, let's go for Chris, try and burst him, but he lasts such a long time. So much AoE damage coming out from the Ziggs in return. Breathe with a big ultimate across the rest, and then this chase potential from the Viego, from the Riven, using that mobility to track down the enemy team.
Again, there's just not a lot FPX can do about it. The scaling has come in, the resets that you get in the team fights, and just Fofo on this Azir alongside the Ziggs for Doggo are just doing too much damage. You know, they've almost have identical items apart from the Morellos for Doggo, which was put in instead of the Zanyas for Fofo, and Baron down, 5,000 gold lead, or just a little bit underneath it. BLG will just keep pushing in all these different lanes, and it just feels like, yeah, you're just waiting. It's death by 1,000 cuts here for the side of FPX. I just don't see how they can go for it. They're going to look for a miracle engage, but who do you even prioritize? How do you even prioritize a carry?
Yeah, man, I feel like at this point, it's kind of like desperation. You really need BLG to make a mistake. Like, we kind of talk about these scenarios where, you know, there's this win con, there's this win con. It needs to just be BLG just doing something egregiously bad, right, at this point, because they're so strong. And FPX's composition needs that momentum. They do still have, like, in theory, pick potential, but the fact that Fofo's so long range, Doggo as well, Weiwei and Breathe aren't exactly easy targets to take down. You know, Stopwatch for Breathe, GA for Weiwei back up again. It just feels a little bit desperate. And, you know, maybe LWX gets a big ultimate. He's got the Infernum available. That AoE potential with the Meganar could happen in theory, but BLG seem to be just playing this one out slowly, not giving much opportunity.
Double death cap now for Fofo and Doggo, respectfully. So yeah, it's I think 1 Q from Doggo onto LWX, or even Care, to be perfectly honest. They're out of the fight. I don't think they can actually stay. It's just too much damage, and there's literally no magic resistance on either of these two carries. So FPX going to find themselves very much in a deep dark hole. There is only 45 seconds left on the Baron, so they just have to hold up this wave and maybe the next one as the Streamer's Legacy comes out. Charm's not going to land onto anybody, but again, it's the two relatively tankiest members of the side of BLG, as Hung can't even clear a ward in peace. They are going to land themselves a Charm, and Chris needs to be very, very careful. Loses about half his health bar, and there are, as you say, opportunities if you make a mistake on BLG's part. But FPX, they're going to be wanting a couple of opportunities because it's just so hard for them to even walk forward.
Yeah, and they get poked out. The Infernal Soul contributing to that every time one of those soldiers connects or Doggo lands a bomb. There's that extra burst damage making a big difference in the situation. The siege is unrelenting, and the thing is, it's so hard to engage against Nazir, especially when his turret is available. They are hung, man. That's a lot of health lost.
Almost died. Had to pop the Shirelias as well, so we're not going to have the Shirelias here for the side of FPX for the next little while. Care takes 1 Q, and as I said earlier, he's already out of the fight. We are going to see the Moonlight Vigil come out. It doesn't really dissuade the side of BLG. It stops them from taking the inhibitor, but not the inhibitor turret.
Yeah, and BLG just going to set off the back of that. Nothing really came to fruition in this situation, other than a couple of towers. Nothing came to fruition from the side of FPX, sorry. BLG get a couple of towers, FPX don't find a window, and it's now 1 minute until the Elder Dragon. Big smite from Clid. Yeah, maybe you find a big smite opportunity. The Elder Dragon does give you enough power where you could potentially turn things around, but we are looking at a 6.5k gold lead. Look at the items across the board for BLG. Their carries are stacked. Now, the one advantage I'll say is FPX have already made their way to the Dragon. Very hard for them to push in. So them being there first does favor them. And I
There's a
think they
double
need to try and find someone from BLG face checking.
I was going to say,
Ideally.
BLG have a double TP. They have Fofo and Doggo who will have it up very, very shortly. So they actually don't even have to go for this flip. They could just put in Fofo and Doggo. They would actually shred turrets if they're able to kind of get behind enemy lines and just delay back. So the side of BLG have options available to them. It looks like they're going to try and go for option number one, which is contest around this Dragon. Chris, though, going to be forced to use his Spirit Rush and dodge away from the Mega Inferno Bomb. Clid, though, already down below half HP. That's just Breathe on that backside, being an absolute nuisance. They're going to try and engage onto the Ari, who had a stopwatch sitting there in the back pocket. They will land the charm, but he is still not dead. He is ticking and will eventually go down into GA. So you got one little utility out from the side of BLG, but you're losing everywhere else in the map. The longer this goes on, the worse it becomes for FPX.
Poke keeps coming down. Breeze's gonna head over. No GA now, but the Dragon is being started up. Meganar about to time out.
Yeah, they're going to go for it. Oh, Shala, who misses the Meganar. He had to do something as they can go in straight away. Now you can see Hung trying to see if he can get away from Chris as he goes onto the backside. Moonlight Vigil whiffs across the entirety of the team. Does not hit anybody. The Dragon is still up and available, but this game is pretty much done. There's nothing you can do here. The Ari is dead. You can try as LWX, but you're just going to be bursted down. There's just too much damage, too many threats, and too many things for you to worry about. Eventually, it is a 4-for-1 trade in favor of BLG, and eventually, after nearly 40 minutes, it is going to be BLG taking game one of this series.
I really felt FPX never really had a say in this game. Oh,
did he get the power? Oh my god, wait. He got it, but I don't think
and then the tower dies. It doesn't matter.
Wait, oh, he TP'd. Oh my god.
Yeah, he tried to TP to the tower. You know, at least he secured the Elder Dragon. That might mess with the statistics a little bit when we look at Elder Dragon secure win rate, but regardless.
Rate, yeah. I mean,
FPX didn't really have a win in that game, right? We talked about this mid jungle needing to step up, didn't find it. Fofo really shut Care out the game on the Zazir, and when it got later on, it felt like there wasn't the room given over to the enemy team to find a route in. I think FPX looked a bit uncoordinated, and if you're uncoordinated against BLG, they are happy to just take their time and slowly choke you out.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing else more to say about this game. Nothing happened for 16 minutes until we got our first blood, and then it was, okay, we all both got a kill, shake hands, walk away. And then I feel like this is just very BLG-esque. They were allowed to stack dragons. They were allowed to play towards what is their perpetual win condition, which is late game. They love the late game. They love games that go on for 30, 35, 40 minutes because it's where they feel comfortable. And I feel like when you have things like the Ziggs and the Zir, you're just going to be able to do more. Twice the amount of damage almost for Fofo in the mid lane. Twice the amount of damage almost for Doggo in the bot side. It just works for them.
What I will say though, the Riven pick, the counter pick in quotation marks.
It didn't matter.
It didn't, but it's like, you know, it really kind of sucked. Like
it lost in a counter matchup, but it didn't matter.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think the thing is the Shala who managed it well. Breathe never really got a window to get on it, and I think the main thing is that like I expected to see BLG assisting Breathe in setting up for topside plays so they could get momentum in the matchup, but you know, didn't happen. Didn't need to happen. They ended up winning. Slow burn game, and for FPX, you know, I feel like Hung on the Rakan, not really what I want to see, right? I feel like have him on something that has, you know, things like the Leona, the Nautilus that you can have more pressure on early. It felt like they had a handshake bot lane where they're like, right, we'll just both chill. Mid lane, Care couldn't find the pressure. Clade couldn't really do anything. And it just felt so subdued. And I think FPX, you know, despite the fact that we're critical of them around Baron, they've had better games where they've been able to deliver in team fights or, you know, have moments where bot lane will pop off or Hung has some good moves around the map or Shallow who has solo kills. This comp just, I mean, this game, they just felt like there was none of that, right? Want to see some more life in them in the game too.
Yeah, a little bit more life, and it was a debut for Care in that mid lane. We'll see if any substitutes do come out. We do have a couple of options for FPX, but yeah, it just felt they let BLG, like you said, there was never really any control or any, I suppose, enthusiasm from FPX to make a change in that game.
Pizzazz.
So we'll see. Yeah, pizzazz. Mojo, if you're Munchables. But we'll see if they're able to bring any of that pizzazz into the second game or if BLG will be taking themselves a 2-0. We're going to send it to a quick break. And when we return, picks and bans for game 2 will be happening very, very shortly.
the fallen, leave me to be with the broken one. Last time before I go. Last burning ember, let us never surrender. Rise up to the call for the glory and the Why do you speak on my name? Why do you treat me so bad? 'Cause I never made you feel like this. Why do you leave me into? Do you love me for real? Do you love me for real? No, no, no.
siren without a warning. You never know what hits you if you wake up in the morning like a temptress in a red dress. Seduction is destruction, so you better get a move. Danger, danger, look where you're going. The heart is open and your blood is overflowing, baby. Danger, danger, look where you're headed. Got your pedal to the metal and life is not a ready, baby. Yeah. I'm gonna use you and abuse you. Tie a track on your back, you run you down. Look behind a fallen angel, flying siren. I'm a beacon in the tunnel, light me up like green lightning. Danger, danger, look where you're going. Your heart is open and your blood is overflowing, baby. Danger, danger, look where you're headed. Got your pedal to the metal and life is not a letter. Danger, danger, nothing could be stranger than the feeling that you get when the dark side is calling after you. Danger, 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 danger. Look where you're headed, got your pedal to the metal and life is not a letter. Danger, danger, nothing could be stranger.
一般在进这种人员跟动比较多的队伍，我觉得可能都会有一个起伏的时间吧。可能一开始的状态比较好，但打到中间的话，肯定是因为就是大家互相了解的时间不是很多，所以可能还是会有一些状态上一些比较不好的地方。但是我可能有更多的时间的话，可能他们的状态会变得比以前更好。下一场对阵 FunPlus 的话，在我看来可能就是一场普通的常规赛吧，就没有什么特别大的一些含义。然后就希望能跟 FunPlus 为大家献上一场精彩的比赛。
And Chris talking about his ex-team, saying, look, it's not a big deal. I don't care. I'm over it. I'm
Whatever,
done.
dude.
Whatever. I don't care anymore. Anyway, going back into this series, we're going to be talking about our second game, pick and bans. But before we do, we got to talk about our MVP from a very slow and methodical game one. It was Fofo on the Azir. It's his most played champion. It's his most comfortable champion. And in the late game, it is the king of late game for Fofo and BLG.
It just felt like the Ahri never really had that early pressure, right? The Azir can match the priority pretty effectively. And then there was a couple of attempts at picks, but it just never came to fruition. And it got to the point where it was like a brick wall. Couldn't find the opportunity to really challenge it. And Fofo, plenty of chances in these team fights to sweep up kills, getting some big shuffles that really allowed them to find favor.
Yeah, I think the Emperor's divides were good. You can see it here. He just, bides his time, waits for it. He does force a lot of different ultimates, and that was a great one there. Just gets care gets out of it, but the rest of the team were just scooped up and put into a position where nothing else they can really do. So, big win there for BLG. They obviously go 1-0 up in the series, and honestly, I can't even blame Care there or anything like that. Care got absolutely no resources and no one really did anything for the first basically 16-20 minutes of the game for the side of FPX. And if that's how you're going to play the game, I'm sorry, BLG are just going to beat you. BLG love late game. They peak late game scaling. You're not going to win.
And Ahri in particular does not excel at chilling in lane for 30 minutes. No. I think that goes without saying. New Ahri, old Ahri, any Ahri really just doesn't find favor. So I think we need to come in for this next series for FPX. Clearly that didn't work. Could look to go in a different direction. But I think first and foremost, you need daily agency, right? And I feel like they had that with their mid-jungle, but you need to be able to capitalize on it. Perhaps a better pick for Shalahu in the top lane, where he's going to be able to organically find advantages in the matchup. Perhaps in bot lane, Hung, we get him on a pick that's a little bit more snappier with the engages, like the Nautilus, like the Leona, because it felt like in the laning phase, the Rakan really couldn't do much. And we saw him try, right? Level 1, dashing with a W, but there's not much you can do. And BLG really just cut them down.
Yeah, and again, this is Doggo returning on the Ziggs. He's now 5-0 in his career, so he has yet to lose on that pick in terms of his professional career. So good for you, Doggo. And yeah, straight up, I was just very bored for a lot of that game. There was a lot to talk about, and even from an analytical point of view as well, because you can set up win conditions, you can set up what you think the team should do versus what you want them to do, but I feel like both FPX and BLG did a lot of nothing and just traded sides of the maps, which is fine. But I feel like when you're going up against a team that is so comfortable in the late game, so comfortable with the champions they've picked in terms of the late game, you have to throw a spanner in the works. You have to come out with some kind of different style or a change of pace in order to try and get an advantage, because you're just going to be outscaled.
I mean, I would have loved to see. I mean, it doesn't really work as well with the Rakan, but like Hung freed up from bot, he goes mid. When they go mid, they go for 3-man. They get a play, maybe even dive on the tower. Then with that pressure, they can free that up to go to the side lanes. That's the sort of play you'd expect to see, and it just never really, as we said multiple times, never really came to fruition. So coming to the draft phase, we're interested to see what side they've opted to go for. I think red side would honestly give you a lot more tools in regards to responding. You give Shallow a favorable matchup, because on the blind Gnar, he did great in the laning phase, right? He held his own really effectively against the Riven, but he didn't really achieve anything altogether. Whereas there's plenty of other picks you could take, which would have a lot more momentum if they got ahead. And it also means things like the Azir responding to the Ahri isn't as easy to do when you are on blue side.
Yeah, I think that's the way you can kind of put it, is that you're just giving, again, more agency to your big key players. People like Hung, who is just so, in previous games and series, and even just in general, has been so aggressive, so pivotal in setting up some of those big engages for the side of FPX and even RA before this. So this is someone I want to see have a little bit more priority in the draft, a little bit more agency, maybe look to get him the Leona, the Nautilus, things that can roam around with their jungler, make things happen with Clid, but we'll have to wait and see. And I don't think you have to change anything if you're BLG. If you see the same picks and bans going over, you see the same kind of setup coming in for FPX, you just go back to the late game, because what's stopping you? Nothing. Nothing is going to be able to stop you in those situations, and it's just going to become harder and harder for FPX to really do anything about it, because you're happy. You're just getting the late game. You're sorted.
And even if FPX do find momentum, there's always the chance they flip it about and fall over. So
yes, the happy coin flip that we have to always go as or the burger flip.
It's an option to hope for,
yeah.
In all honesty. And
honestly, that game needed something. I was hoping for a flip, to be perfectly honest, but it just kind of came down to maybe 2 dragon fights, and that was the end of the game. It was a little bit slow for my liking, from an LPL play-by-play's point of view. Not quite sure how you felt about it. I think you felt about the same.
Yeah, not the sharpest one. I do feel like, though, FPX, even if they don't manage to have such a great series today, next week they play against WE OMG. OMG, the matchup's going to be really important because they're close to them in standing, but WE they should be able to beat. So there is still opportunity, even if this series doesn't go super well, to pick up some wins towards the end of the season. But as I was saying before, BLG up here against FPX, then they face V5, then they face EDG. Then next week is a rough one, right?
Yeah.
2 of the top teams. Definitely, I feel like if they lose those games in that week, probably just going to be locked out of the top 4 for the most part. Still possible, right? But it's going to make it very difficult when you're losing head-to-head up against those 2.
I think technically it would be possible, but you are putting yourself onto an 8-6 timeline. Then you're assuming you're winning today, you'd be going on to 7-4, losing those 2 series put you onto 8-6 with only 2 series left to play. I don't know if it 100% mathematically puts you out, but it would be very, very difficult. But we are going to stop hypothesizing about future results, as we're going to try and jump in and get the exact result for today. BLG versus FPX. Gwen and Lee Sin banned away by BLG. The Akali and the Renata by FPX. They just do not want Crisp on this pick. They recognize that it is something that BLG are obviously very well practiced on, and they'll round out the last ban on BLG's side with a Zeri.
Yeah, so we did get the side flip, which I was hoping for. The difference is that, BLG before banned away the Jinx as the 3rd ban. It was in the same ban CX that banned away the Zeri. FPX did ban Akali, Renata, and then they banned the Zeri. So Jinx is the last pick to open available that was banned away last time. We'll see if FPX opt to ban it themselves. They actually go for the Azir, so not want to have to deal with that one again. And I can't say that I'm sad to see it gone. The BLG, they can look to prior the Jinx here and now. It looks like that's what they'll do.
There we go. We see the Jinx priority coming in here for BLG. That's going to be going into the very capable hands of Doggo, who's had a pretty decent split, I must say. Has been quietly coming in off of his, PCS year and coming in and going pretty decently here for the side of BLG. Has been a pretty solid foundation down in that bot side. Is now FPX decide where they want to go with their draft. The Viego has become a little bit of a pocket pick for a lot of different people. And with the Lee Sin banned away, it does give you a lot of good skirmishing power, especially with the nerfs that came into certain items and also certain junglers. It is a nicely kind of, slowly gaining priority here on the side, especially with junglers in the LPL.
I'm honestly not a huge fan though, because I feel like Hecarim is just such a great answer into Jinx. I probably would have preferred that, but regardless, they end up picking it. They deny it away from Weiwei, who obviously showed he was pretty comfortable in the last game. They pick the Aphelios so they can keep their third pick flexible, and now BLG probably expected jungle support would be the safe pickups here. They could go in a different direction for sure, but that would kind of be the standard. Tahm Kench is something we've seen a lot, right? Paired up with the Jinx, has that extra safety net, makes it very difficult to engage onto into the late stage of the game. In terms of junglers, you have the Hecarim as an engage option. Bear in mind, now that you have a Tahm Kench in the support role, you are kind of lacking primary engage that we see from other teams. Things, we don't have the Leona, the Nautilus, things like that. Toying with the idea of the volley bear definitely would allow you to set up some early pressure with those dives, and they are going to lock that in. So now FPX, for me, there's two main directions they can go in. If they want to pick something like the Ahri, they can take it. Ban away picks it might have difficulty with. It does have that reset synergy with Viego. Alternatively, they can go for a support, and into Tahm Kench, you can pick a lot of things, right? I wouldn't take Nautilus because his ult is countered by Tahm's, but you could even go like an enchanter like Lulu or something. You can go things like Zillion. There's like all sorts of madness, and they're actually going to lock in the Sylas, so they go the mid direction. They pick that up, which we haven't seen too much. I know it's a good matchup in the Ahri though, but Care going for something that's going to be able to hold up in the skirmishes.
Yeah, going for something that can make work in those mid lane skirmishes and banning away things that can just burst him out. Zoe being banned away from Fofo as well as the Azir. And we're probably going to see a trend here of a couple of different Fofo favorites being knocked out of the park here by the last few bans of FPX. And on the side of BLG, you can just focus on supports if you really want to, or even go towards that top side. Either one, if you really want to go for it and look to try and make an advantage there. I would say I would like to see, I was going to say the Thresh ban, and maybe even something like the Rakan, just to try and stop that setup here, going up against the Tahm Kench and the Jinx, as you only have one Devour, and the Rakan getting the Charm is a kind of a 2-for-1 deal sometimes.
Yeah, and I think banning away those heavily pressured mids gives a lot of freedom over the Sylas. I think one thing as well to note, I don't know if you know this, but the AP ratio on Tahm's ult is 150%.
God damn.
It's insane. So you've already seen those massive shields. It's going to be even bigger, right? It's going to be absolutely monumental. So pretty nuts. So Rise also going to get banned away, something that weirdly came to the second rotation, because we've seen it like first rotation banned a lot. So we'll take that one off the cards as something that could obviously lean very effectively. We saw LNG utilize this, the Rise volley bear leading into the side lanes, and then Jace banned away from Shallow, who FPX toying with the idea of a center. I don't like the Rakani. I'm just going to flat out say it. Don't pick that again. Don't do this to me. Oh,
well,
man.
Sadly, they don't have your comms. They're going to lock that one in. I do tend to agree with you. I don't think the Rakan in isolation is a bad pick, but I feel like Hong on something that just hasn't got that same level of early aggression between levels 1 to 5 just isn't quite the same level of support that you expect them to be.
Yeah, and I feel like you're into a Tahm. You can pick whatever you want. Why would you pick a Rakan? Like, you pick a Rakan when you want to have like that reliable engage, absolutely, but also like a safe pick. But I digress. BLG, they are going to take the Camille on the top lane, so something with that solid lockdown. There is obviously picks that can do well into it, but they are going to take that Ahri. You typically see Sylas being a good matchup into that Ahri. So interesting, they opted into that themselves, but a lot of potential roaming pressure early. And Shallow is just toying with the idea of a specific Camille counter. Both the Jax and the Fiora would outscale on the side lane. Tryndamere can make hell for Camille if he gets ahead in the matchup as well. But basically, this is very much FPX saying we want to win in the side lane.
Yeah, that's the big thing there. Like you said, they're going to try and win in the side lane, and there's going to be Shallow picking up a carry in the side lane himself and saying, we want to try and just get pressure. We saw how big a Fiora can be. It was against a tank, so it wasn't the exact same one-to-one comparison, but this is an opportunity now here for Shallow to make a name for himself in this top side, especially against something like the Camille. If he can put that Camille behind and become a threat in that side lane, it's huge for the side of FPX.
Yeah, a lot of momentum to snowball, but I feel like I look at BLG's composition, right? They have this strong early jungler in the volley bear. They have this Ahri, who obviously good at contestant priority early and also great in skirmishes. And then you have a Camille, who, if you can snowball, can obviously be a bit of a menace. And you have a Jinx, who, I mean, it goes without saying, you get a Jinx head, it's kind of over. I do want to see this mid jungle come online, though, from their side. I feel like if you take it slow, I'm not exactly convinced that BLG will be in with the best odds. They definitely have strong scaling elements, don't get me wrong, but the side lane's going to be a bit of a problem, right? Silas has some decent ult choice. The Jinx is still going to be a monster, but I really think you're picking this Volibear Ari so that you can have impact early. If you play it slow, FPX get a bit of momentum once their mid jungle hits 6.
And that's the thing here. I love how you said that as well. The BLG and playing proactively in the early game, not exactly something that we would put together in those senses. So it is going to be about Fofo and the rest of BLG finding those early momentum, finding those early moments where you can combo in the CC of the Volibear and the charm of the Ahri to really make something down. The single target CC in the early stage of the game for these two characters is just absolutely monstrous, and you can make a lot work for you. But if BLG just sit in their laurels and sit back saying, look, we're fine to scale, it might not go as smoothly as game 1 as we jump onto the Rift for game 2 of this best of 3. BLG looking to put themselves onto 8 wins and back up towards the top of the standings, and FPX trying to make sure that their playoff dreams do not die just yet. Care gets himself over the wall. They may look to try and find Crisp, and they have got him down with the King Slayer, but he back themselves away because guess what? It's a Tahm Kench.
Yeah, not a ton you can actually do in that situation to punish Tahm Kench, but I like the aggression and the going to get down some vision. You see it matched on the other side, but jungler's going to get a ward on the red, so they'll have some inkling of where each one will be. Now, early levels, Viego kind of wants to play for a 6, right? That's where you get a lot of emphasis in the matchup. Probably will see Clear just taking things slow and clearing out. Weiwei, though, can make things happen, right? If you can find an opportunity to gank, definitely going to be value. Could look mid, in all honesty. You have Ignite, so you win the 2v2 pretty hard. Care is obviously a melee champion, so if he does try and contest Prio, he'll end up overextended. Could even look bot if FPX's bot lane end up pushing too far, but I feel like early Jinx is going to be the one with Prio, so you could look for a bounce, right? You push the wave in, crash it, have it bounce back, and that could set something up.
Actually said the items there very quickly. It is a call to start this whole thing off here for Duggo, recognizing that, look, I'm not in any real danger.
Look, I'm on BLG.
I'm on BLG, but they're going to go for an aggressive move in this bot side. Both summoners burnt by both AD carries as LWX takes a very unfavorable trade, and now he honestly might not be able to stay.
Yeah, and I like the aggression coming out from Crisp, in all honesty. I mean, this is why I wasn't really a big fan of the Rakan, right? He W's forward, gets flashed over, doesn't really achieve much. You don't have that much presence in the laning phase in general, and you're against a Tahm who's just managed to outmatch you. Now, although it's actually a trade down in sums for BLG, 3 for 2, the pressure they managed to get off the back of that really puts them in with a good spot.
Yeah, you see Split now. Thought about maybe pathing down towards the spot side, but I don't think there's a lot he can do here. Again, it's a Rakan. The first level or two aren't exactly the most impactful in the game, and now we'll see how the rest of the map does end up playing out. Good early aggression coming out here from BLG, and that's exactly what we wanted to see from them. You said that, you know, more specifically with the Ahri, but having that early priority and knowing those summoners are down, we could see some early level ganks going in towards that bot side.
Definitely a window. For now, though, looks like played just going for the full clear, right? 3 camps on the blue side, and then moving up. So on the other side now, Weiwei will actually spot the ward. He does not care, though. They are going for a dive.
Yep, they're going to get the knock up here as LWX try to keep himself underneath the turret. They will get Crisp, who gets taken down. That's first blood going over to the Rakan. The Ignite is good enough. And BLG, they thought about doing something different. They thought about being proactive, and it bites them in the ass.
I am perplexed. You know, Crisp, I praised his aggression level 1. And now, oh, actually, Weiwei could be in trouble here.
I mean, Weiwei's in a lot of trouble. I don't know why you go in on top of Clifford there. He's going to force the flash away. They're going to flash back over the top here, and that's double buffs going over to Care. BLG, what is going on? Why are you doing this? Why are you going for these trades?
Disaster, honestly. They've been the sums early, so they're like, okay, let's capitalize. Crisp just goes in way too early, right? He's going in before Weiwei's even there. Really questionable. Dies. And then Weiwei is trying to fight when he knows he doesn't have backup on the map. It's just very in from BLG. And, you know, we talked already about how this mid jungle you want to pop off, but it's questionable. I mean, look, so Weiwei not even close to being in range, and Crisp is already tanking 1, 2, 3 tower hits, right? I don't know. I really don't understand what was going on.
Yeah, it does feel like it was very much a bad move on the side of BLG, and And they're putting themselves in a pretty big hole. Not only do you get the kill on top of on the jungler as well as the support, but Doublebus went over to Care, so he's actually in a very decent position to be able to try and sustain himself, get pressure down, get those waves pushing in his favor, and that kind of mitigates that early game trough, if you will, that the Silas has, and he might even fancy himself in this 1v1.
Good look for the opportunity. And you know, I feel like Cat. I said the RE didn't work too well in game one. It didn't, in fairness. But I feel like it's nice to see that he's on a pick where he can sort of flex the muscles a little bit, and he's already found an opportunity to get something done, right? Never an ideal circumstance when you kind of end up coming into your first game against Fofo as a Zia.
Bit of a trial by fire, for sure. Bit of a setup there, as we can see now Shalahu gonna accept this trade of farm into his open arms as we get the deep warding coming out here from the side, or deep scouting, I should say, from the side of Breathe on the BLG top lane side. Now, where do you want to see BLG make this one back? Because like we said, they tried to be proactive, but it just did not work. It just did not sync up at all. But where do you want to see them aggress and maybe look for something? As I say that, I'm going to have to pause myself because Weiwei, oh dear, buddy, you don't need to be here. You have no flash. You have nowhere to go. And oh my God,
You know what?
Ox.
I'm gonna do the cheap thing, right? And I'm gonna say, not there.
You're a prophet.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
so big brain. That was incredible to see you kind of break that down right there.
I feel like once Weiwei has 6, it's so easy to just like lean into side lanes, right? I was thinking you could punish mid, get vision control set up around there. Once you have the ult from Weiwei and Fofo's ult as well, side lane dives are so easy to pull off. But he just keeps going for these aggressive plays where he doesn't have any right to be there. And Isaac played, you know, made just look to farm up to 6. He's already 0-0-2, level 5, got a level lead, 500 gold up, in a great position so far this game.
Yeah, I think that's the big way you put it, is that, you know, having those extra experience from the kills that he was able to assist on means that he's going to be a little bit closer to that Heartbreaker. It's going to be 2 kills into Care now in the mid lane. It's getting more and more difficult. You still have win conditions. You still have ways of coming back into this game, but I just don't understand the logic or the thought process coming out from BLG. And this goes right back to what we talked about at the start of the day. You know, this team is lesser than the sum of its parts. You put any of these players individually onto a team and they probably end up looking well. They probably end up popping off a little bit more, working with their team. But just this team just doesn't gel very, very well. And it shows on some of the, you know, worst ways, because Weiwei's there looking for Raptors. You didn't even have push in mid yet. You couldn't really accept that just yet.
Yeah, it really just seems so disconnected. See FPX now find some pressure down towards bot. They'll have that control ward to try brush and clear out the opponents. So now should just be able to pick up this dragon pretty easily. Don't have mid prio, but no contest will come through. And yeah, FPX comfortable. And I think as well, you know, I talked a bit about this matchup before, but the fact that Silas can steal the Ariel and just like use that mobility to keep close in the matchup and then still land your stun, land your W, really powerful. The reset mechanic in particular, a lot of value if for something like a Silas. Like obviously Ari loves her role, don't get me wrong, but Ari's still like a mid-range mage, right? You don't want to be in melee range, whereas Silas, being a champion who wants to be up close and personal with that tool, is kind of just a bit nuts.
Yeah, it is a bit crazy as FPX did use the pressure they had in mid and bot, get themselves that dragon, so already starting to stack up there. We will not have a Cloud Soul, so good views and good vibes for everybody involved, as FPX now find themselves with 3 kills, 1,000 gold lead and the dragon up in front, and Clid now with the Heartbreaker might be thinking of going for something in this top side. I will say there is Ignite for Breed, so Shalahu needs to be a little bit careful, but they will have themselves the hook shot, wall shot. Breed is totally fine to back himself away from there. And that's just the power you get with the Camille. It's very difficult to lock them down, especially when you only have a one real CC between the top laner and jungle of FPX.
Yeah, and I think he sensed the gang come in. He expects Clid to be on this side of the map, so wasn't really going to respond to that and get baited in. Problem is though, right, as much as Breed can get punished there, Breed is kind of just like steadily, well, not even much falling behind, but he will fall behind in terms of scaling. BLG though will lean towards the bot side. Again, with the volley bear, you don't have a turret, right? It doesn't help you when that ultimate comes down and basically makes it useless. So for now, they will get zoned away by quite a bit of farm in trade for that Herald on the top side.
Yeah, more farm and plates going
look
over
at
to
the CS
Doggo.
discrepancy, by the way.
I was
in-
going to
in the
say, this is
teenage
actually
carries.
significant between Doggo and LWX. LWX is nearly half the CS of what Doggo's at. And not only that, but we haven't even talked about plates yet.
Yeah, I mean, 3 plates is a significant amount of gold. You can see 900 gold difference between AD carries. And, like, Herald isn't going to be able to mitigate that just by itself now. You know, as he does, playing very aggressive to contest this, should just be able to dash out, being the Rakan, but a lot lost on this bot side in terms of the Herald. I kind of makes you question, what are FPX going to get out of this Herald? Can they make it worth it? Oh, Care.
We are going to see Care going to be forced to flash away as he hasn't got an ultimate to steal just yet. And he's going to go down. So BLG finally getting a kill on the board. And it looks like they're coming back to life here. It was a early game skirmishes that lost them the lead, but they are bringing it back slowly but surely. And actually, they got themselves about 1,000 gold lead themselves.
And honestly, I feel like Care should have stolen the volley barrel, right? Because as soon as you ult, you get extra HP. That might make you survive a little bit longer. Clid could join in. Maybe there's a chance to at least threaten a turnaround. But regardless, grabs the Oriole, but then dies, not being able to use it. And FPX losing quite a lot on the back of that play. So we're going to replay. Gets caught out by the charm. And obviously CC there, but doesn't really steal the ultimate until extremely late, like now.
Yeah, it's a bit of an unfortunate one there, and what started so brightly for FPX has now turned a little bit sour as they start to try and gain control back of this river in the bot side. They may look to try and just dive onto this Doggo Tahm Kench combination. I would advise against it, as the Tahm Kench is pretty difficult to burn through at this stage.
I feel like one of these things is you know, FPX have been making these good practice plays. Top lane is ahead, right? Clid's being outmatched in the jungle. But despite all that, mid is 30 CS down, AD carry is 30 CS down, AD carry is also several plates down. It's rough. And I do like the FPX are like, okay, we need to make up this AD carry difference, let's put the Herald down bot. But they don't think they'll be able to get this tower right now. They'll get close. You see that Weiwei's there.
They're piling people in as well. Doggo is going to pop in alongside Weiwei and Crisp to make sure that tower doesn't go down. Like you said, it's just a mitigation of the gold, but the difference being Doggo got all that gold for himself. He was the one who was getting 160 every single plate versus LWX, who had to share it with the rest of his team. At minimum, he had to share it with his jungler, so not really as effective at getting all that gold. As we can see now, Chris going in on top of Hong, but he's got himself the battle dance to try and keep himself alive and well, as we go to see Weiwei looking to try and maybe make a dive on this bot lane turret. It is trade of plates though as well into mid lane, and look across the board, apart from top lane, there is actually I'm going to have to stop myself, but we're going to say a little bit of engage, and this is the power of the Tahm Kench. This is why you did not want to see the Rakan going into this pick.
That's not able to really do anything to threaten, and now they're actually in a scary spot, right? No ult available on Rakan. Weiwei could look to dive. They are waiting for Fofo to come over. They're just posing this threat. The wave will get cleared out in time. This pressure is mounting. FPX actually, I think here just opting to back away.
Weiwei. He went 0-2. He's allowed to have a little bit of fun with that Turbo Chem tank build he's got himself for. So just trying to put down more and more pressure. And like I said, the mid laners aren't coming. This is a 3v3 native, but they know there's no Moonlight Vigil, there's no quickness. The big CCs are not there. There's a double knockup flash in. They're going to try and get down on top of this Jake's, but Doggo gets out, and they get the kill, though, in the return of it. So it ends up being a jungler for AD carry trade. As we now see on the top side, the grand challenge has been laid down as Breathe now in a lot of trouble. One more dash, and Xiaolahu will get himself the solo kill on the top side.
If you're losing the 1v1 already as the Camille getting solo killed, it is not a good omen for this game. But it's kind of the only shining light for FPX right now, as mid lane, K is just like losing so hard. He's over 1,000 gold behind, and Fofo is just killing the tower every time K leaves the lane. Weiwei will pick up the dragon now. Disrespectful when you don't have the Tahm Kench ult. But man, this mid discrepancy is a bit ridiculous.
Yeah, we saw again, this is with 2 early kills going over to Care. But let's have a look at the replay here, because it looks like Doggo just about gets out, but the burn from the red smite is just enough to kind of keep him going down.
And also, I'm going to say, Chris, you kind of entered your AD carry there. Chris could have blocked the stun from Viego, but instead walked behind his AD carry. Not really a team player move. But yeah, Breeze takes a tower hit, and critically, he burns the hook shot. And remember, no flash on Breeze. So once you burn your E, that is kind of it. You ain't getting out otherwise just trying to walk away like he did there.
Yeah, and apart apart from the top side for the side of FPX, everywhere else is not going great. There's some Super Mega Dirt Rocket coming out just to try and peel off a bit more of that
Sheen,
H bar.
have you heard that saying? If at first you fail, then try again 6 more times. And it kind of feels that's what BLG are doing right now.
A little bit. They want to make sure this bot lane works in their favor. I will say to them, they are still 30 CS up in that bot side. It will probably be about 20 after this wave gets eaten up by LWX, but they are still doing okay, as there's going to be Fofo.
It feels like they really want that tower. It's like they're so heavily committing on the bot side for it.
Yeah, they really do want it, and I think they're just ignoring the Fiora. Never a good thing to do. But like you said, though, with all this pressure going into those bot side, the TP is going to be coming in. That's going to be Care and Xiaolao Hu. They found Weiwei, who flashes away. The Grand Challenge has been sent down. The Storebringer has been brought in, and they are going to be able to take down this big old bear. And that's going to be a kill going over. But more importantly, the mid lane tier 1 did go in favor of BLG. So they're not losing anything out of this play unless FPX really force the issue.
Yeah, but this could be a risky dive again. Tahm Kench, not the easiest. The tower is low, though. Maybe they can zone them away to pick that up. But it is going to be mid tower going down and top tower likely going down as well, as Camille's got plenty of alone time.
They're going to go for it. They're going to go for it. They get him, and Crisp flashes away without his AD carry. Crisp, that was egregious.
Did you forget something? Right? Leave your car keys at home? Man, you just... Oh... Chris, dude, not impressed, right? I
mean,
oh, bro, I feel bad for Doggo on that one. Can't blame him for that. He had faith.
I mean, the thing is like that changes the entire dynamic of how this entire game is being played. It was BLG back on the slow and steady train, finding little advantages of just being quote-unquote better. But now you've lost 2 turrets in the bot lane. Now you've lost a couple of kills. Now it's a 2,500 gold lead, and now Care might be getting caught out on this top side. He has got the Stormbringer, gets the Hexacle Minimum, and Potamon, he flashes away from the charm and tries to keep himself alive. He almost valiantly did, but it's a trade back here for BLG. FPX, though, not to be outdone. Look like they want something there. Xiaolao Hu sees 2 yummy and very, very juicy targets as he goes in with the Grand Challenge. Hung, though, picks up 1 Fofo, gets killed off, and this is all of a sudden broken up into a very scrappy game, Ox.
Yeah, but this Fiora monster fed now. Weiwei, you could have gotten out.
Weiwei is a long way away from home, and that's going to mean he's going to be taken out from this. There's the Heartbreaker. They're going to have to use the Tahm Kench to get him out, but that's going to be the Devourer down with a minute 30 until this next Dragon spawns. This game is just getting out of control. Neither team is playing great, but both teams finding advantages from bad mistakes.
Last game was like slow-paced, easy does it, and this game is just an absolute fiesta right now. FPX coming out ahead in all these circumstances. I really think that bot lane play, the fact that it worked, gave them such a massive, substantial lead. Able to get 2 towers at the back of it, but yeah. Look, it even shows his abilities. It's like he has eat. Dude, pick him up.
I love how he goes back like, oh, damn it. it's like you know, when you're rushing somewhere and you drop like one of the apples or something. You're like, oh, God damn it, I need to pick that up. And it's like, no, leave it. It's already on the ground. It doesn't matter anymore. But yeah, this game has just become...
He had his hands full.
Yeah, he had his hands full. He was trying to carry all of the different things, and it's like that Zac Efron meme where he's holding everything. But it's very scrappy.
I want to credit Hung this game. I was a bit critical of Rakan. I was like, I don't know, dude. Are you really going to have that much impact on Rakan into the Tahm Kench? The answer is yes. Yes, you are, because you're Hung. And there is no off switch. He is just all aggression all the time.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be. That's how he's played. That's how he's been successful. And now FPX find themselves. They might be being pincered here, or maybe they're doing the engage themselves. They will find Breathe, and Breathe is dead. Hung now going in with his quickness as the care of Silas will be taken out. They will go over with the Heartbreaker and a double kill for LWX as he's finally popping off on this pit. This is going to be FPX getting themselves their second Dragon of the game. And this game is getting a little bit more in FPX favor the longer we go. As Fofo, he's running away. He wants nothing to do with this. I feel like he knows he's caught out.
Yeah, I don't think there's any real solution to this situation. Xiaolao can just keep chasing him. Although, maybe if he gets the recall off now...
Oh,
no,
he
he's
just
been
got
spotted. He got
spotted.
spotted. Yep, okay, you're dead.
They know
You're dead.
exactly where he
You're dead.
is. Or do they? Do they? Yeah, they do. They know exactly where he is. He's going to be stopped. Fofo, salute you, sir. Tried your best. Kid steals that one.
Played it, dude.
Hey, jungle's got to eat, baby. Gator's got to get his gas.
You know what? I'll say there's been a lack of team camaraderie in this game. It feels like a lot of teammates leaving each other out to dry, like that Chris play earlier. But yeah, just good engage. Just starts off and instantly bursts out the Camille, and then they do get a return kill, but it's still FPX far stronger right now.
Yeah, and this is the skirmishing style that we kind of looked at towards FPX, having the Fiora being able to own in the side lane, as I say that, owning in the side lane. Oh, that was really nice. That was a really nice parry. I don't think it actually means anything as I say that. It's still a Fiora, but the Ignite's going to be too powerful. Good flash there from Shallow, not quite able to get it. That was a lot closer than it had to be.
Yep, I mean, Ignite definitely making a difference, but really it feels like, Shallow, you're that fed on Fiora. This is a favorable matchup in the late stages. You shouldn't be losing that 1v1, but Breeze catches him slipping and is able to capitalize. It's still a substantial lead for FPX, but Breeze showing he's still here to play.
Yeah, still able to make something happen for on this Fiora matchup. Hasn't gotten completely out of control. I will say now with the Rapidus Hydra being picked up by Shallow, let's have a look at the replay here. So you can see this one is just, again, just finds him out. And like you said, catches him slipping. This is a level difference as well in favor of Shallow, but...
So the critical thing is that he catches him with the what's it called, the E, you know, the hook shot. Catches him with the hook shot out of the fog of war, so he can't riposte it. And then he also already has his Q stacked on the Krogs to get the instant burst damage, just half of his HP with that second Q. And Shallow, who doesn't have ult, right? So that's why it went so heavily in favor of Breeze. And yes, the riposte was nice, but doesn't really change things. Oh,
we're going to see it engage. Something's going to be changing now, as you can see now. I don't know why you have a Tahm Kench ult car, but you do. And that means that everyone just ends up backing themselves away. This is the chaotic nature that I live for in the LPL. This is the chaotic, style of play where it's just like, you know what? Given game one and how that went, we should feel like BLG should just straight up win. But then BLG decide, no, we're going to try and just throw it all away, risk it all for just a random early game composition. And then we get a game like this where FPX take random ults from, as Silas, and it's just fun, Ox. It's just a lot of fun.
Yeah, it really is.
You sound like you're having fun.
No, I mean, compared to game one was a roughy toughie. Let's be real. It was very slow paced, very gradual. This one, FPX feel like they come out explosively, but I have a critical thorn in their side, Ishin. A critical thing that I am concerned about. Past 20 minutes, what does that mean?
Uh-oh.
Baron has spawned. Notoriously FPX's biggest opponent. Oh, they're looking for an engage here.
They're going to go for a doggo, though. Going to find himself flashing right into the waiting hands of Hong. The Rakan gets himself set up, and here's Xiaolao, who looking for even more. Lays down the grand challenge on the way, and he's not done with you just yet. Does get himself off of the riposte, and that's going to be a beautiful little setup here of 3 kills. And I don't think this is a flip on the Baron. They can just take it whenever they want.
That's the solution. Just force a fight. Kill them all. Oh, look at the shield, by the way.
I know, it's going to be ridiculously huge.
Oh,
I
my
guess that's
lord.
why you would take it. 2 Tahm Kenchels on your AD carry is pretty insane. But this is not a flip.
Yeah, I mean, that's the critical thing, is they actually do a good job, right? They got deeper vision, right? And then they just forced the fight. And okay, I don't think it's exactly like Stella set up for the Baron, but good job, FPX. This is better. This is better. They get a fight, they get some kills, they go to the Baron. Easy pickup. Congratulations. They earned that one.
Well done. You got it. You were able to make it work for yourself, and you weren't able to flip it because you just, guess what? You can't flip it to kill the dragon, as we can come back into this replay here. And this is, again, just look at Doggo. He just steps a little bit too far forward, immediately seeing the Everfrost into the abscond of Duct, and yeah, nothing you can do.
Doggo is playing this one as if Crisp has ult. It's all I'm really going to say on the subject.
He should have learned from earlier. That was Chris saying, hey, I won't always have it.
Yeah,
Even when I have it, I won't always use it.
You gotta respect that. I think, the thing is, if this was like a Thresh, right? If it was a Thresh instead of a Tahm Kench, different story, because the Lantern's such a short cooldown. But as much as the Tahm Kench is a great tool, this is the limiting factor with them moving the ult from his W, well, moving his E from his W to his ult, is that it does have an extended cooldown when it's burned.
Yes, it does. And we come back in and find ourselves with the Fiora split pushing exactly where she wants to be. And 2.5 items. You have a death stance, though, for Breed, so should be able to deal with the pressure of the Fiora a little bit better. With the Baron buff now being put in, they're actually going to use the Shurelius to push in this wave a little bit quicker to try and sync it up with the top side, and that should just be this one going over as Breed goes aggressively onto Xiao Hu, and they're trying to make this one work for themselves. They should be able to kill off the Fiora, but your base is being sieged over. You can't really take that kind of a fight and expect to get away with it for nothing.
Yeah, but honestly, I think it's the right play from BLG, right? You're probably losing that mid lane tower anyway, maybe the inhibitor too. It is just that mid inhibitor, not as much value, and you kill Xiao Hu, get that pick, you stop the pressure really coming out, because FPX know they don't really want to fight 4v5. So yes, FPX will go and pick up the third dragon. Yes, they're still 7,000 gold behind. Yes, they took your mid inhibitor, but it could have been worse. So I think BLG making the right call, but they are still in a bit of a hole right now.
Yeah, that's sole point now for FPX as they push themselves closer and closer to another win condition. 7,000 gold, they're just a little bit under it, maybe about 6.5 in favor of FPX. And this game is getting harder and harder. You can look at the items being coming in. Yes, you do have a 2-item Jinx. This Jinx Doggo will be very, very effective in those later game team fights, but still dealing with a 2-item Clid, a 2.5-item Fiora, who's just going to keep getting bigger and scarier in these side lanes. And not only that, but the amount of stopwatches, safety you get. Even got the Mikhail's Blessing coming out for Hong, who 4-0-8 is having an absolutely fantastic game and is hyper accelerated to add that extra utility to his team. So FPX, they have all the tools. They just need to try and finish it out now.
Yeah, well, they are substantially far ahead, and they are a really powerful 4-1. They still have a little bit of time, but the Baron will time out before the waves reach. They're kind of trying to get control of this top side of the map, right? It's going to be Baron is the next big objective that's going to spawn. So I like this, right? Getting the deep vision down, really important when you're setting up for this objective. It's still 3 minutes away, but, you know, despite the fact whether you're setting up the Baron or not, they're getting the control of the map, trying to push this wave in. They have Fiora on the opposite side, applying pressure there. So, yes, BLG should be able to answer this. It's just regular waves. The Fiora is now going to pose an issue onto the bot side.
Yeah, and they can rotate it over as well. So once the mid lane and the bot lane has to be answered, you can see there already Xiao Hu saying, cool, if I just escort the super minions into the base, you have to respond. You have to deal with this on the side of a BLG. And now we're going to see the siege coming in now as we go in, flash in from Doggo's dead. Nothing he can do. He's already been taken out. The tower was turned off as well as the stolen Volibear ultimate has been used. Xiao Hu jumps onto Chris, picks up that kill as Breed finally found the Felios, but at what cost? I'll tell you what cost. It's at the cost of your GA, and after that it's at the cost of your life. Nowhere for him to go, nothing for him to do, and that's going to be a 4-for-1 trade in favor of FPX. They don't need any game-ending buffs. They are just already too far ahead.
They absolutely crushed this one, let's be honest. I love the final dive, no hesitation. Don't even feel like they have to wait for the Baron. They go in with a fast engage, burst Doggo down. Didn't get a chance to really do anything, and we didn't even get the eat coming out from Chris, and with that they can just close out the game. Doggo is going to respawn though. Maybe they have a chance to defend.
Maybe. Got to be very careful. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb, or excuse me, Super Mega Det Rocket coming out. Xiao Hu just going to dash over the wall. No one dies, no resets come in for Doggo. They still maintain their Nexus, but their base is in shambles.
Yeah, it's, you know, kind of, they're not going to risk getting overstay here.
Oh,
Oh,
Weiwei.
no.
Yeah, Weiwei's dead. He even flashed. Sadly, Chris. Yeah, Chris gonna get challenged to another sin. That's a double kill for Xiao Hu, and with that Ari ultimate and 3 kills out of nowhere.
Now the game's over.
Now the game is over as Doggo finds himself all alone. Well, I say all alone, just with Breeds for company, but with super minions coming in on top and mid, this game is going to end in favor of FPX unless something absolutely drastic happens.
Yeah, 15 seconds away, but 4 against 2. No way they can turn this around.
Yeah, don't think so, especially when you're getting your Doggo carry caught. He is going to be killed. LWX will get taken out by Breed. He's just been bullying on this entire series as Breed finally will go down. They will get him out, and as Hong deservedly getting that last little kill ends up at 5-0 and 12 FPX, sending us to a game 3.
And you know what? I gotta give credit, Cat, not the best laning phase, definitely got gapped by Fofo a fair bit, but really had a resurgence in the later team fights and stepped up to help the team out. Kind of a crushing defeat, and especially compared to like game 1, where we saw a situation where it was a slow burn, BLG just eased into the game and came out ahead. This was FPX who just managed to find the momentum.
Yeah, absolutely, and we will see that FPX are able to get themselves back into a winning position. As we can see, a very blurry. You can't see him. You can't look at Ox. He's just he's too distraught. I won't let him have his moment in the sun until he fixes his camera. But we're gonna look at the end of game screen, and this is going to be a pretty difficult game now for BLG to kind of accept, because I feel like a lot of the mistakes that happened in the early were unforced. They just over-pushed themselves a little bit too much, and it just meant they ended up in a hole they just couldn't get themselves out of.
Yeah, and I think particularly top lane, the fact that Shadowhu got such an AD solo kill, the fact that, I talked about this last game, the Gnar, I was like, whatever, but taking the Fiora, taking a matchup where you have counter and Shadowhu really able to run away with it, cleared as well, finding advantage over Weibo in the jungle. And yes, there was that point where it looked a little bit tentative. Fofo crushing mid lane in the laning phase, Doggo with a pretty significant farm lead, but it really felt like BLG still, despite the fact that they had a small advantage, didn't really do much to capitalize on it, and allowed FPX to find momentum and get back in the game. I gotta say, definitely was a lot better seeing, a team have all that AD agency and try and make it happen, right? It felt like for both sides, BLG as well, this game was a lot more about making things go rather than just sitting back and playing it slow. And I think one thing I will say is the Ahri for Fofo, as much as the laning was fine, you don't really pick Ahri to like, oh, I'm going to get 40 CS ahead and, outscale. That's not the goal, the pick, right? There's a lot of picks. Things like the Azir that we saw game one, that's the game plan for them.
Yeah, I think that's the best way you can kind of put it, is that it's different style. It's not really, yes, you won lane, good job you, but you see just how kind of pointless that is to say when you go into those later stages of fights. The Sylas became far more proactive, far more important to the side of FPX, and BLG now, they're at 1-1. This is a best of one effectively coming into this, and we've seen both teams kind of smash in their respective victories. So we'll have to wait and see what Game 3 has in store. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we will have the conclusion of today's games, as the third game for FPX BLG will be happening very, very shortly.
随着我们 LPL 的发展，我们 LPL 的用户越来越多，影响力越来越大那我们其实也去有一个品牌上面的策略的转变，就是我们希望能够更加体育化和专业化。
因为在目前可能从整个英雄电子竞技去发展的状态上来看，我们不再是去向 S 赛学习，不再是可能持续的大面积的去向传统的体育的转播进行学习的这样一个状态，而更多的是我们需要不断的去突破自己。
With the LPL, we knew that we were going to have to dig really deep and find what made this league really different. And so to do that, we started immersing ourselves really deeply from a distance into their world, into their community, their culture, spending a lot of time with different team members, players, fans, shoutcasters, both present and past.
Something that we found out is that the LPL's approach to the game is crazy. It's almost next level madness. But to the LPL, it's almost genius. And this unpredictable, intense, fierce, wild, and being always one step ahead was something that we wanted to tap into. Together, we defined crazy as our game. It's a proud statement that really speaks to this bold mentality of the LPL players and the LPL community.
那么在整个品牌刷新的过程当中，我们也和 DS 团队保持紧密的沟通协作。每一个设计元素都经过我们仔细的考量和精心的设计，希望能够将更好的体验带给玩家。
在设计风格方面，把 LPL 打造成为建立在专业和竞技的基础之上，融入新颖的视觉创意，给我们的玩家带来新鲜的体验。同时呢，也融入了中国的传统文化元素，创造属于 LPL 的全新视觉风格。
We then began to think LPL's crazy energy as this dragon mode. But this dragon mode had two key behaviors, tension and eruption, an ability to flex between calm and controlled to hyper-energetic and loud.
Every one of our elements is designed to supercharge our visual system. They become expressions of the crazy energy that the LPL unleashes on the Rift. And this gives us this great opportunity with our colours. They're both inspired by fire and water. We created a custom headline typeface in both English and Mandarin, with every detail designed to reflect the veracity of how the LPL moves on the Rift.
我们这次品牌刷新也以中国古典哲学当中的五行概念和 LPL 赛场上不同的战况进行了结合，去体现 LPL 竞技为上、无畏拼搏的精神。
Each of these elements were a dynamic manifestation of the crazy energy that exists from within the LPL. Flow, frenzy, focus, explode, and regenerate.
every element of the brand had to be designed taking motion into account. We needed a system that allowed us to dial up and down the amount of movement. So when the fans need to read the stats or they're waiting for the match to start, for example, the gradients can function as a living hold. But on the other hand, when something extraordinary happens during the game, the visuals can explode and take over the screen in the most powerful way possible.
所以我们还是希望通过这样品牌刷新以后，给我们更大的压力和动力，去给行业和用户创造更好的一个价值，去传递具有中国传统文化特色的 LPL 的体育竞技精神和品牌形象。
而到今天，我们在制定我们今天的整个从我们的品牌的核心理念到我们最后呈现出来的视觉风格和我们的 slogan， 其实体现到了我们现在整体的一个新的风格，也就是 Chris is our game， 无畏进巅峰。
Now, this is the part where y'all sing along. Y'all ready? Here we go. Party till the lights come on. I need y'all to say that with me. Party till the lights come on. Sing it for me one time. Party till the lights come on. All the fellas, all the ladies, let me hear you. Party till the lights come on. Ooh, sounds so good now. Party till the lights come on. Party till the lights come on.
We've been walking countless miles on a mystic way of life, unsure where we're going. Where's the rooftop of our
就我们的游戏风格是可以打上中下，这都是可以看当下局势。但我觉得方 plus 很多都是依靠林伟翔再去做支撑的。下路方 plus 的话，他们也算是最激进的一个队伍吧，因为他们辅助是一个03年的，就是也蛮想打架的。我跟松松的话，就只要想办法苟住，然后等上野 carry 就好。
I like that. He was born in 2003, therefore he likes to fight. Welcome back, one and all. We are going to be bringing you our third and final game of this series and of the day. But before we get to that, we got to talk about that very, band pick is already ready apparently. But just so you know, the MVP from that game was in fact Hong. So we're going to be able to kind of see how well he's able to do before we jump into this game. And already we're seeing FPX on the blue and BLG. We got no time, Ox. We got to jump into this.
We're going fast, right? BLG back on the red side. I feel like FPX being on red side game 2 was massively in their favor. Now moving back over, but then a little bit of a shake up on the bans, right? Before we saw FPX banning Zeri on the blue side in game 1. Jay's going to get banned here and not Jinx, so FPX could take Zeri here. She is left open for this first time. They're actually going to take the Jinx. BLG could respond with the Zeri. That is a possibility.
Absolutely, they could 100% go towards that, but I suppose the question really is that do you want to from the side of BLG? Looks like they might. They look like they're trying to get the little spark of Zon down into the bot side. They're going to combo it immediately with the Leona. I love this combination. I love the combination. Go ham. Go ham at all times.
The reason is because this now means FPX can take Nautilus, which is a great answer to Zeri, right? Point and click CC. If BLG had taken that themselves, they would have denied that. So I feel like, you know, I would have gone Zeri Naut in that situation. And Leona is far worse into Zeri than Nautilus is because she's very skill shot based, right? When Zeri's going fast, hard to connect. FPX lock that in and secure it. I feel like something like Hecarim would honestly be a good pick here because it does so well at just diving onto the Zeri. But we have seen that be quite low priority in the series, so may not actually get seen too much. You can even honestly actually go for a Camille here for Shallow Who as something that also shuts it down. Camille Nautilus really good at running around useless, but looks like he's just going to commit for the jungle pick and go for the Xin Zhao. I think it's a fine pick in this situation, but you know, we'll see what BLG opt for here. They have a lot of flexibility. You can go for a top laner, banaway counters, mid laner, banaway counters, or just pick up a jungler, but there's quite a wide pool available right now. They are looking to lean towards this Trundle though. Bear in mind, this is a good matchup for the Xin Zhao. Does win against some of the early skirmishes in melee range, so wanting to match him pound for pound. And now we're looking at the solo laners, and BLG critically will have counter pick, which they will likely give over to Breathe.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing about this series. We've seen with both teams on the red side so far in games 1 and 2. But the top laner has that counter pick. It is a massive difference maker towards how the dynamic of this game could go. For FPX, of course, it was the Fiora against the Camille. You had to kind of go blind into that, but we'll see now what they want to go for. They're just going to ban away the Tryndamere. Interesting enough here from FPX saying, look, we don't want it mid, we don't want it top, and we want to try and limit some of those big solo carry performances that you can see from some of these picks.
Maybe, I mean, you know, Graves is something that does get bodied quite hard by Tryndamere, but we haven't seen too much Graves since we came back from 12-4. Could just be that it gives a hard time to a variety of picks as a counter pick, so could also be that the flexibility of it was painful, but I don't really expect Fofo to play it. We will see the Galio banned away, which I kind of like because a Galio Camille pick up for FPX on 4-5 would be quite potent. But either way, we'll see. FPX Azir is open, by the way. I wouldn't be too amiss to banning that away, just because obviously we saw ban in that game too, and they clearly just didn't know how to handle it. But they will go for the Orianna instead. BLG, they can just go for a sort of stable blind mid laner here for Fofo. I feel like one thing is that the composition is quite short range, so you either want to like opt into that and go with something that can join it, or you pick something longer range that can deal with things from further away. But they are going to just go for the Rise, and I kind of like this, right? You have a good jungle matchup, you have a mid laner who's going to find prio and can roam to sides, and both, like, everyone on your team is so bulky, right? Zeri's build is super tanky. Rise, we've seen the tank Rise build, not an easy team to cut through. Kef toying with the idea of the Ahri into this. I'm not sure I'm a huge fan, right? Tahm into Zeri. He's probably going to could end up going cleanse, right? Or even just itemizing to have something that cleans it. Although in fairness, there's not that much to cleanse from FPX, so maybe this does have value here. Either way, looking at the top lane in this situation, Graves is what I was kind of thinking with the Trinomir ban, and Jalo, who obviously had some solid performances on it so far.
Yeah, I think the way you're kind of putting it as well. I will say, having played into the matchup, what was this? When the Ryze has phase rush and you charm him into it, he runs at you really fast. But you charm him very, very quickly. I discovered this last night. So you got to be very careful with when you're throwing in that charm. If he decides to go with the phase rush, he might of course go with the unsealed spellbook. It could be either or. But the Jax has been locked in, pretty decent counter into the Graves. But I have seen in the early stages that the Jax struggles quite a bit, and we have seen some decent solo kills here for the Graves if he can find the right trading pattern.
Yeah, I feel like honestly, once the lane gets longer and the Jax can run you down, it's good. And also you're playing into like 3 auto attackers, so it has value there. But Graves is fine in the early game. Mid jungle, I think BLG have the edge here. I think this is the first time with it. Well, actually no, because last game they had an edge, but we saw them not really deliver on that. But Eternal Rise really strong in the 2v2, should have prior, should be able to rotate easily with that Realm Warp. And then the bot lane, I do think the fact that the Nautilus is on the side of FPX does give some favor at shutting down Doggo, but ultimately LWX, him and Shallow need to be really performing. I think particularly the Jinx, right? Because this BLG lineup is going to be beefcakes. Beefcakes on beefcakes on beefcakes. Everyone on their team is going to have like 3,000 health or something late game plus, because they're all going to be building tanky items. And as a result, you kind of need your Jinx to be able to free fire to cut them down, because Ahri is not exactly the best at taking down tanks, right? Especially in the later stages.
Absolutely.
So, you know, I think mid jungle is going to be a bit of a battle, but I favor towards BLG, and if they can get some momentum going in the side lanes, that will be positive. But the thing is, if they don't find momentum in the side lanes, I think early game FPX's side lanes naturally will win out and will have an advantage.
I tend to agree, and we're going to get ourselves pumped up and get some energy going. It's the last game of the day before we jump into our Saturday and Sunday weekend games. FPX looking to get themselves up to 5 and 7, with BLG looking to move themselves back up to the upper echelon of 8 and 4. Both these teams desperate for this win. For BLG, it could mean more buys. For FPX, it could even just mean playoffs. There's so much at stake here for both of these sides. Inshallah, who will walk into Breathe, and they will know that their little bit of a 5-man stack in topside will not work out this time.
Day, the game 3 cheese, right? Everyone's had a long day. You're weathered out. You just like, I just want to walk to lane and get some sneaky shenanigans going on. But ultimately, you see FPX not really find anything there. Now, so we talk about, we do have Aftershock coming out from the Nautilus and Glacial Augment from the Leona. And to talk about this is kind of important. So Glacial Augment's kind of needed for the Leona because, you know, there's a lot of stuns on their team, and it's expected LWX will take Cleanse, right? The thing with Cleanse is obviously very good against Leona, but useless against Glacial Augment, right? So often, if you cleanse the stun, you might still have to flash to get out of the slow field, which is why it's so powerful. But on the other side, you know, Nautilus doesn't need Glacial Augment as much as we see it a lot, and it's definitely nice. Him having Aftershock just means if he does go in, you know, up close and personal to the Leona, he's not going to get, like, outmatched in tankiness, because Leona, just Leona alone, ignoring Keystones compared to Nautilus, is far, far tankier thanks to a W.
Yeah, I think that's the best way you can put it. Just the tanky stats as well. Say as well, you know, yes, the Aftershock is there, but can be stolen by the subjugate. You go in as a Nautilus, as we can just see them here. It's going to be supportal combat for that brush control, but as I was saying,
yeah,
the
that's
subjugate
something to
takes
know
away the
is that
stats.
it's kind of a weird thing that you're going Aftershock when there's a bundle on the other side who can steal away the stats. It does kind of indicate to me that this is very much for laning, and you can see Hung playing very aggressive already in the laning phase.
Yeah, recognizing that he can just keep throwing out these dredge lines and try and whittle down Crisp as much as he possibly can while there is no W passive. As you can see now, Clid will recognize that he's already on top of a ward, so his jungle pathing shall be spotted out. Weiwei on the Trundle, though, much quicker clear here for the Trundle. The Troll King is absolutely absurd with how quickly he can get through to the jungle.
You say that, but that's because he did his blue side, and now he's on his red side, which is notoriously horrific for Trundle, because Raptors is such a pain. You have no AoE. And then Krugs as well isn't really a fun time, so it's kind of like, you know when you're eating food and you start with the nice stuff and you leave like the vegetables to last. That is literally what Weiwei's done here.
It's like trying to like eat a piece of chicken with like chopsticks. You're like easy, and then you try to eat like some rice and it just keeps falling apart. You're just like, no, come back. And you start picking them up one by one. You decide it's taking forever. But luckily enough there, Shallahu, the observers did not believe in you, but we did, as we now see Junglers are going to find each other as Hong now moves over. They're actually going to make this a 3v2 now in favor of FPX. They're going to flash in. Fofo has to flash away. That was critical. If he gets hit by that dredge line, there was a third stack for Clade. He would have gotten the knock up.
Yeah, would have been certain death there, but a good trade in the end, right? Pressure lost from the side of FPX by moving Hong up here, and on top of that, it's 2 summoners for 1, so I think overall BLG have to navigate that one, and now they'll move down towards the spot side scuttle, be able to secure it. And wait, he's going to look in the enemy jungle, but won't actually find anything here. So not too much to be gained.
According to you, with the single target camps, he doesn't want to find anything anyway. So, you know, it works that way as well. But he looks like he's going to try and maybe just jump onto LWX. Gets caught out by the minions. So LWX, sadly for him, though, is going to have to fully forfeit. No, LWX, you saw him. You knew he was coming, and you're going to have to try and survive this as best you possibly can. They are going to put Chris underneath the turret, who almost goes down. But first blood goes over to Weiwei, but he gets traded back. Care did have the TP. I feel like FPX thought they had an opportunity there to try and maybe turn that into more, but still a kill for a kill.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Leona's so tanky with flash as well, and especially as once you're on the tower, you're kind of trapped on the glacial augment. It just felt like a little bit overzealous from LWX to stay there, very greedy. And I know backup was coming, but, you know, there was time to kind of wait. You could have just backed away, walked up with your Nautilus and been safe. And now, pretty significantly behind his chest. You can see Chris just walks up, lands a stun. LWX is trapped on the slow field for a while. And only now, after LWX is already dead, do we see the reinforcements come in. So it's a 1-for-1 trade, but you can see LWX losing out a fair bit in terms of in the farm department.
He has to go mid, pick up some of that wave to try and mitigate it off, because like I said, he is about 15 or so CS behind, so he's going to try and hold this until basically Ari joins back in. So we'll get a little bit of a solo XP as well, so not too bad as Hong just hanging around, but Weiwei shadowing the big old Nautilus, and now might find himself in a little bit of trouble. Did not get the pillar just beside the corridor, so isn't going to quite catch him out, but now it's going to be a full 4v4, as we can see now. Maybe Weiwei going to go down. No, they're going to take away the jungle as Weiwei so close to going down now. Jinx can get excited. Fofo is still doing plenty of damage as Hong tries to keep himself alive, but it's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of BLG. They are starting to pick up the pace in this early game.
And I love to say it, right? We talked about this mid-jungle, the confidence just to go in there, right? And then in these jungle fights, Doggo is so threatening on the Zeri. Jinx really needs a lot of time to ramp up. And I talked about, I want this Jinx to be fed for FPX. I want her to be able to get like a Lord Dominic's, get an IE, be able to cut through all this beef on the enemy team. And she's not really being given windows. And you can see here, FPX are like waiting. They're like, okay, give it a bit of time. Okay, now we can fight this 4 members strong. But Chris so much damage here with the W up, absorbs a lot. Weiwei gets low, yes, but then obviously his passive allows him to heal, so he survives quite a bit. And the extended fight, Fofo and Doggo step forwards. They can just rotate cooldowns pretty much endlessly, whereas Care, not too useful once he's used his burst combo. At the end of the day, it's able to close the fight out. And now we can take stock of the game. So 20 CS lead between the AD carries. And critically, they both have culls, but Doggo started the game with his culls. So a significant advantage there as well.
Yeah, we see Weiwei now going to be able to try and move forward into this jungle. Doesn't have flash, though, so needs to be a little bit careful. However, with Clid now taking away his wolves, it's not going to be able to try and take this in time. The smite should be there, and Fofo roaming up as well gives him a little bit of extra security. With the Realm Warp available, you got to be careful on this top side. The pillar with the Realm Warp can lead to so much absurd amount of annoying CC. You get slowed by the pillar, you get hit by the rune prison. There's so many ways to lock you up here as Xiao Hu. He is just going to soak up that wave as it goes pretty damn even in the top side. Hongo.
Imagine how cool it'd be if you could put your pillar in the Realm Warp and it got teleported too.
That would be really stupid. But as you're seeing, I'm going to myself, we're going to stop talking about the Realm Warps because Doggo gets himself another kill on Hong. That was just an easy, they just knew where he was and he didn't know where they were.
Yeah, this is one of the things, the Nautilus-Leona matchup, is if Leona gets up in your face, you kind of lose, right? Just able to lock you down. Leona is very tanky. Also, the stun is on a 5-second cooldown, so she kind of checks most melee champions in that situation. The way I've seen it played is where if you dredge line Leona as she Zenith blades you, like as she E's, you can keep her at a safe distance. And generally what this composition, this bot lane of FPX want to do is they want to kite the enemy bot lane in the 2v2. They want to keep distance. LWX has range advantage. Hung never really wants to get in melee range of Chris. And so BLG getting the jump on him just means they can instantly burst him down. And now looking towards that dragon. And you can see, look at the difference between these two bot laners already. Over 1,000 gold lead for the Zeri. 2-0-2, and it's a Zeri. We've seen the crazy things you can do in the later stages.
Especially considering your auto attack doesn't actually need vision. You could just keep spamming it and hoping that you kind of hit your target. So it is very, very annoying to deal with Azeri the longer this game goes on, especially if they can put themselves behind a wall or put, on a crevice where you can't really reach them with, kind of the standard Nautilus CC. And for LWX and for Hong, it's going to be a very long game for them to try and become relevant in this one now. 2-0-2 full kill participation here for Doggo as he gets himself pretty much perfect little move, almost perfect towards the side. And that's another thing that people don't realize. Having that extra little movement speed gets you out on the map quicker, means the resets come in a lot better for you and you can get yourself on the map a lot faster.
Plus, it looks cool and you have fun doing it, right? Let's be real.
It's fun. It looks cool until you mess it up, and then it's just like, well, now I just feel silly.
Yeah, that's kind of
you go like you go 3 feet forward, and it's like, well, I'm sorry.
So Herald up and available. I think definitely a potential priority for both teams. It looks like Hong coming off a reset now with his level 6 is in prime position to move over. In all honesty, having that ultimate, the Riptide available, but I think he's just heading back towards bot lane. So this gives an opportunity for BLG. Not only have they already gotten plates on the bot side, but also they could look towards the Herald if they want.
It's a 1,500 gold lead now for Doggo. This is just getting absurd. I need more than that now. We're getting up close
the
to
depth charge is his ult. His Riptide.
Yeah, there you go. But this is becoming a big issue. And BLG, they could just hard force the issue now. You have the Solar Flare. You also have the ultimate from Zeri as well. You can see FPX wary of this, sending down their jungler and mid just to cover the potential of a dive.
And this is what we want to see from this combination from BLG, right? You pick the Trundle because it matches the Xin Zhao and can duel him in the early game, and you pick the Rise for these potential roams, and just both are moving down there puts so much pressure. It means that FPX can't move towards the Herald, and there's still plates being picked up. Doggo is just getting these plates in this matchup. 1,500 gold ahead already. Massive disaster. And this top lane matchup, we were talking about this a little bit before, how Graves, from what we've seen in the LPL, has the advantage early in the matchup. Breathe has been handling extremely well, constantly jumping in on Shalahoo, forcing him to dash away and not really be able to trade back. So managing it pretty effectively so far.
Yeah, managed to get very, very well, and it's about a 2,000 gold lead. I will say it's a 2,000 gold lead almost exclusively on Doggo right now. He's got about 1,600 as he's a little bit by himself, and he'll be just fine.
Yeah, what a champion. Stand at the wall.
Mobility creep! Yay!
I feel like the next champion's just gonna Kane can, where like you can go
just have like the walls
permanently. It's like a new ghost champion, just like terrain. Who cares? Just glides everywhere.
Honestly, wouldn't be a bad idea.
Yes, it would. Right? I'm complaining about this.
No. I think alongside everybody else who's listening to this game, agree that you are absolutely correct. Get the devs on right now. We need a perma ghost champion that's just ghosting around the map and nothing means anything. You can't condemn. They're the ultimate counter to the Vayne mains. That's what they're gonna do now. It'd be great. It'd be terrible. It'd be great.
Honestly, I feel like especially when Kane gets like the assassin of all the blue
Shadow Kane.
man,
Shadow
he's
Kane.
perma in the walls.
Shadow Kane is upsetting, but we're not going to talk about any more about a champion that's not in the game. We're going to go talk about champions that are in the game. We are starting to see some first items being picked up. Triforce already being picked up here by Doggo alongside those Berserker Greaves. He is going to be a very, very powerful foe, but I will say LWX picking up the Kraken Slayer does keep him relatively in tow, but he's 2,000 gold down, effectively on his own.
There's no Krakens on the enemy team either, so...
I mean, that's an interesting one. We don't have any Kraken champions. I mean,
I
we
feel
have
like there's
Kraken champions, but we don't have any Kraken
Dude,
champions.
I feel like Cho'Gath, when he has the Lochner skin, looks a little bit... Probably the closest.
Probably the closest.
But, yeah,
what
Dragons...
would a Kraken champion do?
I don't know, dude.
You sounded so offended that I asked that. It's just, why are you asking me? Jesus.
I'm here to complain about champions, not design them.
But you can design about them and then complain that people don't understand that... You understand what they're going for, but we'll say what PLG are going to go for is FPX now find themselves hovering around this dragon. They would love to be able to stop this stacking, and it looks like BLG just aren't in a position to contest this. So despite the advantage that BLG have built themselves on bot side, it is FPX who will be able to pick themselves up second dragon. And that's a pretty significant win here for the side of FPX.
Especially the amount of pressure that was in favor of BLG on the bot side. Feel like it should have been just a bit of a no-brainer, but it's not that important, right? Dragon apiece. You do see down the top side, Weibo's instead opted to allocate resources into this Jax, who already has a Blade of the Moon King finished, by the way. Big item on this patch. And we're on 12.4, so it is the buff version. Just a ton of percentage HP damage. And they actually can probably just look for the tier 2. On the other side, LWX is getting some much needed gold, but they won't even get a single tower. And he loses cleanse.
Yep, and he loses cleanse. So it's going to be pretty much all going for BLG. As we can see now, Xiaolahu going to find a big old trundle in his face as he goes get him down the subjugate. They're just going to take him down. No problems whatsoever. Jax is still pushing alone in this top side. And out of nowhere, there's a 5,000 gold lead.
Yep.
Oh, wait.
Nice flash.
Nice flash. Also,
Yep.
before you go on, before we talk about the replay, I have been told by some people on my messaging apps, sponsored by Swakame, but there's a Lowy as a Kraken-esque champion, and also Vel'Koz has tentacles, so whether or not we want to count him, he's all actually, yeah, Vel'Koz is just a Kraken. He's got like a big old like beak and stuff. So there you go. I was wrong. But anyway. FPX are in a hole.
Yeah, substantial gold lead. I feel like the proactivity is good, and they kind of run across the map, right? They weren't able to dive bot lane. They weren't even able to finish off the tower for FPX. BLG get 2 towers top. This Jax is now monster fed, 1,500 gold up, despite the fact that they are even in CS. Weibo obviously had a great old time doing well in this matchup. Fofo marginally up, but has had that impact, that threat of being able to roam to the side. BLG are just massively snowballing this game, and now I'll go with a bit more alone time. I think you can just take this tower.
It's a little bit more difficult than that, I would imagine, especially when you have got the Tiamat that would just proc
this tower.
No, you didn't quite hear me.
He'll get it on the next wave, okay?
I was gonna say he'll proc it under the tower. You're right, though. He will just walk up and just take that tower. And speaking of just taking what they want, I will not question you anymore. You are clearly the god of information, as we can see now. Crisp getting a little bit of damage on him. That's a 2-man Everfrost, but no real follow-up here. Weibo's by himself. He has no flash. He has nowhere to go. LWX picks himself up a little bit of a mini shutdown as Care goes over the wall. Xiaolahu follows him, and then Care says, "Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. I'm leaving. I actually just came here to say hi." And now they all back themselves away. FPX, they find an opportunity because BLG just kind of gifted to them. And Crisp, oh, he's going to be fine. No, he's not. Lollipop, lollipop, boo, lolly, 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 lollipop. That's 2 kills.
That was stone cold. BLG leaving their man behind and just letting Weibo go down. And objective bounties in play, so more of an ability to come back for FPX. The critical thing, right, is that Breathe is just farming in the side lane. And for some reason, BLG don't understand that means they shouldn't be fighting. We're going to replay off it, so really aggressively pushing in here. Going way too far forward. Can't really commit too hard onto the Xin Zhao because, well, he's Xin Zhao. The Blast Cone respawns, and then Doggo, ice cold, leaves his team behind. Fofo has to flash. Weibo goes down, and then this extended play, right? Just trying to, like, toy with him, poke with him. Crisp, you didn't need to walk this way, man. Felt confident because of the Blast Cone, but then caught out of it by the Dredge line.
While that was happening, we go up to our nature view of Jackson at top side, just trying to see if he can get anything more. I actually don't like the play of having Breathe up in top lane. There's 2 towers already gone. I'd rather to see him in bot lane, which he is now, but with Xiaolahu now having the support of Hung, it is going to be a pretty easy trade back, and all of a sudden, the gold lead has fluctuated once again. It's only 3,000, was 5, so a 2,000 swing in favor of FPX. However, with the Rift Herald now being spawned, and 50 seconds till Dragon, BLG will take up that objective, and we might see a fight around this Dragon now in 45 seconds.
There's potential for it, and I feel like Breathe, you know, if he gets that 2-item spike, will be very strong. I don't think he has quite enough gold now. Herald in mid, they can just throw that down to look to contest priority. He's got to be a bit careful. Potentially threatening some charms, and I talked about this before. There isn't that much CC to be cleansed on the side of FPX, so Doggo hasn't opted for cleanse himself. Does mean that the charm has a lot of value if you can connect, but you are up against Zeri, notoriously hard to hit with skill shots because, you know, he's fast.
She is, in fact, very fast, as we can see now with the Rift held in hand. Weibo will push in towards this mid lane. Doesn't have a wave to work with just yet, but 5 seconds till that dragon spawns. No vision whatsoever here for BLG, so if they try to walk up to try and contest this, they are going to line up and actually dropping the Rift held down. We're going to see the flash forward, the charm goes in, and Weibo is dead. They drop down the Rift held, but the Jinx is already getting excited. They're going to try and use Doggo on this area to make this one work for them, but Crisp is almost so low. They find the charm, and it's a shutdown onto this area. Now Fofo's in a lot of trouble. He'll be zapped and taken out of nowhere. We are looking only at a 1,500 gold lead for the side of BLG, and they have lost control of this map.
Yeah, and honestly, Doggo talked about the mobility, talked about the movement speed, get caught by a charm. Had flash available as well, so did have a tool to avoid that. But ultimately, as you said, Jinx starts to get reset, the momentum comes in. FPX, they get so much off the back of a takedown, right? They get extra charges on the Ahri ultimate, they get the resets coming in for the Jinx that get excited, and we'll see a replay of that. So just really nice play from FPX. They know that the Herald's going to get committed mid for the priority, so they hard burst down there. Get excited comes, and look, stopwatch and the Zin's ultimate blocks so much damage from Doggo, and then Care finds this beautiful charm, catching Doggo off guard, deletes the Zeri, and without the Zeri, their team fight kind of just falls apart for BLG.
Yeah, now Fofo recognized he was dead there. No real reason to try and not fight, as he might as well try and take down the Jinx. But now it's a 2-item Jinx. We talked about the advantage that this Zeri had. It was about 30 or 40 CS. It's now 20 CS, and it's only about not even an item advantage. Actually, the Zeri is behind now at this point, because it's just this is disastrous for the side of BLG. They're still technically ahead in the gold department, but the dragons are now no longer in their favor. I just feel like all the resources you funnel into this Jax is great, but it's not leading to anything.
Yeah, the problem is, right, is the advantage with this Jax is nice, but as much as he's valuable in team fights, we haven't seen him join team fights, right? And he's up against a Graves in the side lane. I feel like Graves is not that easy a target to dive. Like, he has so much weight. He can just one-shot the waves, essentially. And if you don't connect your stun with him, you're going to have a bit of a rough time chasing him under the tower. So I feel like it's not like Breeze can just march bot and take structures after structure after structure. So maybe that advantage BLG has isn't really going to be too relevant and show up. Time being, FPX looking good. And critically Care on this Ahri, 3-0-3. We saw that game one, very subdued into the Azir. But really, I think over the course of the series, it's looked better and better.
Really has felt, you know, like this has been a solid debut for him, and really working very well with the team. Already sitting now on 2 items. I will say Fofo with that Fimbulwinter is going to be very tanky, but see the power of the charm coming in for this Ahri. Why we love seeing this pick. You land the charm, you land the Everfrost, or either vice versa. It doesn't really matter, and you're just dead to rights as we look down towards all the items.
When LWX gets low doms and has the Giant Slayer passive, oh my lord, man, he's going to do so much value. So much value. I don't know if he'll go for a third or we'll grab Naive first, but man, like everyone, like it's such a rare thing that everyone on the enemy team is like stacking HP. Like across the board, you have bulky targets, because you know typically at least like the AD carry isn't going to be with Zeri build. You build Titanic, you build Trifles, you end up pretty tanky, and Weibo looking a lot less tanky by the minute. And you can see both Jax and Trundle building armor items, understandably, right? It's 3 AD champions of 1 AP, but it does mean if Care lands Charm, no matter who is, they get really bursted out.
They get so much damage put down on top of them. If Care lands that charm and adding that in with the Horizon focus is going to do so much, especially at the max range. So we'll see how this one develops now. It looks like it is going to be the Infinity Edge rather than the Lord Dominic's regards here for LWX. 2 minutes until that dragon spawns, but maybe they just try and go for this Baron. But FPX had already covered themselves and said, look, we already have a ward here. We know what we can cover. And BLG, they are hard committing to this 1-3-1 style, but I feel like FPX have the tools to jump on them to try and just mitigate it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they're not getting enough out of it, right? Like, the farm advantage aren't really being accrued. I think FPX is doing a good job of catching the waves. And no structures have been taken since we had those 2 towers top right with the Herald. We had that 1 tower bot because Doggo was just applying the pressure consistently. Other than that, we haven't really seen too much come from this 1-3-1. And it's just getting the game ramping up over time. Jinx is picking up the more items. It looks like it is going to be the Infinity Edge third. We're a minute away from the next dragon. It would be the third for FPX. And at this point, the goal lead. Like, we had a 5k goal lead earlier in this game. But now far later in the game, it's only just over 1,000, right? Significantly less relevant. And I think FPX are in with a good shot. It really comes down to BLG, comes down to Doggo, right? I feel on this Zeri. Definitely a pick that can have a big carry performance. Breathe as well, level 15 on the Jax. Looks like he's opting to join in now.
Yeah, he's looking to try and make this one. If he can land a counter-strike, get it on top of LWX, it could mean the difference in this entire game. As Breathe taking a lot of harassment and already down to about a third of his HP, and they use the locket.
Not sure that's the impact you're hoping to get from your Jax, I'll be honest. Does have TP, but I think they're actually going to try and stop his reset. So, yeah, this is really bad.
This is very bad, and also you try to commit people down towards that bot side to try and maybe catch out Shallow and BLG. They're looking a little bit scattered. They're not quite sure where they want to be. Right now they're saying, right, let's go for this dragon. But using the Pillar of Filth, they recognize everyone's backing away. It feels like FPX have the run of the mill here.
Yeah, I mean, like, Breathe has to TP in if they want to contest this. Which
They
means
are
they
going to.
have delayed presence, and it's already gone.
Yeah, it's dead, done, dusted, nowhere for them to go. Shallow gets himself over. They will get the flash out of Clid and the hook away from Hung. They are backing themselves away. You do not get the team fight you want. And so a point now for FPX. BLG are just watching this game fall away from them from their very hands.
And critically, in this situation, you trade your TP to their flash, and they get the dragon as well. But critically, Breathe now TP-less. The next 4 minutes, I believe, is a cooldown after 14 minutes. So now you don't have that side lane pressure that we were talking about. Breathe can't just overcommit because there is that threat of Baron when you're on the other side of the map. So massive, massive disadvantage for BLG.
This game has just been, this series has been such a, for lack of a better term, unconvincing from both teams. I feel like both sides have looked good and bad in their respective wins. And in Game 3, we saw great things from BLG. We've seen bad things from BLG and vice versa. Great things from FPX, bad things from FPX. This doesn't look like two teams that I'll be very confident going into the playoffs, but it is an oh-so-important series now for both of these sides. As we can see now, Weiwei is roaming over with Chris. They're just so afraid to try and take these wards because they know that if they get caught by a charm, they will just get 100-0. There's no other choice about it because now you have got the third item onto your Jinx. You are 3-item Jinx on this point of the game. This game is getting harder and harder for BLG, and for FPX, they just seem to be getting much more out of these trades.
And honestly, I feel like at this point, FPX feel very strong, right? Don't get me wrong. But 4 items for the Jinx. I want to see that Lord Dominex. I'm so hyped for it. I've been talking all game about the value. Look at all the armor. Look, 3 Wardens males on the enemy team already. Oh, Shadow's found Fofo.
Yeah, he has. There is a last whisper there, so Fofo's little bit of stacking armor won't do a huge amount, but Fofo still very, very tanky. Shallow would have loved to land at that end of the line to try and maybe just bring him down a little bit more, but got to be so careful. And I just want to kind of bring this back up the draft before we really see any kind of significant moves here. That, oh, cool little interaction there. The W from Zeri will go through the Trundle Pillar and make it a big old AoE. But you put this Jax as your counter pick. This was the thing you wanted to go for. And yes, it's done well. You put a lot of resources into it, but not quite able to get him there on the recall. But it hasn't made the same level of impact.
No, and the thing is, it's like, even picks like Gwen is obviously exceptional in team. Gwen's just exceptional, right? I don't know what I'm saying in team fights. Camille still holds up in team fights pretty well. Fiora is a champion who's a bit rougher, but Jax, like, he has value, but he's not exactly the best team fighter. And I think he's struggling to find a way in, a way to be relevant. But for the time being, right, you actually see Care on this side of the map applying pressure, getting that tier 1 tower. Yes, FPX do lose their mid tier 1. Gold closer than it has been for a long time. 700 gold difference. It was a 5k gold lead for BLG at one point here. All these resources funneled on Breathe, not really showing up too much. And the problem is, right, in this situation, you have quite a short range composition against this Jinx. If you cannot get on this Jinx, I think you just lose. I think it is that simple. Like, Jinx is such a problem, and you have, like, you know, the smoke screen for the Graves, the disruption from Hung, you have the charms from Care, you have Clid with his ultimate, like, so much to disrupt and slow you down and just block you from getting to the Jinx. So in a front to back, I really think FPX are favored and BLG are going to struggle. They need to find creative ways to get in this backline. I need to see Breathe coming in on a TP flank. I need to see Doggo sliding over a wall, doing like a trick shot or something. I don't know. But just straight up, front and back, going to be a bad time. And Shallow, who has now finished that Lord Dominex, love to see it. So much value.
Yeah, and they have that for Xiaolahu. You mentioned all the stacking of the HP, but also I like the fact that he's gone with it versus the stopwatch for LWX, kind of delaying that item spike for him on the 4 items, because he knows that he is the carry. He knows that if they can just survive with the extra range you get, you will just have so much. And now in a minute's time, we will see the Infernal Soul be contested. FPX have themselves a perfect opportunity where they have control of this area, and it's going to be BLG who have to walk forward into them. That's exactly what FPX want.
Yeah, and it is souls, so like you can't just give this one up. You have to try and force a way in. They have ways they can cheat it, like the Realm Warp. It's very risky. You can just put yourself in an uncomfortable position. Just try to clear out some vision. It is an Infernal map, which is fortunate, right? Because you see, they can just kind of walk around. Instead of being forced into that one entrance that's being contested, they can just cut through where the new gaps have opened up. It makes it easier to approach, but now the setup's coming in. Breathe. Could be a big factor if you can find a flank, but I am looking at LWX. I'm looking at Xiaolahu. These two big backline carries for FPX.
Here we go. Solar Flare comes out. They're going to land the hook down as well as the Crescent Guard as they try and go into this, but the Leona is already dead. The Jinx is getting resets. They're not quite able to get Breed on the backside, and Weiwei has fallen. Doggo's going forward, but I don't think he can catch up with the rest of them, as Fofo going to use the Realm Warp, but eventually falls down. Breed trying to do as much as he can on the backside, but he cannot follow away from the Jinx, who gets so much versus this team. Xiaolahu with the triple kill, and Care was perfect at distracting the enemy team.
And you know what that was? A front to back. And FPX absolutely crush it. So much damage soaked by the front line. They get the resets. Momentum comes in. Care with some beautiful charms, honestly, in that one. And then Xiaolahu, Lord Dom's in pocket. Giant Slayer. Well, I don't see any giants on my screen anymore. And you see at the start of the fight, right? Clid obviously gets engaged on. Pops the ultimate though with that. And the aftershock from home. So much damage soaked. And then return, Crisp just gets nuked. They start pumping damage out. Weiwei ends up going down, and Doggo and Fofo are like, we have to try carry. But a beautiful charm on a Fofo buys him space, and Xiaolahu is just like in melee range, bullying this Rise. At this point, Breed goes down. Doggo is the last man standing, but again, a flawless charm from Care catches him out. And you know, as Zeri, we talked about it. There was a ramping Zeri with all that movement speed, still managed to catch Doggo out with that skill shot. Beautiful.
Yeah, really was. I will give a little shout out to the Infernal Drake there. A little assist there. Kind of knocks off the Jack, stops him from using any other abilities like his Leap Strike or his Counter Strike. So sadly for him, he does end up going down. And now you've got yourself a 3-1-7 Jinx, a 4-0-7 Ahri. This is a massive game for Care on his debut series. And now with the Baron alongside that Infernal Soul, I don't think BLG can defend this. They're so short range.
Yeah, and they don't have the wave clear really to work with unless Rise can get up, but he's just not being allowed. Now, they might look for an engage here.
Here we go. It's a bit scrappy, but they're going to go in. Crisp trying to make something work as Care goes into stasis. Crisp also following him in. Will fall down the Clid. As you can see, there's a Trundle going down. This area is dead, and this series is done. FPX put their stamp down and say, we are a playoff team, and we will be fighting for those last spots at the end of the split.
They claim a critical win against BLG, who were 3 wins ahead of them on the standings. Much needed. FPX on the borderline of playoff qualification, and they managed to keep their hopes alive, keep themselves in a comfortable position to contest those spots. Definitely still need some wins to go before the end of the split, but FPX deliver. And credit to Care, the new addition to the roster. Definitely felt like he started slow and over the course of the series ramped up, but a really solid performance on Ahri to round out the series. Great to see from him.
Absolutely, and there's FPX putting themselves up to 5-7. BLG will drop down to 7-5. Now, if you look at the kind of standings, which we'll have a look at later, but BLG are dropping themselves down to the likes of Rare Atom, JD Gaming. They are no longer a part of that top 5 conversation that we bring ourselves in with. And for FPX, it was a tough series. This is a tough map, but good smiles, good energy from this team, because they know that taking a game or a series against a team above you in the standings is huge for your chances of playoffs.
Yeah, and just for context, before this series, FPX were in 11th. Top 10 makes playoffs, right? I don't think this win will have necessarily put them into that 10th place spot, but they need every win they can get. And going up against the likes of BLG, it's one of those ones where they're higher than you in the standing, you feel like you're punching up, feel like they should be favored, but they delivered. And with the new addition to the roster, it kind of looked like they had new life in them. I don't think that Care made all this difference, don't get me wrong. I don't think one single roster change did all this, but it's clear that the team has been proactive in thinking, what is going wrong? Why are we losing? The Baron setups were better, right? And in the games where they were ahead, they really knew how to run away with the game and find the momentum. So big positives on that front.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of positive, reinforcement coming in for FPX. It's always good when you make a substitution like taking Gory out and putting Care in and you come out with a win. It is always a pretty good feeling for you and great for Care as well. Care coming in from the LDL and saying, look, your first game is going to be against Fofo, who we argued was probably a top 3 mid laner in 2021. This is a very difficult setup, behind the likes of Scout or not even Scout, I was going to say Doomby and Knight from last year. So this is a very, very good test for him. And I don't think, again, like you said, it was the be-all and end-all for FPX winning this series, but I do feel like there was a lot more positive change, and they felt like they had a little bit more cohesion with where they wanted to take their game, especially with having a mid laner who felt like they were on the same page with.
Yeah, and it felt like the coordination, it really felt like it was a glow up of the course of the series, because game 1, FPX looked dead, right? They really just looked like they had no impact in that one, and just slowly lost the game. Game 2, took a lead, completely ran away with it. And then game 3, it just really felt like the team had warmed up. The team fights were kind of firing all cylinders. Yes, there was that substantial lead for BLG at the start, which is why I find it even more impressive, right? Getting a lead and winning with a lead, a lot of teams can do that. But the fact that we saw them fall behind, but remain headstrong, find the ideal circumstances for their composition to flourish. And like, look at Breathe on this Jax, right? So many resources put into him. 4259 damage. Shallow and LWX coming up huge on these AD carries.
Yeah, just nothing. Nothing was this Jax counter pick, and we kind of saw a telegraph from the word go basically for the side of FPX, where they said like, look, we're gonna go and pick this. We're gonna ban the Tryndamere. We're gonna look to try and pick up the Graves. Is a very standard kind of setup for them to kind of go into the late game with, but the Jax didn't do anything. And I think that when you're getting to those stages of the game, I think right up until that final fight, he was probably maybe 0-1-0. Like he just didn't do anything, and that feels like a wasted draft in my opinion. I feel like he ended 1-2-0. I think was the end of the scoreline.
I feel like this is the sort of game where you wish that Jax was like a Gwen. I'll be honest. Like you wish you had this pick where you fund all those resources, and not only is she strong in the side lane, but she's just a monster in the team fights. And the thing is, like, we saw when they finally decided to have Breathe during the team fights, and then like he got like chunked out over the wall, and it was just kind of like, oh well, that's where all our hard spent money has gone towards, right? We invested heavily, and it just took an absolute tumble. So it's kind of rough. But also, like you say on the other side, Doggo on the Zeri was really fed, and it felt like he just didn't find a way in. He got outmatched. And I think I will say front to back compositions like the one FPX had are typically easier to play than what the opposition had, but like it still came down to just kind of poor execution from them and stellar team fighting from the side of FPX. And I just love the fact that they knew they had the Zinzao, they knew how the Nautilus with Aftershock could soak a ton of damage, and they played around that really effectively. But Care also great utilization of the charm on the Ahri.
Yeah, very good debut here for Care as FPX take themselves their win and go up to 5-7. Again, we'll talk about the bracket a little bit later, but cannot overstate now, how important this win is. And for BLG, it goes back to what we were talking about. They are lesser than the sum of their parts. This team on paper should be doing better, shouldn't be looking this disjointed, shouldn't be looking this disconnected from each other. And it just felt like, look, watching, a coordinated team versus a solo queue team. And, I say that with the biggest, kind of heart of endearment and saying, like, these are still amazing players. They still all have pop-off moments. But as a team, it's just not coming together, and you're running out of time. You got 4 series left.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that I still think BLG on with a decent chance of, like, maintaining their spot in playoffs, right? I don't think anyone's really a doubt of that. They're not locked in by all means, but I still think they'll probably make it. That doesn't really matter. Like, at the end of the day, it's not about making playoffs. It's about having a good run when you're in playoffs. And in their current form, BLG wouldn't. So really need to sort of see more from them coming out in these last few series of the split to get a convincing performance in playoffs.
Yeah, well, we're going to be sending it over for an interview with Xiaolao Hu after his victory.
Hello everyone, welcome to post-game interview in Shanghai studio. This is Christina. Now we're joined by Xiaolao, who is a top liner from FunPlus Phoenix. Congratulations on your win, and you just stopped your losing streak, get this reverse sweep of best of 3. How do you feel right now? 让我们欢迎 FunPlus 上单选手小老虎来到赛后采访。恭喜你们今天让1追2拿下比赛胜利。想问一下，终结连败之后，特别是在今天 BO3 翻盘之后，现在感觉怎么样呢？
就感觉特别不容易嘛，然后大家也开赛就比较紧张嘛，然后就感谢队友扛住压力，然后让一追二吧，谢谢队友的表现吧。
Actually, before today's game, we are under too much pressure, and thanks to my teammates, they performed super well today, and I feel super happy about getting this win. Next, I want to touch on your roster, your mid laner carry. Care, this player made his debut on the LPL stage, and what's your evaluation on his play style? And how does he gel in his play style into your whole team to make sure your team are on the same page? 接下来想问一下有关于今天人员变动的问题。你们今天的首发中单 Care 选手也是在赛季中后期加入了队伍嘛？你觉得他的游戏风格是怎么样的呢？以及在赛季中期加入到你们队伍之后，他是如何把他自己的游戏风格融入全队，能确保你们步调一致，然后在今天拿下比赛的胜利？
Care 的加入就我们就因为语言也就更流畅了嘛，然后大家沟通的也比较方便，然后也清楚，然后说打就打，然后就打的就风格就是该打的时候我们就敢打，就不会畏畏缩缩的。
Actually, when Killer joined to the starting lineup today, we feel like we have better communication and our communication became more fluent than before. And maybe we don't be hasty in the team fights to make a lot of team fights. Don't be hasty and don't think about too much. Next, I want to touch on the game one. Maybe it's a pity that for you guys to losing game one. So, any feedback or adjustment did you guys make after losing game one? 接下来想要问一下，今天第一局失利之后，你们做了哪些反馈和调整呢？
第一局我们前期线上也有经济领先，然后发现到了打团的时候，我们感觉我们的阵容打团打不赢对面嘛，然后就做了一下阵容上的调整，就好打了。
Even though we got a good lead in the laning phase, but we feel like we didn't get a better advantage in team fight because maybe it is because of our draft. So we made a little bit change in BMP strategies in game 2 and game 3. Yeah, you guys showed a better momentum in game 2 and game 3. Especially I want to touch on the last team fight around the Dragon Cell in game 3. How did you guys communicate and manage to get this win and ended the game? 说到第二三局呢，你们确实在改变阵容之后呢，打的也是跟之前第一局可能展现出了完全不一样的势头。我最关心的还是在第三局的时候，最后一波龙魂团战，你们发挥的非常出色，并且在那波团战取胜之后，也是顺利的获得了比赛的胜利。可以跟我们分享一下当时那一波团战你们是如何决策沟通的呢吗？
我有一波回家之前发现小龙还有1分30秒就刷新了嘛，然后下路也有线权，我直接提去下路，然后把线带进对面的塔下嘛，然后我再包过来和我队友汇合，把龙坑占住，然后我们就会变得很好打。
After I recall, I feel like the dragon will respawn in 1 minute and 30 seconds. So I teleport to the ball lane after I push in the wave. So I just to get together with my teammate into the dragon pit to find a good position to make him take that team fight. In that case, we can win that team fight. Finally, I also touch on the top lane in patch 12.4. After patch 12.4 is coming, maybe there will be change on the bot lane champion. Yes, that is my question. That is my final question. 最后一个问题想要问到的就是12.4版本嘛。现在我们玩到12.4版本之后，对于上路英雄的选择会不会有哪些改变呢？或者你觉得现在12.4版本上单的生态环境是什么样的？
我觉得现在这个版本就上路能出破败的英雄可能就会变得更强一点，然后能出破剑者的也更强一点，然后坦克就属于不能玩的那种吧。
In my opinion, at the patch 12.4, those champions can purchase like Hullbreaker and the Round King will be better, stronger than before. Maybe the tanky champion is weaker than before. So thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations on your win again. 让我们再次感谢我们的小老虎选手来到赛后采访，也再次恭喜 FPX 拿下今天比赛的胜利。Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Christina. Always good to hear. And I know. I like the bluntness of LPL players. It's just like, what do you think about, a very interesting question about like 12.4. How do you think things are going to change? But, I love the way it's just like, yeah, things change. Things are good. Things are bad. But we got to talk about our MVP from game 3. And I'm not quite sure exactly who they said. I believe it was Care. Yes, it is. It is going to be Care with a 509. And great debut there for the mid laner of FPX.
Yeah, I mean, really felt like he ramped up over the course of the series. Game 1, unconvinced. Game 2, not pretty good. Game 3, actually popping off. So credit to him. It's not always easy to come into an LPL team and have a good performance in your first series, but plenty of opportunities here where he had the confidence to be a driving force. On a pick like Ari, it's not like you're just sitting back and putting out damage. Like, he was, in moments like this, finding these great charms, punishing these carries, and just really setting up the team for success. It was him having agency and capitalizing on it.
Yeah, and you can see in just a lot of these different replays is that he just puts himself between, an angle where they can't really aggress upon. He's putting himself up to the carries. He's moving himself closer. He just gets hit with the solar flare here, so immediately has to go into stasis. But as soon as he comes out, he repositions, gets himself into an advantageous point where he can enable the Jinx or enable his Graves. Either one works either side. And this was just a really, really good win and an important win as well for FPX. We cannot stress how much this is going to help them towards their playoffs because they're still going to be outside of it. They are down in 11th, I believe, but it is going to help them a lot more. They just need to fix that goal difference, or the goal difference, my God, I'm answering the game difference as they come closer to playoffs.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, if it's one series, right? It's hard to say at this point, but they continue this trajectory. It feels like, they've been in a position where they've got this new mid laner. It feels like the team are playing better in general. They can continue this. I think they're in with a good shot.
Yeah, I think they really are. But if you're only just joining us, you've missed all the action. We'll get you caught up very, very quickly as we look at how today's results went down. We almost had ourselves a full 9-day game, but it was not, or 9-game day, but it was not to be. JDG taking a very surprising win over V5 at our first one. Then LNG almost getting taken down by TT. And of course, we just saw FPX taking down BLG to move themselves up to 5 and 7.
Yeah, so I think the significant one really, that last series had a lot of impact. And game 1, right, of the day, JDG are on like a pretty solid streak at the moment, taking down V5A, massive achievement. And honestly, that series was an absolute banger. So if you did miss it, you should definitely check it out. I know it's obviously earlier on in the day, so might have not been able to tune in, but we see how the standings have panned out. And I feel like we had that moment where teams were pulling away, and it has kind of just got really muddied because now if you go from Weibo all the way to BLG, there's 2 win difference, right?
Yeah.
Which is kind of mad, especially with how few games are left. So really, it just puts more emphasis that like every single game makes such a massive difference. We see FPX with that win. They are now tied in wins with OMG, but due to game difference, they are still not in that top 10, but they're definitely approaching on it and keeping themselves in good stead, and critically, keeping themselves away from Ultra Prime and IG, who are on their tails.
Absolutely. There's a lot of teams there waiting up, but we are going to see one of those 2 chasing teams tomorrow as IG take on Anyone's Legends. That will be the second series of the day that will happen. Before it will be Weibo looking to continue to be the #1 team in the LPL as they take on LGD. And then our match of the week, the 2021 World Champions versus the 2021 MSI Champions, EDG versus RNG. Huge game.
Yeah, I mean, that one is just going to be a banger, but I feel like, Game 1, Series 1's a bit one-sided, but Series 2 is a pretty instrumental one if either AL or IG want to continue their path towards playoffs. So definitely an important fight for the bottom of the standings. But man, that final series, I'm honestly just a little bit sad that I'm not casting tomorrow because
I know,
love
right?
that one.
It's all right. We'll complain to the schedule maker later.
Yes, we will.
But that is all the time we have for today. We are going to end it here. Of course, if you stuck with us all the way to the end, thank you so much for watching. And of course, to everyone behind the scenes, none of this would be possible without them. And of course, Ox, I always have to thank you because I go a little bit loopy. And towards these longer days when we get into six game series as such towards the later stages. But thank you all for joining us. If you're going to see us tomorrow on the same channel at the usual slightly early time on a Saturday, and we'll see you guys then.